Chapter 1, Release and Fortune. 019, there is a visitor for you. In the cafeteria of the women's prison, Song Mingyi was having her meal when the guard abruptly called her out. In the meeting room, she encountered her father, Song Mingyi. It had been 5 years since she had been deceived into taking the blame, and this was the first time anyone from her family had come to see her, stirring a mix of emotions within her. Mingyi, have you been well these past years? Quite well, that's good to hear. Song Mingyi's smile radiated relief. I came not only to see you but also to inform you that we have arranged for your bail, and there is a marriage proposal waiting for you. Lu Shenxing from the Lu family. Once you marry him, you will become Mrs. Lu, the most esteemed woman in Haicheng, ensuring a splendid future for you. Lu Shenxing, the heir of the Lu family, one of the 4 great families of Haicheng, was known for his ruthless decisiveness and had always been the dream man of countless socialites. However, Dad, prison is not a world apart. A month ago, I learned from the news that Lu Shenxing is gravely ill and has little time left. When did becoming a widow become the best outcome? Song Mingyi was taken aback by her awareness and smiled awkwardly. I know this is unfair to you, but the old master of the Lu family has taken a liking to your fate and insisted on this union. How could I refuse? Moreover, as a convict with a criminal record, without this marriage, you wouldn't even have the right to enter the Lu family's door. The chill ran through Song Mingyi as her initial flicker of emotion vanished entirely. With a sardonic smile gracing her lips, she retorted, it seems you have forgotten who I became a criminal for. Flustered, Song Mingyi pleaded, Mingyi, please help the family one last time. Regardless of circumstances, you are still a daughter of the Song family. Your mother and I have raised you with great difficulty. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Song Mingyi's face remained impassive. 5 years ago, you said the same thing when you coerced me into taking the blame. If my memory serves me correctly, we even signed an agreement. Song Mingyi would substitute for Song Qingwei in prison, and thus the debt of 20 years of nurturing would be settled. Song Qingwei was her half-brother, the one involved in illegal financing. After the incident, in order to evade punishment, he had pushed his half-sister to take the fall. If you have no other business, please leave. Song Mingyi. Song Mingyi halted her departure, his expression stripped of the pretentious affection from before, revealing a chilling coldness in his well-maintained features. You disregard the Song family's survival. Do you not care for the fate of the children born from that wild affair? Song Mingyi froze, her gaze piercing as she regarded Song Mingyi. 5 years ago, she had been framed by Song Yuyao and found herself in bed with a stranger, giving birth to twin boys while incarcerated. Her father had come to take the children away, assuring her he would care for them. Now, he wielded the children as a means of coercion. Doubt gnawed at her. Would her children truly be treated well in the Song household? Anxiety and concern flooded her thoughts about their well-being. Song Mingyi coldly declared, you marry, the children live. You refuse, we all perish. Hatred surged within Song Mingyi. This was her so-called father. She clenched her fists tightly, the sharp pain in her palms grounding her as she composed herself. Fine, I will marry. But this is the last time. If anyone dares to use my children to threaten me again, I will ensure they learn what true despair means. Upon hearing her acquiescence, Song Mingyi exhaled a sigh of relief, but before he could say anything further to mend their relationship, Song Mingyi had already turned and left. Without a backward glance in her cell, Song Mingyi cautiously retrieved a photograph hidden beneath her pillow. It was an old picture of 2 newborns, lying together, their big eyes wide open, tiny hands waving, and sweet smiles adorning their faces. Her fingertips caressed the image of her children, a gentle tenderness washing over her. Can we leave now? Song Mingyi urged impatiently. As she tucked the photograph away, she opened the door with a frosty demeanor. Let's go. Upon her release from prison, Song Mingyi did not return to the Song family but was sent directly to the Lu household, dressed in clothes from 5 years ago. The Lu family, with its century-long legacy and intricate web of relationships, was abuzz with anticipation as word spread of her impending marriage. Many relatives awaited her arrival in the living room. When the members of the Lu family saw Song Mingyi in her worn clothing, they couldn't help but mock her. How can the Song family, supposedly a prestigious clan, not even afford decent clothes? What good clothing can mask the scent of a criminal? It would be better to save it. A family of such modest means would surely bargain, or else they wouldn't trade a criminal's daughter for a 300 million dowry. There's no choice. Her fate aligns well. As long as she can bring fortune to Shenxing, it doesn't matter if it's 300 million or 3 billion. It's a price we must accept. Old Master Lu cast a cold glance at them, silencing the murmurs. A hint of warmth appeared on his face as he addressed her. You must be Mingyi. Since you are marrying into our family, take good care of Shenxing and live well. Song Mingyi's eyelashes fluttered, comprehending the unspoken implication her well-being in the Lu family hinged on her ability to care for Lu Shenxing. With a submissive nod, she replied, yes. No sooner had she spoken than a panicked voice rang out, "The young master is critically ill." Old Master Lu sprang to his feet, hastily gripping his cane as he rushed toward the second floor, followed closely by the others. After a moment's hesitation, Song Mingyi decided to follow. Upon her arrival, the doctor bore an apologetic expression as he spoke. "Old Master, we have done everything we could for the young master, but his condition is severe. Whether he pulls through depends entirely on his will to live." A stately woman stationed at the door suddenly broke into tears. "My poor son." Old Master Lu staggered back a few steps. "Old Master." The steward quickly supported him. Old Master Lu waved his hand, his age suddenly apparent, the pain of a parent losing a child weighing heavily upon him. Even a man seasoned in the business world could not withstand it. In that moment, his gaze landed on Song Mingyi, who stood quietly to the side, and he exclaimed, "Mingyi, come here quickly." Madame Lu, recalling the reason for Song Mingyi's presence, rushed over without a thought for decorum, pulling her toward the room. "You must save my son." Without allowing Song Mingyi a moment to respond, she thrust her inside. Bang! Song Mingyi stared at the door that had shut behind her, speechless. They had pushed her in without explanation, expecting her to somehow save Lu Shenxing with mere willpower? Taking a deep breath, she approached the bedside, gazing at the man lying on the pristine white sheets. He was strikingly handsome, with deep contours and exquisitely crafted features as if fashioned by divine hands. Even in his unconscious state, an air of nobility surrounded him, diminishing not in the slightest. Such a man was born to reign, naturally basking in the adoration and reverence of those around him. Yet, at that moment, his pallor and the bluish tinge beneath his brows revealed the grim reality: his days were numbered. After sitting by his bedside for a moment, Song Mingyi finally took his wrist, feeling for his pulse. Her expression shifted abruptly. Lu Shenxing was not ill but rather poisoned. Her instinct was to feign ignorance. In such a wealthy family, countless sordid affairs lurked in the shadows. If she became entangled in this, she might lose her life. However, she ultimately could not remain an indifferent bystander. It was not the fate of this cheap husband that concerned her, but rather the two children still in Song Hongshan's custody. Had Lu Shenxing perished on the very first day of their marriage, the Lu family would undoubtedly direct their wrath towards the Song family, and with Song Hongshan's temperament, he would never spare her children. Song Mingyi took a deep breath and retrieved her acupuncture kit from her person. The silver needles pierced his acupoints with the swiftness of lightning. As her fingertips brushed over them, the silver needles emitted a low hum. Moments later, the buzzing ceased, and just as Song Mingyi prepared to withdraw the needles, the door swung open. A jolt of alarm coursed through her, and she swiftly pulled out the silver needles. Lu Shenxing, lying on the sickbed, turned his head to the side and expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, the dark crimson staining the sheets beneath him. His complexion turned ashen, blood oozing from the corners of his eyes, nose, and ears, rendering him a ghastly sight. Chapter 2, The Comatose Husband Awakens. Madame Lu's head spun as if struck by thunder. She lunged forward, calling out her son's name with a voice steeped in sorrow and fear. "Shenxing! Wake up! Please wake up!" Elder Lu, accompanied by a group of people, stood at the door, and upon hearing the commotion from the room, he pushed the door open, only to behold Lu Shenxing's pallid visage and feeble breaths. His hand trembled as he gripped his cane. "What on earth is happening? I was worried and came to check, only to find this woman inserting needles into Shenxing, and then he started to bleed." Madame Lu lamented, her tears flowing freely. "My poor Shenxing, already in such a dire state, must endure this torment. It's tearing my heart apart." Elder Lu's gaze shifted to Song Mingyi, his aged eyes harboring a glint of menace. "Song Mingyi, your explanation." "I did not mistreat the young master. This is merely a misunderstanding." Madame Lu seethed with fury. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could it be a misunderstanding?" "Father, the Song family has sent such a venomous woman to harm Shenxing. They must pay the price." "Steward Lu, apprehend this woman at once." Elder Lu offered no objection. His eyes were filled solely with wrath as he regarded Song Mingyi. Just then, the doctor suddenly exclaimed with joy, "That blood was expelled excellently. It was exactly what was needed." "The young master lives." Elder Lu, disregarding everything else, hurried over and inquired, "Doctor, are you saying Shenxing is all right? He will recover?" The doctor shook his head. "I can only say that the young master's condition is temporarily stabilized. He has survived this perilous moment." "Wonderful, wonderful," Elder Lu rejoiced, for this was the best news he had received since Lu Shenxing's collapse. The doctor approached Song Mingyi, particularly courteous. Miss Song, may I ask which acupoint you treated that led to such improvement in the young master? Madame Lu could not help but scoff. A mere criminal like her, how could she possibly know acupuncture? Song Mingyi's expression remained unchanged as she calmly replied, I indeed do not know acupuncture, I merely happen to possess a set of silver needles. She continued, I noticed that the young master's shirt button was loose and intended to sew it up, but I was misunderstood by Madame Lu. The young master's improvement may be attributed to your skilled medical expertise, doctor, or perhaps to the young master's own good fortune. The doctor, considering her background, harbored no doubts. He sighed, it seems we must seek Master Ji Huang to cure the young master. Master Ji Huang, hailing from a prestigious medical family, was renowned for his unparalleled acupuncture skills. It is said that when the king of hell calls for you at midnight, he dares to keep you until dawn. Song Mingyi's eyes flickered, though none noticed. Elder Lu was quite pleased with her. It seemed she truly was a good omen for Shenxing, for his condition had improved upon her arrival. He regarded Song Mingyi with an unprecedented gentleness. Mingyi, you have worked hard caring for Shenxing. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform the servants. Yes, grandfather. Still calling me grandfather, Song Mingyi paused, then promptly corrected herself, grandpa. Elder Lu nodded in approval. I have arranged for the marriage certificate to be processed, you need not worry. Please rest early with Shenxing. With that, Elder Lu departed with his entourage, and Song Mingyi resumed her place by the bedside, checking Lu Shenxing's pulse. The pulse was markedly steadier than before, at least ensuring he would not pass away at any moment. However, it merely sustained his life, and a full recovery was still a distant prospect. Having not eaten throughout the day, hunger gnawed at her, prompting her to venture downstairs for sustenance. As she opened the door, she found a young man standing at the threshold, poised to enter. Who are you? Song Mingyi inquired. So you are the bride sent by the Song family to bring good fortune, Lu Jingfan appraised her. The ill-fitting clothes could not conceal her graceful form. Her skin was as fair as the finest mutton-fat jade, and her unadorned face remained strikingly beautiful. A flicker of admiration crossed his eyes, stirring something within his heart. Sister-in-law, will you not invite me in for a chat? It is not convenient. Speak your mind here. As you can see, my cousin has but a few days left to live. You, having married for fortune, will find no good outcome after his demise. Being so young and beautiful, you ought to plan ahead. What kind of plan? Song Mingyi lowered her gaze, her tone calm and devoid of emotion. To Lu Jingfan's ears, it sounded like fear. His gaze grew more brazen, his words exceedingly blunt. The Lu family legacy is traditionally passed to the legitimate eldest son. If Lu Shenxing dies, I will be the heir. If you are considerate and help end my cousin's suffering, I assure you will not be wronged. As a woman, you will always need a man's affection. Lu Jingfan reached out to touch Song Mingyi's shoulder, but in that instant, his wrist was seized. A forceful grip sent him crashing to the ground, the impact jarring his insides. His face contorted in pain as he shouted in fury, Song Mingyi, how dare you be so bold as to lay hands on me? I will have grandfather expel you from the Lu family. Song Mingyi remained unfazed, replying coolly, by all means, go summon grandfather and see whether he will cast me out, or if he will expel you, the one seeking to harm your cousin. And seduce your sister-in-law. Lu Jingfan scoffed, do you think grandfather would believe your slander? Whether he believes me is inconsequential. What matters is that I possess a recording. With that, Song Mingyi produced a phone. Lu Jingfan's expression shifted dramatically, forcing a smile. A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. I merely intended to test your loyalty to my cousin. Sister-in-law, you performed admirably and have passed the test. Haha, time is of the essence. You and my cousin should rest early. With that, Lu Jingfan left in a hurry. Song Mingyi closed the door expressionlessly. The commotion had extinguished her appetite for a meal, so she settled for some fruit to quell her hunger. After a long day of turmoil, exhaustion enveloped her, and she retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Though her marriage had been rushed, the Lu family servants had prepared a change of clothes for her. Upon entering the bathroom, she took out her children's photos, cherishing them with tender kisses, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Babies, mommy will come for you soon. Emerging from the bathroom, Song Mingyi slipped beneath the covers. Sharing a bed with a stranger, a man she had only just met, made her uneasy. She turned to gaze at Lu Shenxing's strikingly handsome face and felt an unexpected surge of sympathy for him. Inflicted with a deadly poison and facing imminent death, while a cousin lurked with ulterior motives, even she, the bride brought to bring fortune, was not spared from unwelcome advances. It sounds even more tragic than her situation. Song Mingyi couldn't help but chuckle. We could be considered as unfortunate husbands and wives. Lu Shenxing, even in his unconscious state, exhibited an extraordinary charm that was utterly irresistible. Song Mingyi's fingertips danced across his handsome face, unable to resist giving it another gentle pinch. So soft, smooth, and tender. Now she too had become a woman who flirted with Lu Shenxing. If those old men were to find out, they would surely commend her for her accomplishments. Content and ready to drift into slumber, Song Mingyi was suddenly seized by the wrist, yanked forward by an overwhelming force. Ah! Startled, Song Mingyi let out a cry, and upon raising her gaze, she found the man lying on the grand bed slowly opening his eyes. Chapter 3, Rescuing a Great Trouble. His eyes were akin to those of a hawk, cold, indifferent, and glinting with an endless peril that sent shivers down one's spine. Song Mingyi was taken aback, staring at him in shock. You're awake? Lu Shenxing's eyes remained wide open, yet his pupils showed no movement. Cautiously, Song Mingyi placed her fingers on his wrist, noting that his condition was still dire. The fact that he could open his eyes now was likely a result of the acupuncture she had just administered. Summoning her courage, she covered his eyes with her palm. His eyelashes brushed against her hand, bringing a slight tickling sensation. Slowly, Lu Shenxing closed his eyes. A sigh of relief escaped Song Mingyi, and she attempted to pull his arm away, but to no avail. Instead, she found herself drenched in perspiration, feeling awkwardly confined in the embrace of this unfamiliar man. She had initially thought that sleep would elude her, yet she soon drifted off. In her dreams, she revisited a night from 5 years past. In the pitch-black room, she was ensnared by a man who lavished her with reckless affection. The pain became unbearable, and she cried out for mercy, only to evoke further madness from him. His hot, heavy breaths whispered in her ear, "Darling, I will take responsibility." Knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated, jolting Song Mingyi awake. A vast expanse of honey-toned chest loomed before her, accompanied by a sensual Adam's apple and a finely sculpted jawline. Realizing she had been sleeping in the arms of a man, she leaped from the bed, filled with chagrin. When had her vigilance become so feeble? "Madam, are you up?" came the voice of a servant from outside the door. "I'm up. Please wait," Song Mingyi responded as she hastily changed her clothes and opened the door. Only to find Mrs. Lu accompanied by a servant and the doctor she had met the previous night standing at the threshold. "Mother," she greeted, lowering her head. "Mrs. Lu" acknowledged her with a nonchalant response before leading the group inside. The doctor examined Lu Shenxing, stating, "The eldest young master's condition is relatively stable. There is no immediate danger to his life." Mrs. Lu's expression softened, and she thanked the doctor, saying, "Thank you for your efforts." "You are too kind," the doctor replied as he retrieved several 4 bags from his medical kit. Song Mingyi glanced at the labels on the bags and instinctively interjected, "Wait a moment." Her words drew everyone's attention. Mrs. Lu furrowed her brow. "What is it?" "I merely wish to point out that once the 4 is administered, it will be less convenient to clean the eldest young master's body. Then you should rise earlier and clean Shenxing before Dr. Xia arrives," Mrs. Lu instructed. Song Mingyi nodded in agreement, observing as the servant brought in warm water. She took the initiative to wring a hot towel to wipe Lu Shenxing's body. Even in a prolonged state of unconsciousness, the man on the bed, under the meticulous care of the Lu family, still possessed a physique that could make any woman's heart race. Unbidden, Song Mingyi recalled the sensation of being held by Lu Shenxing the previous night, inexplicably linking him to the man who had robbed her of her innocence 5 years ago. "The young mistress has a commendable technique for massage," Dr. Xia remarked, prompting Song Mingyi to realize that she had unconsciously been massaging Lu Shenxing. Looking up, she replied coolly, "I researched online that patients in a comatose state require frequent massage and stimulation. Before marrying into the family, I sought out an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to learn a set of massage techniques." Dr. Xia nodded in agreement. "Indeed. The eldest young master has been bedridden for too long. Massage is beneficial, and I imagine you invested considerable effort in mastering this technique." Mrs. Lu's expression visibly softened. "You are quite thoughtful." After lunch, Song Mingyi took a stroll in the garden. As she turned to head back, a sudden splash echoed from a distance, as if something had been thrown into the water. Hesitating for a moment, she hurried toward the sound, finding a small head bobbing in the lotus-filled lake, quickly submerging beneath the surface. Without a second thought, she leapt into the water. "Madam!" Xiaomin gasped in shock. Moments later, Song Mingyi emerged from the lake, cradling a 4 or 5-year-old boy. "It's the young master!" Xiaomin exclaimed, astounded. Even during her 5-year imprisonment, she had heard tales of the Lu family's fortune, the illegitimate son of Lu Shenxing, the heir to a billion-dollar estate, the golden child of the Lu family. Yet now, he had been discarded into the lake, nearly drowning, and worse still, he was now in her arms. What a hot potato this little one was. Never had Song Mingyi anticipated that she would rescue such a significant trouble. However, she could hardly toss him back into the water. Taking a deep breath, she laid the small boy across her legs, vigorously patting his back. Noticing Xiaomin still standing in shock, she ordered, quickly, "Summon help." Xiaomin snapped back to reality, sprinting away while shouting, "Help! Someone save the young master!" Coughing and sputtering, the boy expelled a mouthful of water, his complexion improving significantly. His long eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. "Mommy," the frail, soft sound pierced Song Mingyi's heart, evoking memories of the two children she had not seen since their birth. Gazing at the pale and weakened child, she instinctively reached out to comfort him. Just as her fingertips were about to touch his chubby face, hurried footsteps approached. In an instant, the child was snatched from her embrace. Song Mingyi instinctively attempted to reclaim him, but at the last moment, her reason prevailed. This was not her child. Mommy, even in the arms of another, the little one stretched his arms toward her, wide eyes fixated on her, silently calling out. Yet, he was too weak. His voice barely a whisper, unheard by the anxious crowd that hurried him away to seek medical attention. After hastily changing her clothes, Song Mingyi found herself before Mrs. Lu. "Song Mingyi, what on earth happened?" "I saw a child fall into the lake while strolling in the garden after lunch and rescued him," she recounted briefly. Remembering the look in the child's eyes, she added, "When I pulled him from the water, I noticed some bruises around his neck. He must have been knocked unconscious." Song Mingyi understood that as a bride brought in to bring joy, she ought to be prudent and avoid trouble, yet she had acted impulsively. She could turn a blind eye to anyone, but she could not remain indifferent toward a child in distress. Mrs. Lu's expression was devoid of surprise, quickly morphing into sorrow as she murmured, "This is already the 4th incident this month. Poisoning, car accidents, abductions, drowning, this is a blatant refusal to grant Mo any respite." Chapter 4, A family sleeps together. Song Mingyi started, a flicker of emotion crossing her face, yet she remained silent. "Are you perplexed as to why they repeatedly target Mo? While I appear to remain passive?" Song Mingyi demurred, replying deferentially, "You undoubtedly have your own strategic considerations." Madame Lu offered a rueful smile. "Strategic considerations?" "Merely that with Shenxing incapacitated, the Lu family is beset by internal discord, each member harboring their own clandestine ambitions. Mo, as the prospective heir, poses an impediment to those with malevolent intentions. Should Shenxing pass on, they, the grandfather and grandson, would be next in line to meet their demise. This ostentatious Lu estate has never been a haven of opulence and tranquility." "Song Mingyi." Madame Lu seized Song Mingyi's arm with sudden force, her eyes brimming with urgency and supplication. "You must restore Shenxing to health. You must ensure his recovery, do you understand?" Song Mingyi returned to the room with a heavy heart. Lu Shenxing lay still and insensible, the instruments connected to him emitting a rhythmic hum. She sat by the bedside, gazing at the unconscious man. After a long interval, she retrieved her acupuncture kit and began to administer treatment. Amidst the resonant hum of the silver needles, Song Mingyi's expression remained detached, her eyes reflecting a profound stillness. Upon the completion of the acupuncture, Lu Shenxing experienced further hemorrhaging, with blood seeping from his orifices and pores, leaving him as if he had been submerged in a sanguinary bath. Song Mingyi wrung out a warm towel to cleanse Lu Shenxing's body, removing the bloodstains from his skin and unabashedly caressing his pectorals. "This complexion, this physique, this countenance is simply divine. To luxuriate in such splendor daily is hardly a deprivation." Song Mingyi unreservedly indulged in Lu Shenxing's physical attributes, reasoning that it was only just to derive some gratification from her arduous acupuncture efforts. Song Mingyi's attention was entirely focused on Lu Shenxing's body, and she failed to notice the subtle movement of the man's eyes. This time, Lu Shenxing's hemorrhaging was systemic, extending even to his legs. As Song Mingyi reached to lower the man's trousers, her wrist was seized by a dry, strong hand. And a feeble yet commanding voice reached her ears, Stop. Stop. Don't be disruptive, the lower regions must also be cleansed, lest they become malodorous. Song Mingyi paused, slowly turning her head to see the man in bed, his eyes now open, their dark depths glinting with detachment, ferocity, and a hint of anger and murderous intent. At that moment, the maid Xiaoman entered to deliver a meal. Upon witnessing the scene, the tray slipped from her grasp, crashing to the floor as she fled, screaming. The young master has awakened. Soon, the corridor resounded with hurried footsteps. Old Master Lu, Madame Lu, the physician, members of the Lu family's collateral branches, servants, and bodyguards thronged into the room, creating a dense crowd. Everyone, out. Old Master Lu roared, and the crowd, cowed, began to disperse. As Song Mingyi turned to leave, her wrist was seized. Madame Lu clutched her hand, her voice trembling with elation. Mingyi, you must not leave. Shenxing's awakening is primarily due to your efforts. Old Master Lu turned his gaze upon her, his normally stern countenance softening. Mingyi, you are an invaluable asset to the Lu family. The decision to arrange a celebratory union for my grandson was a desperate measure, yet Shenxing has truly awakened. Old Master Lu pressed a jade bracelet into Song Mingyi's hand. Grandfather, this is too precious. This is the emblem of the Lu family's eldest grandson's wife, it is rightfully yours. Madame Lu also urged Song Mingyi. A gift from an elder is not to be refused. Thank your grandfather. Song Mingyi accepted the bracelet. Thank you, grandfather. At this moment, Dr. Xia approached, removing his stethoscope. Following this period of treatment, the young master's bodily functions have recovered considerably. However, the nerve damage in his legs is severe, and surgery carries substantial risks. I recommend conservative treatment. Madame Lu was incredulous. Dr. Xia, are you not confident in performing the surgery? Dr. Xia sighed. I regret to say that my abilities are limited. Old Master Lu inquired in a deep voice, what is the condition of Shenxing's other bodily functions? Dr. Xia paused, replying euphemistically. The Lu family will undoubtedly flourish with the addition of a young master. The implication was that Lu Shenxing would not only be confined to a wheelchair but would also be unable to procreate. Madame Lu, unable to bear this devastating news, fainted. Madam. The room was instantly plunged into chaos. Old Master Lu was filled with sorrow. Is there truly no recourse? Not entirely. Dr. Xia adjusted his glasses. If Master Ji Qihuang could be located, the young master would have a significant chance of recovery. However, Master Ji Qihuang vanished 7 years ago. Countless individuals have sought him without success. Song Mingyi glanced at Dr. Xia, a hint of uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Lu Shenxing was unable to procreate? Yet. When she had been cleansing his body, he had clearly. After Dr. Xia departed, Old Master Lu dismissed the others. The news of Lu Shenxing's awakening spread throughout the city with the force of a hurricane. In the bedroom, who is she? Lu Shenxing leaned against the headboard, radiating an aura of immense power. His eyes, in particular, were like those of a hawk, flashing with intense coldness that sent a chill through one's heart. His slightly raspy voice was commanding. Old Master Lu personally clasped Song Mingyi's hand, smiling as he said, "This is Mingyi, the wife whom grandfather arranged for you to marry the day before yesterday." Lu Shenxing's expression instantly darkened, like a storm gathering on the horizon, his eyes filled with turbulence. Divorce. Have her expelled from the Lu family immediately. Song Mingyi's heart skipped a beat. Lu Shenxing was like a rampaging beast, every glance radiating extreme danger, causing her hackles to rise. As Song Mingyi prepared to seize the opportunity to escape, a small figure charged forward like a missile. It was Lu Yimo. The little boy stood in front of Song Mingyi, his fair face set, like a tiny warrior. Mommy, don't go. Song Mingyi felt a warm surge in her heart as she looked at the little boy protecting her. Since her mother's passing, it was the first time anyone had stood up for her. She couldn't resist reaching out to stroke the boy's head. Lu Yimo, sensing the warm touch, blushed, turning to gaze at Song Mingyi with affection and longing. Old Master Lu and Lu Shenxing watched the scene with astonishment. No one knew better than Lu Shenxing how aloof his son was toward strangers, yet now he was so affectionate toward a woman of unknown origin. Old Master Lu sighed, recounting the events of the afternoon. After Mingyi married into the family, you awoke and saved Momo. She is a benefactor to you and to the entire Lu family. I will not allow you to drive her away. Tonight, you will sleep together. Lu Yimo, hearing this, became agitated, pointing at his nose and stamping his feet. Me. Very well, our Momo will stay as well. Old Master Lu patted Lu Yimo's head, then left, supported by Butler Lu. Click, the door was locked. Chapter 5, Song Mingyi refuses to divorce. Once Old Master Lu departed, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence. The man's piercing gaze striking Song Mingyi like a dagger. An unsettling feeling washed over her when suddenly, a soft little hand grasped hers, tugging insistently. Instinctively, she crouched down. And in the next moment, the warm body of the child nestled against her, his slender arms encircling her neck. Mama, don't be afraid, I will protect you. Song Mingyi stiffened. It was the first time in years that a child had shown such affection towards her. She instinctively wanted to push Lu Yimo away. But upon seeing the child's adoring expression, she ultimately allowed him to draw closer. Thank you. She inhaled deeply, lifting Lu Yimo into her arms. I'll take him for a bath. Lu Shenxing reclined against the large bed, listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, an inexplicable restlessness stirring within him, accompanied by a vague irritation. He retrieved a cigarette, but thinking of Lu Yimo, he set it aside and reached for his phone, dialing a number. Yu Wangchuan, it's me. The man on the other end sounded pleasantly surprised. Lu, you're awake. I heard the news and thought they were just talking nonsense. Notify the Dark Division. The interrupted project is to be initiated immediately. That's all I needed to hear. Yu Wangchuan replied, his excitement palpable. I've looked into it, before your illness. Your second uncle visited Yawang Valley, but the specific details remain elusive, no clues, nothing at all. Lu Shenxing's deep-set eyes glinted with a cold light. No matter, I have awakened. And soon those specters will reveal their true forms. Just keep that in mind. By the way, let me remind you once more, your new bride is far from ordinary. She is the mastermind behind the sensational financing case in Haicheng 5 years ago. I had thought she would spend her days behind bars, yet here she is. Married to you, becoming Mrs. Lu. Quite remarkable, isn't it? She is not my wife, I will divorce her. Yu Wangchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Wei Yan has been waiting for you all these years. Lu Shenxing paused, abruptly ending the call. He stared at the darkened screen of his phone, pondering Yu Wangchuan's words. The mastermind behind the financing case, a criminal, boldly present in his life, how intriguing. In the bathroom, Lu Yimo, acting like a little adult, instructed Song Mingyi, Mama, you need to turn around. You can't watch boys bathe. Okay. She nodded, turning her back to him. Reminding, be careful getting into the tub. Lu Yimo was an exceptionally independent little fellow. After his bath, he donned his little yellow duck shorts and put on his father's t-shirt. Finding no pajamas that fit him in the master bedroom, and realizing the door was locked, Song Mingyi grabbed one of Lu Shenxing's t-shirts instead. This was the first time Lu Yimo wore his father's clothing, the long hem brushed his ankles, and he gleefully played with the sleeves. Watching the little one hop around, Song Mingyi worried he might fall. A child's tears could be quite troublesome, especially since he was the heir of the Lu family. Shall I carry you out? Lu Yimo looked up with his adorable little face, resolutely saying. I can walk by myself. It's heavy, it would tire Mama. This child was indeed considerate. Song Mingyi's expression softened, and she absent-mindedly ruffled his hair. Such a good boy. Lu Yimo beamed, covering the spot where Song Mingyi had touched him, nearly bouncing with joy. Mama touched me. I know Mama loves me. He was not a child lacking maternal affection. After exiting the bathroom, Lu Shenxing cast a single glance at his son's attire, saying nothing further. Song Mingyi exhaled in relief, suddenly reminiscing about her initial days as a bride when Lu Shenxing had been in a vegetative state, quiet and unassuming, unlike now, where every glance he cast exuded an overwhelming pressure. After her bath, Song Mingyi changed into a long-sleeved nightgown, ensuring she was presentable before stepping out. She prepared a pillow on the sofa. I'll sleep here, if you feel unwell tonight, just call me. Before Lu Shenxing could respond, Lu Yimo dashed over and snatched the pillow from her, pulling her insistently. Daddy, Mommy should sleep together. No. Lu Shenxing rejected without hesitation. Previously, in his vegetative state, he had no choice, but now that he was awake, he could not allow an unfamiliar woman to share his bed. Yes. Daddy and Mommy need to sleep together. Lu Yimo's eyes brimmed with tears. I knew Daddy didn't love me, you must not want me anymore and prefer a younger child. I have no home. I knew I was a child neglected by Daddy. Lu Shenxing, pained by his son's tears, commanded firmly, no crying. This only escalated Lu Yimo's wailing, nearly shaking the roof. Lu Shenxing had no choice but to relent, casting a warning glance at Song Mingyi. You are not to sleep in the middle. Stay away from me. Was he some kind of dragon vein? Did she so desperately crave closeness? Song Mingyi, dismissing his thoughts, lay down beside Lu Yimo. Watching the little one snuggle into her embrace, she felt an indescribable complexity of emotions. Sleep now. She gently patted his head. Lu Yimo, with his bright, expressive eyes, showed no signs of drowsiness. After a moment, Song Mingyi hesitated and offered, shall I tell you a story? How about Snow White? Lu Shenxing scoffed. Lu Yimo was a prodigy, having deemed fairy tales childish since he was one. But then, Lu Yimo sweetly chimed in, okay, Mama. I also want to hear the Frog Prince. Song Mingyi acquiesced, her voice soft as she began the tale. Once upon a time, there was a king. She recounted the stories of the Frog Prince and Snow White 3 times before the little one finally succumbed to sleep, gently patting his back. Her voice as soft as clouds drifting across the sky, she whispered, sleep now. Mama. Lu Yimo murmured her name sleepily before drifting into a deep slumber. As Song Mingyi gazed at the cherubic face of the child, she couldn't help but reminisce about her 2 sons, whom she hadn't seen in 5 years. If they were with her now, they would be just as adorable as Lu Yimo. In that moment, she struggled to contain her longing and leaned in to kiss the little one's forehead. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the air. Speak, what is your intention? Instinctively, Song Mingyi raised her gaze, locking eyes with the man's icy stare, the drowsiness in her mind evaporating instantly. What intention? To take advantage of my unconsciousness and become your wife, to curry favor with the old man, to deceive Yimo. Miss Song, you truly possess remarkable skills. However, let me caution you, those who dare to play tricks with me, whether men or women, meet their end. What were once tender, lover-like whispers now sent icy chills down her spine, fear coursing through her veins, making her tremble. Song Mingyi took a deep breath, asserting, whether you believe it or not, I am equally unwilling to be chosen as your good fortune. Given a choice, I would never step into the Lu family's door and become your wife. Tomorrow, accompany me for a divorce. I will not divorce. Song Mingyi resolutely refused. Chapter 6, The Return. I will not divorce. Song Mingyi resolutely refused. Her 2 children were still under the control of the Song family, and she needed the status of Mrs. Lu to help her retrieve them. Once they were reunited, who would care about Lu Shenxing? She would not stay even a moment longer in the perilous Lu household. Noticing the increasingly grim expression on Lu Shenxing's face, she continued. I will divorce you, but not now. Please give me some time, 3 months, let us set a deadline for March. After saying this, Song Mingyi closed her eyes, not waiting for Lu Shenxing's response. She had been tense all day, and holding the soft bundle of her child, she quickly fell asleep. In the dark room, an overwhelming silence enveloped them, with every sensory perception amplified. Lu Shenxing detected a faint, familiar fragrance wafting through the air. It was the scent of his usual toiletries. Yet it was tinged with Song Mingyi's unique body fragrance, inexplicably reminding him of Wei Yan. 5 years prior, he had been ensnared in a plot. And it was Wei Yan who had offered herself to save him and bore him a child, MOMO. He had wished to marry her and take responsibility, but his grandfather had disapproved. Wei Yan, heartbroken, had departed for M country 2 years ago. Strangely, in the interactions that followed, he could no longer find that heartbeat he once felt for Wei Yan that fateful night. The next day, Song Mingyi held Lu Yimo's small hand as they descended the stairs. Mrs. Lu watched the pair approach, her eyes becoming unrestrainedly moist. She pressed a black gold card into Song Mingyi's palm. Such a card typically had a minimum value of 50 million. Song Mingyi immediately declined. Mom, I cannot accept this. Since you have called me mom, why can you not accept it? Mrs. Lu responded. Mingyi, although you are my daughter-in-law, in my heart, you are just like Mingzhu. Mrs. Lu had one son and one daughter, with Lu Mingzhu being her precious daughter, the esteemed young lady of the Lu family. Take it, Mrs. Lu insisted. Unable to refuse any longer, Song Mingyi replied, thank you, Mom. Lu Yimo looked up with an innocent face and said, thank you, Grandma. Mrs. Lu teased him. What are you thanking her for, dear grandson? Lu Yimo earnestly stated, Grandma gave money to Mom. If Mom has money, she can spend more time with me. The little one spoke sweetly, Grandma, you are so nice. Thank you, Grandma. The adorable demeanor of her grandson melted Mrs. Lu's heart. What a silly boy. Xiao Min chimed in, Madam, you are mistaken. Our young master is quite clever, not silly at all. Indeed, my MOMO is the smartest. At that moment, Lu Shenxing was wheeled in by the servants. Despite being in a wheelchair, he exuded a commanding presence, maintaining an upright posture that radiated authority. Song Mingyi's smile faltered. Her fingers instinctively tightening around the card pressed into her palm. Mrs. Lu rushed towards her son, stroking his handsome face. This is wonderful, Shenxing. You have finally awakened. Even Lu Shenxing, usually so defiant, softened a little before his mother. I'm sorry, Mom, for worrying you. What are you saying? You are my son. Who else would I worry about? At that moment, Aunt Qian approached to announce breakfast. Mrs. Lu glanced at the quietly standing Song Mingyi and said, Mingyi, assist Shenxing in washing his hands. Song Mingyi nodded and wheeled Lu Shenxing to the washroom, with Lu Yimo following closely, concerned that his father might upset his mother. Mrs. Lu gazed at her reunited family, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. Since Shenxing had fallen ill, she had not dared to even dream of such a scene. Aunt Qian, who had been caring for Mrs. Lu, remarked, Madam, please dry your tears. Today is a joyous occasion for our family. Yes, it is a happy day. I am overjoyed. Especially so. As she spoke, her emotions overwhelmed her once more. Just the day before, when Momo had fallen into the lake, she had felt utterly despairing, believing that both she and Momo would perish alongside Shenxing. And then there was Mingzhu. She could only imagine how the second household might mistreat her. Miraculously, Shenxing had awakened. After breakfast, Mrs. Lu told Song Mingyi, you should return to your family today. I have asked Aunt Qian to prepare some gifts for you to take with you. Song Mingyi glanced at the precious supplements, which appeared quite significant. Mrs. Lu grasped Song Mingyi's hand, saying, Shenxing has just awoken and is still weak. This time, you must return alone. Please do not let your in-laws take offense. I'll accompany Mom, Lu Yimo chimed in, his face alight with anticipation. No, Lu Shenxing firmly refused. Daddy. Lu Yimo pouted. This time, Lu Shenxing's resolve was unwavering. While it was acceptable for Song Mingyi to grow close to Yimo within the Lu household, taking Yimo away was absolutely out of the question. If you continue to act out, I will send you overseas to find your aunt, and you will never return. I hate you, Daddy. Lu Yimo shouted in frustration before running away. Song Mingyi felt a pang of sympathy but did not pursue him. This trip back to the Song family was to see her children, and having the little one with her would complicate matters. As soon as Song Mingyi stepped through the doors of the Song family home, a bucket of cold water was unexpectedly poured over her. Startled, she exclaimed, Sister. This is the pomelo water I specially had prepared for you to ward off misfortune. After all, you were once imprisoned, don't bring any bad luck home. Song Yuyao, clad in designer wear, looked down at Song Mingyi, drenched like a drowned rat, and burst into laughter. Wiping her face, Song Mingyi shot a cold glare at Song Yuyao. Both Song Yuyao and Song Qingwei were her half-siblings, one younger by half a year and the other older by 2 years. When her mother, who had been unwell, learned of Song Hongshan's 2 children from another woman, she fell into despair and succumbed to depression when Song Mingyi was just 7 years old. Shortly thereafter, before her mother's mourning period ended, Song Hongshan remarried the biological mother of Song Yuyao and Song Qingwei, leaving Song Mingyi without a mother or a home. If the Song family does not welcome me, then I shall take my leave. With that, she turned without hesitation. Don't go, Mingyi, please don't go. Mrs. Song hurried over, shooting a glare at Song Yuyao, and with a smile, said, your sister is young and does not understand. Do not take offense. Indeed. A 300-month-old baby is quite young, I can afford to be magnanimous. Her bland tone was laced with sarcasm, causing Song Yuyao to explode in anger. Just as she was about to erupt, Mrs. Song intervened. Your father has been waiting for you at home since early morning. As she spoke, she enthusiastically pulled Song Mingyi along. In the living room, Song Hongshan sat on the sofa, sipping tea, and greeted Song Mingyi with a smile. Mingyi, you are quite fortunate. As soon as you married into the Lu family, Shenxing awoke. You truly are blessed. Much thanks to Mr. Song, Song Mingyi replied, her words dripping with irony. Song Hongshan's expression soured, prompting Mrs. Song to interject. Mingyi, you know that business has been tough these years, and the Song family's company is struggling. Now that you are Mrs. Lu, you must support our family. Seeing that Song Mingyi remained silent, he continued. As long as the eldest master is willing to entrust the Qinglongbei project to the Song family, we will surely become a first-class family. At that point, 1Tu, as a Song family young lady, have face? If they could secure the Qinglongbei project, the Song family would garner at least 2 billion in profit. More importantly, this was merely the beginning. Once completed, the benefits would exceed 100 billion. The Song family would truly prosper. That sounds wonderful. However, I must decline. Chapter 7, One child lost, one abandoned. Song Hongshan could no longer contain himself. As the daughter of the Song family, how can you be so unwilling to support us? Indeed. Song Mingyi. Where are my 2 sons? Song Mingyi was no longer willing to beat around the bush. When you promised to let me marry into the Lu family, you agreed to let me see them. I only promised to ensure their survival. If you want to see them, you must exchange the Qinglongbei project. Or else I will ensure you never see them for the rest of your life. Song Hongshan's tone was resolute, clearly unwilling to release them without gaining something in return. Huh. Song Mingyi began to laugh, her laughter growing louder, as if she had heard the most ridiculous joke. Was it not a grand farce? To think a father would calculate against his own daughter. She mused that if she were to perish here, her so-called good father would likely ponder the worth of her remains, perhaps even arranging a ghost marriage to bring some benefit to the Song family. Song Hongshan, infuriated and humiliated, retorted, what are you laughing at? Father, ignore her, this woman is heartless. Ah. Before Song Yuyao could finish her sentence, she let out a shriek. Song Mingyi had forcefully pinned her onto the sofa, a silver needle pressing against her delicate face. Song Mingyi, what do you intend to do? Miss Song, do not move recklessly, it could result in disfigurement. Mrs. Song was in a panic. Quick, let go of Yao Yao. If you harm her, I will never forgive you. Hongshan, look at your precious daughter. Song Hongshan's expression darkened, a fury rising within him as his authority was challenged. Song Mingyi, you are being outrageous. I command you to release Yao Yao. Song Mingyi's demeanor was icy, her countenance shrouded in frost. Either let me see my child, or I will ruin Song Yuyao's face. Yao Yao. Hongshan, quickly. We cannot allow her to harm our daughter's face. With gritted teeth, Song Hongshan declared, let go of Yao Yao. I will take you to see those 2 little brats. Let your darling accompany me. Song Mingyi seized Song Yuyao by her collar, lifting her as if she were a mere chick. An ominous glint flickered in Song Hongshan's eyes as he led Song Mingyi to the storage room. A surge of resentment crossed Song Mingyi's face. After sacrificing so much for the Song family, these wretches had locked her children in a storage room. She disregarded Song Yuyao and forcefully pushed open the door. Inside the chaotic storage room, a frail little boy huddled in the corner. Trembling at the sound of the door opening, his eyes filled with wariness and alertness. Song Mingyi's breath hitched, her heart felt as if it were being violently squeezed. And tears streamed down her face as she crouched down, extending her hand towards the boy, her voice trembling, baby, I am your mother, come to me. The boy remained frozen, his small frame shaking even more violently, like a frightened little beast. Baby, do not be afraid, mother will not hurt you. Song Mingyi stepped closer. treading cautiously, yet the child remained spooked. He screamed, flailing his tiny arms in resistance, his ill-fitting clothes lifting to reveal most of his back. Song Mingyi's gaze sharpened, her expression abruptly changing as she rushed forward, grasping the boy's hand. In his terror, the boy bit down hard on her arm. But she seemed impervious to the pain as she quickly pulled up his shirt. Deep and shallow scars marred his emaciated back. "This is not my child," she exclaimed loudly. Song Hongshan's heart skipped a beat as he sternly reprimanded, "How can you say this is not your child? What nonsense are you spewing, Song Mingyi? My 2 children bear a crimson birthmark shaped like a hawk on their backs, while this child does not." Song Hongshan had never paid attention to whether the children Song Mingyi had given birth to bore marks. "Perhaps you are mistaken." "Absolutely not. I was already imprisoned when I gave birth. I knew the children could not live with me, so despite my exhaustion after childbirth, I forced myself to open my eyes and see them. They were 2 exceptionally beautiful twin boys. One with a mark on the left side of his waist and the other on the right. Father. Just tell sister that one of her children died shortly after returning to the Song family, and the other went missing at 2 years old. He may have become a street beggar, perhaps begging along some roadside." Song Yuyao, harboring resentment for being harmed by Song Mingyi earlier, felt a wave of satisfaction seeing her agitated state. Seeking death. Unable to contain herself any longer, Song Mingyi seized Song Yuyao by the shoulders and forcefully shoved her against the wall, the silver needle piercing into her shoulder's acupoint without mercy. Song Yuyao felt her body go numb on one side, shrieking in terror, "Mom, save me. It hurts so much. This Song Mingyi has gone mad." "Mrs." Song's eyes widened in fury as she picked up a vase and hurled it at Song Mingyi. With a swift kick, Song Mingyi sent Mrs. Song crashing to the ground. Song Hongshan, witnessing the chaos before him, erupted in rage. "This is rebellion. Does Song Mingyi still regard me as her father? I demand to see my children. One bastard is dead, and the other is lost. You shall never see them again." Song Hongshan dropped the facade, his eyes filled with malice. "Song Mingyi, are you disregarding your mother? I paid for her grave. If you persist, I will have her exhumed and discarded in the street." Song Mingyi halted, slowly turning her head. "You promised to take good care of my children." Her voice trembled with despair. Song Hongshan retorted defiantly, "It is those 2 wretches' fault for being unworthy. What can I do? I was foolish to believe you would care for my children." Song Mingyi murmured, a sharp pain radiating from her heart, a metallic taste flooding her throat. She opened her mouth, coughing up a mouthful of blood. She swayed unsteadily, leaning against the wall to avoid collapsing, her mind blank. For the past 5 years, her struggle for survival in the dark confines of prison had been fueled by the hope of reuniting with her children. Now, all of it lay in ruins. Observing Song Mingyi's pale face, a flicker of guilt crossed Song Hongshan's features. He placed a hand on her shoulder. "Mingyi, you are still young, you can have more children. Forget about those 2 bastards." Slap. Song Mingyi brushed aside his hand, her dark eyes locking onto him, enunciating each word, "They are not bastards. They are my most beloved treasures." Drawing a deep breath, her tone resolute, Song Mingyi declared, "From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Song family." With that, she staggered out of the Song residence. After leaving, she made her way to the cemetery, where light rain began to fall from the sky. Standing before the gravestone, she gazed quietly at the photograph atop it, where her mother smiled radiantly. After a long moment, Song Mingyi placed 2 pinwheels at the base of the gravestone, a gust of wind causing them to whirl and clatter. Without glancing back, she walked step by step down the hill. With each step, her resolve deepened, regardless of distance. She would find her children. In a taxi, the driver kept glancing at her through the rearview mirror. "Why come to the cemetery in this weather?" "I miss my family," Song Mingyi replied, pulling out her phone to send a message. "Immediately seize all projects currently being negotiated by the Song family. No matter the cost." The driver looked at her with sympathy. "Young lady, no matter what happens, take care of yourself, alright?" Song Mingyi gently assured him, "I will take care of myself, otherwise, how can I witness the retribution that awaits the Song family?" Chapter 8, the birthmark behind Lu Yimo. At this moment, in the Lu family's ancestral home, Lu Yimo stood at the door like a stone statue, while Aunt Qian tirelessly urged him, "Young master, let us return home for dinner. The young mistress will be back shortly." "You have said shortly 183 times, yet mother still has not returned," Lu Yimo replied. "Aunt Qian. Does it mean that mother no longer wants me? How could that be? My dear young master is so adorable and clever, who could bear to abandon you? Then why hasn't she returned yet? I have not seen mother for 10 hours and 3 minutes." Lu Yimo's face was etched with sorrow. Aunt Qian sighed internally, realizing that the conversation would inevitably loop back to where it began. At that moment, Lu Shenxing wheeled himself out, his expression stern as he commanded, "Come inside." Lu Yimo huffed, ignoring him entirely. "Lu Yimo, I am speaking to you." Lu Yimo replied. "Uncle Yi said that men who are unloved by their wives tend to have bad tempers. Father, I understand and sympathize with you, but I cannot heed your words." "Lu Yimo." Lu Shenxing's voice took on a dangerous edge. With a sigh, Lu Yimo reassured him, "Father, do not worry. Even if no one wants you, I, your son, will take care of you in your old age." As he spoke, Lu Yimo patted Lu Shenxing's arm, displaying a facade of filial piety. Lu Shenxing was at a loss for words. At that moment, a voice called out, "Young mistress. Mother is back." Lu Yimo dashed forward like a fledgling returning to its nest. Lu Shenxing watched his son vanish in an instant, his face darkening like charcoal. Together through thick and thin? Truly a good son. He cast a cold glance at Song Mingyi, wondering what enchantment she possessed that could transform his usually astute son into a bumbling fool. Lu Shenxing's indifferent gaze fell upon Song Mingyi, who was drenched and appeared quite disheveled. "Mother, did you get caught in the rain? It's all my fault. If I had gone to fetch you sooner, you wouldn't have been drenched." Seeing the little fellow before her, Song Mingyi's hardened heart softened slightly. She bent down to stroke Lu Yimo's cheek, saying, "It is not your fault, Momo, I simply failed to notice the weather. Mother, please go take a shower. Wearing wet clothes will make you sick." Lu Yimo grasped Song Mingyi's hand, pulling her upstairs. Song Mingyi flinched slightly at his grip. "What is it, mother?" "It's nothing." She allowed Lu Yimo to lead her, but as they passed Lu Shenxing, her steps faltered slightly, and she quietly inquired, "Mr. Lu?" Lu Shenxing responded coldly, his nostrils flaring as he observed Song Mingyi ascend the stairs, suddenly furrowing his brow. Once upstairs, Lu Yimo urged Song Mingyi to the bathroom. Upon removing her clothing, she realized the sleeve of her shirt had adhered to the wound on her arm inflicted by the child. With a swift tug, she tore the sleeve away, and blood flowed freely from the wound. Her expression remained cold, as if she were oblivious to the pain. When Song Mingyi emerged from the bathroom, Lu Yimo stood at the door holding a bowl of ginger tea. "Mother, please drink this, Aunt Qian said it will prevent you from catching a cold." Song Mingyi crouched down, ruffling Lu Yimo's hair. "Thank you, Momo, seeing you makes me feel much better." Lu Yimo beamed, his large eyes sparkling with joy. Having missed Song Mingyi for an entire day, he followed her closely like a loyal puppy. Lu Shenxing could no longer watch, extending his long arm to grasp the back of his son's collar, pulling him away. "It is getting late, you should return to your room to wash up and sleep." "I don't want to, mother just got back, and I want to spend some more time with her." "Your mother is tired." Perhaps influenced by his son referring to her as your mother, Lu Shenxing found it easy to utter. Lu Yimo glanced at Song Mingyi's somewhat pale face and obediently said, "Then I will go take a shower. Good night, mother." "All right," Song Mingyi agreed but still escorted Lu Yimo to his room and closed the bathroom door for him. In the bathroom, Lu Yimo quickly discarded his clothes and stepped into the bathtub, revealing a birthmark resembling a soaring eagle on the left side of his waist. Emerging from the children's room, Song Mingyi found Lu Shenxing waiting beside her in his wheelchair. "Mr. Lu," she greeted softly, preparing to leave, when her wrist was suddenly grasped. "Please push me back to my room." Once in the room, Lu Shenxing retrieved a first aid kit. Turning around, he noticed Song Mingyi still standing there and instructed, "Sit." Song Mingyi, aware that her arm's injury had not escaped Lu Shenxing's notice, still refused. "It is merely a superficial wound, there is no need to fuss over it." "So, you intend to use these superficial wounds to garner sympathy from me? Or do you wish to casually smear the blood from your arm onto the sheets?" leading everyone to believe I was unable to resist you, thus ensuring your position as the young mistress of the Lu family for life. Mr. Lu's imagination was quite vivid. Perhaps suitable for writing novels. Should I recommend some websites to you? Then why do you refuse? Song Mingyi took a deep breath. I can manage on my own. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing her injured arm, and took a cotton swab to disinfect it. Even with one hand, her movements were deft. Lu Shenxing suddenly inquired. Have you studied medicine? Yes. The information I have states you studied fashion design in college. I learned it in prison, Song Mingyi replied. After sustaining numerous injuries there, I picked up a few things. Lu Shenxing chuckled softly. You are not shy about your past, are you? What is there to be shy about? It is merely a fact, is it not? Song Mingyi wrapped the bandage around her wound and tied a knot with one hand. Rest assured, Mr. Lu. My blood shall never stain your sheets, nor will it lead anyone to believe you have lost your virtue. Pausing momentarily, she added, Tonight, I shall sleep on the sofa. Lu Shenxing was taken aback by her insistence on sleeping on the sofa, letting out a cold laugh. You have learned the art of feigned restraint quite well. Song Mingyi retorted, Is it that all powerful men possess such confidence? It is quite theatrical. Just as she was about to say more, there was a knock at the door. It was Aunt Qian. With a cheerful smile, she announced, Young master, young mistress, the madam has sent me to retrieve some items. As she spoke, a line of servants filed in behind her, efficiently carrying away the sofa, excess pillows, and even the carpet from the floor. Aunt Qian surveyed the room, which contained only a large bed, and with a beaming smile, advised, Young master, young mistress, do rest early. Having said that, she promptly closed the door behind her. Lu Shenxing. Song Mingyi. Chapter 9, Have you had enough? Lu Shenxing sarcastically remarked, Aren't you supposed to sleep on the sofa? Go ahead. He had just proposed to take the sofa, yet he seemed concerned that his ancestor would be uncomfortable. How ungrateful. Song Mingyi sincerely replied, I was mistaken earlier. I forgot that, given Mr. Lu's situation, I need not be overly cautious. Her gaze instinctively drifted downwards, scanning between the man's legs, her eyes glimmering with inquiry. Lu Shenxing's expression darkened immediately, and he forcefully seized Song Mingyi's wrist, tossing her onto the bed before mounting atop her. The weight of his robust frame pressing down elicited a sudden jolt in her heart. Are you so concerned about my capabilities? He questioned. As Mrs. Lu, I certainly care. Song Mingyi replied, her fingertips gliding down his face and tracing over his solid arm, her gentle touch imbued with exquisite seduction. She exhaled softly, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, If you are unable, I can still sleep in bed without worrying that you might misconstrue my intentions. Lu Shenxing's demeanor stiffened. Incredulity etched on his face. All this for a bed? Indeed. Whether it's the sofa or the floor, a night spent there would leave me sore. I have 89 days left before I can divorce you, so for the sake of my body, it is far better to sleep in a bed. Song Mingyi withdrew her fingers from his wrist, gently pushing against his chest in a calming manner. All right, let's get some rest. With that, she slipped away from his arm, burrowing beneath the covers and turning her back to him. Before long, Lu Shenxing heard the steady rhythm of her breathing. He could hardly believe that Song Mingyi had fallen asleep so readily. A sense of displeasure stirred within him, yet, with her being so perceptive, he found it difficult to pinpoint his irritation. When he realized that he was emotionally swayed by Song Mingyi, he frowned and promptly quelled it. It was perilous to be influenced by a woman, particularly one who had entered the family with ulterior motives. In the darkness, Song Mingyi quietly opened her eyes, recalling Lu Shenxing's pulse from earlier. Her brow furrowed slightly. The toxins within him seemed to have increased since her last treatment, though the rise was minimal. His prolonged illness had accumulated over time. Yet, what did this have to do with her? She was merely a bride meant to bring good fortune. Moreover, even if she wished to treat Lu Shenxing, he would not trust her. The following day, Song Mingyi awoke to find a strikingly handsome face before her. His cold gaze fixed upon her. The two were so close that their lips nearly brushed, their warm breasts intertwining in a tender yet restrained embrace. She felt as if she were an octopus entwined around him, their positions undeniably intimate. The atmosphere brimmed with palpable tension. Have you had enough? the man inquired. Startled by his words, Song Mingyi bolted from his arms in a flurry, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. It was unintentional, I simply lost control while asleep. Lu Shenxing scoffed, you lost control and ended up in my embrace, but not in your actions? That's impossible. I sleep quite properly. Lu Shenxing raised an eyebrow, twirling a lock of hair at his chest. Properly? Song Mingyi hesitated. He continued, Song Mingyi, you saved Lu Yimo. I allow you to seek refuge in the Lu family as Mrs. Lu, but that does not grant you the liberty to act as you please or to be improper. Improper? Song Mingyi nearly choked on her own words. I'm not that desperate. Lu Shenxing's gaze flicked to her disheveled nightgown, where her hand had just rested. Shall I count how many times you touched me? Embarrassment washed over Song Mingyi. She couldn't entirely blame herself, his chiseled physique was simply irresistible. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door was rapped upon, prompting Song Mingyi to leap from the bed. I'll get the door. Upon opening it, she found Aunt Qian beaming at her. Good morning, Mrs. Lu. Madam wishes to have breakfast together at the main residence. As Aunt Qian spoke, she peered into the room. Lu Shenxing leaned against the headboard, leisurely fastening the buttons of his nightgown. Aunt Qian's excitement surged. Mrs. Lu, don't rush. Take your time, I'll attend to the eldest master first and inform Madam. With that, she hurriedly departed. Returning to the bedroom, Song Mingyi observed Lu Shenxing using his arm to brace himself, attempting to transfer into his wheelchair. Let me help you, she offered. No need. Oh. Song Mingyi stood by, watching. Lu Shenxing's condition had deteriorated a year ago, and after being in a coma for over a month, his arms lacked the strength to support him. Before he could transfer to the wheelchair, he collapsed to the floor. His expression darkened, a surge of anger rising from the helplessness he felt. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands grasped his arm. Though they appeared fragile, her strength was sufficient to assist him, stabilizing him as he settled into the wheelchair. Admitting temporary weakness due to illness does not diminish your strength, Song Mingyi reassured him. Lu Shenxing lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with intensity. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. I'm merely offering comfort, there's no ulterior motive. You needn't worry, Mr. Lu. Her sincerity was palpable, almost as if she were swearing an oath. Lu Shenxing scrutinized her. So, you're taking the virtuous path now? Truly cunning. Song Mingyi felt exasperated. Who could enlighten her on how to treat her paranoia? Clearly, her acupuncture skills were futile in this regard. Lu Shenxing huffed, tilting his chin. Assist me with my morning routine. After tending to him, Song Mingyi wheeled him downstairs. Upon entering the living room, she found Aunt Qian animatedly conversing with Madame Lu. The nightgown was just donned, one can only imagine how thrilling last night must have been. With Mrs. Lu's beauty, even I, a woman, feel a pang of sympathy, let alone the eldest master. Madam, this is truly a good sign, perhaps one day the eldest master will be invigorated. Would that day ever come? Madame Lu's expression was laced with worry. Dr. Xia mentioned that only upon finding Ji Qi Huang will there be hope. Surely there will be. The eldest master is a remarkably intelligent and talented individual, he cannot possibly be worse than a beast. As Song Mingyi descended the stairs, she overheard Aunt Qian's words, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She had already sensed Aunt Qian's knowing gaze, she hadn't anticipated such vivid imaginations. Glancing at Lu Shenxing, she found him sitting in his wheelchair, his expression composed, as though he had heard nothing. Very well, perhaps it was her own lack of subtlety. Regaining her composure, Song Mingyi acted as if she had heard nothing. Chapter 10, Do you wish to betray me? Madame Lu observed as Song Mingyi personally assisted Lu Shenxing down, her face adorned with a benevolent smile. Mingyi, you have truly exerted yourself. Come, take this pair of earrings and wear them. In the presence of Madame Lu's earnest encouragement, Song Mingyi felt that the earrings were almost too hot to handle. Upon arriving at the main residence, they found old Master Lu and the members of the second household already gathered. Second Aunt Yang Chunhua, dressed in opulence, remarked upon their late arrival. It seems that once the sun wakes up, everything changes. Look, you arrived even later than the old master, what grand airs you put on." Madame Lu replied with a hint of indifference, "Sister-in-law, how can you say such things? With father here, how can we juniors presume to exhibit airs? Unlike you. They say our Lu family will depend on you in the future." Yang Chuanhua's expression shifted dramatically. She recognized the veiled criticism in Madame Lu's words. How could the esteemed Lu family rely on a single woman? What would become of the family and the old master? "Sister-in-law, how can you speak so? I merely pity the old master, who, at his age, waits in hunger for us juniors. If you believe I am being too talkative, I shall keep silent." Madame Lu quickly lowered her head in apology. "Father, I am truly sorry, it was we who were late. Enough of this morning clamor, shall we not eat?" Old Master Lu interjected, causing Yang Chanhua to relent. She rose to serve the old master, exuding an air that would make one believe she was the true matriarch of the Lu family. Madame Lu's expression dimmed. "Please, have some soup and eat well, Mr. Lu. Shenxing will be at ease." Upon hearing Song Mingyi mention Lu Shenxing, Madame Lu's spirit lightened. Indeed, her son had awakened. And the main household was no longer merely a widow and her orphan child. Yang Chuanhua's demeanor also shifted. They understood better than anyone the significance of Lu Shenxing's character. Soon, the relatives of the Lu family began to flatter Lu Shenxing. He, however, paid them no heed, instead calling out, "Grandfather, I apologize for causing you worry. It is my unfilial behavior. Knowing your misdeeds is one thing, but if you continue to act foolishly, I shall cast you out of this family. Do you understand?" After breakfast, old Master Lu summoned Lu Shenxing into his study, while Madame Lu found herself encircled by relatives who had little regard for her. Owing to her status as a mere lucky charm bride brought into the Lu family. As Song Mingyi prepared to return to the main residence of King Suiwan, she was intercepted by Lu Jingfan. Looking at his overly made-up face brought a wave of distaste to her heart. "Cousin," she greeted coolly. "Sister-in-law. There is no need for such formality, we are family, so let us be more casual." Song Mingyi merely nodded and turned to leave. "Do not go. Your cold demeanor wounds me deeply," Lu Jingfan protested, attempting to grab her arm, but she deftly evaded him. Song Mingyi's eyes turned icy. "Lu Jingfan. If you dare to touch me again, do not blame me for being rude. Sister-in-law, your indifference truly hurts my feelings. I am the only one in the Lu family who cares for you," he continued, but she remained silent, raising an eyebrow. Lu Jingfan pressed on, "Today, you witnessed my cousin's authority. If you do not devise a plan, you will find no place in the Lu family. And so? My cousin's health, as you must have heard from Dr. Xia, is precarious. He will become incapacitated. Lu Yimo is his only bloodline, and as long as he is attached to you, if you find an opportunity to have him abducted or even killed, we could then have another child. Grandfather values the Lu bloodline, even in anger. He would protect the child." Song Mingyi's expression darkened abruptly, and she raised her voice. "Lu Shenxing, did you hear that? Your cousin intends to harm Yimo and then wishes for me to bear him another child." Lu Jingfan chuckled. "Sister, such a lowly scheme is beneath you, once is enough. I am not foolish enough to fall for it again. You should simply yield to me." "Yield to you? Should I yield to you both?" "No need for that. Who would covet you?" Lu Jingfan waved dismissively, but soon realized the implications of his words, his expression freezing. Hearing a voice, Lu Jingfan slowly turned, his countenance shifting to one of sycophancy. "Be brother, why are you alone? If you need assistance with your wheelchair, allow me the chance to show filial piety." "A chance for filial piety? To kill my son and then place a green hat on me?" Lu Jingfan chuckled nervously. "Brother, you misunderstand. I was merely joking, yes. Just joking." "Is that so? I find it far from amusing." "Mingyi, do you find this amusing?" Song Mingyi was taken aback by Lu Shenxing's intimate address. Momentarily stunned as his gaze swept over her, light yet laden with malice. "It is not amusing, not in the slightest. Those who utter such words deserve punishment. At the very least, they should be stripped of their tools for wrongdoing." She fixed her gaze on Lu Jingfan's legs. Instinctively, Lu Jingfan covered his lap, nearly wetting himself in fear. "Brother, sister-in-law, I must take my leave." His pallor resembled that of a ghost. "How audacious! A coward like you dares to plot such heinous deeds?" Are you not tempted? Tempted by what? To eliminate Yimo, then bear Lu Jingfan's child. Thus gaining control of the Lu family and becoming a figure of reverence. Song Mingyi replied, when I was born, my mother did not neglect me. Noticing Lu Shenxing's confusion, she sincerely added, I am not foolish. Setting aside the impracticality of Lu Jingfan's plan, even if old Master Lu were to lose his senses, he would only safeguard the child, leaving the mother behind. Furthermore, I have a deep affection for Lu Yimo. Lu Shenxing chuckled, clearly unconvinced, and dialed a number, instructing. Make sure Lu Jingfan comes to his senses. Not long after Song Mingyi arrived at King's Wuan, she overheard the servants gossiping. Has the second young master lost his mind? Swimming naked in the lake in broad daylight is quite scandalous. Indeed, the old master is furious and has ordered the second young master to come up. Yet he claims the water is refreshing and prefers to stay. Song Mingyi paused for a moment before ascending the stairs. Chapter 11. In a public display of affection. Song Mingyi leapt into Lu Shenxing's embrace. Having just emerged from prison, it seemed unlikely she would return there again. The work she had been managing covertly now required her personal attention. However, she found herself ensnared in the role of a bride meant to bring joy. Constrained by the Lu family. In the midst of her bustling day, she descended the stairs a bit later than usual for lunch. Only to hear Xiaomin attempting to coax Lu Yimo. Young master, this is a new dish prepared by the kitchen, it's especially delicious, you must try it. I don't want to eat, I want milk. You only had milk this morning. If this continues, you will become malnourished. Xiaomin was quite worried. Yet Lu Yimo paid her no mind, engrossed in playing with his Rubik's Cube. Suddenly, upon noticing Song Mingyi coming down, his eyes sparkled with delight. He sprang from the sofa and rushed toward her, exclaiming, Mummy. Song Mingyi allowed Lu Yimo to embrace her. It's noon, did you eat well? Yes. Lu Yimo replied loudly. However, when he noticed Xiaomin about to speak, his gaze shifted. Lu Yimo bore a striking resemblance to Lu Shenxing, and even at a tender age. His presence was formidable. A mere glance from him caused Xiaomin's heart to constrict. Good. But I haven't eaten yet. I wish to go to the kitchen and prepare something. Could you assist me there? Without hesitation, Lu Yimo agreed. Together, they ventured into the kitchen. Initially, the chef appeared flustered at the prospect of Song Mingyi bringing Lu Yimo to cook. That's not advisable. What if young master gets hurt? Do not worry. I will watch him closely. Rest assured, I will be exceptionally careful, Lu Yimo added, taking the initiative to prepare ingredients just as Song Mingyi had shown him. Impressively adept for his age. Song Mingyi praised, You're doing remarkably well, Yimo. You're very clever. Lu Yimo's face lit up, his large eyes sparkling with joy. Observing his complexion, which indicated a weak stomach and lack of appetite, she decided to make a 4-herb soup and a few light dishes. Come. Eat and savor the fruits of our labor. Xiaomin, attending nearby, shook her head subtly. The young mistress was wasting her efforts. She had previously tried numerous methods to encourage the young master to eat. Then, Lu Yimo took a generous sip of the porridge. Wow, this is delicious. Mummy. Your cooking is extraordinary. It's because Yimo helped. Next time, may I assist again? Of course. The mere promise made Lu Yimo's every hair stand on end with excitement. Just then, Madame Lu hurried back with Aunt Qian. Yimo, Grandma has come to dine with you. Before she could finish, her expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. She beheld Lu Yimo, who typically shunned food, seated at the dining table, happily eating. Upon noticing Madame Lu, Lu Yimo greeted her and said, Mummy made me 4-herb soup and many dishes, they're exceptionally delicious. He then took a large bite of eggplant. Madame Lu surveyed the table. Well aware of the nourishing properties of the dishes Song Mingyi had prepared, her demeanor softened instantly. Mingyi, you are thoughtful. Song Mingyi replied respectfully, it is my duty. Madame Lu's satisfaction deepened, and she suddenly inquired, did you major in fashion design at university? Yes. Have you considered seeking employment? If you wish, I can arrange a position for you in the Lu design department. If you prefer otherwise. I would like that, Song Mingyi interjected earnestly, looking at Madame Lu. Thank you. It is merely a matter of words, but as a newcomer, your initial position may not be very high, be prepared for that. I understand you have my best interests at heart. Madame Lu was thoroughly pleased with Song Mingyi's attitude. Her efficiency was remarkable, and soon, Song Mingyi's position was arranged. The following day, she reported to Lu Corporation. Knowing her marriage to Lu Shenxing would not last long, she decided to avoid unnecessary complications. She instructed the family driver to drop her off a block away, opting to walk to the company. Upon arriving, she was greeted by a throng of Lu Corporation executives lining the entrance. President Lu is about to arrive, everyone, be prepared. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a long convoy of cars approached, halting at the entrance. Shortly after, a black Bugatti Veyron opened, and Yanjing swiftly descended to position a wheelchair. Lu Shenxing, using his arm for support, settled into the chair. Unlike previous occasions where he had stumbled, he appeared quite steady now. Though confined to a wheelchair due to his legs, he emanated a commanding presence. Some of the young women at Lu Corporation could not suppress their excitement, whispering praises about how handsome he looked, even in a wheelchair. However, Song Mingyi's brow furrowed. Although he was awake, she had previously checked his pulse and knew his condition was far from optimistic. It was unwise for him to exert himself managing such a vast enterprise. Logically, his physician should have cautioned him, but his insistence suggested he was courting danger. As the saying goes, it is difficult to dissuade someone intent on self-destruction, and she had no desire to meddle. With an air of indifference, she prepared to head towards the design department when suddenly, a forceful shove from behind sent her lurching forward, landing squarely in Lu Shenxing's lap. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in shock, and the accompanying bodyguards immediately surrounded them, as if any slight movement from Song Mingyi could cost her life. It's a misunderstanding. I am an employee of Lu Corporation, she attempted to explain, but a sharp pain shot through her scalp as she was yanked back. Her face pressed against the man's abdomen once more. What are you doing? Lu Shenxing's handsome face darkened, his voice emanating as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Forgive me. Your zipper caught my hair. I will fix it shortly. As she tugged desperately, her panic only caused her hair to tangle further. Each effort resulted in her delicate features rubbing against him. Veins bulged on Lu Shenxing's forehead, his expression darkening as he hissed, "Foolish woman, do not move." Song Mingyi halted abruptly, acutely aware of his reaction, one that suggested he was not entirely displeased. In the next moment, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. For she had never encountered such an embarrassing predicament. As thoughts of forcibly dislodging Lu Shenxing's pants crossed her mind, her waist was suddenly gripped. Just as she contemplated resistance, Lu Shenxing threatened, "If you wish to perish, continue moving." Indeed, her movement ceased, and in a peculiar position, she found herself in his embrace as he carried her away. Chapter 12, Call me Mrs. Lu. In the office, Lu Shenxing took a pair of scissors and mercilessly snipped off Song Mingyi's hair. Startled, she jumped up, covering the patch of scalp that had become exposed. Her gaze involuntarily flickered towards the man's groin, where strands of her black hair were caught in the zipper. The man's reaction lingered, a stark reminder of his enduring prowess. Have you seen enough? Lu Shenxing's voice sliced through the air, cold and chilling. Song Mingyi jolted back to reality, quickly averting her gaze. My apologies, I should take my leave. Stop. Lu Shenxing called after her. What is your purpose for coming to Lu's today? Under Lu Shenxing's piercing gaze, which seemed to dissect her very being, Song Mingyi realized that she was being perceived as a woman with ulterior motives. She quickly replied, I came to work. My mother arranged a position for me in the design department, and I didn't expect to run into you. Run into me? Do you truly expect me to believe such a tale? You can believe it or not, just look into my sincere eyes, Song Mingyi said, blinking innocently to project her harmlessness. Lu Shenxing scoffed, making it clear he was not convinced in the slightest. Facing his scrutinizing stare, Song Mingyi took a deep breath and stated earnestly, Mr. Lu, you needn't worry excessively. After all, it is widely known that you have an ailment. If I had other intentions, I certainly would not resort to such measures today. It would be far more beneficial for me to seek a child through legitimate means. Lu Shenxing's expression darkened dangerously. Seek a child through legitimate means? His temples pulsed with tension as he pointed towards the door. Now, disappear from my sight. Understood. Song Mingyi replied, leaning against the wall and contemplating Lu Shenxing's cold yet probing gaze. She silently resolved to find a child swiftly and leave the Lu household. This Lu Shenxing was far too formidable. If she lingered too long, all her secrets might be laid bare. At that moment, her phone rang. An incoming call from the design department. Rushing to the manager's office, she found a young woman in her 20s, impeccably made up and stylishly dressed, seated behind the desk. "Hello, Manager Zheng, I am Song Mingyi, the new recruit reporting for duty today. Here is my information," she greeted politely, placing her resume on the table. Jing Wanru appeared oblivious to Song Mingyi's presence, engrossed in instructing her assistant. Song Mingyi stood quietly for half an hour until Jing Wanru finally looked up. "Who are you? How did you enter my office?" Jing Wanru asked, her brow furrowed. "I am the new employee in the design department." "This is my information," Song Mingyi replied, unperturbed. Jing Wanru snatched the resume, scanning it before her complexion shifted dramatically. She slammed the document onto Song Mingyi, exclaiming, "Who allowed her to join? A high school dropout and a convict, what gives her the right to be in Lu's design department? Have the HR department lost their minds?" The impact of the resume startled Song Mingyi, scattering her papers across the floor. Jing Wanru rose, stepping on the pristine sheets of paper, crushing them beneath her heel. "Manager Jing, please calm down. She was personally arranged by Mrs. Lu through a call to HR. Even if she were a criminal, we must accept her into the design department," Assistant Wang interjected hastily. Song Mingyi maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the assistant's mockery. "If Manager Jing has no further business, I shall return to my workstation." As she turned to leave, Jing Wanru stepped forward aggressively. "Song Mingyi, do not think that being the new bride of Brother Shenxing gives you free rein in the design department. Indeed? What is your attitude? Do you think so little of me as your superior?" Jing Wanru's fury surged as she recalled how Song Mingyi had become the object of her envy. Marrying the man she coveted and daring to flirt with him publicly. In a fit of rage, she raised her hand to strike Song Mingyi. In a swift motion, Song Mingyi seized Jing Wanru's wrist, her gaze turning icy as an imposing aura emanated from her, like a mountain pressing down on Jing Wanru. Instinctively, Jing Wanru recoiled until her back collided with the desk, the sharp pain reminding her that she had just flinched before Song Mingyi. "You dare to defy me? I see you wish to be thrown out." Jing Wanru glared at her in fury. "Defy you?" Song Mingyi chuckled, suddenly inquiring, "What did you just call me?" "Song Mingyi. A convict who has served time," Jing Wanru responded reflexively. Song Mingyi shook her finger. "Incorrect. You just referred to me as Lu Shenxing's new bride. And so what? Are you proud of that? Perhaps. At the very least, when you see me, you ought to address me as Mrs. Lu or the CEO's wife." "Never." Jing Wanru gritted her teeth, refusing to entertain the idea of calling such a woman by that title. "Whether you wish it or not, it changes nothing. My employee badge," Song Mingyi declared, glancing at Assistant Wang. Assistant Wang felt a rush of anxiety, and by the time he realized it, he had already handed over the badge. "Thank you," Song Mingyi said, taking it and walking away. Fuming, Jing Wanru turned on Assistant Wang. "What are you doing? Who authorized you to give her the badge? Do you also think so little of me?" Feeling ashamed, Assistant Wang explained, "Manager, I simply thought that since she is Mrs. Lu, it would be unwise to confront her directly. If things escalated, it could reflect poorly on you and us." Hearing the last remark, Jing Wanru's anger diminished somewhat. And reason returned. "You have a point. However, if Song Mingyi's reputation is tarnished, no matter her connections, she cannot shield herself." As she spoke, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. In the design department, as Song Mingyi settled at her workstation, a loud bang startled her. A stack of documents landed on her desk, scattering everywhere due to Assistant Miao Yu's lack of care. "Sort these documents quickly and have them on my desk by tomorrow. If you delay anything important, you'll be in trouble," Miao Yu ordered haughtily. Song Mingyi glanced at the documents, noting they were outdated records from years past. With such a colossal pile, it was evident that it would be impossible to complete the task in one night. "Wait a moment. What now?" Miao Yu snapped, impatiently halting. "You're not going to tell me that while you excel at seducing men, you can't handle organizing these files?" Pick up the documents, Song Mingyi instructed. Chapter 13, Is it not enough to beat you? What did you say? Miaoyu exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. The incredulous gazes of her colleagues only added to the weight of the situation. Miaoyu had always been Manager Zheng's trusted confidant. A seasoned designer with considerable prestige in the design department. It was imperative not to offend her, especially for anyone new to the department. With President Lu having returned to work, it was only a matter of time before he visited the design department and encountered the disarray of documents scattered about. At that point, it would be Miaoyu who had to explain herself. You dare to threaten me? Song Mingyi merely smiled, remaining silent. Miaoyu was nearly bursting with rage, yet she dared not escalate the situation. With Lu Shenxing back, the atmosphere at Lu's group was taut with tension. She could only crouch down and gather the scattered files. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Miaoyu felt utterly humiliated. Gritting her teeth, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for Song Mingyi. However, recalling Assistant Wang's words soothed her somewhat. Daring to offend Manager Zheng would ultimately render her unable to remain in Lu's design department for long. Then she would relish the opportunity to retaliate. There were simply too many documents. Song Mingyi buried herself in sorting them out until the end of the workday. Having only managed to organize a small fraction of them while her colleagues departed. Stretching her body, she prepared to tidy her belongings and leave when her phone rang. Upon seeing the illuminated number on her screen, she froze momentarily, her expression dazed. After a brief pause, she answered. Song Xiaoyi. The booming voice of Mu Xiaowan erupted through the phone. I command you to appear before me in half an hour, or bear the consequences. In the CAF. As soon as Song Mingyi stepped inside, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Song Xiaoyi, what are you doing? It's been so long since you came out. And you didn't even take the initiative to see me. Are you trying to practice your skills? Song Mingyi retrieved a silver needle. I suppose that's not out of the question. Ah. Mu Xiaowan shrieked, instantly pushing away from Song Mingyi to cling to a nearby pillar. Speak properly. What else with the needles? I'm not some martial arts character. Isn't this what you requested? Song Mingyi chuckled as she tucked the silver needle away. I'm not scared. Mu Xiaowan insisted defiantly before once again wrapping her arms around Song Mingyi. Welcome back. Reflecting on the past 5 years, during which Mu Xiaowan had steadfastly visited her on every prison visitation day, a wave of warmth surged within Song Mingyi. By the way, what is the truth behind your marriage to Lu Shenxing? It can't be real, right? Song Mingyi shook her head. It's genuine, we have indeed registered our marriage. Mu Xiaowan immediately panicked, pulling a bank card from her wallet and thrusting it into Song Mingyi's hands. This card holds 5 million, the password is your birthday. Take the money, and I'll have my cousin arrange for you to escape the country. The grasp of the Lu family 1T reached beyond these borders. As Mu Xiaowan spoke, she dragged Song Mingyi towards the exit, as if wishing to bestow wings upon her so she could flee from Haiqing at once. As a native of Haiqing, she had heard plenty about the notorious Lu family. They were the kind of figures that could silence a child's cries. Being associated with such a man was no longer a matter of happiness but rather a question of survival. Calm down, Wan. Hear me out, Song Mingyi implored. What is there to discuss? I warn you, do not dare express any reluctance towards the heartless Song family. Mu Xiaowan's fists clenched, as if ready to strike should Song Mingyi mention any fondness for them. I have severed ties with the Song family. My decision to stay is rooted in my agreement with Lu Shenxing. We will only remain married for 3 months. Once that period passes, I will initiate divorce proceedings. And I shall be completely free. Mu Xiaowan perked up. Really? Just 3 months, and Lu Shenxing will grant you your freedom? Absolutely. Song Mingyi sighed. I am merely a convict who has spent 5 years in prison. Were it not for my fate capturing the interest of old man Lu Shenxing wouldn't even have glanced in my direction. That's not true. You are innocent, the true criminal is Song Qingwei. Mu Xiaowan's anger flared as thoughts of 5 years ago surfaced, revealing an unspeakable family dynamic. It's all in the past. Let's not dwell on them. It's bad luck. Come, let us go to the mall and splurge. There are so many new pieces from Xijia that are simply breathtaking. Song Mingyi was taken aback. You like Xijia's clothes? Of course. My favorite is still Yuxi's creations, you have no idea how exquisite they are. Mu Xiaowan gushed, dragging Song Mingyi upstairs in a frenzy, barely allowing her a moment to respond. This one, and this one. Hurry and try them on. Mu Xiaowan hurriedly selected several garments, stuffing them into Song Mingyi's arms. Glancing at the familiar clothing, Song Mingyi's lips twitched. Wan, I can't wear these. If you can't wear them, simply let them be. Who says clothes must be worn upon purchase? The joy of buying is sufficient. Mu Xiaowan declared extravagantly, shoving Song Mingyi into the fitting room. When Song Mingyi emerged wearing the clothes, all eyes in the store were drawn to her. Wow, stunning! Mu Xiaowan exclaimed, circling around her. Hurry and try on more. No need to try. Song Mingyi began, but a familiar voice interrupted from behind. Song Mingyi, you're here too? I thought the scent of something rotten was wafting through Xijia today. Song Yuyao waved her hand, her face twisted in disgust. Manager Zhang, what's going on? How did a scoundrel like her get in here? Song Mingyi glanced over to see Song Yuyao and her friend Bai Yuyu being warmly welcomed by the manager. Her expression instantly turned cold. Song Yuyao, did I not teach you enough of a lesson the last time we met at the Song family residence? You. Hearing Song Mingyi's reminder of that day, Song Yuyao's face paled, but she quickly regained her composure, sneering. You, a convict, dare to shop here? If you damage anything, you won't be able to compensate for it. Manager Zhang, you must be cautious, if something unfortunate happens, you'll be the one to suffer. Manager Zhang's expression soured immediately as he stepped forward, saying, Madam, you do not fit our brand's image. You are not our customer. Please remove the clothing you are wearing at once. Bai Yuyu fiddled with her freshly manicured nails. I wouldn't want anything she's touched, it's soiled and unlucky. Honestly, these days anyone dares to step into Xijia, wearing Ying CS designs, without a clue of who they are. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang's expression darkened further. The garments Song Mingyi had tried on were originally intended for Bai Yuyu, and now that order was void. He promptly summoned a sales associate. Accompany this lady to the fitting room to change, ensure she does not damage our clothing. Also, make sure to remember her face, this pest is not welcome here again. Lest she tarnish Xijia's reputation. Chapter 14, Expelling Song Yuyao. Bai Yuyu chuckled, someone is about to be kicked out, I must capture this moment for everyone to see. Mu Xiaowan, infuriated, positioned herself protectively in front of Song Mingyi, declaring, I dare anyone to lay a finger on Song Mingyi. Song Yuyao furrowed her brow, Mu Xiaowan. As a distinguished young lady of the Mu family, why do you associate yourself with someone like Song Mingyi? Birds of a feather flock together. Perhaps your fondness for her stems from a desire to tread the same path. She continued to mock Mu Xiaowan, suggesting that her admiration for Song Mingyi was merely opportunistic. Given the connections she held. The taunts exchanged between Song Yuyao and Bai Yuyu incited Mu Xiaowan's ire. Pointing at Bai Yuyu, she retorted, you are absolutely right. You and Song Yuyao indeed belong to the same wretched ilk. Yet, I must admit, you are the lesser of two evils, as at least your malice is transparent. Unlike Song Yuyao, who uses you as a pawn while basking in the glory of her reputation. Look at the state of your own name now. Frustrated with Song Yuyao's facade of virtue, Mu Xiaowan could no longer hold back. Meanwhile, Bai Yuyu's expression shifted, filled with skepticism. Song Yuyao hastily defended herself. You know how I treat you, Yuyu. Do not let Mu Xiaowan sow discord, she is simply deranged. I intend to capture this scene for posterity, she added. To later show to Bai Yuyu's boyfriend, revealing her unpredictable nature. Who knows when she might cross the line, resulting in utter embarrassment. Song Yuyao nodded in agreement, indeed. Some individuals seem intent on self-destruction without considering the repercussions for their families. Manager Zhang, you must bear witness. Rest assured. I am more than willing to assist in safeguarding future victims, came the reply. As the group continued their derision of Mu Xiaowan, Song Mingyi's expression grew increasingly frigid. Her gaze resembling frost-laden ice. You are indeed correct, not everyone can enter C. The works of Yin Si are not meant for just anyone. And I shall ensure that Song Yuyao and Bai Yuyu are blacklisted from ever entering again. What did she just say? Bai Yuyu laughed. That is undoubtedly the most ludicrous joke I have heard this year. Song Yuyao tugged at Bai Yuyu's sleeve. Perhaps it is not a joke, but rather a new skill Song Mingyi has acquired in prison. Haha. Despite having never witnessed Song Mingyi boast with such flair, Mu Xiaowan urged. If you are afraid, you should quickly apologize. Afraid? We are truly terrified. Bai Yuyu mocked. Pray tell, when do you plan to expel us and blacklist us? Very soon. Song Mingyi replied, shaking her phone. You truly are an excellent actress, Song Yuyao remarked, utterly exasperated. She turned to manager Zhang. What are you waiting for? Do you wish for us to share space with such peculiar individuals? If so, we shall take our leave. Manager Zhang, now visibly anxious, turned to Song Mingyi with a harsh demeanor. Miss, how long do you intend to linger in our establishment? Surely, you do not expect me to escort you out personally? Who are you expelling? A commanding voice cut through the tension, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. A middle-aged man, donned in a sharp suit radiating authority, entered, flanked by assistants and security personnel. Seeing this, Manager Zhang rushed forward, offering a slight bow. General Manager Ren, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Ren Suhai, the general manager of C, a figure whom Zhang held in high regard. Miss Song. Ren Suhai said respectfully as he approached Song Mingyi, it is an honor to meet you today. With a slight nod, Song Mingyi replied coolly, please resolve the issue. Of course, Ren Suhai promptly affirmed, signaling to the security team, clear the area, remove all unrelated individuals immediately. Upon receiving the order, security personnel positioned themselves before Song Yuyao and Bai Yuyu, stating, please leave. Song Yuyao's expression shifted instantly, while Bai Yuyu shouted, I am Bai's eldest daughter. A VIP customer of C. You cannot possibly expel me without consequence. With an air of arrogance, Bai Yuyu proclaimed her lineage, but Ren Suhai remained undeterred. You must both vacate at once. As for your VIP status, it will soon be revoked. C will refund your previous purchases, and all items must be returned. Henceforth, I hope neither of you will adorn yourselves in any creations from C in public, or we shall be compelled to engage our legal team. His tone was resolute, causing both Bai Yuyu and Song Yuyao's expressions to falter. They attempted to protest, but security was already ushering them out forcefully. In the bustling mall, the spectacle of their expulsion did not go unnoticed, quickly becoming the talk of the crowd. Embarrassment cloaked them as they left, exchanging blame and covering their faces. Inside the store, Manager Zhang, visibly uneasy, addressed Ren Suhai, General Manager, are you certain that Song Mingyi is the right target? She appears to be a criminal. Silence. Leave immediately. Ren commanded, where should I go? Zhang stammered. Home. You are fired. Once the chaos subsided, Ren Suhai returned to Song Mingyi, Miss Song. I apologize for your unpleasant experience. At that moment, Mu Xiaowan emerged from the store, laden with bags, her expression a mix of astonishment and confusion. Song Mingyi. What just transpired? Why is the general manager treating us with such deference? I am the owner of C, Song Mingyi replied calmly. Mu Xiaowan reached out, feeling Song Mingyi's forehead. You are not feverish, so why speak such nonsense? I am not speaking nonsense. Truly. Alright, truly. You are the owner of C. I mean C. Together, we are an unstoppable force. Song Mingyi remained skeptical. Suddenly, Mu Xiaowan's phone buzzed. It was the family steward calling. Miss. You must return home swiftly, the madam has taken the young master back, and that woman has come knocking. What young master? What woman? The steward stumbled over his words. Just hurry home. Concerned, Mu Xiaowan excused herself from Song Mingyi and dashed away. Song Mingyi returned to the Lu family as well. Upon entering the living room, she was met with the warmth of a small figure. Lu Yimo gazed up with a cherubic face, his voice tinged with distress. Mama, why did you return so late? I thought you no longer wanted me. Chapter 15, attending to Lu Shenxing's bath. Song Mingyi's body stiffened momentarily, but upon gazing at Lu Yimo's adorable visage, her expression softened instantly. What nonsense are you talking about? I merely went shopping with my best friend. Best friend? Is that Yimo's godmother? In novels, it is often depicted that the female protagonist appoints her closest friend as the godmother of her child. Song Mingyi was at a loss for words. Indeed. She had previously agreed with Wanwan to become each other's children's godmothers, yet Yimo was not her child. However, she found herself unable to voice this truth, fearing that such words might cause Yimo to weep. As she realized her own thoughts, Song Mingyi found herself perplexed. 5 years of imprisonment had rendered her heart cold. Yet she felt an inexplicable tenderness towards this child. Lu Yimo. At that moment, a deep voice broke the silence. Turning her head, Song Mingyi saw Lu Shenxing being ushered in by Yanjing. "Mr. Lu," she greeted him. Lu Shenxing responded with a curt nod, his gaze shifting to Lu Yimo. "Come here. I won't go over. I want to stay with Mama." Lu Yimo clung to Song Mingyi like an octopus, his small face brimming with wariness. As if Lu Shenxing were not his father but a nefarious kidnapper. His voice was resolute. "Don't think you can separate me from Mama just because you're bigger than me. Dream on." Lu Shenxing's expression darkened upon observing his son's rebellious demeanor. "I'll say it once more, come here." Lu Yimo ignored him, tightening his grip on Song Mingyi's arm. "Mama, I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry." Song Mingyi immediately replied, "I'll go to the kitchen and prepare some food for you. It will be ready shortly. I'll help Mama so she doesn't have to work too hard." Lu Yimo was remarkably considerate and understanding. Song Mingyi couldn't help but ruffle his hair affectionately. Good boy. For dinner, Song Mingyi made stir-fried noodles with vegetables and pork. Given Lu Yimo's delicate stomach, she prepared easily digestible dishes. Carrying his utensils, Lu Yimo emerged from the kitchen. "Daddy, it's time to eat. Mama's cooking is especially delicious." He spoke with the enthusiasm of a little gourmand. "No need." Lu Shenxing's expression reflected indifference. As if the notion of winning a man's heart through his stomach was a foolish tactic. Lu Yimo nodded and returned to the dining room, exclaiming, "Mama. Daddy said he won't eat." His tone was exuberantly triumphant. "All right." Song Mingyi's voice remained calm as she served Lu Yimo. "Wow, it smells so good. Mama. Your noodles are delicious and chewy, and the stir-fried beef is exquisite. It's such a pity that Daddy isn't eating." Lu Yimo's voice resonated loudly. Lu Shenxing scoffed, not believing that his son could be so easily distracted by food. At that moment, Yanjing couldn't help but comment, "Madam's culinary skills are impressive. These dishes rival those of a professional chef." Lu Shenxing cast a sideways glance. "Have you been bribed by this woman?" Yanjing immediately lowered his head, behaving as though he were invisible. "Wow, this tomato fish fillet tastes amazing. Mama, I want to eat it again tomorrow." "All right." Song Mingyi's gaze softened as she tended to Lu Yimo during dinner. After the meal, she took Lu Yimo for a stroll in the garden. As they walked, Lu Shenxing could hardly believe his eyes. "Assistant Yan, did Song Mingyi just take Lu Yimo away?" "That appears to be the case," Yanjing replied cautiously. "Humph, crafty. Don't think I don't see through her ploy to capture my attention with such unusual behavior." What infuriated Lu Shenxing further was that aside from that one remark, Song Mingyi had not invited him again. Yanjing tentatively suggested, "Mr. Lu, you must be hungry, shall I have the kitchen prepare something for you?" "No need." Lu Shenxing's face remained stern as he commanded, "Take me back to my room." After spending some time in the garden with Lu Yimo, Song Mingyi had intended to return him to his room and perhaps stay there herself. Yimo was adorable and sweet, far more endearing than Lu Shenxing. However, her plans quickly unraveled when Aunt Qian appeared from nowhere, smiling brightly. "Madam, you've worked hard. Allow me to take care of the young master while you go see the elder young master." Song Mingyi replied, "Mr. Lu has returned with his assistant. He must be busy. The assistant has already left, the elder young master is alone in the room." "Madam, I'll keep an eye on you." Song Mingyi. "That's quite unnecessary." Just as she was about to say more, Aunt Qian had already taken Lu Yimo away. Upon returning to her room, Song Mingyi found Lu Shenxing engaged in a video conference, speaking flawless French with an enchanting eloquence. She stole a glance and then headed to the dressing room, where she was taken aback by the sight of the attire within. All the cotton sleepwear had been discarded, leaving only various lightweight garments. Song Mingyi, intrigued by the selection, thought Aunt Qian had quite the understanding of her needs. Deciding against overthinking, she slipped into a black nightgown and draped a shawl over her shoulders. As she stepped out of the dressing area, Lu Shenxing had just concluded his video call, several documents strewn across the floor. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the cover bore the words Jinglong Bei tender document, precisely what the Song family coveted. Bending down, she picked up the papers. As she did so, a glimmer flickered in Lu Shenxing's eyes. He was curious about her next move. Without hesitation, she approached him and placed the documents on his desk. These files are confidential. It would not be prudent for me to see their contents. Oh? Lu Shenxing raised an eyebrow. Why not? Isn't the Song family quite eager for them? Indeed, they are. Song Mingyi replied candidly. But what does that have to do with me? Lu Shenxing chuckled, you are rather astute. Now, go run a bath for me. Song Mingyi did not decline. After all, she had previously assisted Lu Shenxing with bathing, and the experience was not markedly different whether he was asleep or awake. Not markedly different? She would soon find herself proven wrong. Though the unconscious Lu Shenxing was alluring, he lacked the vibrancy of life, resembling a meticulously crafted doll. In contrast, the awake Lu Shenxing exuded an extraordinary elegance. Simply leaning against the bathtub evoked a sense of vivid allure. Song Mingyi felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing. She pinched her fingers to regain composure, mortified at the prospect of embarrassing herself. Observing her dazed expression, Lu Shenxing scoffed, Song Mingyi, your true intentions are finally revealed. I knew you harbored ulterior motives. Song Mingyi felt more wrong than ever. When have I ever had ill intentions? I was merely assisting you without even touching your skin. Are you hoping I remind you of how you took advantage of my unconsciousness to be so familiar with me? Chapter 16, the tension is palpable. Or perhaps I should remind you of the day I awoke to find you attempting to remove my trousers? Alternatively, should I present the surveillance footage of your headlong plunge into my embrace? A blush crept across Song Mingyi's cheeks, unable to withstand Lu Shenxing's unearthing of her past actions. Yet, observing the man's facetious demeanor, a sense of displeasure welled within her. With a delicate snort, she adopted an expression of utmost sincerity. Mr. Lu, I concede that I have indeed engaged in those behaviors, but they all stemmed from a profound affection for you. It is akin to the irresistible urge to caress a clever and comely canine. Lu Shenxing's countenance instantly darkened. Are you likening me to a dog? See, Mr. Lu. You misunderstand once more. I merely employ a simile, comparing you to a dog, Song Mingyi articulated with unwavering sincerity. Should any misunderstanding arise, it is entirely my fault. And I implore your utmost indulgence. Lu Shenxing scrutinized Song Mingyi, a smile gradually forming on his lips. A canine, you say? Song Mingyi. Is it your predilection to attire yourself so flamboyantly in the presence of a dog? His gaze swept over Song Mingyi's form. His lips parting to utter a single word, provocatively? Song Mingyi followed Lu Shenxing's gaze as it traversed her figure. It is passable, is it not? With only you and I present, there is little need for circumspection. The smile on Lu Shenxing's face faltered momentarily before he abruptly seized Song Mingyi's wrist, forcefully dragging her into the bathtub. Caught unawares, Song Mingyi found herself within Lu Shenxing's grasp. A fleeting moment of rigidity washed over her. An instinctive urge to resist arising within her. Yet, at the precipice of action, lucidity prevailed. I must not retaliate. Relaxing her body, Song Mingyi lifted her gaze to meet Lu Shenxing's. Mr. Lu, has the jest run its course? If so, release me. Lu Shenxing fixed his gaze upon Song Mingyi. You maintain such composure while pinned beneath a man. Song Mingyi offered a smile, her voice sincere. Primarily because Mr. Lu is worthy of trust. You are reminding me yet again, are you not? Song Mingyi, your intelligence is undeniable, yet you remain naive. A man possesses myriad methods to subjugate a woman. Lu Shenxing uttered, his voice laced with menace. Abruptly, he drew closer, his large hand clasping her waist, exerting a gentle force that rent the delicate fabric. Song Mingyi's expression shifted instantaneously. As she prepared to speak, her lips were silenced. Lu Shenxing was kissing her. Nay, this was no mere kiss, but a ravenous devouring. His gaze upon her as cold and predatory as a beast upon its quarry. Song Mingyi's body stiffened, every hair on her body standing on end. Unable to endure any longer, she braced herself to engage Lu Shenxing when he abruptly released her. In that moment of liberation, Song Mingyi surged from the bathtub. Her sodden nightgown clinging to her form like a second skin, accentuating her lithe figure. Seizing a nearby towel, she enveloped herself within its folds. "Mr. Lu. Should you require nothing further, I shall take my leave." Before the final syllable could escape her lips, Song Mingyi turned without hesitation. Lu Shenxing's gaze lingered upon Song Mingyi's retreating figure, his tongue tracing the trace of blood at the corner of his lips, his expression imbued with an indescribable wickedness. If his senses served him correctly, Song Mingyi had been poised to attack him. In other words, Song Mingyi was far from the frail, helpless creature she appeared to be. Yet, she was ostensibly a discarded daughter, abandoned by the Song family. Lu Shenxing retrieved his mobile phone and placed a call to Yi Wangchuan. "Investigate Song Mingyi. Has Song Mingyi's biography not been thoroughly examined?" "Insufficient. I require a meticulous account, down to the minutiae." He paused, adding, "Dispatch the covert division to conduct the inquiry." Yi Wangchuan was aghast. What had Song Mingyi done to warrant the deployment of the Imperial Guards by Lu Shenxing? Upon returning to the bedroom, Lu Shenxing discovered Song Mingyi already asleep. She lay on her side, her back to him, the comforter drawn from her chin to her toes. Adhering to a strict sense of propriety, Lu Shenxing observed her for an extended period before finally retiring to bed. Though husband and wife, the two occupants of the same bed maintained an unyielding demarcation, as if separated by an impassable chasm. In the dead of night, Song Mingyi was roused by a sound. A plaintive moan echoing in the stillness. Her eyes snapping open, she discerned that the sound emanated from her side. Hastily activating the bedside lamp, she observed Lu Shenxing clutching his stomach, his face ashen. "What is amiss?" Song Mingyi inquired with concern. "Nothing. It is a stomachache, is it not?" Song Mingyi scrutinized Lu Shenxing's countenance. "I shall retrieve medication for you." Donning a robe, Song Mingyi swiftly returned with the stomach remedy, cradling a steaming mug of milk. "It will soothe your stomach discomfort, but consume only half." "Thank you." As Lu Shenxing accepted the milk, his slender fingers enveloped her small hand. Song Mingyi's wrist recoiled, nearly causing her to spill the contents of the mug. Hastily retreating, Song Mingyi widened the distance between herself and Lu Shenxing. In the dead of night, with such pulchritude before her, Song Mingyi feared her resolve might waver, succumbing to the error that plagued women throughout history. She silently recited the Diamond Sutra, gradually regaining her composure. Having ingested the medication, Lu Shenxing's complexion improved markedly, alleviating Song Mingyi's anxiety. "As your stomach is sensitive, you must adhere to a regular eating schedule." Lu Shenxing's gaze remained fixed upon Song Mingyi. Was she not the root cause of his irregular meals? Song Mingyi was bewildered, unsure of the source of Lu Shenxing's erratic behavior. Yet, she reasoned that such eccentricities were commonplace among powerful CEOs. It would be peculiar if he did not manifest some form of CEO syndrome. "Well then, as you are well, I shall depart." "Stay," Lu Shenxing commanded. "Where do you intend to go?" "To the guest room." "Song Mingyi, are you acting deliberately, attempting to use my mother to compel me to share a bed with you?" Song Mingyi was perplexed, at a loss to comprehend how he had arrived at such a conclusion. "You misunderstand, truly. My sole intention is to avoid causing any further disturbance." Her sincerity was palpable, bordering on a sworn oath. "Humph," Lu Shenxing retorted, his skepticism evident. "To bed, extinguish the light, and sleep." "Very well," Song Mingyi acquiesced. Lu Shenxing cast a sidelong glance, observing Song Mingyi's demeanor, resembling that of a virtuous and obedient woman. "Song Mingyi." "Yes? I am unaware of your ultimate objective. But whatever it may be, do not involve Lu Yimo. He is but a child of 5. Song Mingyi furrowed her brow. "Do you suspect that my affection for Lu Yimo is motivated by a desire to exploit him? What other explanation is there?" The terse words struck Song Mingyi's heart like a frigid deluge. Indeed, Lu Yimo was the young master of the Lu family. Any display of affection towards him would inevitably arouse suspicion of ulterior motives. After a moment's pause, Song Mingyi heard her own voice. "I shall maintain a distance from Lu Yimo." The following morning, Aunt Qian arrived early to attend to the room. Upon noticing the slight swelling of Song Mingyi's lips, she exclaimed in surprise, her expression illuminated by a mixture of excitement and gossip. Your lips are bruised, it appears that things were quite intense. This was indeed a momentous occasion, indicating that even if the young master's physical abilities were wanting, his inner desires remained potent and virile. Chapter 17, The young master kissed his wife until her lips were bruised as she met Aunt Qian's gossipy gaze. Song Mingyi felt her scalp prickle. Aunt Qian. It's not what you think. Mr. Lu is just an accident. I understand. Aunt Qian, acting like she knew everything, took out her phone and snapped a couple of photos of Song Mingyi, quickly sending them to Madame Lu. Sharing such wonderful news with the madam would surely make her happy. Song Mingyi was speechless. She's still here? Does it have to be so blatant? Aunt Qian smiled sheepishly. Apologizing, madam, I'm just too happy, I couldn't help myself. It's okay. She didn't know what else to say. Young madam, you're so adorable. Aunt Qian praised her, just as she would praise Emo. Is the young master awake? Yes, he is. Good. Let's go assist the young master with his morning ablutions. Assisting the young master with his ablutions meant Aunt Qian standing by and supervising while he washed up. Young madam, when you're attending to the young master, be gentle. Don't bunch up so many towels in your fingers. And your gaze should be alluring, especially your waist. Make it supple. And if you can lean into the young master's arms, even better. Song Mingyi was indignant. Aunt Qian, are you sure this is just washing up? Even the hostesses in the private rooms are more subtle when they're trying to seduce their patrons. Of course it counts. I've been a servant for almost my entire life. I know how to take care of people. Hurry up. Aunt Qian urged her, practically pushing Song Mingyi into Lu Shenxing's arms. Aunt Qian. Lu Shenxing finally spoke. His voice deep. Song Mingyi is here to take care of me. You can go attend to other matters. Aunt Qian agreed, leaving with a hint of disappointment. But then, remembering the photos she had taken, she perked up and went to share them with Madame Lu. Madam, wonderful news, absolutely wonderful news. I went to assist the young master. And I saw him kissing the young madam so passionately that her lips were bruised. Aunt Qian was ecstatic. With such a lucky star like the young madam by his side, who knows when the young master will recover. And then the young madam can give you 7 or 8 grandchildren, so many that you'll be overwhelmed every day. Ha ha ha. Hearing the muffled sounds from the room, Song Mingyi's lips twitched. 7 or 8. Does she think I'm a sow giving birth? Song Mingyi took a deep breath. Mr. Lu, I'll help you wash up. She wrung out a towel to wipe Lu Shenxing's face, but he stopped her. I'll do it myself. Song Mingyi didn't insist, happy to have an easier time. When they were ready and came downstairs, breakfast was already set on the table. Lu Yimo sat properly on the living room sofa. When he saw Song Mingyi, he immediately stood up and said sweetly, "Good morning, Mommy." Song Mingyi was about to respond when she remembered Lu Shenxing's warning from last night. She withdrew her hand and gave a faint mmm. Suddenly, Lu Yimo grabbed her wrist, placed her hand on his head, and looked up with his adorable little face. Saying sweetly, "Mommy, you have to pat my head and tell me Yimo is a good boy, good morning." Song Mingyi couldn't resist and ruffled his hair. "Yimo, good morning." Lu Yimo smiled, looking content as if he had received the most precious treasure in the world. Lu Shenxing frowned but didn't say anything. Madame Lu watched the family of 3 walk over together, her gaze finally settling on the corner of Song Mingyi's lips. Her mind was racing with gossip. Wondering what kind of situation would cause her usually calm and collected son to lose control to the point of bruising someone's lips. However, Madame Lu was too embarrassed to ask about the young couple's private affairs. Lu Yimo, on the other hand, noticed and asked in confusion, "Mommy, what's wrong with your mouth?" "Nothing, a mosquito bit me." Lu Yimo frowned. "Grandma Qian, are the mosquitoes in our house so bold? We need to spray more insecticide. Those mosquitoes from yesterday can't be sprayed with insecticide, they're our family's treasure." Aunt Qian smiled suggestively. Lu Yimo was puzzled, wondering how mosquitoes could be considered treasures when they were so annoying. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Shenxing glanced over and said coldly, "Eat." Oh. After breakfast, Lu Yimo went to kindergarten, and Song Mingyi and Lu Shenxing were also going to work at Lu Corporation. Song Mingyi was preparing to drive herself to work when Madame Lu said, "Why waste the gas money? Let's go to work together." Then, without further ado, she was pushed into the car. Although Lu Shenxing didn't say anything, the temperature around him was low, clearly indicating his displeasure. Song Mingyi obediently shrank into a corner, making sure she didn't draw too much attention to herself. Lu Shenxing glanced at Song Mingyi's actions and snorted, acknowledging her self-awareness. He then closed his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, he heard Song Mingyi quietly say to the driver, "You can stop here." Lu Shenxing opened his eyes. "This is still 2 blocks away from Lu Corporation." "Yes." Song Mingyi said, "Getting out here means I'm less likely to be seen by my colleagues." After Song Mingyi finished speaking, she opened the car door and got out. As soon as she closed the door, she ran away like a startled rabbit. Lu Shenxing stared at Song Mingyi's retreating figure, somewhat taken aback. Did Song Mingyi really want to stay as far away from him as possible? Lu Shenxing should have been happy that Song Mingyi was so sensible, but for some reason, he felt a little annoyed. Realizing that Song Mingyi had stirred his thoughts, he frowned and turned his gaze away. "Drive." As soon as Song Mingyi entered the office, Miao Yu came at her aggressively. "Song Mingyi, where are the files I asked you to organize?" Song Mingyi replied, "They're already on your desk." "Those aren't organized files, they're clearly the original drafts." Song Mingyi was surprised. "How is that possible?" "Designer Miao, you have no right to speak without looking at them." Miao Yu blurted out. "There are so many files that you couldn't have organized them even if you didn't sleep all night, let alone since you left work on time yesterday." Song Mingyi's lips curled into a smile. "So Designer Miao knows that even if I didn't sleep, I couldn't have organized all those files. Is this how the design department at Lu Corporation welcomes new employees?" Miao Yu was speechless. She didn't dare to say anything, fearing that she would be the one in trouble if word got out. After sending Miao Yu away, Song Mingyi returned to her seat. As a newcomer, not only was she ignored, but she was also excessively idle, with no work assigned to her, as if she were being treated like an invisible person. Song Mingyi didn't panic at all, using this time to handle the work she had accumulated before. After another busy day in the design department, Song Mingyi was stopped by Jing Wanru as she was preparing to leave work. Jing Wanru stood in front of Song Mingyi, sizing her up as if she were some kind of merchandise. She raised her chin and said with an air of arrogance, "A family like the Lu's is no place for a criminal who relied on unorthodox methods like a marriage to ward off bad luck. Song Mingyi, if you know what's good for you, you'll leave on your own accord." Chapter 18, The Tyrant Syndrome Strikes Again. Apologies, I lack awareness. Song Mingyi's eyes brimmed with regret. "You." Jing Wanru inhaled deeply, "State your terms. As long as it is within my power, I shall acquiesce. You need not monopolize Shenhui. Do not become an indelible stain in his life." Song Mingyi stroked her chin, contemplating before responding, 10 billion, please. If you furnish me with 10 billion, I shall agree to divorce Lu Shenhui. 10 billion? Have you lost your senses? This is Lu Shenhui we are discussing. The position of the young mistress of the Lu family. My request for 10 billion is already quite modest. Manager Zheng, is it that you cannot afford this sum? Or do you deem Lu Shenhui not worth it? Song Mingyi scrutinized Jing Wanru with skepticism. Jing Wanru nearly lost her composure under Song Mingyi's gaze. Abruptly turning her attention to the figure behind her, "Shenhui, did you hear? This woman is willing to forsake your marriage for a mere 10 billion. Song Mingyi turned. And even upon seeing Lu Shenhui seated in his wheelchair behind her, she exhibited not an ounce of awkwardness. As if her earlier words were as banal as discussing the pleasant weather. Jing Wanru felt exhilarated, mentally berating Song Mingyi for her foolishness while maintaining a facade of composure. Jing Wanru declared, "Song Mingyi, you are profoundly disappointing. How fortunate you are to have a marriage with Shenhui, yet you dare to make such audacious demands." Song Mingyi raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance to Jing Wanru's accusation, and replied coolly, "You are forcing me to divorce my husband. What is wrong with wanting a little compensation? Furthermore, let me remind you once more, when I registered my marriage with Lu Shenhui, I did not sign a prenuptial agreement. In other words, he has earned every penny in half my name. Considering this, asking for 10 billion in exchange for a divorce is quite a loss on my part." Perhaps I should consult a lawyer to divide our marital assets. Jing Wanru's expression darkened. Shen Hui, did you hear her words? She is insatiable. And then? Lu Shenhui's eyes remained cold, his demeanor unyielding. Divorce her at once, such a woman is utterly unworthy of you. So, Manager Zheng, are you meddling in my marriage? Who gave you the audacity? Lu Shenhui's tone was indifferent, yet it bore the weight of a mountain, rendering Jing Wanru pale with fear as she gazed at him in trepidation. Lu Shenhui maneuvered his wheelchair to face Song Mingyi, lifting his gaze to meet hers. His voice low, let us go home. Mei Chem. Song Mingyi picked up her handbag, nodded to Jing Wanru, and followed Lu Shenhui out. Jing Wanru stood rooted in place, staring blankly as the two departed. It was only when the elevator doors closed with a resounding thud that she snapped back to reality, overwhelmed by a sense of humiliation. She had been reprimanded by Shenhui. This was all Song Mingyi's fault. Before her arrival, Shenhui had treated her with utmost kindness. She would not let Song Mingyi off so easily. As the elevator reached the basement, Song Mingyi prepared to leave. Lu Shenhui halted her. Where do you think you are going? Home, of course. Song Mingyi replied. Perplexed, what would it look like for a mere employee like me to share a vehicle with you, the tyrant? I must avoid any potential misunderstandings. Lu Shenhui was incredulous. He suspected that Song Mingyi harbored ulterior motives, perhaps seeking to capture his attention through this pretense. Lu Shenhui's voice turned frosty. Song Mingyi, it would be wise for you to remain in your lane. Song Mingyi? She realized that Lu Shenhui's tyrant syndrome had reared its head once more. After a moment of thought, Song Mingyi earnestly suggested, how about I arrange a time for you two to meet tomorrow? I guarantee there will be no witnesses to tarnish Manager Zheng's reputation. This way, Manager Zheng will no longer hold any grievances against me. Once more with the nonsense? The man's voice dripped with menace. Song Mingyi promptly fell silent. If Jing Wanru troubles you, do not endure it. She is the manager, my direct superior. What can I do? Song Mingyi would never admit that being a passive observer suited her just fine. Fine, I'll simply call the president's office. Lu Shenhui's gaze finally fell upon Song Mingyi. Are you attempting to leverage my authority? It's not that I wouldn't consider leaving with a sum of money. Song Mingyi asserted earnestly. Lu Shenhui's expression shifted to one of danger. Is 10 billion all I am worth in your eyes? Lu, please do not show such disdain for 10 billion. Should you realize you are only worth a mere 2 characters, it would be quite disheartening. However, considering Lu Shenhui's wealth, perhaps 10 billion is indeed a trivial amount. She stated sincerely, then why not provide me with some marital assets upon our divorce? Song Mingyi gazed at Lu Shenhui expectantly, anticipating his acquiescence. Lu Shenhui's face darkened, releasing her and coldly ordering, get out of the car, now. Thus, Song Mingyi was unceremoniously ousted from the vehicle. She clicked her tongue, finding his actions exceedingly ungentlemanly. Song Mingyi visited Ren Suhai, and by the time she returned to the Lu family estate, it was quite late. Aunt Qian greeted her immediately. Young mistress, your work must be exhausting. I have prepared rib soup in the kitchen, the fat has been skimmed off. So you needn't worry about gaining weight. Thank you, Aunt Qian. It is my duty. Aunt Qian bustled back with the soup. Young master was quite upset when he did not see you at dinner. He hardly touched his meal and is now attending an online class, surely still hungry. Young mistress, why not take a bowl of soup to the young master? As Song Mingyi was about to agree, she suddenly recalled Lu Shenhui's admonition from the previous night, and the words caught in her throat. You go ahead. I still have work to attend to. Song Mingyi handed the bowl to Aunt Qian. Thank you for the soup. After saying this, Song Mingyi hastily returned to her room. Aunt Qian observed Song Mingyi's hurried figure with some confusion. What work could be so urgent? She muttered to herself, remembering that Lu Yimo was still hungry, and hurried to the kitchen. This isn't food made by mommy. As soon as Lu Yimo tasted the food, his little brow furrowed. Aunt Qian, has my mother not returned yet? The young mistress is back, she simply has to work late tonight. So I took the initiative to go to the kitchen. Young master, please eat a little, otherwise, the young mistress will worry. Upon hearing this, Lu Yimo reluctantly consumed a small bowl of soup noodles. Once his class ended, Lu Yimo hurried upstairs to find Song Mingyi. Upon arrival, He found Aunt Xiaomin stationed at the door. Aunt Xiaomin, is mommy asleep? I wish to see her. Aunt Xiaomin apologetically replied, young master, the young mistress is already asleep. She instructed me to guard the door and not allow anyone in. So, does that mean mommy does not wish to see me tonight? Aunt Xiaomin looked apologetically at Lu Yimo, young master, perhaps you should wait until tomorrow to see the young mistress. Lu Yimo felt particularly disappointed but did not press further. Very well, I shall return tomorrow. With his head hung low, Lu Yimo departed, his silhouette appearing particularly forlorn. Chapter 19, Collecting interest. Xiao Min was filled with concern, wishing fervently to embrace Lu Yimo and lead him into the bedroom. Oh! How heart-wrenching it was for her little young master. You've worked so hard, it's best to return and rest. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted her thoughts. Xiao Min turned to see Song Mingyi standing at the door. Initially, she intended to inquire why Song Mingyi hadn't seen Lu Yimo if she wasn't asleep. But upon meeting her indifferent expression, words eluded her. In a trance, Xiao Min suddenly realized that the young mistress exuded an aura no less formidable than that of the eldest son. With a sense of reverence, she departed. Song Mingyi remained where Xiao Min had just stood, quietly observing the long corridor from which Lu Yimo had just departed, dejected. In the deep of night, the door to the children's room creaked open. Song Mingyi entered. The room was illuminated by the wall lamp, casting a warm glow that bathed the space in gentle light. Lu Yimo lay peacefully asleep on the bed, his tiny mouth moving in adorable motions, presenting an utterly charming sight. Song Mingyi took a seat beside Lu Yimo's bed. Gazing down at him. She shouldn't have come tonight. She understood that Lu Shenxing's harsh words from the previous night, though cold, served as a reminder. Lu Yimo was the sole fourth-generation heir of the Lu family, and particularly after Dr. Xia had concluded that Lu Shenxing had lost his ability to father children. His status had become even more precious and, naturally, more perilous. As she grew closer to Lu Yimo, the stakes rose. Any misfortune that befell him would inevitably implicate her as his stepmother. Just as she prepared to rise, Lu Yimo murmured softly, Mama. In that instant, Song Mingyi felt as though her heart had been squeezed by an unseen hand. She lingered for a moment longer before taking a deep breath and leaving. Upon returning to her bedroom, Lu Shenxing had already returned. His gaze swept toward her. Did you go to see Yimo? Song Mingyi replied, he has already fallen asleep. Implying that there was little she could gain from a sleeping child. Lu Shenxing nodded. Originally, Song Mingyi had thought Lu Shenxing might have more to say. Perhaps advising her to avoid appearing before Yimo, but to her surprise, he remained silent. She was taken aback. Today, the domineering CEO seemed unusually subdued, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. Lu Shenxing maneuvered his wheelchair into the bathroom and, noticing Mingyi still standing in place, coldly instructed, come in and help me bathe. Oh. The next day, as Song Mingyi opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a handsome face looming close. Lu Shenxing's expression was somewhat displeased as he warned, next time, do not sleep in my arms. Song Mingyi obediently replied, understood. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, followed by Lu Yimo's voice from outside. Mama, are you up? Instinctively, Song Mingyi glanced at Lu Shenxing and noticed his brow furrowed slightly. A hint of displeasure evident in his demeanor. All right, she understood that Lu Shenxing was beginning to feel irked. She could empathize. If her own son were to grow so close to someone he had only recently met, especially someone with potentially ulterior motives, she too would be unsettled. Mama. Papa. Hurry and get up, the sun is already shining on your backs. Lu Yimo shouted exuberantly from outside the door. Song Mingyi turned to Lu Shenxing and said, Mr. Lu. Could you please open the door? Just as Lu Shenxing was about to inquire what she intended to do, he watched in astonishment as Song Mingyi opened the window, gracefully leapt out, and swiftly vanished from sight. At that moment, Lu Yimo pushed open the door and entered the room, immediately seeking out Song Mingyi but finding no trace of her. Dad, where's my mama? She has gone to work. Lu Yimo appeared as though struck by lightning, his eyes quickly reddening. You're not my dad, you're just a miser. Song Mingyi drove herself to work. On the way, she called Xiao Wu, any news yet? Xiao Wu replied apologetically, Boss, I've only found that the second treasurer disappeared 3 years ago from the Song household due to a lack of supervision. Lack of supervision. Song Mingyi echoed those words, her eyes gradually turning crimson. 3 years prior, her second treasure had been merely a 2-year-old child. It was inconceivable that in a family as grand as the Songs, he could go missing due to neglect. What about the first treasure? As the Song family had claimed, the child had been lifeless when returned. He was still well when they took him from me. He had breathed, moved, pouted for milk, grasped her fingers, and gazed up at her with wide, innocent eyes, even if he could not clearly see the person before him. Boss, my condolences. Li Xiaowu's words pierced through the last remnants of Song Mingyi's strength, and she could no longer control the steering wheel. The car swerved wildly before crashing violently into the greenery. Drivers behind her honked furiously, shouting, "Can't you drive? If you want to die, find a bridge and jump off, don't drag others down with you." Exactly. You were lucky this time. If something had happened, you would be a murderer. Amidst the barrage of accusations, Song Mingyi awaited the arrival of the police. They reprimanded her sternly but, fortunately, as no injuries had occurred, they let her off lightly. After tending to a wound on her forehead, she picked up her fallen phone. The screen was still illuminated, and the call had not yet ended. "Hello." Hearing Song Mingyi's voice, Li Xiaowu breathed a sigh of relief, nearly moved to tears. "Thank goodness, I finally heard your voice. Boss, are you all right?" His tone turned cautious. "I'm fine." Song Mingyi's gaze was icy. "Investigate those from the Song family, I intend to collect some interest." Li Xiaowu immediately agreed, stammering a few comforting words before hanging up. By the time Song Mingyi arrived at the Lu design department, she was already late. Miao Yu stood at the entrance, hands on her hips, and upon seeing Song Mingyi approach, shouted, "What time do you call this? Do you think this company is your home? Where you can come and go as you please? Some people graduated high school and show no dedication. I wonder how they even got into Lu design. Perhaps they just slept their way in." Song Mingyi raised her dark, piercing eyes and replied expressionlessly, "If you believe I merely slept my way in, then you are quite bold to shout at me in person." Miao Yu was momentarily silenced, her face flushing red as she pointed an accusing finger at Song Mingyi. Finally managing to spit out, "Just you wait. I will ensure you are expelled from Lu design." After Miao Yu left, Han Bing, seated at the adjacent desk, gave Song Mingyi a thumbs up. "Song Mingyi, you were so brave to speak to Miao Yu like that. Designer Miao is magnanimous, she won't hold it against me." Han Bing looked at her with admiration before whispering a warning, "Be cautious, the design competition is coming up. And Miao Yu may seize this opportunity to make things difficult for you." Chapter 20, Mingyi returns to my side competition? Song Mingyi was momentarily taken aback. "Thank you. You are too kind." Han Bing was somewhat surprised by Song Mingyi's amiable demeanor and made an effort to engage with her further. This was fortuitously observed by Jing Wanru, who cast a fleeting glance their way. Before she could speak, her assistant Wang stepped forward and sternly reprimanded. "What is all this commotion? This is the design department, not a marketplace. You are not a bunch of street vendors. Anyone who continues to make a racket will be dismissed from Lu's, regardless of their connections." Han Bing, startled, quickly lowered her head. And the others dared not even breathe audibly. Jing Wanru then took a step forward and announced, "This competition, like the previous ones, will be divided into 2 groups. The group with the superior work will have their designs adopted by the company and sold commercially, receiving a share of the profits. Not only will the members of the winning group receive bonuses, but their performance will also be recognized. As for the losing group, they will have to clean the company for a month and forfeit their bonuses to the victorious team." After delivering this statement, Jing Wanru organized the groups through a draw, appointed the team leaders, and departed. Miao Yu approached with a cup of coffee, smiling as she placed it before a well-dressed woman. "Here, enjoy. It's hand-ground guizha." Lu Tiantian looked at Miao Yu in astonishment. "Have you lost your mind or something?" As the most senior chief designer of the design group, they were usually the leaders every time groups were formed. They had never gotten along, and Miao Yu considered herself closer to Jing Wanru, often looking down on Lu Tiantian. Now, she was personally serving her coffee, an occurrence as rare as rain falling from a clear sky. Miao Yu remarked, "I'm just concerned for you. Normally, you're not my rival, but now with this additional burden, you're bound to lose terribly. After all, as longtime colleagues, I can't bear to see you suffer and can only offer you this cup of coffee. Oh, thank you. You're so considerate. Why not treat each member of our group to a cup? If team leader Miao is willing to brew some more, we'd be overjoyed, Lu Tian replied. Miao Yu immediately frowned. Lu Tian, are you dreaming? Not at all, I'm giving you an opportunity. An opportunity? That's true. Song Mingyi has connections. Although her education is lacking and her abilities are questionable, she has her means. Perhaps if your group presents a pile of garbage, you'll still win. And we would have to accept that defeat willingly. Upon hearing Miao Yu's words, her teammates immediately glared at Song Mingyi, outraged. What are those above thinking? The design department of Lu's is filled with elites, yet they insist on bringing in someone so unqualified. If she is a favored individual, why not assign her to a cleaning job? Does she think that simply holding the title of designer elevates her status? Is she hoping to gild her criminal identity with a veneer of respectability? Lu Tian surveyed the room and remarked, Team leader Miao seems convinced of her impending defeat. Resorting to public opinion manipulation. If that's the case, you might as well concede. We will assist you. Who says we will lose? This time, we will definitely win. And then let manager Jin reconsider whether the design department needs 2 chief designers. Miao Yu declared fiercely before storming off. Lu Tian clicked her tongue and turned to Song Mingyi. Just perform as you normally would and ignore Miao Yu, she's just a loudmouth. Song Mingyi was slightly taken aback. You believe in me? Of course. I've looked into your background, yes, you graduated from high school. But you studied design at Qingdao University and excelled there. I've seen your designs, and they are remarkable. If those works are indeed yours, our group will certainly not lose. Those works are mine. And what you said earlier is incorrect. It's not that our group won't lose. But we will definitely win. Song Mingyi stated matter-of-factly, as if asserting her inevitable victory. Lu Tian felt Song Mingyi was overly confident, after all. While Miao Yu was insufferable, she possessed decent skills, and in competitions, outcomes varied. Yet, she refrained from voicing her concerns. Merely patting Song Mingyi on the shoulder and giving her a thumbs up. As Song Mingyi observed Lu Tian's spirited demeanor, a smile crept onto her face. At that moment, her phone buzzed with a message from Li Xiaowu. Upon reading the content, her expression shifted, and the smile faded into an icy demeanor. As the closing bell rang, Song Mingyi gathered her belongings and prepared to leave, only to unexpectedly encounter someone at the office door. Su Shixiu. Mingyi, he called. Striding over to her. He was handsome, with refined features and an elegant demeanor that exuded the charm of a distinguished gentleman. Song Mingyi was surprised. What brings you here? I came to see you. I heard you joined Lu's design department, and I wanted to see my remarkable Mingyi. Su Shixiu spoke warmly, reaching out to pat Song Mingyi's head. As Song Mingyi gazed at Su Shixiu, she was momentarily transported back in time. Her mother, Li Wangya, had a close friendship with Su Shixiu's mother, and the two families lived in the same community, fostering a deep bond. She and Su Shixiu had known each other since childhood and were quite close. In those early years, any small achievement she made, even gaining a single point more on a test or making fewer mistakes on an assignment, Su Shixiu would praise her, affectionately ruffling her hair and saying, "My Mingyi is truly remarkable." Song Mingyi took a step back, evading Su Shixiu's hand, and replied coolly, "Thank you, Su Gongzi." With that, she turned to leave. But Su Shixiu grasped her wrist. The moment his skin touched hers, Song Mingyi reacted sharply, as if stung by a viper, pulling away forcefully. Su Shixiu looked at his rejected hand, bewildered. "Mingyi, why are you so cold towards me? Are you still upset that I didn't uphold our engagement? I truly apologize for that, but I hope you can understand my predicament and give me a chance to make amends, alright?" A chance to make amends? Song Mingyi retorted, "What kind of amends?" "To return to my side," Su Shixiu said without hesitation. "I will treat you well." Finally. A smile broke on Song Mingyi's lips, yet her eyes held no trace of warmth. "Return to your side? Su Shixiu. Are you suggesting I should be your clandestine mistress while being the Honorable Mrs. Lu? Chapter 21, Does my sister miss me? Su Shixiu furrowed his brow, "How can you say that? Mingyi, I only wish to treat you well. Treat her well? Song Mingyi found it hard to believe that Su Shixiu could utter such words. She chuckled, though her eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. Apologies, but I have no interest. Su Shixiu replied, Mingyi, I know you're still angry. 5 years ago, I chose Yueying. But I had no choice, you went to prison. And choosing Yueying was also beyond my control. Surely you can understand my predicament? Indeed, she understood his predicament. He could calculate precisely. Long before Song Qingwei had the audacity to orchestrate that financing scheme, he had anticipated her imprisonment and conspired with Song Yueying. Song Mingyi raised her thumb in sincere praise. Su, you truly are remarkable. Su Shixiu, embarrassed by Song Mingyi's mockery, sighed in apology. Mingyi, so you knew everything. In that case, you should comprehend my difficulties even more. As the eldest son of the Su family, with a half-brother born out of wedlock, I must pay a greater price to secure my position. With a stepmother in the picture and a father who had a son and daughter, Song Mingyi, stripped of her inheritance, was no longer his choice. Regardless of whether she had been wronged or coerced into condemning Song Qingwei, he would never marry her. Mingyi, I know I have let you down, but please believe me, I will treat you well. Huh. Song Mingyi scoffed, even though she already knew the truth. Hearing Su Shixiu's words still felt absurd. I wish you all the best. As for your kindness, reserve it for Song Yueying. And you certainly didn't come today just to reminisce, did you? Su Shixiu sighed again. Mingyi, He saw Song Mingyi turning to leave and stated his intent directly. I came regarding Yueying. Previously, she had some conflict with C, and the general manager, Ren Suhai, blacklisted her and revoked her membership. This incident arose because of you. I hope you can speak to Ren Suhai and persuade him to reinstate Yueying's membership. Then let Ren Suhai bring a gift to personally apologize to her upon returning the membership card. What do you think? If General Manager Ren is sincere, that would be ideal. Su Shixiu, are you tired and wishing to sleep? If so, hurry home and dream. After saying this, Song Mingyi did not spare Su Shixiu another glance and turned to leave. Su Shixiu was left with a grim expression. He never expected the once devoted Song Mingyi would reject him. When Song Mingyi emerged from the Lu family building, Li Xiaowu had already parked the car by the roadside. Waiting. Dressed in ripped jeans and a skull-printed t-shirt, with a messy array of silver chains around his neck and dyed blonde hair, he looked quite unconventional. Upon seeing Song Mingyi enter, he excitedly rushed over like an eager puppy, rubbing against her. Boss, I've finally seen you. You have no idea how much I've missed you. Do you want to be beaten? Remembering Song Mingyi's fearsome reputation, he quickly sat up straight and earnestly stated, Boss, the main characters have arrived. And the grand play is about to commence. We should hurry over. No rush. As soon as Song Mingyi finished speaking, her phone chimed with a message. It was from Song Hongshan. Mingyi, I will soon arrive at the Jinling Grand Hotel. Tonight, we must strategize thoroughly. If the Qinglongbei matter succeeds, the Song family will undoubtedly undergo a transformation, ascending to the ranks of prestigious families in Haicheng. At that point, you will not only be the Song family's great benefactor but also a cherished young lady. Song Mingyi withdrew her gaze. The other male lead has arrived. Let us go. At the Jinling Grand Hotel, a woman wearing sunglasses and a large hat pushed open the door to the room. It was dark inside. And she felt a twinge of confusion. Are they not here yet? No sooner had she spoken than she was enveloped in an embrace. Sister, were you looking for me? As she said this, she leaned in for a kiss. Mrs. Song was taken aback, and upon hearing the familiar voice, she scolded, Why is it so dark? I wanted to surprise you, sister. The man, knowing Mrs. Song had promised to buy him an apartment, sweetly addressed her as sister. He cuddled against her like a golden retriever. Sister, I've missed you so much. Did you miss me? Mrs. Song was utterly charmed. Wishing she could give him her life, of course I missed you. Sister, why do you seem thinner when I hold you? Is that old man treating you poorly? The young man, adept at softening the woman's heart, immediately noticed her slight weight loss and protested. He treats me well. I've just been feeling low lately and was ill, which is why I've lost a bit of weight. I see. In that case, let me compensate you by sharing my treasures. The young man said as he wrapped his arms around Mrs. Song's waist. pinning her against the wall and kissing her deeply. Mrs. Song embraced him, reciprocating his kiss. Though she was in her 50s, even with the best of care, she could not compare to a youthful beauty in her 20s. And the romance between husband and wife had long faded. Yet, she too had her desires and, by chance, found this young gentleman. As Mrs. Song caressed the young man's strong physique, she felt his vigor, a vitality that her husband, Song Hongshan, could not match. And she became intoxicated in the fervor of the moment. At the entrance of the Jinling Hotel, Yan Jing had just parked the car when he caught sight of Song Mingyi. "Mr. Lu, why is the young mistress here today? It seems she is with someone." A young man, who appeared particularly close to the young mistress, was with her. Could it be that the young mistress, feeling lonely due to Mr. Lu's deficiencies, had strayed? Yan Jing instinctively turned back, only to find Lu Shenxing's expression darkening, the air around him growing icy, even his breath carried a chilling aura. "Go. Investigate what Song Mingyi is doing here today." Yan Jing stiffened but immediately complied. In the private room on the top floor, Song Mingyi stood obediently beside Song Hongshan, while the accompanying executives raised their glasses in flattery. "Brother Song, you truly know how to raise a daughter, she's made a fine match with the Lu family." Though Lu Shenxing is still disabled, no one in Haicheng dares to underestimate him. With the Song family aboard this grand vessel, a rise to prominence was imminent. Indeed. "Brother Song, you must teach us well, so when we return home, we can manage our own unruly daughters. Brother Song, when you prosper, do not forget us." In that moment, Song Hongshan's face flushed with pride, buoyed by the compliments, feeling as if he had become one of Haicheng's most notable figures. A glimmer of derision flashed in Song Mingyi's eyes. It was astonishing how easily he was swayed by flattery. Had it not been for their mother's arrangements, the Song family would have long since gone bankrupt, and Song Hongshan would not enjoy his current status. Alas, that fortune would soon come to an end. Chapter 22, Police. Raiding the brothels. Song Mingyi found an excuse to leave the private room. As she stepped into the fire escape, Xiao Wu waved eagerly, "Boss, come quickly. The battle is intense." He handed his phone to Song Mingyi, astonished. "I never expected your stepmother to be so scandalous in bed. Your old man is quite pitiful. His head must be as green as a pasture." Song Mingyi had no interest in her stepmother's affairs and replied, "Is everything arranged?" "Of course, it's all set. With my involvement, this grand performance will go off without a hitch." Song Mingyi nodded. As she returned to the private room, Song Hongshan called her over. "Mingyi. This is your Uncle Wu, he used to carry you when you were little." Song Mingyi lifted her glass and said, "Uncle Wu, I toast to you." With that, she raised her cup and drank it down. Wu felt quite honored and repeatedly praised Song Hongshan for his excellent upbringing of his daughter. The excitement flushed Song Hongshan's face, and his gaze towards Song Mingyi softened with tenderness. At that moment, she tactfully mentioned, "Madam Song, I just saw Auntie come over here." Meanwhile, upstairs, Madam Song was in a fierce struggle with a young man when suddenly, the door to the suite was kicked open. Uniformed police officers rushed in, shouting, "Police! We're here to crack down on illegal activities." They swiftly subdued the two individuals. Madam Song was still bewildered by the sudden turn of events when she was forcibly handcuffed. As she was taken away, a crowd quickly gathered around. Over the years, Madam Song had lived quite ostentatiously, marketing her identity as a wealthy matron online, making her a minor internet celebrity. With the recent alliance between the Song and Lu families, she was soon recognized as she passed through the hall. "Oh my god. Isn't that the matriarch of the Song family, Xin Yumei? Yes, it is her. What trouble has the Song family gotten into? How could she be arrested?" It seemed that the Song family wasn't the one at fault, the police were from the vice squad. And look, the man beside Madam Song is not Mr. Song. He looks so young, he's just a young stud. These rich ladies sure know how to have fun. Xin Yumei, who always cared about her image, usually spent hours on full makeup before stepping out, was now caught in a scandal involving a man in a hotel room. The onlookers were both entertained and snapping pictures. Xin Yumei cried out in despair, "Stop filming. Please, stop it." Meanwhile, in the private room downstairs, Song Hongshan put down his drink, his face flushed with enthusiasm, and said, "My wife is over there, I must go check on her. She has worked hard raising our children all these years. Mingyi, come with me. Song Mingyi agreed. Other executives chimed in, we should go greet sister-in-law as well. Yes, let's all go together. Feeling buoyed by this attention, Song Hongshan happily called his friends and led a group of about 10 out of the room. At that moment, they unexpectedly collided with the police escorting Shen Yumei. Song Hongshan was taken aback. Upon seeing him, Shen Yumei immediately cried out, Hongshan, you must save me. Please, come help me. Suppressing his foreboding, Song Hongshan hurried forward, officer. There must be some misunderstanding. This is my wife, let us discuss this calmly. His desire to rescue Shen Yumei was not out of affection but rather to prevent the Song family's reputation from being utterly ruined. The officer remained impassive, stating, these two individuals are suspected of engaging in illegal transactions in the room. We must take them to the police station for investigation. If family members wish to bail them out, please proceed to the police station. Illegal transactions? Song Hongshan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The other executives exchanged glances, shocked that their casual gathering had led to such a scandal. And indeed, Shen Yumei had quite an alluring figure and seemed to know how to enjoy life, having chosen such a youthful companion. Was this a subtle jab at the aging Song Hongshan? The executives discreetly shared knowing looks before finding an excuse to leave. Having concluded their business, Song Mingyi prepared to depart but was stopped by Song Hongshan. His face was flushed, his eyes glinting with fury. Was this your doing? What? Song Mingyi feigned innocence. Your mother's affair. My mother passed away long ago, how could she possibly be unfaithful? Song Mingyi's tone was calm. Song Hongshan could no longer contain his anger and lunged at her, raising his hand to strike her. Song Mingyi deftly seized his wrist. A faint smile playing on her lips, Mr. Song, why resort to violence when we were having a civil conversation? Do you realize this could ruin the Song family? What benefit does this bring you? Song Hongshan was exasperated, unable to fathom how he would be perceived after today. His face was in tatters. The Song family's reputation lay in ruins. Your accusations are far too severe, I cannot admit to something I did not do. Do not think that your denial will convince me of your innocence. Earlier that afternoon, the previously indifferent Song Mingyi had called to discuss the project proposal for the Qinglong Bay development with Lu Shenxing, only for them to serendipitously run into the others. Though they were all in the same circle, those few were known for their loose lips. Witnessing such an event, they would surely spread it far and wide. Moreover, given the public nature of the incident, it would be impossible to suppress it. Song Mingyi was clearly intent on destroying Yumei and bringing down the Song family. Looking at Song Hongshan's frantic demeanor, she smiled faintly, Mr. Song. Allow me to remind you that your most pressing concern is to go to the police station and bail out your wife, preserving your beloved husband image. And to handle public relations swiftly. Otherwise, as soon as the netizens dig up more incriminating evidence, the impact on the Song family will only worsen. Song Hongshan glared at her but had to concede that she was correct. Without a moment to lose, he hurried away. Watching his hasty retreat, Song Mingyi's eyes were filled with cold intent. This was merely the beginning. She intended to reclaim what she and her mother had lost, piece by piece, and hoped her dear father and stepmother could endure a little longer. As the situation reached its conclusion, just as Song Mingyi was about to call Xiao Wu, she heard applause from behind her. Clapping echoed in the air. Turning around, she saw Lu Shenxing being pushed out in a wheelchair by Yan Jing. Lu Shenxing sincerely complimented. Well done, that was quite a performance. Song Mingyi looked bewildered. Mr. Lu, what are you referring to? I mean the earlier crackdown, it was quite the show. Song Mingyi responded innocently, the crackdown is the police's responsibility, what does it have to do with me? Excellent. Regardless of who questions you, that shall be your only response. With wide, innocent eyes, Song Mingyi blinked, whoever asks me, I will only speak the truth. Very good. Lu Shenxing seemed quite pleased. I hope you always remember the plight of Song Madam and do not make the same mistakes. Chapter 23, Return my mother to me. What does it mean to avoid making the same mistakes as Shen Yumei? Song Mingyi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Lu Shenxing must have seen her. Along with Xiao Wu. Song Mingyi offered no explanation, merely stating, rest assured, Mr. Lu, I will never betray you before our marriage is dissolved. The implication was clear, Once their marriage was annulled, Lu Shenxing would no longer have any hold over her. While the sentiment was not inherently objectionable, it nonetheless carried an unsettling tone. Lu Shenxing's expression cooled, signaling Yanjing to push the wheelchair into the car. Once seated inside, Lu Shenxing noticed that Song Mingyi remained rooted to the spot, his gaze sweeping over her. "What are you waiting for? Get in." The atmosphere inside the black Bugatti Veyron was suffocatingly quiet, even their breaths seemed muted, as if fearing to disturb the stillness. Song Mingyi sat upright. Regretting her decision to enter the car, she wished she had insisted on returning to the company alone. Suddenly, she observed the scenery outside the window with disbelief. You are headed back to the Song family estate?" "Yes. I do not wish to return to the estate, I prefer to work overtime at the Lu Corporation." Lu Shenxing's lips curled slightly as he spoke coldly. "What? Do you intend to showcase your diligence in front of me as your employer? If so, I must regrettably inform you that you have employed the wrong approach. I have never tolerated opportunistic behavior." Lu Shenxing's sharp words prompted Yanjing, who was driving, to steal a glance through the rearview mirror, uncertain if Lu was indeed angered. No, that couldn't be right. Yanjing quickly dismissed the thought. This time even he, Lu Shenxing's assistant, found it difficult to decipher his intentions. Song Mingyi was taken aback by Lu Shenxing's remark. After a brief pause, she lowered her gaze and replied. "It's not that I particularly enjoy working overtime, I simply do not wish to return to the Lu family for the time being." The Lu family included Lu Yimo. No matter how she considered herself to be emotionally detached, she could not maintain that facade in the presence of Lu Yimo. Lu Shenxing was momentarily stunned, never having anticipated such a response from Song Mingyi. At that moment, he felt particularly cruel. Yet, this thought was fleeting and quickly suppressed. To fall for such a feeble act of self-pity would be foolish. He redirected the car towards Lu Corporation, stating flatly, "Since you wish to work overtime, I shall oblige you." At the police station, Xin Yumei and her young companion had not been there long when Song Hongshan arrived with a lawyer. The paperwork was swiftly completed, and Song Hongshan proceeded to the detention room to collect Xin Yumei. Upon returning home, Xin Yumei hurried to keep pace with him. Seeing the frightening expression on Song Hongshan's face made her heart tremble, and soon anger welled up within her. She rushed forward and grasped his sleeve. "Hongshan, you must stand up for me. Someone is definitely scheming against me." As she recalled being taken away by the police and spotting Song Mingyi beside Song Hongshan, she exclaimed. "It was Song Mingyi. She must be behind this. She wants to ruin my reputation." Song Hongshan raised his hand and struck her. Slap. Xin Yumei fell to the ground, holding her stinging face in disbelief. You actually hit me. You claim this was orchestrated by Song Mingyi? But your affair with this man began 2 years ago when Song Mingyi was still imprisoned. Did she possess the ability to manipulate your relationships from behind bars? Song Hongshan seethed, his expression dark and terrifying, as he recalled the compromising photos of his wife he had received earlier. He felt an overwhelming urge to tear her apart. He had been so compliant with her, even marrying her as the esteemed Mrs. Song, and this was her way of repaying him. Xin Yumei's heart quivered. She had not expected Song Hongshan to uncover the truth so quickly. Refusing to concede, she lunged at him, crying out in protest. The lawyer approached, advising Song Hongshan, "Mr. Song, our priority should be to leave. Delays will only be detrimental to you and Song Corporation. This matter is far from over." Song Hongshan retorted, his face ashen, as he stormed away. On the ground, Xin Yumei clutched her burning face, her heart filled with malice. "Song Mingyi, how capable you are. Boss. The photos have been sent." In the design department of Lu Corporation, Song Mingyi received a text message, which she promptly deleted after reading. Xin Yumei's incident trended on social media for several days. Ultimately, after Song Hongshan exhausted his resources for public relations and shamelessly sought intervention from Elder Lu, the matter was suppressed. When Elder Lu assigned the case to Lu Shenxing, he specifically called for Song Mingyi. "You need not worry about this matter. I will have Shenxing help suppress it. You married Shenxing and revived him, you are a significant contributor to the Lu family. I will not turn a blind eye to the Song family, this is a matter of collective honor and disgrace, understand?" Song Mingyi's heart trembled. Elder Lu was both reassuring her and issuing a warning. Unfortunately, he was unaware that she was the mastermind behind this situation. Bowing slightly, she replied sincerely. "Thank you for your guidance, grandfather. I will remember it." Elder Lu was pleased with Song Mingyi's demeanor and added, "Remember to spend more time with Yimo. You share a bond, and he enjoys your company." Song Mingyi hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Pushing Lu Shenxing out of Elder Lu's residence, he suddenly remarked. "Are you feeling resentful?" "Not particularly. When I devised this plan, I had not anticipated it would strike the Song family so hard. I am quite satisfied with how it has unfolded." Noticing Song Mingyi's distracted demeanor, Lu Shenxing asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Mr. Lu." Song Mingyi suddenly sprang up. "Are you alright alone? I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave." As soon as she finished speaking, she had already dashed away. Lu Shenxing furrowed his brow at her retreating figure. What is this woman up to? Before he could ponder further, a youthful voice interrupted. "Aunt Xiaoman. Mommy is at great-grandfather's today, we must hurry, or we won't see her." Soon, a small figure came running towards him. Lu Yimo gazed at Lu Shenxing with surprise. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Lu Shenxing was taken aback, he hadn't even heard Lu Yimo arrive. Yet Song Mingyi seemed to have known well in advance. Had he not cleared out the people around Lu Yimo upon waking? He might have suspected that Song Mingyi had implanted a radar on him. "Where's Mommy?" Lu Yimo pressed. "She had to leave for something." Lu Yimo's expression instantly fell. "What? She left? I've been coming as soon as I heard news these past few days, how could it be so coincidental?" Seeing Lu Shenxing sitting nearby, Lu Yimo suddenly realized, questioning, "Dad, did you say something to Mommy that made her reluctant to see me?" "It must be you. Mommy liked me before." In a fit of rage, Lu Yimo lunged at Lu Shenxing, exclaiming, "Return my mother to me." Chapter 24, Steady Yourself, or Pain Awaits Lu Yimo. Lu Shenxing's face darkened, his voice frigid. "Look at yourself. You no longer resemble the young master of the Lu family." "What young master? Do you think I cherish that title? I want Zhao Mama right now. I wish to leave with her, and from this day forth, may we mother and son live in harmony, without you." Lu Yimo declared as he attempted to flee, only to be swiftly seized by Lu Shenxing, who yanked him back by the collar. "I see you have become increasingly unruly. Let me go. I want to find my mother." Lu Shenxing's expression was particularly grim as he flung Lu Yimo into Yan Zheng's arms, commanding, "Take him back to Shanghai City. He is not to leave without my orders." Yan Zheng promptly acquiesced, yet when he raised his eyes again, Lu Shenxing had already maneuvered his wheelchair away. "Let me go. Uncle Yan, please. I wish to see my mother." Lu Yimo's eyes reddened as he looked at Yan Zheng with a pitiful expression. Yan Zheng nearly succumbed to his soft-heartedness but steeled himself. Advising gently, "Mr. Lu is already angry, please do not cause further trouble. If Mr. Lu believes the young mistress is indulging your cries, her situation will worsen." Lu Yimo gazed at Yan Zheng in disbelief. "He would take out his anger on my mother?" Yan Zheng felt a twinge of guilt. What kind of man would allow a child's tantrum to affect Song Mingyi? Yet, to pacify Lu Yimo, he nodded. "Young master, for the sake of the young mistress, please behave." Lu Yimo hung his head, looking particularly wretched. Song Mingyi was in a hurry, to avoid being seen by Yimo. She ran briskly from the Lu family estate. Once outside the gates, she realized she had miscalculated. The Lu family's estate occupied an entire hill, vast and forbidding to outsiders. The thought of traversing the distance from the Lu family's gate to the main road filled her with reluctance. As she prepared to call the gatehouse for a driver, a black Bugatti Veyron pulled up beside her. Instinctively, she turned to see the window descend, revealing a strikingly handsome face, Lu Shenxing. "Get in." Without a word, Song Mingyi complied. The cool air of the car enveloping her, bringing her back to life. "I sincerely thank you, Mr. Lu, for offering me a ride. You are truly a kind person." Lu Shenxing remained non-committal, evidently uninterested in conversation. Song Mingyi fell silent as well, she had no intention of being bothersome. Suddenly, Lu Shenxing spoke, "The man you left with this afternoon is not suitable for you." "Ah?" Song Mingyi looked bewildered. "That Li Xiaowu is uneducated. having roamed the streets from a young age. He cannot provide you with a stable life. Given your current circumstances, you should cherish what you have. Realizing Lu Shenxing's intent, she couldn't help but smile, her tone sharp as she replied, "Then who do you think is suitable for me? Surely not you. No. You have already warned me not to harbor any delusions about you. Rest assured, I am self-aware as a criminal." Lu Shenxing's gaze flickered toward her. Song Mingyi was indeed beautiful, with an oval face, dark brows, long lashes, and luscious lips. The dim streetlight cast a soft glow upon her, enhancing her delicate features. Yet, the glimmering sharpness in her almond-shaped eyes bore the ferocity of a beast. He had been awake for several days. Yet this was the first time he had seen Song Mingyi in such a light. Lu Shenxing's brow furrowed slightly, though he was not angry. "If my words discomfort you, I apologize. I merely wish to caution you, if you insist on pursuing him, that is your choice. As for being a criminal, I believe you are more concerned about that than I am." Song Mingyi recognized her response had been overly intense. She straightened, lowering her head slightly. A look of contrition on her face. "I apologize, I was too sensitive. I understand your words come from good intentions, and I assure you, Li Xiaowu and I are merely friends. Not just him, but any man. I shall maintain my distance until after our divorce. You need not worry." Though her attitude was earnest and reassuring, Lu Shenxing found her words jarring. What did she mean by maintaining distance before the divorce? After the divorce? Realizing his own thoughts, Lu Shenxing couldn't help but chuckle, wondering if he had been influenced by Lu Yimo's antics. "Engage with me socially for a moment." Song Mingyi did not refuse. Once Lu Shenxing spoke, he had no intention of allowing her to decline. She turned her gaze to the window. It was past 8 o'clock. And the streets outside were alive with dazzling lights and strolling couples. After 5 years apart, Haicheng streets had changed remarkably. Half an hour later, Song Mingyi pushed Lu Shenxing to the entrance of a private room at Epin Yuyan's top floor. Inside, over a dozen people had already gathered and stood upon their arrival. "Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, it's an honor. Mr. Lu, please guide us." Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a girl in a white dress, resembling a slender willow swaying in the wind, standing at the back. Her beauty was striking, yet she held her chin slightly high, with an air of arrogance in her gaze. Yu Wangchuan noticed the girl and exclaimed, "Shenxing, she is with Wei Yan." Upon seeing her, Lu Shenxing's attention shifted, prompting Yu Wangchuan to immediately close his mouth. A plump executive approached, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. "Mr. Lu, this is my newly adopted goddaughter. She adores you and insisted on accompanying me today. I had no choice but to bring her along. I hope you will be understanding." Lu Shenxing's lips curled into a slight smile. "No problem." The man beamed with delight, signaling to the girl. She gracefully approached, extending her delicate hand. Gazing adoringly at the distinguished man in the wheelchair, "Mr. Lu." That address melted hearts, and suddenly she gasped, her legs giving way as she fell into Lu Shenxing's embrace. Her cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling with ambition. She knew she was beautiful, but her greatest asset was that she resembled Mr. Lu's lost love. What man could resist the allure of a man's past? Once she attained her goal, she would truly soar. At that moment, a soft hand reached out to steady her, positioning itself protectively before Lu Shenxing. "Steady yourself, falling would not do you any good." Chapter 25, Offending My Wife. The girl's expression abruptly changed. Her voice sharp. "Who are you? Who allowed you to touch me with your filthy hands?" Song Mingyi replied earnestly, "I am Song Mingyi, the wife of Lu Shenxing. By etiquette, you should refer to me as Madame Lu." "Madame Lu?" The girl, clearly aware of Song Mingyi's background, immediately adopted a disdainful demeanor. "Just a petty criminal. Unworthy even to lace our shoes. I truly cannot fathom how you managed to enter the esteemed banquet, let alone secure a spot in the VIP lounge." Song Mingyi glanced at Lu Shenxing, who sat in his wheelchair, his expression impassive, seemingly oblivious to the exchange. Understood. She comprehended that she was expected to resolve this herself. With a smile, Song Mingyi said, "My status may not warrant entry into such a prestigious gathering, but I have married well. My husband is indeed qualified. Wouldn't you agree?" "Husband?" Song Mingyi's voice was sweetly delicate, as if it might drip with honey, prompting Lu Shenxing to turn and look at her. Song Mingyi blinked innocently, playfully chiding, "Husband, am I not right?" "Indeed," Lu Shenxing replied, his demeanor remaining neutral. Satisfied, Song Mingyi turned her attention back to the girl. "Miss, do you have any further questions? Or do you believe my husband, now incapacitated, has lost the right for his wife to attend such a gathering?" Though Song Mingyi spoke with a smile, her words caused gasps among those present. Yes, Lu Shenxing was indeed disabled. Not only were his legs impaired, but it was rumored that certain abilities were also lost. Yet, despite the tension in the air, none dared to voice these thoughts. Yet, Song Mingyi boldly articulated them. Even Yu Wangchuan, who typically dismissed this woman, could not help but regard Song Mingyi with newfound admiration. Seemingly oblivious to the gravity of her own words, Song Mingyi awaited the girl's response with an enthusiastic smile. "I didn't mean that. Don't put words in my mouth." The girl, flustered, desperately attempted to clarify. "Xueli, come back." A portly man quickly called the girl back. The girl, now referred to as Xueli, could only suppress her resentment, gritting her teeth as she returned. The overweight man, bowing slightly, wore an apologetic expression. "Madam Lu, I sincerely apologize. It is my failure in teaching my daughter that has caused you this embarrassment. Such matters are trivial. I merely hope you will invest more effort into your daughter's well-being. At the very least, she should seek a good traditional Chinese medicine practitioner to address her health issues. She cannot continue to be so weak, can she?" The portly man, full of gratitude, replied, "Thank you for your reminder, Madam Lu. I will definitely find a reputable doctor for Xueli's treatment tomorrow." With a gentle smile, Song Mingyi chose not to respond further. Subsequently, no one pressed the issue, and it faded into the background like an inconsequential interlude. However, Yu Wangchuan scrutinized Song Mingyi, leaning towards Lu Shenxing to whisper, "Boss Lu, your bride seems rather extraordinary." "Is that so?" Lu Shenxing replied, his expression unchanging. "Indeed. An ordinary woman would not dare to send her stepmother to prison," Yu Wangchuan observed, and Lu Shenxing concurred, "Indeed, a typical woman would not possess such audacity." Soon, everyone settled down, raising their glasses to toast, the atmosphere warming as if they were long-lost brothers reunited. Xueli was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. After all, she had exerted herself to capture the attention of the portly man, who had brought her to Lu Shenxing's attention. Suddenly, she stood, holding her glass aloft. All eyes turned towards her. Xueli lifted her chin, revealing her exquisite features. "I often hear my godfather mention how the Lu family has supported us. Upon meeting Mr. Lu, I feel grateful and wish to toast to him, hoping for a chance to repay his kindness." Standing there like a delicate flower, any man would find it difficult to refuse such a request. Lu Shenxing's gaze lingered on Xueli's features, seemingly captivated. The room gradually quieted, some attendees already giving the portly man thumbs up for bringing such a woman. Others felt regretful at the thought that Lu Shenxing's condition might deter them from pursuing her. At that moment, Lu Shenxing spoke up. "Madam Lu, what do you think?" "Huh?" Song Mingyi, caught off guard, laughed heartily. "I think it's wonderful." Xueli's face brightened, finding Song Mingyi more agreeable than she had anticipated. Surprised that this criminal could be so magnanimous. "Indeed?" Lu Shenxing's tone was slightly teasing, a hint of allure in his voice. Yet, Song Mingyi detected an underlying chill and promptly replied, "Mr. Lu's health is compromised. I do not wish to be a widow. Therefore, I shall drink on his behalf." Without lifting her gaze, she downed her drink, sweeping her gaze across the room with a smile. "Is there anyone else who wishes to toast to my husband?" "No. No one," came the chorus of responses. "Ah, we invited Mr. Lu today to foster camaraderie, drinking is secondary," Song Mingyi declared. With her statement about not wanting to be a widow, and considering Lu Shenxing's condition, everyone in Haicheng was well aware of his situation. He had awakened, but his body had failed him. "I knew you were all reasonable people. I would like to thank you on behalf of my husband," Song Mingyi added, pouring another glass and drinking it down. Her words, a blend of softness and firmness, dissipated any lingering dissatisfaction among the crowd. Xueli, lacking subtlety, contorted her face in anger. Unwilling to retreat, she sweetly called out, "Mr. Lu, Miss Xueli, Lu Shenxing's voice was slow, unexpectedly tender. Xueli's demeanor transformed into one of joy. She believed that her beauty had captivated him. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Lu Shenxing interrupted, "You insulted my wife and now wish to depart?" The abruptness of his statement left Xueli stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Wangchuan, ever the helpful friend, interjected. "You just called his wife a criminal and claimed she was unworthy of even lacing your shoes. Since they are a couple, does that not imply that you deemed Boss Lu unworthy as well?" As Yi Wangchuan's words hung in the air, Lu Shenxing's expression darkened further. The portly man, who had been proud of his chosen companion, turned pale, his back drenched in cold sweat. In the next moment, he sprang forward with unexpected agility, delivering a resounding slap to Xueli's face, scolding, "You wretched girl! How dare you compare yourself to Madame Lu?" The force of the blow sent Xueli sprawling to the ground, her delicate face marred by the harsh imprint of his hand, leaving her too frightened to even cry. The portly man, however, paid her no heed, bending low before Lu Shenxing. "This incident was entirely my oversight. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Lu Shenxing replied nonchalantly. "She has offended my wife." Chapter 26, You are capable, you are amazing. Song Mingyi felt that the words she wished to utter were slightly vulgar. She knew very well that Lu Shenxing was attempting to divert the animosity. I understand, the corpulent man chuckled as he approached Xueli once more, suddenly yanking her hair and roughly dragging her before Song Mingyi. Song Mingyi's expression darkened immediately. "What are you doing?" "Apologize. My goddaughter has offended Mrs. Lu due to her lack of insight, and I shall insist she apologize." With that, he kicked Xueli, forcing her to kneel. Enough. Unable to bear it any longer, Song Mingyi stepped forward and pulled Xueli up. "You may leave." Xueli glared at Song Mingyi with tear-streaked eyes, filled with deep-seated hatred. "I don't need your pity." With that, she shoved past Song Mingyi and fled. The corpulent man repeatedly apologized, "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Lu. It is my goddaughter's youth and ignorance, please do not take offense." "Her youth and ignorance stem from your failure to educate her, do they not?" Song Mingyi retorted bluntly. "What sort of behavior is it to push a girl around?" The corpulent man wore an awkward expression. He had not anticipated such a lack of respect from Song Mingyi, and a flash of anger crossed his face. Ignoring him, Song Mingyi turned and sat beside Lu Shenxing, linking her arm with his. "Darling, I would like to have shrimp." The exquisite shrimp was immediately served to Lu Shenxing, who deftly placed one into Song Mingyi's dish. "Could you peel it for me?" Song Mingyi cooed, "My hands are sore." Lu Shenxing lifted his gaze to her, and all present turned to watch, as if observing a valiant warrior. Indeed, she seemed to believe that a mere few favors from Mr. Lu granted her the audacity to command him. Then, Lu Shenxing obliged, picking up the shrimp and skillfully peeling it, placing it into Song Mingyi's plate. She devoured it in one bite, beaming as she flattered, "Shrimp peeled by my husband is simply delectable." Without hesitation, she directed Lu Shenxing to pour her tea, serve her dishes, and attend to her needs. The expressions of others gradually shifted from shock to numbness. Were it not for her flawless appearance, they might have suspected that Mr. Lu had been replaced. Yi Wangchuan initially watched the spectacle with amusement, but his demeanor soon turned serious. Even Lin Weiyan, who bore him a son during their most affectionate years, had not been treated with such attentiveness. After several rounds of drinks, Lu Shenxing maneuvered his wheelchair to the restroom, followed closely by Yi Wangchuan. "Are you serious, old Master Lu?" "Serious about what?" "About your new bride," Yi Wangchuan remarked. "You are being too indulgent. If Wei Yan were to find out, she would be displeased." "And if she were?" "Song Mingyi is Mrs. Lu now." Yi Wangchuan was taken aback. "Is it true? Do you truly intend to be with that new bride?" A knock echoed at the restroom door, accompanied by a melodious female voice. "Excuse me, is Lu Shenxing in there?" Upon turning, Lu Shenxing saw Song Mingyi standing at the restroom door, his brow furrowing. "What are you doing here?" "Worried about you, so I came to check." Song Mingyi replied with a cheerful smile as she stepped inside. Yi Wangchuan was stunned that Song Mingyi had entered the men's restroom, nearly losing control of himself. He cursed under his breath, hastily zipping up his pants, irritated. "What on earth are you doing here?" Song Mingyi smiled apologetically at him. My apologies, Mr. Yi. I was simply very concerned about my husband, but you need not worry, I won't mock your inability. Yu Wangchuan erupted in indignation. Who is incapable? I am the strongest. Lu Shenxing can attest to that. Oh? Song Mingyi's gaze flitted between them, her eyes glinting with curiosity. I am the only one among my brothers who could endure a beating from old Master Lu for an entire night. Yu Wangchuan proudly proclaimed. Song Mingyi, is that something to boast about? She clapped her hands, feigning enthusiasm. Mr. Yi, you are capable, you are amazing. After dismissing Yu Wangchuan's claims, she turned to Lu Shenxing. Shall we go? Lu Shenxing nodded slightly. Let us depart. Yu Wangchuan waited until they had left, only to realize, fuming. What do you mean, you are capable, you are amazing? Are you trying to placate a child? It's infuriating. What was even more aggravating was that the woman had already pushed Lu Shenxing out the door. Song Mingyi assisted Lu Shenxing into the car, then settled in beside him. Inside the sleek black Bugatti Veyron, Song Mingyi sat by the window, leaving enough space for another person between herself and Lu Shenxing. The atmosphere was quiet. The low hum of the engine resonating clearly. Are you angry? Lu Shenxing suddenly broke the silence. Song Mingyi. Hearing her name called, Song Mingyi turned in disbelief. Are you speaking to me? Is there anyone else here? The driver, seated at the wheel, silently mourned his existence, indeed. He was merely a tool, and tools are not considered people. Mr. Lu, you are overthinking, I am not angry. You granted me 3 months in this marriage. If it is merely to serve as a shield for you, then I have gained from it. Lu Shenxing did not expect Song Mingyi to articulate his intentions so directly. He turned to observe her, noting her calm and serene expression, devoid of any indignation from being utilized. Suddenly, Lu Shenxing found himself perplexed by Song Mingyi. A girl with such discernment and composure could hardly be the mediocre, timid, and seemingly inept criminal discarded by the Song family, as described in his files. Song Mingyi sensed Lu Shenxing's scrutiny. On the surface, she remained unperturbed, yet internally, she felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing that he might uncover something unnecessary. After a moment, Lu Shenxing spoke, I would not allow an astute and obedient individual to suffer. Song Mingyi smiled. Then I thank you, Mr. Lu. After escorting her back to the Lu residence, Lu Shenxing departed, leaving Song Mingyi to the luxury of a large bed, where she fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to her, news of Lu Shenxing defending her had spread like wildfire. The following day, an incessant ringing of her phone roused her from sleep. Groggily, she answered. Hello. Wan. As soon as the call connected, Mu Xiaowan's exuberant voice blared from the other end. Song Mingyi, you have done well. You have achieved great things. The volume startled Song Mingyi, prompting her to hold the phone further away. Once Mu Xiaowan's excitement simmered, she queried, what do you mean by achieved great things? I mean, you have only been married a few days, yet you have already reclaimed Lu Yanwang. Have I ever praised you for being amazing? Truly. You are worthy of being my sister. From Mu Xiaowan's jumbled words, Song Mingyi discerned that news of the previous evening's events at Yipin Yen had reached others, leading them to believe she possessed remarkable prowess. Some even speculated that despite the Song family's apparent betrayal over the past 5 years, they had secretly sought her reconciliation with a man, and she had successfully ensnared Lu Shenxing upon her return. Chapter 27, Call Lu Shenxing grandfather. Song Mingyi was dumbfounded, never imagining the extent of everyone's imagination. She turned on the speakerphone on her phone and placed it aside, stretching languidly. Rumors, all rumors. I merely served as a shield for Lu Shenxing, fending off the riffraff. You know, since Lu Shenxing's resurgence has undoubtedly encroached upon many people's interests, some are bound to be displeased and attempt to probe him. Mu Xiaowan found it plausible and couldn't help but inquire, so, the king of hell, Lu, is truly impotent? Indeed, utterly impotent. Even a seductive costume or a lingerie show wouldn't arouse him. Mu Xiaowan sighed, alas, beauty laments its fading bloom. And heroes are spared the indignity of aging. From this day forth, the king of hell, Lu, once feared throughout Haiqing, has become a eunuch, destined to be addressed as grandfather. Song Mingyi suddenly felt a chill creeping up her spine. She instinctively turned around and saw Yanjing pushing Lu Shenxing, who stood at the doorway, regarding her with a deathly gaze. Song Mingyi jolted upright. At that moment, Mu Xiaowan was still rambling on. Fortunately, your role as a shield only lasts for 3 months. If you had to endure it for a lifetime, wouldn't you be condemned to a life of widowhood? No, there are so many young studs out there. It would be a pity to hang yourself on a crooked tree. Hearing Mu Xiaowan's outrageous remarks, Song Mingyi's scalp tingled. She immediately interrupted Mu Xiaowan. Wan. I'm about to get up and go to work. Let's talk another day. All right. I'll arrange a gathering in a couple of days and find you some long-legged Adonis-like young lads to whet your appetite. Song Mingyi hung up the phone directly, cutting off Mu Xiaowan's disastrous words. Song Mingyi took a deep breath and forced a smile. Mr. Lu, you're back. Have you had breakfast yet? I was about to change and have breakfast. But I overheard Mrs. Lu discussing my virility with someone. Misunderstanding. That wasn't my friend, just a telemarketer who heard some rumors and came to gossip. A telemarketer? I didn't realize Mrs. Lu could engage in conversations with telemarketers. Song Mingyi said with a straight face. It was mainly to alleviate Mr. Lu's worries. Mr. Lu made such a high-profile appearance with me last night, wasn't it to spread the news of your minor health issues? Is that so? Lu Shenxing's expression was inscrutable. Yes. Those with ulterior motives will surely reveal their true colors soon. Mr. Lu didn't even return home last night, probably busy with these matters. Song Mingyi got dressed, took the wheelchair from Yanjing, and pushed Lu Shenxing into the bathroom. Mr. Lu, please wash up first. I'll wait for you at the door. Just call me if you need anything. Song Mingyi had only taken one step when her wrist was seized. She looked at Lu Shenxing in confusion. Mr. Lu? Song Mingyi. If you're trying to attract me with this method, I must tell you, it's a terrible one. Lu Shenxing's expression was cold, his gaze piercing, as if trying to see into Song Mingyi's heart. Mr. Lu seems to have forgotten something. It was you who asked me to give up work and accompany you to the social event yesterday. Your doting on your wife persona was also to reduce trouble for yourself. I'm just a tool to cooperate with you. Are you being a bit unreasonable now to doubt me? Am I? I can be even more unreasonable. As Lu Shenxing spoke, he exerted force on his wrist, pulling Song Mingyi into his embrace. His sharp gaze fixed on her, and he leaned down to kiss her fiercely. Song Mingyi's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. When she finally reacted, she tried to push Lu Shenxing away without hesitation, but he seized her wrist first. She could only be trapped between the man's arms and the sink, being kissed wantonly. When she was finally released, Song Mingyi immediately sprang up from Lu Shenxing's lap. She raised her hand to wipe her red lips, saying angrily, Lu Shenxing, you've gone too far. Mrs. Lu is already sacrificing herself to be a widow for me. So it's only right that I let you have some fun. What? In your heart, am I not as good as a long-legged, Adonis-like young lad? Lu Shenxing's expression was calm, his tone even laced with a smile. The hairs on Song Mingyi's back stood on end. I was just speaking carelessly. Mr. Lu. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against a young girl. Lu Shenxing raised his eyes. Wasn't Mrs. Lu talking to a telemarketer just now? Why does your tone sound like you know them? Song Mingyi remained composed. I don't know them. I just think Mr. Lu is so generous that he wouldn't make things difficult for a telemarketer, would he? Lu Shenxing's lips curved into a slight smile. What if I insist on making things difficult? Insist on making things difficult? Song Mingyi seemed a little surprised, then said indifferently, then do as Mr. Lu pleases. Lu Shenxing was taken aback. Aren't you going to persuade me more? Didn't I already persuade you? Besides, how could I possibly persuade Mr. Lu? Lu Shenxing looked at Song Mingyi for a long while, then suddenly laughed. You're very clever indeed. Serve me while I wash up. Song Mingyi. Lu Shenxing had just stepped into the design department of the Lu Corporation when he heard a voice behind him. She instinctively turned around, and a gust of wind rushed towards her. Song Mingyi immediately dodged, avoiding the slap, but the folder in her hand was knocked to the ground, scattering the design drawings all over. Song Mingyi, how dare you dodge? Song Mingyi frowned as she looked at Song Yuyao, somewhat annoyed. What's wrong with you? What's wrong? I'm going crazy. You're so bold, daring to plot against my mother. Plot? Song Mingyi's tone rose slightly, with a hint of surprise. When did I plot against your aunt? Now my mother can't even leave the house because of you, and you still dare to deny it. I'll beat you to death. Song Yuyao rushed over like a madwoman again, engaging in a brawl with Song Mingyi. Shen Yumei's reputation was ruined, and as her daughter, she was also implicated. Countless people inquired about her mother's affair with a young gigolo. Even the Su family, her future in-laws, warned her that the Su family's reputation was impeccable and would not tolerate a daughter-in-law's promiscuity. Mrs. Su even frequently invited other young ladies to the Su residence and had Shou accompany them, as if planning to replace her as the daughter-in-law. All of this was because of Song Mingyi. It was Song Mingyi's fault. Song Mingyi dodged Song Yuyao, who was like a rabid dog, and therefore did not notice that Miao Yu had picked up the design drawings from the ground. When she saw the design on the drawings, her eyes were filled with astonishment. This design was too beautiful, too perfect. Not even Jing Wanru could create such a perfect work. Looking further down, it was actually Song Mingyi's. Looking further down, it was actually Song Mingyi's. Song Mingyi. How could Song Mingyi design such a perfect work? And why was she able to design such a perfect work? Miao Yu was filled with jealousy and hatred. Seeing that no one was watching, she secretly took pictures of the design drawings with her phone and left as if nothing had happened. Chapter 28, Identical Design Blueprints Enough. Song Mingyi grasped Song Yuyao's wrist, her expression turning frigid as she coldly declared, "If you continue to make a scene, do not blame me for being impolite. Song Mingyi, you are indeed all pretense. In reality, your thoughts are cunning and malicious." Cunning and malicious? Song Mingyi laughed, utterly perplexed as to how Song Yuyao could dare to utter such words. Her gaze was icy. Engaging in infidelity and using her husband's funds to support her young lover is something the matron of the Song family willingly embraced. It was not I who delivered him to her bed. Now that the matter has come to light, you rush over to vent your anger at me. Tell me, does your outburst cleanse the reputation of the Song matron? Song Mingyi's words were harsh, and Song Yuyao was nearly livid, screaming in a frenzy. Growing impatient, Song Mingyi summoned security to escort her away. As Song Yuyao was dragged off, Lu Shenxing happened to emerge from his vehicle. Upon seeing him, Song Yuyao was utterly dumbfounded. Though Lu Shenxing was a well-known figure in Haiqing, he maintained a low profile, even his appearances in news articles were often side views. For someone of Song Yuyao's status, this was her first encounter with his visage. Dressed in a tailored suit, Lu Shenxing, even while seated in a wheelchair, exuded an air of stature. His strikingly handsome features were captivating, and his presence was commanding. This is Lu Shenxing? She had always presumed that upon awakening, he would resemble a frail shadow. Yet he was remarkably handsome. Song Mingyi was indeed fortunate. Not only did she marry a man of such caliber, but she also gained his affections. A wave of jealousy washed over Song Yuyao, though it dissipated slightly as she recalled Lu Shenxing's frail condition. Thankfully, he was still incapacitated, otherwise, witnessing Song Mingyi's fortunate marriage would have driven her to despair. Upon entering the design department, Song Mingyi arrived precisely on time. Assistant Wang stood by the entrance. Observing as Song Mingyi clocked in at 9 o'clock, unable to resist a snide remark, "Some people just know how to calculate." Fearing that arriving 1 minute early would lead to great losses, Song Mingyi ignored her, and Assistant Wang huffed in annoyance before departing. Han Bing approached Song Mingyi, saying, "Don't mind Assistant Wang, she can be quite strict. I want to take it to heart. How is your design coming along? The evaluations will commence soon." "It's completed," Song Mingyi replied. "When I first joined the design department for a group evaluation, I was so nervous that I couldn't produce any designs. This time, with such a short time frame, you managed to create one. Impressive." Han Bing gave Song Mingyi a thumbs up. Song Mingyi, noting the kindness in Han Bing's eyes, softly murmured her gratitude. "Let us prepare. Our evaluations generally start at 9:30 and will begin shortly." However, Han Bing miscalculated. The evaluations were postponed to the afternoon. At 3 o'clock, Song Mingyi, clutching her design folder, entered the conference room alongside her colleagues. Upon entering, she noticed that in addition to the design department staff, Lu Shenxing's assistant, Yan Jing, was also present. The Lu Corporation had initially built its reputation on fashion, and even though it had diversified, the design department was not its premier division. Lu Shenxing always sent Yan Jing to oversee the evaluations, and for significant competitions or quarterly assessments, he would personally attend. Yan Jing subtly nodded at Song Mingyi as she entered. Jing Wanru, upon seeing that everyone had gathered, stated, "As all of you are seasoned employees, I shall forego unnecessary chatter. Let us proceed with the submission of design blueprints, starting with Group B led by Lu Tiantian." Lu Tiantian nodded and presented her design. Her latest creation was striking, featuring the current trend of feather elements. The elegant white gown, designed as a mermaid silhouette, flattered the figure. Adorned with a band of feathers at the neckline, exuding both sensuality and grandeur. Designer Lu's work is exceptional. Indeed, it's stunning, I feel an urge to purchase it. Jing Wanru affirmed, nodding at Lu Tiantian. Thank you, Lu Tiantian replied, continuing to showcase the works of her colleagues. Overall, while everyone's designs were competent, they lacked a certain flair. Next was Song Mingyi's turn. Lu Tiantian retrieved the folder Song Mingyi had submitted. Just as she was about to present the design, she was abruptly interrupted. Wait a moment. Lu Tiantian turned to Miaoyu. Do you have a suggestion? Miaoyu stated, displaying each piece individually is too time-consuming. I propose showing two designs simultaneously. Let us showcase my work alongside Song Mingyi's. Jing Wanru concurred, that method is indeed advantageous. With Jing Wanru's approval, Lu Tiantian had no choice but to make room, and she and Miaoyu simultaneously placed their designs under the projector. As both designs appeared on the screen, the room erupted in astonishment. What is happening? Am I seeing things? It appears I am. How can there be two identical design blueprints? Hearing the murmurs, Song Mingyi glanced up and indeed saw the identical designs displayed side by side. The only distinction was that one bore her name, Song Mingyi, while the other bore Miaoyu's flamboyant signature. The unexpected turn of events left not only the others but even Song Mingyi herself in shock. Miaoyu had produced an identical design. Miaoyu abruptly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Song Mingyi, her voice laced with fury. Song Mingyi, how dare you? You have the audacity to present my design as your own. This is utterly outrageous. After berating Song Mingyi, Miaoyu turned to Jing Wanru, her expression pleading. Manager Jing, you must stand up for me. My design cannot be stolen without consequence. Otherwise, our design department will become a haven for plagiarists. Calm down. I will certainly address this matter, Jing Wanru replied, turning her stern gaze toward Song Mingyi. Do you have an explanation? Song Mingyi withdrew her gaze and replied coolly. The design is mine, I did not plagiarize. As soon as her words fell, Miaoyu shrieked, You say you didn't plagiarize? Are you accusing me of plagiarism? Song Mingyi, how bold of you. A mere high school graduate, you stole my design and now refuse to admit it when confronted. Song Mingyi cast a glance at Miaoyu and stated calmly, I assert that I did not plagiarize, and I possess evidence. As a seasoned designer, Miao, you are surely aware that each design process includes preliminary sketches. They are right here in my folder. Chapter 29, Expelling Song Mingyi. Lu Tiantian swiftly seized Song Mingyi's folder and extracted a stack of drafts. After perusing them, she promptly declared. These are original manuscripts with design concepts. Upon hearing Lu Tiantian's words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness, could it be true? Does this mean that designer Miao is the one who has plagiarized? Such thoughts coursed through the minds of many, and their gazes towards Miaoyu grew increasingly peculiar. Miaoyu, however, was prepared and remained unfazed. With a cold smile, she arrogantly retorted, If you had the audacity to plagiarize my work, you must have anticipated this. Drawing a few vague concept drafts is hardly a challenge. In fact, such clumsy attempts only reveal your ulterior motives. The other members of the design department nodded in agreement, clearly persuaded by Miaoyu's reasoning. If merely spending a few years at a sewing machine could yield designs of this caliber, I would be the first to sign up. Yes, I would too. Count me in. Hearing the unanimous support, Miaoyu felt no surprise. She had anticipated that even if Song Mingyi presented her concept drafts, it would be futile. As a woman with only a high school diploma and 5 years in prison, her credibility was severely lacking. "Thank you all for restoring my innocence. Your kindness is etched in my heart," she declared. "Designer Miao is far too gracious," someone chimed in. "We have known each other for years, your character is well understood. Who else would we defend if not you?" Lu Tian, unconvinced of Song Mingyi's alleged plagiarism, turned to her and asked, "Mingyi, what do you have to say?" "This design was created by me at home last night," Song Mingyi replied. Lu Tian pressed on, "Do you have any evidence?" "My family can vouch for me. Lu Shenxing has seen me working on my designs." Miao scoffed, "You expect your family to testify? Why not claim I delved into your mind and stole your design?" "Manager Zheng, the situation is quite clear. When shall we announce the plagiarist?" Jing Wanru turned her gaze to Song Mingyi, "Do you have anything else to add?" Han Bing, anxious, grasped Song Mingyi's wrist. "Mingyi, you claimed you drew this design at home. How then did it leak? Think carefully." Song Mingyi furrowed her brow. She had drawn the design at the Lu residence, and it was impossible for Miao Yu to have seen it there. The only opportunity she could think of was that morning when Song Yuyao caused her trouble at the Song family. She vaguely recalled that was when Miao Yu arrived at the office. This explained why the selection process, originally scheduled for the morning, abruptly shifted to 3 in the afternoon. "This morning, my design fell to the ground, and I was entangled for about 10 minutes. If it leaked, it must have been then. Did you notice anyone who could serve as a witness?" "Only my sister, who was bothering me at the time." Miao Yu chuckled, "Your family again?" Song Mingyi, "I genuinely implore you, if you wish to exonerate yourself, at least find someone else to support your claim. This makes it impossible for anyone to believe you." "Who says that?" Lu Tian interjected, "The lobby of the Lu Corporation is monitored. If someone secretly filmed your design there, the cameras would have captured it clearly. I propose we check the security footage from the Lu Corporation lobby." Song Mingyi directed this suggestion at Yan Jing, who, aware of her status as Mrs. Lu, would not dismiss her request lightly. True to form, Yan Jing contemplated for a moment before responding, "Please wait, I'll make a call." He exited the conference room to place the call. The murmurs within the conference room escalated, and Miao Yu's colleagues from Group A began to console her. Miao Yu feigned graciousness, "Thank you all for your concern, there is no need to worry. The innocent will clear themselves." As her words faded, the conference room door swung open, revealing Yan Jing wheeling in Lu Shenxing, who was seated in a wheelchair. Everyone rose in unison, greeting him, "Good day, President." Lu Shenxing surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on Song Mingyi for a moment. Yan Jing stepped forward, "All right, let us commence." The head of security emerged, ready to present the surveillance footage. All eyes were glued to the large screen, watching the rapid succession of images with palpable tension. Only Miao Yu sat back, relaxed. Her head bowed, with a slight smirk hidden beneath her cascading hair. Having orchestrated this scheme, would she leave any obvious loopholes? Soon, gasps erupted from the crowd. "There's nothing here." Indeed, the time on the footage jumps from 8:50 to 9:30. "What on earth happened?" "Let me check," the head of security responded, stepping forward to scrutinize the surveillance. After a lengthy examination, he finally spoke, "Mr. Lu, the surveillance footage from this morning at approximately 8:50 is corrupted, it captured nothing." Han Bing expressed her disappointment, "How could this happen? If only we could find that segment of footage, we could identify the plagiarist, yet the video is compromised." Song Mingyi remained composed. Miao Yu had undoubtedly taken precautions to prevent her from using any footage to clear her name. Her earlier suggestion had merely been a test. Han Bing was frantic, "What shall we do now?" Miao Yu stood, "Is this enough of a disturbance? Please, do not waste any more of our time. We all have families, many of us wish to return home to spend time with our children." Miao Yu's remarks elicited fervent agreement, "Yes, for this selection. I haven't spent time with my child in days. You wouldn't believe my daughter asked me yesterday, 'Mom, why aren't you here to put me to bed?' I nearly shed tears, promising her I would be there tonight, only to be delayed by this plagiarism nonsense." Jing Wanru turned to Lu Shenxing, "Mr. Lu, the matter is now quite evident. It is time to announce the results." Lu Shenxing replied coolly, "So, Manager Jing, do you truly believe everything has been clarified?" Under Lu Shenxing's penetrating gaze, Jing Wanru felt a wave of trepidation, as if all her dark intentions were laid bare. Gritting her teeth, she affirmed, "Yes. The surveillance has been reviewed. There are no further questions. The plagiarist is Song Mingyi." As she spoke, she fixed her gaze on Song Mingyi. "You know full well that the Lu Corporation has a zero-tolerance policy towards plagiarism, yet you dare to offend us? How bold of you." With that, Jing Wanru summoned security. "Expel Song Mingyi from this place. She is never to set foot in the Lu Corporation again." Chapter 30, The Truth. The security guards entered, observing Lu Shenxing with trepidation, each hesitant to act. Jing Wanru, noticing their hesitation, darkened her expression and admonished, "What are you all waiting for? Are you expecting President Lu to personally invite you?" Seeing that Lu Shenxing remained silent, the guards cautiously approached Song Mingyi. Yan Zheng, unable to contain himself, whispered, "President Lu." Lu Shenxing lifted his eyelids, about to speak. When he noticed Song Mingyi rising, the guards, sensing her movement, became tense. "What do you intend to do?" "I intend to do what I ought to do." Song Mingyi sidestepped the guards and strode confidently to the security department manager. "May I use the computer?" "What do you need the computer for?" The manager replied skeptically. "I already attempted to recover the surveillance footage, but it is utterly irretrievable. You needn't waste your efforts." "And you?" The manager scrutinized Song Mingyi. "This footage has been thoroughly deleted. I've employed numerous methods to no avail. It is better not to waste your strength." "Thank you for your advice. But I wish to try regardless." Song Mingyi smiled at the manager and swiftly began typing on the keyboard. The meeting room was soon filled with the clattering of keys. At this juncture, someone still had the audacity to act theatrically. How foolish, they would not weep until they saw the coffin. Miao Yu, disdainful, rose and proclaimed, "I know that Song Mingyi's schemes are now laid bare. She must be feeling quite uncomfortable, wishing to grasp at straws. However, I must remind you that acknowledging one's mistakes and sincerely repenting is your only path forward." Yan Zheng, feeling anxious, murmured, "President Lu, do you require assistance?" Although he harbored disdain for Song Mingyi, he recognized that, despite her lowly status, she was now the wife of the young master. If she were to be expelled under accusations of plagiarism, it would bring disgrace upon Lu Shenxing, and the second branch might exploit it as leverage against him. "Let us observe what Song Mingyi intends to do," Lu Shenxing replied calmly, showing no sign of concern. Yet Miao Yu persisted, urging, "Manager Zheng, it is abundantly clear what transpired. When shall justice be served?" She continued, "If our design department cannot uphold even the most basic principles of fairness and justice, then I must express my disappointment, and I believe my colleagues will feel the same." The design department remained silent. Who would dare speak out in front of Lu Shenxing? They were not foolish enough to risk their positions. Jing Wanru stood, addressing Lu Shenxing, "President Lu, this matter has lingered for far too long. It is time to announce the outcome." Lu Shenxing replied coolly, "What do you believe should be announced?" "Naturally, the outcome regarding Song Mingyi's plagiarism of designer Miao's work," Jing Wanru asserted. How could a high school graduate like Song Mingyi comprehend how to create a design blueprint? She must have been anxious about failing her task and seized the opportunity to surreptitiously photograph designer Miao's work. Did Song Mingyi not present any other evidence? Lu Shenxing interrupted impatiently. Miao Yu chimed in, Song Mingyi claimed the design was completed at home, where her family witnessed her creating it. She smiled mockingly. How credible is a family member's testimony? I could easily have my family vouch for me. Upon hearing Miao Yu's words, Jing Wanru's face blanched. While others may not know who Song Mingyi referred to as her family, she did, Lu Shenxing. This indicated that Lu Shenxing had seen Song Mingyi's design work. Miao Yu continued her mockery. In fact, Song Mingyi should have called her accomplices over to see what kind of people would conspire with her. Miao Yu. Jing Wanru interrupted her sharply, her expression cold. What nonsense are you spouting? Miao Yu was taken aback. She had not expected Jing Wanru to rebuke her. She quickly presumed to understand. I see now. The relatives of such criminals might be involved in illicit activities themselves. They have no right to step into our Lu Corporation. Silence. Jing Wanru commanded with authority. She glanced nervously at Lu Shenxing. Shenxing, it is my failure in supervision that led to this incident. Perhaps we should let this matter go. as it has not resulted in any dire consequences. Before Lu Shenxing could respond, Miao Yu exclaimed. How can we let this go? She has plagiarized my design. This must be made unequivocally clear. I stand with designer Miao, we must clarify the issue of plagiarism. Song Mingyi declared as she connected her laptop to the projector. Rest assured, the surveillance footage has been restored, let us all see what truly transpired. On the projector, a video began to play. The footage showed Song Mingyi being accosted by a young girl clad in designer attire. At that moment, her documents fell to the ground, scattering the design blueprint. The quality of the Lu Corporation's surveillance cameras was exceptional, clearly capturing the fallen artwork. Soon after, another figure approached, picking up the design and, after a moment of scrutiny, surreptitiously photographed it with her phone before hastily returning it to the ground and departing. As she turned, her face was illuminated on the screen, it was unmistakably Miao Yu. Gasps of astonishment filled the meeting room as murmurs rippled through the crowd. It was designer Miao who stole Song Mingyi's work. This cannot be true, designer Miao possesses formidable design skills and would have no need to resort to theft. Han Bing timidly remarked, designer Miao is indeed talented, but when compared to the work crafted by Song Mingyi, she pales significantly. There was an air of agreement. Not only Miao Yu, but even Lu Tiantian's work seemed trivial in comparison to Song Mingyi's creation. It was evident that Song Mingyi's work existed on an entirely different level. Yet, regardless, one cannot claim another's work as their own, such behavior is utterly reprehensible. Miao Yu was livid, genuinely taken aback that Song Mingyi had the ability to restore the deleted footage. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Miao Yu shot up, no. It's not like that. This is, with Song Mingyi's capabilities, she could easily forge a fake video to slander me. Yes, that's it. Manager Zheng, you must believe me, you are aware of this. Chapter 31, Censorship. Shut up. How would I know about your despicable schemes to frame a colleague? Jing Wanru exclaimed with palpable disdain. What a fool. She had already warned her, yet she persisted. Now, the video had been restored. Miao Yu was utterly doomed. Manager Zheng. Miao Yu, caught off guard by Jing Wanru's fierce demeanor, was transfixed. She had never seen her in such a state. Any words she wished to utter were silenced by the murderous glare directed at her. You are fired. Jing Wanru announced coldly, then turned to Lu Shenxing, Brother Shenxing. What do you think? This is a company matter, Lu Shenxing replied bluntly. Jing Wanru's expression faltered momentarily before she graciously addressed him as General Manager Lu, asking for his opinion on her handling of the situation. What do you think? Lu Shenxing retorted indifferently. I believe. Under the gaze of everyone present, Jing Wanru gritted her teeth and stated, we should publicize Miao Yu's actions, so the entire industry is aware of her misconduct. Miao Yu crumpled to the ground, her body limp as if she were nothing more than a puddle of mud. Get her out of here. Jing Wanru commanded. The security personnel, without hesitation, seized Miao Yu's arm and dragged her away. General Manager Lu, I was wrong. I truly regret it. Please give me another chance. Miao Yu cried out as she was pulled away. Jing Wanru sighed in relief and softly remarked, it's all my incompetence. I shouldn't have troubled you over such a trivial matter. Lu Shenxing glanced at Jing Wanru and replied coolly, in over a century. The Lu Group has never encountered such a severe case of plagiarism. You have indeed shown incompetence. Jing Wanru's expression froze, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet she could not blame Lu Shenxing, instead, she attributed the fault to Song Mingyi. Seemingly oblivious to Jing Wanru's distress, Lu Shenxing nodded, continue with the evaluations. Jing Wanru acquiesced and allowed Lu Tiantian to showcase the remaining works. The designs from Group A were commendable, surpassing those of Group B. Yet they paled in comparison to Lu Tiantian, let alone Song Mingyi. With a stiff expression, Jing Wanru announced, the champion is Song Mingyi, Group B has triumphed. Oh yeah. This is fantastic. We won. We won. The members of Group B erupted with joy. Han Bing exuberantly embraced Song Mingyi, exclaiming, Song Mingyi, you are the hero. It's because of you that our group succeeded, you are amazing. Others soon followed suit, wrapping their arms around Song Mingyi. Having not experienced such fervent camaraderie in a long while, Song Mingyi's body tensed momentarily, yet as she beheld their smiling faces, she relaxed slightly. This is a collective achievement. She paused before adding, tonight, I will treat everyone to dinner. No need, Lu Tiantian quickly interjected, the celebration expenses will be covered by Manager Zheng. It's customary in our design department. Xing Wanru, noticing everyone's gaze fixated on her, forced a smile and nodded, everyone, enjoy yourselves, I will cover the costs. Despite her outward smile, Xing Wanru felt nauseated within, harboring an increasing resentment towards Song Mingyi. If only Song Mingyi had admitted to the plagiarism and gracefully exited the design department, she would not have to face Lu Shenxing's ire. Catching sight of Xing Wanru's venomous glare, Song Mingyi's smile faltered. At that moment, Miao Yu returned, wailing and pleading as if she had encountered a savior. Manager. You must help me. I can't be dismissed, it would ruin my life. Xing Wanru, irritated by Miao Yu's presence, replied curtly. Your dismissal and the industry-wide notice are decisions made by Brother Shenxing. Do you think I can contravene his orders? What am I to do? Miao Yu was in a state of panic. Being fired from the Lu design department was already disastrous, a public notice would leave her with no path forward. How am I to know what you should do? Now that you are dismissed, you should not linger in the design department. If Brother Shenxing finds out, he will say I am incapable of managing. Miao Yu, sensing Xing Wanru's complete disregard for her plight, panicked further, blurting out, Manager, I only acted because you allowed it. Miao Designer. Assistant Wang swiftly interrupted, I understand your urgency, but you must remain calm and not speak recklessly. Miao Yu's expression stiffened, clearly recalling Xing Wanru's methods. Assistant Wang seized the opportunity to pull her away. Xing Wanru brushed off her immaculate sleeves and disdainfully muttered, Fool. Meanwhile, after returning to the Song family, Song Yuyao could no longer contain her frustration. Yao Yao, what is wrong? Xin Yumei, hearing the commotion, descended from upstairs. It was the first time she had come down since being released from prison by Song Hongshan, who had mercilessly struck her. For the past few days, she had hidden away nursing her wounds. Mom. Song Yuyao collapsed into Xin Yumei's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Xin Yumei, alarmed, quickly inquired, and through Song Yuyao's tears, learned of the events that transpired. It appeared that Song Yuyao was furious over Song Mingyi tarnishing her reputation and had gone to confront the Lu group, only to be unceremoniously expelled by security at Song Mingyi's behest. Mom, I am utterly humiliated. Song Yuyao cried. Xin Yumei's heart ached for her daughter. But before she could respond, the entrance door burst open forcefully. Song Hongshan stormed in, his presence saturated with rage. Xin Yumei, startled, cautiously approached him. Hongshan, you're back? Are you hungry? I can have the kitchen prepare some noodles for you. Song Hongshan shoved Xin Yumei aside and confronted Song Yuyao, his voice harsh. Song Yuyao. Who told you to cause a scene at the Lu group? Is the Song family not chaotic enough? I didn't cause a scene at the Lu group. I went to confront Song Mingyi. Song Yuyao retorted, her anger flaring, is it that little harlot Song Mingyi who reported me? I knew that vile woman would resort to such petty tactics. Be silent. Song Hongshan bellowed in fury, look at yourself. Do you have any semblance of a respectable young lady left? Having already suffered at Song Mingyi's hands, Song Yuyao found the weight of her father's scorn unbearable. She shrieked. I knew it. Now that you see Song Mingyi as the young madam of the Lu family, you are eager to curry favor with her. Song Hongshan, whose pride was already at stake, could no longer tolerate Song Yuyao's words. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand and struck her. Yao Yao. Xin Yumei rushed forward to shield Song Yuyao. The slap landed on her face, sending Xin Yumei crashing to the floor, her already injured cheek now aflame with pain. Her ears ringing, and her mind blank. Chapter 32, Just a Criminal Mom. Song Yuyao lunged forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Xin Yumei. Her voice rising in a fervent shout, are you going to hit me? Then go ahead. Strike me on the face. If you kill me and my mother, will you then be able to curry favor with Song Mingyi, that Mrs. Lu? Yao Yao. Xin Yumei grasped her daughter tightly, urgency lacing her words. You must not speak to your father like that. Apologize at once. With a face full of defiance, Song Yuyao refused to relent. Xin Yumei, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly stepped in to apologize on her daughter's behalf. It's all my fault, I have failed to educate her properly. I will ensure she behaves. After all, we are on the brink of a marriage, yet here we are, acting like children, filled with animosity. Reflecting on the marriage alliance with the Su family, Song Hongshan's expression softened slightly as he coldly remarked, Yao Yao truly needs to be taught a lesson, otherwise. Once she marries into the Su family, her mother-in-law will not indulge her as we do. After delivering his words, Song Hongshan swept away in a flourish. Song Yuyao helped Xing Yumei to her feet, her heart racing with worry and anger as she gazed upon her mother's swollen visage. Mom. Must we continue to endure in silence, allowing Song Mingyi to trample over us? Not a chance. I shall witness how a deceased person can dominate us. Xing Yumei's voice dripped with venomous intent, her eyes glinting with malice. After work, under the guidance of Jing Wanru, Song Mingyi accompanied the members of Design Group B to the Kaihui Huagong Entertainment Club. This establishment, renowned in Haicheng for its blend of entertainment and dining, was the chosen venue for nearly every gathering of the design department. However, this time, they found themselves barred from entry into the private room. The portly manager of Kaihui Huagong bowed before Jing Wanru. Miss Jing, I regret to inform you that the private room you reserved is unavailable today. Jing Wanru frowned. Irritation evident on her face. Provide me with a reason. The manager replied, by all accounts, it is unusual for you, Miss Jing, to arrive personally with a group. Especially with a pre-booked room. Under normal circumstances, even the direst of situations would not prevent your use of the room. However, as you are aware, our establishment is esteemed in Haicheng, and allowing just anyone entry would tarnish our reputation. As he spoke, the manager's gaze drifted among the crowd, finally honing in on Song Mingyi. Realizing that the confrontation was aimed at her, Song Mingyi braced herself. Sure enough, Jing Wanru demanded, Manager Chen. What do you mean by this? These individuals are my colleagues from the Lu Corporation, not just anyone. Manager Chen replied. Those who enter the Lu Corporation's design department are indeed elite, and I have long held them in high regard. However, I have heard whispers of a criminal among them. As you know, we in business are particularly mindful of good omens. Allowing such an ex-convict into Kaihui Huagong would surely offend our other esteemed guests. His voice rose, drawing the attention of onlookers who began to murmur amongst themselves. Who would have guessed that such a beautiful girl had a criminal past? Manager Chen is quite right, he is truly looking out for everyone's interests. With my status, I cannot associate with a convict. Encouraged by the crowd's support, Manager Chen straightened his posture, declaring loudly, Miss Jing, you have heard the opinions of the people. Please do not force me into a difficult position. Jing Wanru seemed torn, but ultimately spoke, Song Mingyi, you see the predicament. We cannot allow one person's past to ruin the celebration for everyone else. Here, take this 500 yuan and enjoy a meal on your own. With that, she produced 500 yuan and thrust it towards Song Mingyi. Gazing at the pink bills and then at Jing Wanru's smug expression, Song Mingyi understood the intent behind the gesture, an attempt to humiliate her and isolate her from the group. The tactic was crude, yet particularly insidious. Seeing that Song Mingyi remained unmoving, Jing Wanru urged, take it, do not waste everyone's time. They are all waiting to eat. Indeed, we're famished. We cannot let one person's past mistakes deprive us all of our meal, others chimed in. Enough. Han Bing could no longer contain herself, her voice rising in anger. Has everyone forgotten? It is thanks to Manager Jing that we are able to celebrate today, and you dare speak so ungratefully? A colleague from the design department interjected. Even without Song Mingyi, we might not have lost. Do you truly believe that the team leader Lu Tian is inferior to a newcomer like Song Mingyi? The comment darkened Lu Tian's countenance. While she was magnanimous, being overshadowed by a newcomer was disheartening. Jing Wanru's lips curled into a slight smirk, her eyes betraying her glee. What did it matter if Song Mingyi had proven her innocence and secured the championship? Establishing herself in the Lu Corporation would remain a distant dream. Han Bing's cheeks flushed, that's not how it is. Song Mingyi was taken aback, surprised by Han Bing's unexpected support. Jing Wanru's expression soured, irritation creeping in. Han Bing, you must understand the situation. You, a clean and talented individual, associating with someone like Song Mingyi, what does that say about you? Do you wish to lower yourself to her level? Song Mingyi is not of a lower status. She is a good person, Han Bing asserted firmly. If she must leave, then I shall leave with her. With that, Han Bing grasped Song Mingyi's wrist. Let us go. Song Mingyi hesitated. Mingyi? In truth, she was indifferent to whether these individuals regarded her with respect. Her presence in the Lu Corporation was merely a means to discreetly address her affairs. However, since Han Bing had stood up for her, she could not allow the girl to leave in defeat, akin to a stray dog. She looked up at Han Bing and asked, "Do you wish to go inside?" Ah? Han Bing appeared puzzled. Song Mingyi replied, "Just tell me if you want to enter." "Of course I do." Song Mingyi smiled, "Then let us proceed." "Just you? Reserve a private room?" The colleagues erupted in laughter. "This is Kaihui Huagong, not a roadside stall." I suspect Song Mingyi took a comedy course while in prison. In addition to sewing. Han Bing felt awkward and tugged at Song Mingyi. "Mingyi, we could celebrate elsewhere, there will be other opportunities." "It's alright, trust me." Song Mingyi reassured her with a calming smile, retrieving her phone to make a call. Once the call connected, she instructed, "This is Song Mingyi, I am at Kaihui Huagong. Please arrange a private room for me." Chapter 33, It was time to step down. The individuals present could not suppress their laughter. "Oh dear. I might just die from laughing. I am Song Mingyi, and I have arranged a private room for myself at the Hyatt Huagong Club." "How impressive." Jing Wanru raised an eyebrow and addressed Manager Chen. "Manager Chen, my subordinate insists on arranging a private room at the Hyatt Huagong Club. What do you think?" Manager Chen scoffed, "I'm afraid I haven't received any such call and, quite frankly, I don't expect to. Let me reiterate. Our Hyatt Huagong Club is not a place where just anyone can enter, let alone book a private room." No sooner had Manager Chen finished speaking than his phone rang. The big boss was on the line, instructing, "Arrange a top-floor private room for a young lady." Manager Chen inquired, "Which young lady?" "The name of such an esteemed personage is not for you to ask. In any case, she is already at the door, treat her well and don't be negligent. I'll return shortly." After reiterating his instructions, the boss hung up. Manager Chen looked at Song Mingyi with suspicion. She had just made a call, and immediately after, he received a call from the boss, who was so serious. Could it be that she was not merely an ordinary employee as Jing claimed, but perhaps someone of considerable importance? Just as Manager Chen pondered this, Jing Wanru's phone rang. Jing Wanru answered, "Dad." Chairman Jing said, "I have upgraded your private room at the Hyatt Huagong Club and arranged for some Romani Conti. I appreciate their support for your work." Jing Wanru smiled sweetly, "Thank you, Dad." After ending the call, she waved her phone. "That was my father. He knows I'm treating everyone to a meal here today and upgraded our room, along with a few bottles of Romani Conti." Upon hearing this, her colleagues in the design department surrounded her, expressing their gratitude, filled with envy. Who wouldn't wish for Jing Wanru's family background? Manager Chen then realized that the call from the boss must have been regarding Miss Jing. The Jing family had indeed prospered over the years and could be considered a first-class affluent family, being the most favored daughter. It was no wonder the boss was so formal. As for Song Mingyi, she was merely posturing. With a disdainful smile, Manager Chen summoned security and pointed at Song Mingyi. "Please escort her out." As security approached Song Mingyi, she frowned and looked at Manager Chen. "If you wish to expel me, you'd better think it through." "Think it through? What is there to consider? I'm quite impatient, I have no interest in a minor character like you." At that moment, someone from the design department scoffed. "Just a moment ago, someone was pretending to make a call, and I thought she was impressive. Turns out it was all a ruse. It's laughable. Poor Han Bing, how could she be so foolish as to associate with Song Mingyi?" Jing Wanru, feeling magnanimous, remarked, "If Han Bing doesn't come soon, do you truly wish to be thrown out together?" With Manager Chen's orders, security adopted an even more aggressive stance. "Miss, please." Han Bing tugged at Song Mingyi. "Mingyi, let us go." Song Mingyi's brow furrowed, her irritation growing. How could these people be so incompetent? If they didn't want to leave willingly, then force would be necessary. Security prepared to forcibly remove her, disdainfully mocking, "What a joke, a criminal thinks she can enter the Hyatt Huagong." At that moment, a deep male voice resonated. "If a criminal cannot enter the Hyatt Huagong, what of someone disabled?" As the words fell, a man in a wheelchair slowly appeared before everyone. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility even in his impaired state, commanding a presence that made it difficult to look directly at him. Lu Shenxing had arrived. Yanjing stood behind him like a mere aide. Jing Wanru rushed over immediately. "Brother Shenxing, what brings you here?" "I came to dine. But it seems I may not be able to enter." Lu Shenxing swept his gaze over the crowd, his expression icy. It would be unfortunate to disturb everyone's dignity. Those who had spoken hastily before quickly retorted, "What are you saying, Mr. Lu? With you here, this is the epitome of dignity." Mr. Lu must have misunderstood. "We welcome this young lady. As for mistakes, who among the youth has not erred? If she has reformed, why should she be harshly judged?" Some even slipped away discreetly, fearing they would be remembered by Lu Shenxing. Manager Chen was now drenched in sweat, his previously upright posture slumped, as he ingratiatingly said, "Mr. Lu. This is all a misunderstanding." As he spoke, hurried footsteps echoed, and a middle-aged man entered with a group of bodyguards. Upon seeing Song Mingyi, his eyes lit up. But as he noticed her signaling him, he hesitated, then turned to Lu Shenxing, bowing apologetically, "Mr. Lu, your arrival graces us, the private room is ready, please follow me." Lu Shenxing glanced at Song Mingyi, noting her lingering in place, and frowned, "What are you waiting for? Hurry inside." "Oh, then let us go." Song Mingyi composedly took Han Bing's hand and followed Lu Shenxing into the elevator. Jing Wanru nearly ground her teeth in frustration but still followed suit. The middle-aged man personally escorted them to the private room. Upon turning, he spotted Manager Chen trailing behind like a quail. Recalling his earlier foolishness, his expression darkened. "You are fired, leave at once." Inside the private room, the design department members cautiously took their seats. As the president of Lu Corporation, they had seen Lu Shenxing many times, but this was their first time sharing a table. They whispered excitedly among themselves. "This must be the top VIP room at the Hyatt Huagong, it's incredibly luxurious and spacious. Without the president's influence, we would never enter such a place in our lifetimes." This is all for Song Mingyi. The president only stepped in because he saw her being mistreated. "Do you think the president has taken a liking to her? Perhaps she is quite beautiful." Hearing their whispers, Jing Wanru's anger flared, and she snapped, "Shut up. What nonsense are you spouting?" The others, startled, quickly sealed their lips, afraid to utter a word. Yet Jing Wanru remained unsatisfied. Especially when she saw Lu Shenxing allowing Song Mingyi to sit beside him, nearly driving her to the brink of fury. Song Mingyi was merely a lowly bride meant to bring fortune. Now that Brother Shenxing had awakened, she ought to step down and relinquish her place beside him. Chapter 34, Rather Starve Than Compromise. "Mr. Lu, may I take your order?" The head waiter entered with a respectful smile on his face. Lu Shenxing lifted his chin slightly. Gesturing to Song Mingyi, "You may order." The waiter promptly placed the menu before her. "Miss Song, please, go ahead." Without hesitation, Song Mingyi took the menu and began to select dishes, subsequently passing it to Han Bing for her to choose as well. Han Bing, somewhat apprehensive, pointed out a few items. After glancing at the menu, Song Mingyi added a few more dishes before handing it back to the waiter, entirely neglecting Jing Wanru's presence. Jing Wanru's anger simmered, nearly causing her to bite her silver teeth in frustration. Song Mingyi was indeed infuriating. Han Bing, who was seated beside Jing Wanru, whispered, "Mingyi, what is your relationship with Mr. Lu? This is the first time he has been so protective of someone." "There is indeed a connection." Han Bing's eyes sparkled with curiosity, sensing the intrigue. Then, they heard Song Mingyi respond, "It is merely a superior-subordinate relationship. His protectiveness stems from a desire for profit." "Do you expect me to believe that?" Han Bing expressed her skepticism. "Why not? With my design talent, I am bound to earn money eventually," Song Mingyi replied confidently. "How could it be otherwise? My designs are breathtaking, rivaling those of even the most esteemed designers." Song Mingyi smiled, "You see, this confidence comes from my abilities." Midway through their meal, Song Mingyi excused herself to the restroom. As she stepped out of the private room, the head waiter, who had been waiting nearby, approached her with a nervous expression. "Sister E, I sincerely apologize for the distress you have suffered today due to my lack of oversight. While my discomfort is trivial, the damage to the reputation of Kaiwei is irreparable," she replied. The head waiter nodded fervently, assuring her, it will not happen again. I still wish to help you earn money in the future. The Kaiwa Huagong was ostensibly his, but in reality, it belonged to Song Mingyi. She had kept a low profile due to past complications, but today, her visit had been marred by a rude manager who had insulted her. It was utterly ludicrous. Recalling the earlier incident, the head waiter was seething with anger. This fool nearly cost me everything. Song Mingyi. Upon hearing a voice behind her, the head waiter quickly adopted a respectful demeanor. Miss Song, please accept this VIP card from Kaiwa as a small token of my gratitude. You are too kind. Song Mingyi replied as she accepted the card. The head waiter exchanged a few more pleasantries before turning to leave. He cast a brief glance at Jing Wanru, who was striding toward him, and then walked away. Feeling disregarded, Jing Wanru's expression darkened as she sensed her dignity slipping away. Furious, she turned to Song Mingyi and shouted. Do not think that the owner of Kaiwa is being polite to you because of your merit. You are mistaken, it is all due to Brother Shenxing. Song Mingyi looked at Jing Wanru with bemusement. Have I shown any signs of pride? Even if I had, what of it? Lu Shenxing is my husband, we are one. His honor is mine as well. Is there a problem with that? One body? Jing Wanru scoffed, you think you are worthy? You, a former convict, are only lucky enough to provide solace to Brother Shenxing. What kind of couple are you? Unfazed by Jing Wanru's uninspired taunts, Song Mingyi smirked slightly. Would you like to see our marriage certificate? You dare to use a marriage certificate against me? Jing Wanru's anger flared as she swung her hand toward Song Mingyi's face. In a swift motion, Song Mingyi caught Jing Wanru's wrist and, observing her frenzied demeanor, raised her chin defiantly. Look behind you, Lu Shenxing is coming. Are you sure you want him to witness this disgraceful display? Jing Wanru paused, instinctively glancing back, only to find the corridor empty. Realizing she had been deceived, she seethed with rage, wanting to retaliate against Song Mingyi, but the latter had already slipped away. Naturally, Song Mingyi had to escape. Who would want to witness Jing Wanru's breakdown? As she reached the door of the private room, she saw Yanjing pushing Lu Shenxing out. Lu Shenxing wore a stern expression, his eyes filled with urgency. What's happening? Song Mingyi instinctively inquired. Lu Shenxing looked at her and suddenly asked, Song Mingyi, are you feeling particularly proud of yourself? Confused, she thought, proud? Am I? Just as she was about to inquire further, Lu Shenxing instructed Yanjing to leave. Such a couple, Song Mingyi mused internally, you truly wield a feather as if it were a scepter. Jing Wanru caught up to them and witnessed Lu Shenxing ignoring Song Mingyi, which instantly lifted her spirits. A woman unloved by her husband will inevitably face rejection. Song Mingyi chose to disregard her, but was abruptly struck by a sharp pain, causing her complexion to pale. Jing Wanru, observing Song Mingyi's frail demeanor, mistakenly believed she was affected by Lu Shenxing's presence and left in high spirits. Crouching in discomfort, Song Mingyi felt a sudden, intense pain in her heart. What is happening? Why does my heart ache so? It feels akin to when my children were taken from me. In Shanghai City. Lu Shenxing entered the children's room with a grim expression. Inside, Dr. Xia and a maid named Aunt Xiao stood vigil at the bedside. What is the situation? Lu Shenxing inquired. Dr. Xia replied, the young master is not in serious danger, he merely fainted from hunger. As he spoke, Lu Yimo awoke, glaring at Lu Shenxing with disdain. This bad father will not let me see my mother. Lu Shenxing, observing his son's defiance, couldn't help but chuckle in irritation. You've become quite the character. Lu Yimo turned away, delivering a defiant blow to Lu Shenxing, his tousled hair a testament to his stubbornness. Aunt Xiao quickly stepped in front of Lu Shenxing. Young master, please speak calmly, the young master is already in this state from hunger. If this continues, it may truly lead to a crisis. I will not eat until I see my mother. Lu Yimo declared with unwavering resolve, tears streaming down his face. If I am to be separated from her for life, I would rather starve myself. When I become a ghost, you will not be able to keep me away from her. Lu Shenxing scoffed, when you become a ghost, she will forget you and may even have other children. Lu Yimo's face fell, shock and despair washing over him. Seeing his son's distraught expression, Lu Shenxing's heart softened. Get up now, I will take you to find her. With that last remark, Lu Shenxing exhibited a rare moment of concession. Chapter 35. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Song Mingyi. He had delved into her past and was aware of her experiences from childhood, including her 5-year imprisonment. A girl who had endured the vicissitudes of life possessed a rather intricate inner world. He sensed that Song Mingyi was even more complex than his investigations had revealed. The closeness between Lu Yimo and her made Lu Shenxing uneasy. He was reluctant to allow his son to associate with a woman of such a background. Initially, he believed that his son's affection for Song Mingyi was merely a fleeting whim of childhood, thinking that a brief separation in Shanghai City would suffice. However, to his surprise, the child proved obstinate, enduring 3 days without food. If he did not yield soon, he feared that this little one might truly starve himself. With a deep sigh, Lu Shenxing realized that regardless of his formidable capabilities, he would have to relent in front of his own son. Upon hearing Lu Shenxing's words, Lu Yimo abruptly sat up, his expression darkening before he lay back down again. Aunt Xiao quickly supported him, her voice laced with concern. "Young master, shall we eat something first?" "No, I want to see my mother right now," Lu Yimo insisted with unwavering determination, as if afraid Lu Shenxing might change his mind. Lu Shenxing pondered, did he, Lu Shenxing, ever deceive a child? Seeing Lu Shenxing's silence, Lu Yimo mistakenly assumed he had indeed reconsidered, and he immediately pleaded, "Father, if you separate us again, I will continue my hunger strike until I perish." The little one looked up, his pale face reflecting an unyielding resolve that could not be swayed. Infuriated, Lu Shenxing turned his wheelchair away, his voice thick with anger. "Are you not coming along?" Elated, Lu Yimo, fighting against the dizziness in his head, clambered out of bed and staggered behind Lu Shenxing. At the Lu family residence, Song Mingyi had just emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, when the door swung open, revealing Lu Shenxing. "How did you return?" she asked, taken aback. Before Lu Shenxing could respond, a small figure dashed past him towards Song Mingyi. Lu Shenxing could not suppress a scoff. He suspected Song Mingyi had some sort of enchantment over his unfortunate son. "Mother!" Lu Yimo cried, rushing towards Song Mingyi. Surprised, she hadn't expected Lu Shenxing to bring Lu Yimo along. "Mo, why are you here?" Lu Yimo clung to Song Mingyi, unwilling to let go. Upon hearing her question, his eyes reddened, and he recounted his grievances without hesitation. "Father is so wicked. He locked me in a dark room just to keep me from seeing you, and even hit me. Mother, please take me with you when you leave home next time." Song Mingyi regarded Lu Shenxing with suspicion. While he was known for his bad temper, she had never heard of him being abusive. Especially given that he had only one heir left. "Mother, I miss you so much." Hearing her child's words, Song Mingyi's expression softened. Though she had never voiced it, she too longed for Lu Yimo. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss. She cupped Lu Yimo's small face and scrutinized his features, her expression shifting dramatically. Immediately, she lifted him onto the sofa, poured a glass of water, and urged him to drink. Watching the pain on his face ease, she turned her gaze to Lu Shenxing. "Mr. Lu, what has happened? How could Mo be so severely dehydrated and malnourished? Did you arrange proper care for him?" Recalling the words Mrs. Lu had spoken when Lu Yimo had fallen into the water, a chill ran down her spine. She suspected that someone was mistreating him right under Lu Shenxing's nose. "The caregivers are fine, the issue lies with Lu Yimo," Lu Shenxing replied irritably. "This little rascal has starved himself for 3 days just to see you." "What?" Song Mingyi could hardly believe it. She never anticipated Lu Yimo would go to such lengths. "You." Seeing Song Mingyi's distressed expression, Lu Yimo, filled with trepidation, clutched her sleeve. "Mother, please don't be angry. I just wanted to see you." As tears streamed down his pale cheeks, his frail body trembled like a frightened puppy fearing abandonment. Song Mingyi, whose heart was usually as hard as iron, found herself unable to remain indifferent to the child's plight. She gently patted his head. "Do not cry." Yet Lu Yimo continued to weep, convinced that Song Mingyi's anger might lead her to forsake him. His tears flowed incessantly, as if they would never cease. His sobs grew uncontrollable, causing him to hiccup, his small face flushed, and his lips began to turn purple. Song Mingyi swiftly gathered him into her embrace, soothing him while discreetly holding a silver needle in her hand. As her palm caressed Lu Yimo's back, The needle pierced an acupoint. Gradually, he calmed down, his complexion returning to normal, though traces of tears still lingered on his delicate features. Gently. She wiped them away and laid the exhausted Lu Yimo on the bed. Just as she stood, he grasped her wrist, looking up at her with wide, anxious eyes. Mother. Are you angry? Are you going to leave me? Recognizing the fear in his gaze, her heart ached. She stroked his hair gently. What nonsense. I'm going to cook for you. Aren't you hungry? Lu Yimo immediately replied, I want to be with mother. Without objection. Song Mingyi walked over and lifted him into her arms. Though he was already 5 years old, he felt surprisingly light, as if he barely weighed anything. The thought that this child had gone 3 days without food just to see her felt like a bitter lemon in her heart, leaving her feeling both sour and pained. Lu Shenxing had been worried about Lu Yimo being alone in the room. Instinctively, Song Mingyi said, Please step aside, don't block the way. With one hand pushing Lu Shenxing's wheelchair slightly aside, she carried Lu Yimo out of the bedroom. As they departed, Lu Shenxing watched Song Mingyi leave with the child. Utterly incredulous. Was she deliberately trying to provoke his attention? Certainly. However, if she thought such trivial tactics would ensnare him, she was sorely mistaken. Afterward, Lu Shenxing received a phone call upstairs. When he descended, the aroma of food wafted through the dining room. His unfortunate son sat at the table, savoring a piece of toasted bun, while Song Mingyi donned an apron, cooking porridge in the kitchen. Upon seeing Lu Shenxing staring at the bun, Lu Yimo's expression grew defensive. And he quickly devoured the piece. In his haste, he nearly choked. Song Mingyi, noticing this, hurriedly brought a glass of milk to his lips. Slow down, eat slowly. Just as Lu Yimo swallowed the bun, he pointed at Lu Shenxing and exclaimed loudly, Mother, Daddy is trying to steal my toasted bun. Chapter 36, Oh no. It's happening. These steamed buns were specially baked for me by my mother, you cannot take them. Lu Shenxing's lips twitched. How insignificant must he appear in his son's eyes for the boy to believe that his father would covet a piece of roasted bun. Seeing Lu Shenxing silent, Lu Yimo, feeling anxious, quickly devoured the bun. The little one ate too hastily and accidentally choked, his small face immediately turning crimson. Lu Yimo. Lu Shenxing swiftly maneuvered his wheelchair over, lifting a prepared bottle of milk to his son's lips. Hearing the commotion, Song Mingyi hurried over. Upon seeing Lu Yimo's flushed face, she patted his back, allowing him to finally swallow the morsel. Lu Yimo clung to Song Mingyi, his eyes filled with longing. Mom, you're finally here. Dad just tried to steal my bun. Song Mingyi was somewhat incredulous. After all, it seemed absurd that a domineering man like Lu Shenxing would snatch food from a child. Yet, recalling how ravenous Lu Yimo had appeared earlier, she tactfully replied, Mr. Lu, Yimo has a delicate stomach, and he is too young for medication. The best remedy is food. Roasted buns can invigorate the spleen and are perfect for him at this age. If you are hungry, perhaps you should eat something else. Lu Shenxing felt the pieces falling into place. He finally understood why Lu Yimo held such affection for Song Mingyi. She was perhaps the only woman in the world who genuinely believed he would steal food from his own son. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shenxing conceded. Go ahead and eat your bun. Oh, Song Mingyi replied, heading to the kitchen to serve herself. She treated him as if he were invisible, unable to restrain himself. Lu Shenxing remarked, What about mine? Song Mingyi was taken aback, as if she hadn't anticipated him asking. Apologetically, she said, I didn't think you needed a meal. Lu Shenxing's temples throbbed. Did she really think he survived on dew? Song Mingyi genuinely believed so, arguing that a man of his stature was hardly ordinary. Noticing Lu Shenxing's gaze upon her, she stood up, I'll call the chef. There's no need for that, this is sufficient, Lu Shenxing insisted. Song Mingyi, feeling awkward, replied, Mr. Lu, I really should summon the chef. Why? Lu Shenxing asked, irritated that she would refuse him. Song Mingyi explained. There's a saying that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. I am not unwilling to share my meal. I merely fear you may misunderstand. Lu Shenxing incredulously questioned, You're worried I might fall for you? Not quite so narcissistically, she replied with a smile. But just in case, and to put you at ease. There's no such possibility, Lu Shenxing stated curtly, maneuvering his wheelchair upstairs. Oh dear. It seemed Lu Shenxing was angry and refused to eat. But it mattered not, she was not hungry. Suddenly, her sleeve was tugged. Looking down, she saw Lu Yimo gazing up at her with his big, dark eyes, asking, "Mom, will you divorce Dad?" Perhaps, Song Mingyi hesitated but decided against deceiving him. This child, though young, was astute, and she did not wish to mislead him. "Can I go with you?" he inquired. "Unfortunately not," she replied, "your father would not allow it." "And you have your own mother." "No. That woman isn't my real mother, she only wants to take my life." Lu Yimo's voice was filled with emotion. Disdain flashing in his eyes at the mere thought of that woman. Each time she looked at him, her gaze was filled with greed and hatred, devoid of any tenderness. Unlike the mother of his dreams. Lu Yimo clung tightly to Song Mingyi's waist, inhaling her comforting scent. "Mom, you are my real mother." Song Mingyi found herself shaking her head, helpless against this child's earnestness. Perhaps it was because he was the same age as her own child that her heart softened in his presence. Lu Yimo's tea rested well in days. And after dinner, he soon grew sleepy. Song Mingyi entrusted him to a dedicated servant, saying, "Yimo, it's time to rest, an early night is beneficial for your health." Reluctantly, Lu Yimo agreed, "All right. We'll see each other again tomorrow." Song Mingyi, touched by his forlorn expression, leaned down to kiss his forehead, whispering, "Good night." After this spontaneous gesture, she found herself momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated acting so affectionately. Yet, upon witnessing the sudden joy illuminating Lu Yimo's face, she felt no regret. Once Lu Yimo went upstairs, Song Mingyi hesitated but ultimately turned toward the kitchen. Carrying a plate of food upstairs, she discovered Lu Shenxing was not in the bedroom. After a brief search, she located him in the gym, where he was performing strength exercises on a pull-up bar. Having already exerted himself, his back was slick with sweat, and his breathing was labored. Song Mingyi furrowed her brow at the sight. While exercising can be beneficial, it is not suitable for everyone, especially not for Lu Shenxing. He still bore toxins in his system. Prolonged exertion would only hasten the circulation of these toxins, causing them to become more active. "That's enough, you should stop exercising," she approached him, grasping his arm with concern. "You've been at it for too long. Excessive exercise is detrimental to your health." Lu Shenxing shot her a cold glance. "When did it become your place to meddle in my affairs, little bride? Do you think my prior assistance grants you the right to dictate my actions?" "Apologies for the intrusion," Song Mingyi replied, releasing his arm and turning away decisively. She had no intention of involving herself in his affairs. Whether he succumbed to the poison or fell ill was of no consequence to her. After all, their marriage would conclude in but 80 days. Suddenly, Lu Yimo's small face flashed in her mind, prompting Song Mingyi to halt. She turned back and saw Lu Shenxing on the verge of collapse, his arms unable to support his weight, teetering dangerously. Before she could process the situation, she lunged towards him. At that moment, Lu Shenxing, unable to maintain his balance, fell, and the weight of his body sent them both crashing to the ground. In the next instant, his lips collided with hers. Chapter 37, Mrs. Lu, affection requires discretion. Song Mingyi's eyes widened as her gaze delved into the depths of the man's eyes, their stares locked in a moment of intensity. Her heart raced. And instinctively, she pushed Lu Shenxing away. Caught off guard, Lu Shenxing fell heavily to the ground, an audible thud resonating in the air. Startled, Song Mingyi sat up abruptly, licking her lips, which burned with a metallic taste of blood. She winced, realizing the pain. Her lips were swollen. Indeed, the depictions in dramas were deceiving. Falling into someone's arms and kissing was far from romantic. Her teeth felt like they might chip. Just as she intended to rise, her wrist was seized. Turning instinctively, she met Lu Shenxing's gaze. His lips were also bruised, stained crimson, and his already handsome visage took on a beguiling allure, reminiscent of a captivating male fox spirit, evoking a desire for deeper connection. A fleeting image of their earlier embrace and the mingling of their lips flashed through Song Mingyi's mind, soft and enticing. Her heart fluttered, igniting an unusual warmth where his grip held her wrist. Realizing the nature of her thoughts, she swiftly withdrew her hand from his grasp. "Mr. Lu, please don't rush. Allow me to assist you, she stammered, attempting to help him up. Yet under his scrutinizing gaze, she trembled, her limbs suddenly lacking strength. Once again, they tumbled together. This time, Song Mingyi found herself nestled in Lu Shenxing's embrace, her soft lips resting against his neck. The fall was gentle, the inertia minimal, and thus, it was not painful. A thought flickered through her mind, reminiscent of the cinematic allure she had seen before. At that moment, Xiaoman approached, and upon witnessing their entangled forms, immediately shielded her eyes. Young master, young madam, I apologize. I did not realize you were busy. I shall take my leave. With that, she dashed away. From a distance, Song Mingyi overheard Xiaoman excitedly conversing with Aunt Qian. The young master and young madam seemed to share a wonderful bond, unable to restrain their affection even at the gym. Is that so? How delightful. Aunt Qian responded. Did you manage to capture any photos? No, I forgot. Youth is indeed fleeting, how could something so significant slip my mind? Next time, I must remember, sharing such moments with the madam would surely bring her joy. Song Mingyi. Lu Shenxing. Lu Shenxing, visibly irritated, urged, get up quickly. With a nod, Song Mingyi scrambled from his embrace, assisting him into a wheelchair before pushing him back to the room. In the master bedroom, she first guided Lu Shenxing into the bathroom to freshen up. As she reached to unbutton his shirt, he grasped her wrist firmly. I can manage on my own, please step outside, he insisted. Song Mingyi complied. But recalling his earlier fall, she questioned, are you sure you don't need my help? She added, your body is still recovering, it is only natural to require assistance. Lu Shenxing's irritation flared as he retorted, get out. Oh. Quickly, she exited. Once the door was shut, she opened it again slightly, peeking in to inform him. I've placed dinner on the table, please eat a little after you wash up. It's not good for your health to sleep on an empty stomach. With that, she closed the door again. Listening to her retreating footsteps, Lu Shenxing took a deep breath before laboriously settling into the bathtub. The sensation of weakness enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of defeat within. The esteemed Lu Shenxing had fallen to such depths. After spending a considerable time in the tub, he emerged to find the water had grown cold. Draped in a bathrobe, he maneuvered his wheelchair back to the room, the hallway lights still aglow. His gaze fell upon the meal on the coffee table, a bowl of rice porridge, a plate of small flour rolls, and 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. After a moment of hesitation, he approached, initially motivated by the desire to avoid the stomach pains that hunger had caused him before. However, upon tasting the first bite, he was astounded. Even cold, the flavors were exquisite, surpassing even the renowned delicacies of the imperial feast. Lu Shenxing found himself unable to stop after just 1 mouthful. By the time he regained his senses, he had devoured everything before him. The following day, he awoke to the sound of voices nearby, his brow furrowing in annoyance at the audacity of those disturbing his slumber. Be quiet, he barked, only to realize something was amiss. His voice was weak and feeble. Struggling to open his eyes, he discovered Mrs. Lu standing vigil by his bedside. Shenxing, you're finally awake, she exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. You scared your mother to death. Dr. Xia stated, Mr. Lu, you are not in serious condition, just a slight chill. A dose of antipyretics will suffice. Aunt Qian quickly added as she saw Dr. Xia off. Lu Shenxing, filled with remorse, said, Mother, I'm sorry for causing you worry. He needn't ask. He understood how concerned his mother must have been during his sudden illness. I am fine, and I owe much to Mingyi. If she hadn't noticed your fever and summoned Dr. Xia promptly, you might have suffered more, Mrs. Lu remarked. Mother, it was my duty, Song Mingyi interjected, concealing the fact that she had administered an injection the moment she realized Lu Shenxing's condition. However, given his unique circumstances, she knew there was little she could do to alleviate his fever promptly. Thus, she had only called for Dr. Xia once his condition stabilized. This was a secret she would never share with anyone. I know you are a good child, Mrs. Lu said, taking Song Mingyi's hand and placing it in Lu Shenxing's palm. A shiver ran through Song Mingyi, and she couldn't help but glance at Mrs. Lu. Mother, I understand you are newlyweds, and your affection is natural, however, one must always consider the appropriateness of the occasion. See. Such indiscreet displays of affection have led to your illness. Song Mingyi realized Mrs. Lu had misunderstood, believing Lu Shenxing fell ill due to their playful antics at the gym. Mother, it was not like that, Mr. Lu and I are innocent. She recognized Lu Shenxing's weakened state but was taken aback by how fragile he had become. Falling ill so easily. Song Mingyi cast a reproachful glance at him, pondering why he hadn't taken better care of his health. Surely, retreating to his room to rest would have sufficed? Lu Shenxing. What did that look of sorrow on her face mean? Chapter 38, Song Mingyi has been kidnapped. Madame Lu grasped Song Mingyi's hand and said, Mingyi, I understand that you feel wronged. But you must believe that this is only temporary. You see, even Shenxing, who was once a comatose vegetable, has awakened. His minor issues will soon be resolved. And when that time comes, he will undoubtedly make it up to you generously. As she spoke, she slipped a black card into Song Mingyi's palm. Here, take this. After work, treat yourself to something you like. Song Mingyi responded. Is money the only way to resolve conflicts? She declined, saying, Mom, I don't need money. But if you don't need it, why not accept it? Hurry and take it, or I shall be displeased. Faced with her mother's insistence, Song Mingyi had no choice but to accept it. Thank you, Mom. Madame Lu smiled warmly, causing the lines around her eyes to soften. Be sure to take good care of Shenxing, I will never let you suffer. With that, she left with the money. Song Mingyi handed the card to Lu Shenxing. Here. CEO Lu, this is for you. Please accept it. Lu Shenxing glanced at it and replied coolly, consider it a fee for your attentiveness to Lu Yimo. Song Mingyi understood his implication and couldn't help but say, I care for Momo because he is adorable and brings joy, not for monetary gain. However, she swallowed her words, realizing that such an explanation might lead Lu Shenxing to suspect her motives. Besides, for someone like him, matters easily resolved with money were hardly worth concern. Mr. Lu, will you be resting at home or heading to the office? To the office. Very well. Song Mingyi was not surprised, although Lu Shenxing was occasionally narcissistic. His dedication to work was commendable. Upon reaching the design department at Lu's corporation, she encountered Lu Tian. Hello, Sister Lu, Song Mingyi greeted politely. Lu Tian merely glanced at her, said nothing, and walked away. Song Mingyi was taken aback. Just as she returned to her workstation, Han Bing arrived. Song Mingyi. You've seriously offended Sister Lu. Han Bing whispered conspiratorially. What's happened? Song Mingyi asked, bewildered. Don't you know? Just now. Manager Jing announced that you will be appointed as the chief designer in the upcoming meeting. Sister Lu has spent 9 years at Lu's to attain her position. And you've only been here a few days. Can she be pleased with that? Not just her, but others too. Han Bing listed several names. Miao Yu has left. Her position is now vacant, and you've taken what was once theirs. Do you think they will be happy about it? Han Bing looked at Song Mingyi with sympathy. Mingyi, you've made enemies everywhere, the days ahead will be tough. Song Mingyi had not anticipated this turn of events. That's quite unfortunate, she said. She had intended to quietly work at Lu's for a few months and resign after her divorce from Lu Shenxing, but that now seemed a distant dream. Han Bing urged her, what are you waiting for? Go tell Manager Jing that you don't want the chief designer position. Do you think Manager Jing will easily change his mind? No. Then I won't waste my effort. But, if the appointment stands, you will be isolated. Song Mingyi looked at Han Bing and asked, will you isolate me? Han Bing shook her head. No, we are friends. Then it wouldn't be isolation. Song Mingyi smiled at Han Bing. Let us get to work. Song Mingyi chose not to decline the chief designer position, and the news quickly spread throughout the design department. Everyone's demeanor towards her shifted, and they began to ostracize her. Even Han Bing, who had been close to her, suffered the consequences. Song Mingyi remained indifferent to their petty schemes, but she felt for Han Bing, who was increasingly frustrated. Perhaps you should distance yourself from me so they won't vent their anger on you. No way. Han Bing stubbornly replied. If they want me to stay away from you, that would make me too accommodating. I want to remain close to you. Han Bing kept her word. Even switching workstations with colleagues. Song Mingyi sighed but said nothing. In the afternoon, Song Mingyi received a call from Xiao Wu. Boss, we have news about Erbao. Our sources indicate he was seen at the Angel Welfare Institute 3 years ago. Immediately, Song Mingyi took leave and drove to the Angel Welfare Institute. Upon arrival, she surveyed the dilapidated building. The sign was half fallen, the gates rusted, and leaves littered the entrance. She wondered how this welfare institute could still be operational. Just as she prepared to call Xiao Wu for clarification, the gates creaked open, revealing a limping man. Are you here to find a child? How did you know? The man chuckled. You're dressed well, young, and standing here with a serious expression. Anyone who appears like that at a welfare institute is surely looking for a child. Song Mingyi remained silent. Come in, there aren't many children left here. See if you're lucky enough to find the child you abandoned. Abandoned child. Those simple words pierced Song Mingyi's heart like a steel blade. She longed to protest that she had never given up on her child, but such explanations felt futile. So she silently followed the man inside. The interior of the Welfare Institute was even more desolate, radiating an atmosphere of abandonment and neglect. Where are the children? Bring them out, and I will wait here, Song Mingyi demanded. Here? You're quite cold-hearted. Now that you're so close, why not step inside and see the children? The man reproached her. I have something else to attend to, I'll return another time, she replied, already turning to leave. As she did, the man's expression shifted abruptly. He rushed after her, and with surprising agility, he shouted, What are you all doing? Come out and capture her. Soon, 2 others emerged. One wielding a spray can that he aimed directly at her face. Song Mingyi stumbled and fell, losing consciousness. The limping man caught up and glared at her, muttering. This woman is clever, she almost got away. A van pulled up, and they forcefully dragged Song Mingyi inside, disappearing swiftly from view. At the Lu family mansion, Lu Yimo heard the sound of a vehicle and leaped off the sofa, rushing towards the entrance. Mommy! He called sweetly. But his expression fell when he saw that it was Lu Shenxing who entered. Dad, why are you here? Lu Shenxing's gaze swept over him. If not me. Then who else? Mommy. Lu Yimo suddenly grew wary. Dad, are you forbidding Mommy from seeing me again? Chapter 39, Safely returning with Mother. You should have limited your interactions with that woman, Lu Shenxing stated. Dad, how could you say that? Lu Yimo's eyes instantly reddened. His small chest heaving with indignation. I am only concerned for your well-being. Lu Shenxing turned to his son. You are coming back with me now. Lu Yimo's expression darkened immediately, and he dashed back into the living room. Lu Shenxing furrowed his brow, preparing to follow, when his phone suddenly rang. It was a crucial long-distance call. He retreated to the study to answer it. An hour later, he emerged. Only to hear the sound of something shattering and Xiao Min's startled exclamation from the living room. Young master. Lu Shenxing's expression soured. And he swiftly maneuvered his wheelchair into the living room. In that brief moment, the room had been reduced to chaos, resembling a scene of a violent robbery. Lu Shenxing's face grew grim. Lu Yimo. Startled, Lu Yimo trembled, spotting his father approaching in the wheelchair, and he bolted through the disarray of the living room. The mess was overwhelming, with broken ornaments scattered everywhere, and Lu Yimo paid no heed to his footing, creating a scene of sheer panic. Young master, be careful. Xiao Min cried out urgently. Lu Yimo ignored her, racing out of the living room and skillfully climbing the artificial hill. Lu Yimo, come down this instant. I want tea. Lu Yimo's eyes were red, tears streaming down his fair cheeks as he trembled atop the high hill, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Please come down, young master. It's too dangerous up there, do listen. No. I refuse. Lu Yimo was resolute. I want to see Mother. If I can't see her today, then let me fall to my death. I am merely a burden in this family, an eyesore. As he spoke, Lu Yimo swayed dangerously, nearly losing his balance. Ah! Xiao Min screamed in terror, glancing anxiously at Lu Shenxing. Young master, you must bring young madam back quickly. If this continues, young master will truly be in peril. Lu Shenxing inhaled deeply, softening his tone. I will call her now and ask her to return. Lu Yimo looked at Lu Shenxing skeptically. His father's attitude towards his mother was appalling. Without acknowledging his son, Lu Shenxing took out his phone and dialed Song Mingyi's number. The phone rang endlessly without an answer. After hanging up, he dialed again, only to be met with a disconnection. Lu Shenxing's brow furrowed in frustration. This Song Mingyi was audacious to hang up on him. Lu Yimo, perched atop the hill, watched anxiously as the phone remained unanswered, tears falling anew. I know it's you who drove mother away. I don't want a father like you, you are utterly despicable. Lu Shenxing attempted another call. Sorry. The number you dialed is switched off. Lu Shenxing took a deep breath, observing his son's distraught figure atop the hill, and spoke sternly, Lu Yimo. I advise you to calm down. Song Mingyi may be in danger. What? Mother is in danger? Lu Yimo gasped. Abandoning his tantrum and allowing the servant who had climbed up to carry him down. As soon as his feet hit the ground, Lu Yimo sprinted towards Lu Shenxing. Urging him, didn't you say mother is in trouble? Hurry and save her. Lu Shenxing gazed at Lu Yimo. Are you certain you wish to plead with me? Your despicable father? Dad, I realize my mistakes, I won't behave this way again. Lu Yimo clutched at Lu Shenxing's sleeve, shaking it fervently. Please, I beg you. I promise to be obedient from now on. Just save mother, I'm worried about her. Lu Shenxing regarded Lu Yimo's anxious demeanor, his brow furrowing, yet he remained silent. He made a call, investigate Song Mingyi's whereabouts. 15 minutes later, Yanjing called back. Young madam has been abducted, we are currently tracing the kidnappers. Expedite the process. Lu Shenxing paused. Investigate the movements of the second household. Yanjing was taken aback. You suspect the second household? Yes, I will look into it. After ending the call, Lu Shenxing maneuvered his wheelchair towards the exit. Dad. Lu Yimo called out, halting Lu Shenxing. You must bring mother back safely. Lu Shenxing turned. Witnessing the worry etched across Lu Yimo's small face. Take care of yourself and your grandmother. With that, Lu Shenxing departed swiftly. On a desolate hillside in the outskirts, a van was parked at the summit. Two kidnappers, who had been waiting, stood up to greet the arrival. Why are you so late? I've already dug the pit. This woman is cunning. The limping man said as he and his companion dragged Song Mingyi from the vehicle. The chill of the mountain air roused Song Mingyi from her stupor. She struggled with her wrists, realizing they were tightly bound, rendering her incapable of escape. Who are you? What do you want? Kidnapping is a crime. Panic flooded her features as she fought against her restraints. The limping man chuckled at her words. Kidnapping is indeed a crime. But is murder? We are involved in much more than just this one transaction. Song Mingyi's expression grew even more fearful, but she forced herself to maintain composure. Gentlemen. We have no grievances between us, there is no need to commit such a grave offense for money. The path of escape is fraught with peril. How about this, I will offer you double the amount to let me go. Double? The limping man scrutinized her. That amounts to 2 million. Are you certain you have that much? 2 million? Few would desire to purchase her life, but even fewer would pay 1 million for it. I do have it. Of course. If you don't believe me, I can show you the balance in my account. Song Mingyi feigned terror. Resembling a desperate woman willing to forsake everything for her life. Don't listen to her nonsense, be cautious of a trap, a tall man warned. What harm could come from it? You outnumber me, I am but one woman, stranded in the wilderness. Can I possibly escape? Besides, I am indeed wealthy. Surely. You wish to profit from this venture? Her words struck a chord with them. The limping man remarked, Brother, why don't we take a look? After all, it's just a glance. If this woman deceives us, we can always dispose of her afterward. Sensing their interest, Song Mingyi quickly added, Yes. My phone is in your possession, just open it and check. It will take no more than 5 minutes. Brother, let us take a look, it won't hurt. Seeing his companions intrigued, the tall man relented and handed the phone to the limping man. Be quick, we cannot afford to make a mistake, otherwise, we are all doomed. The limping man nodded eagerly, approaching Song Mingyi. At that moment, a breeze swept through the mountains, lifting her hair and enhancing her beauty. The limping man. Suddenly overtaken by inappropriate thoughts, instinctively reached out to caress her face. Chapter 40, Just bury us. Song Mingyi swiftly evaded to the side. The limping man chuckled, little beauty. Why are you hiding? You're going to die anyway, why not enjoy yourself a bit before the end? The tall man frowned, displeased, and said, stop messing around. We have serious matters to attend to. Let's see if this woman has any money on her phone. The limping man quickly retrieved the phone from Song Mingyi, powered it on, and unlocked it. Upon opening the banking app, he became visibly excited. Brother, there's money, over 10 million in this woman's account. Who would have thought? The tall man's gaze towards Song Mingyi shifted as well. Feigning fear, Song Mingyi said, you see, I have money. Can't you let me go now? Not so fast. We haven't transferred the funds yet. What's the password? If I tell you the password, you must let me go. Do you really think I would be fooled by a woman like you? The tall man responded with evident impatience. Trembling, Song Mingyi revealed her password. Soon. The sound of money being transferred echoed from the kidnapper's phone. The tall man beamed with delight. The limping man remarked, brother, we've come into quite a sum. Shouldn't we celebrate a bit? He looked at Song Mingyi with greedy eyes. Look at you. Pathetic. The tall man scolded, though he understood his brother's flaws, adding disdainfully. Hurry up, don't delay our business, we need to report back to our employer. All right, thank you, brother. The limping man could no longer contain himself and approached Song Mingyi eagerly. The other men, unable to resist, also crowded closer. The tall man, exasperated, muttered, useless. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated. The tall man sensed something amiss and turned to see a gust of wind as Song Mingyi kicked him to the ground. With a swift motion, she freed her wrists from the ropes binding her. She kicked the tall man again, coldly stating, you have the audacity to steal my money. The tall man lay unconscious, unable to move. Song Mingyi then retrieved some ropes from the van and bound the kidnappers, tossing them into a previously dug pit like discarded swine. The 5 kidnappers instantly regained consciousness, their eyes widening as they beheld Song Mingyi standing beside the pit. Her slender figure melded with the shadows. Her eyes glinted with a chilling light under the moon, resembling a celestial warrior descended from the heavens. Even the most audacious of the kidnappers felt a surge of fear. The limping man stammered, Who are you? What do you intend to do with us? Song Mingyi chuckled lightly, I'm merely the hostage. Yet you ask who I am? Isn't that a bit amusing? Perhaps it is, the tall man conceded. We admit defeat. What do you want from us? Admitting defeat is wise. Let us have a talk, Song Mingyi said, her tone ominous and authoritative. Who sent you to kidnap me? Who informed you about the child? From the moment Song Mingyi stepped out of the car at the orphanage, she suspected a trap. She merely wished to understand their intentions and followed them, never anticipating their reckless folly. Give it up, we won't speak. It's against the rules to betray our employer. The tall man declared firmly. The other 4 kidnappers echoed, don't think you can extract information about our employer from us. Song Mingyi nodded appreciatively, good, you are commendable. Since you refuse to speak, consider yourselves buried. Her voice turned icy as she grabbed a shovel and began to fill the pit with dirt. The kidnappers, bombarded with soil, could not help but curse at her, ignoring their protests as if they were mere tools. Song Mingyi continued to bury them until the earth covered their bodies to a shallow depth. The kidnappers, witnessing her cold demeanor, realized she was indeed prepared to bury them alive. Fear gripped them, and they shouted, We'll talk. We'll talk. Finally halting her work, Song Mingyi squatted beside the pit and lifted her chin, Speak. We know nothing about the child, it was the employer who informed us. If you came, mentioning the child would lead you right into our trap. We didn't expect you to fall for it, they confessed. As for the employer, we don't know much. Our communication was always one-on-one, and they used a voice changer. Song Mingyi tossed their phones into the pit, make a call back. The limping man protested. We can't call with our hands bound, please untie us first. Right, release us first, the others chimed in. If we can't call, then there is no need for our hands to remain. With that, a gleaming dagger slipped into her palm, shimmering with a cold light. The kidnappers felt a chill run down their spines and quickly said, "Call." "We'll call now." "Sorry, the number you dialed is not in service," one of them said, glancing at the phone. "It's not our fault, it's a dead number. Try another number." Song Mingyi recited a string of digits. The tall man hastily entered the number into the phone. "What do we say when the call connects?" "Tell her you've succeeded and ask her to transfer the money. Start with 20 million. The kidnappers were taken aback. 20 million? Are you insane? She might not even send it. How would you know without trying? Song Mingyi replied impatiently, shaking the shovel in her hand. Terrified, the kidnappers made the call. With Song Mingyi instructing, "Record this." "Yes, yes." They nodded eagerly as the call connected. "Hello, who is this?" The mountaintop was eerily silent, the voice unmistakably familiar. It was Song Yuyao's voice. Song Mingyi was unfazed. Her pregnancy and childbirth had been secrets. And the disappearance of her second child 3 years ago was an even deeper secret. Outsiders would remain oblivious. Thus, the explanation was clear: this kidnapping was orchestrated by the Song family. The kidnappers cautiously glanced at Song Mingyi, who remained silent. The voice on the other end grew impatient. "Speak. If you don't say anything, I will hang up." With a swift motion, Song Mingyi threw a piece of paper, signaling them to read from it. The kidnappers hesitated, questioning its efficacy. Just as one was about to protest, they caught sight of Song Mingyi's growing impatience. Startled, they immediately began to read the contents aloud. "Previously, when you sought my assistance, your demeanor was far more courteous. Now, when I'm here to resolve your troubles, you disregard me?" Song Yuyao gasped, panic evident in her tone. "Wait." A cacophony of noise followed, and moments later, the line fell silent. Frustrated, Song Yuyao exclaimed, "Who told you to call me?" Chapter 41, Lu Shenxing arrives to rescue her. "Of course, I intended to call you," the crippled man sneered. "We've accomplished the task. But we're not prepared to remit the funds." "You're rather audacious, woman." Upon hearing the crippled man's implicit threat, Song Yuyao softened her tone. "I'll transfer the remaining 50,000 to you immediately." "That vixen? You think a mere 50,000 will suffice to compensate us?" Song Yuyao inhaled deeply. "I'll add another 50,000, but you must never appear before me again." The scion of the Song family hiring someone to abduct her own sister is only worth 50,000? If this were to become public, I wonder how much of your reputation as a privileged young lady would remain. Song Yuyao's countenance shifted. 1,500,000. Will that be sufficient? Including the deposit we previously received, that amounts to 2 million. The abductors were exceedingly tempted. They had never undertaken such a substantial operation since their inception and were inclined to accept. However, upon glancing at Song Mingyi, who was seated beside the earthen pit, toying with a dagger, their resolve wavered. The silver blade pirouetted between her fingers, resembling a fluttering butterfly beneath the radiant moonlight. Yet, instead of appreciating her beauty, the abductors found her terrifying. 10 million. The abductor bellowed ferociously. A single cent less, and you can anticipate utter disgrace. Song Yuyao was incensed. You're insane. How dare you extort your employer? You have the option of not being extorted. After all, you'll merely be branded as a venomous woman, making it difficult to marry into a prestigious family in the future. The crippled man followed Song Mingyi's script, feigning extreme malevolence. Song Yuyao gnashed her teeth in resentment, as the abductor's words struck her deepest fear. She could not allow the news of her orchestrating the abduction of her own sister to surface, otherwise her betrothal to Su Shishio would be irrevocably jeopardized. Give me half an hour. 30 minutes later, the abductor's phone chimed, signaling the receipt of funds. The abductor's eyes widened upon beholding the string of zeros. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10 million. It had indeed been credited. The abductor gazed at Song Mingyi with astonishment. Initially, he had dismissed her antics as nonsensical, but she had managed to extort 10 million with such brevity. At that moment, the abductor wished he could enlist Song Mingyi as their strategic advisor, certain that their performance would surge, alleviating their financial concerns. Has the money been credited? Yes, yes. It has. The crippled man fawned. Madam, I'll transfer the funds to you immediately, along with the recording. After the funds had been transferred, the abductor inquired, "Madam, we've fulfilled our obligations. Are we free to depart? Leave?" Song Mingyi's brows furrowed slightly, conveying bewilderment. Had the standards of abductors deteriorated to this extent? Even after falling into my grasp, they still aspire to leave? Just as Song Mingyi retrieved her shovel, poised to resume burying the men, a beam of radiant headlights illuminated the area. Someone was approaching. Song Mingyi scrutinized the scene, her brow furrowed. She discerned that a convoy was ascending the mountain. Who would arrive at such a late hour? As realization dawned, Song Mingyi's expression metamorphosed abruptly, and she leaped into the pit. Ah! The abductors were startled by Song Mingyi's actions. "Madam, what are you intending to do?" Song Mingyi remained silent, extracting several pills from a vial she carried. She pinched the abductors' jaws and administered the pills to each of them. "What have you given us?" The abductors were perplexed. The pills were sweet and smooth, with a delectable taste. Poison. The abductors were initially taken aback, then erupted in laughter. "Madam, you're jesting. Do you think we're in a historical drama? Poison, indeed." Song Mingyi offered no response, merely fixing her gaze upon them. The abductors' laughter soon subsided as they feigned composure. "You must be teasing us." Before the words had fully escaped their lips, the abductors were seized by excruciating abdominal pain, as if their insides were being lacerated. They writhed on the ground, pleading for mercy. "Madam, let's discuss this rationally. Tell us what you want us to do, there's no need to waste poison." Song Mingyi grasped a silver needle and swiftly punctured their bodies, providing immediate relief. She untied their bonds and gestured with her chin. "Climb out." The abductors ascended with simian agility. Song Mingyi then commanded, "Take up the shovels." The abductors seized the implements, and a scuffle ensued due to the limited number available. Only after observing Song Mingyi's displeasure did they desist. "Fill it in." Upon hearing Song Mingyi's directive, the abductors froze, exchanging bewildered glances. "Am I experiencing auditory hallucinations? I believe I am as well. Madam has instructed us to fill it in." "Indeed, I heard it too." "Expedite it." Song Mingyi's tone intensified. The abductors, intimidated, shuddered and commenced filling the pit. Initially, they proceeded cautiously, but upon realizing that Song Mingyi offered no resistance, they harbored malevolent intentions. If they buried this woman alive, the 10 million would be theirs. Inspired by this prospect, they shoveled with increased fervor. Suddenly, the drone of an automobile resonated. Who could be arriving at this hour? As the abductors pondered this, they were encircled. The bodyguards were burly and exuded an aura of formidable strength, dwarfing the 5 abductors. While the abductors trembled, the bodyguards parted like the Red Sea, revealing a man in a wheelchair, propelled by a bodyguard, who approached them. "Where is Song Mingyi?" "Song, who?" The abductors were perplexed. "I have no idea." Lu Shenxing's gaze turned glacial. "You abducted her, yet you claim ignorance?" The abductors realized that Song Mingyi was the madam. "Ma. Lu, madam is at the bottom of the pit." Yan Zheng's voice interrupted the abductors. "The young madam has been buried alive." Lu Shenxing's expression shifted, and he instructed the bodyguards to push him forward. Song Mingyi had been rescued from the pit by Yan Zheng. She was covered in dirt and unconscious, appearing to have sustained significant injuries. "Bring her to me." Yan Zheng demurred. "Lu, allow me to carry her." Lu Shenxing's gaze silenced Yan Zheng, who carefully placed Song Mingyi in Lu Shenxing's arms. Lu Shenxing gazed down at Song Mingyi. The usually acerbic Song Mingyi lay pallid in his arms, causing Lu Shenxing's heart to clench uncomfortably. Lu Shenxing averted his gaze, observing the abductors wailing on the ground. He smiled. "These men are audacious. I admire that. Entertain them thoroughly." Upon hearing Lu Shenxing's command, the bodyguards stepped forward. The abductors were terrified and attempted to reveal the truth, but Song Mingyi, cradled in Lu Shenxing's arms, suddenly opened her eyes and gazed in their direction. Her gaze, though serene, sent shivers down the spines of the captors, instantly silencing them as they huddled together in terror. They were utterly petrified, recognizing her as a formidable presence. Their resentment surged toward the woman on the other end of the phone, whom they blamed for their predicament. wishing they could tear her to shreds. Abruptly, their backs were pinned down with brutal force, eliciting cries of agony. Yanjing leaned in, his tone laced with sardonic admiration. To dare abduct the young madam of the Lu family, he remarked, I must commend your bravery. The captors stammered, Lu. Young madam? They cursed the deception, realizing their victim was far from an ordinary, insignificant woman. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, Xia, the physician, awaited Song Mingyi's return, prepared to conduct a thorough examination. As Xia began his assessment, Song Mingyi stirred, her eyes fluttering open. For a moment, she stared blankly at the ceiling before a surge of memory jolted her. Ah. No. Don't kill me. Mother. Lu Yimo rushed to her side, clasping her hand. Don't be afraid, he reassured her. You're safe now. Mo, she whispered. Her voice frail. I'm here, mother. Are you hurt anywhere? The child's concern was palpable, etched plainly on his face. Her heartstrings tugged, a bittersweet warmth enveloping her. I'm fine. Really, she replied softly. Lu Yimo's eyes welled up with tears. That's not true. I heard everything about how you were kidnapped and almost buried alive. If father hadn't come, I might never have seen you again. Overwhelmed, Song Mingyi embraced him, his small frame trembling in her arms like a frightened animal. Her heart softened. Her gaze filled with unexpected tenderness. Lu Yimo, come here, Lu Shenxing commanded. The boy glanced at his father, then burrowed further into Song Mingyi's embrace, his expression conveying. Stay away, you villain. You can't separate me from my mother. Lu Shenxing's temple throbbed, but he relented, saying, let Dr. Xia finish examining you. You might have other injuries. Lu Yimo, eager to ensure her well-being, reluctantly obeyed, fearing any delay would prolong her suffering. Lu Shenxing chuckled inwardly, amused by his son's devotion. After completing the examination, Xia reassured Lu Shenxing, aside from a few abrasions on her arm and some bruises from the impact, the young madam appears to be unharmed. She should recover quickly. Lu Shenxing turned to Song Mingyi, his eyes filled with unspoken meaning. To survive unscathed after being kidnapped by 5 men. A jolt of anxiety shot through her as she felt scrutinized. I owe it all to you, Mr. Lu, she said gratefully. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would have been buried alive. Thank you so much. We're husband and wife, he replied. No need for such formality. Lu Yimo interjected, I'll protect you too, mother. Her heart melted. Thank you, Mo. You're wonderful. Lu Yimo beamed, his eyes sparkling with pride as he glanced at Lu Shenxing. Mother praised me. Lu Shenxing internally bemoaned the boy's foolishness, struggling to believe he was his son. As the hour grew late, Lu Yimo retired with the servants, and Xia departed, leaving Song Mingyi and Lu Shenxing alone in the bedroom. Mr. Lu, thank you again for everything, she said. You've already expressed your gratitude, he reminded her. I must thank you again to properly convey my appreciation, she insisted. Instead of empty words, perhaps a more tangible gesture would suffice. With that, Lu Shenxing braced himself against the bed, leaning in towards her. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, but he ensnared her waist with a firm grip. A life-saving debt should be repaid with oneself, he declared. What do you say, Song Mingyi? Trapped beneath him, she inhaled his invigorating scent. Her palms pressed against his chest, absorbing his body heat, causing her fingers to curl involuntarily. Mr. Lu seems to have forgotten that I am already married to you. She countered. Indeed, you are. It seems your gratitude extends only to words. If there are other things you wish me to do, I will gladly comply, she offered. Lu Shenxing replied, Mo calls you mother. Understanding his implication, she responded, motherhood is a sacred role, and I would never betray that trust. Satisfied, Lu Shenxing paused before inquiring. Do you know who orchestrated your abduction? She shook her head. I have no idea. It seems you have acquired quite a few enemies, he mused. Perhaps Mr. Lu has more enemies, and I simply had the misfortune of being caught in the crossfire, she retorted. His eyes narrowed. Are you suggesting that I endangered you? No. She quickly corrected. It's simply that I am inept at navigating social situations, which led to today's misfortune. Lu Shenxing nodded in approval. Just as he was about to release her, a sudden numbness seized his arm, rendering it useless. He collapsed, falling directly onto Song Mingyi, his lips pressing against hers. Her eyes widened in shock, her eyelashes fluttering uncontrollably. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Madame Lu. "Mingyi, I heard that you..." Her words trailed off as she beheld the intimate scene unfolding on the bed, prompting her to swiftly shut the door. Thud. Lu Shenxing, now beside Song Mingyi, scrambled away, insisting it was an accident. "Yes, of course," she stammered, turning away, her ears burning. Despite having borne 2 children, she had virtually no experience with romantic encounters. Her relationship with Su Shixiu had been limited to holding hands. Yet, in just 2 days, she had found herself in such close proximity to Lu Shenxing twice, albeit unintentionally. Lu Shenxing noticed her flushed ears and recalled the softness of her lips, stirring within him an inexplicable sensation. Chapter 43, Song Mingyi defends Lu Shenxing. The following day marked the 15th day of the lunar month. According to the customs of the Lu family, breakfast must be taken at the main residence of the elder Lu. The previous day's uproar at King's Wuan, alongside the abduction of Song Mingyi, had become common knowledge among the Lu family, prompting the elder Lu to inquire about her well-being. "Mingyi, I am already aware of yesterday's events. I shall have Shenxing address this matter personally, so there is no need for you to worry," he reassured her. Standing, Mingyi expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, grandfather. There is no need for such formality within the family." However, Yang Chuanhua's voice cut through the air sharply. "Indeed, there is no need for such courtesy. Perhaps this is the misfortune brought upon us by Shenxing. He may excel in many areas, but his ruthless methods show no mercy. He surrounds himself with numerous bodyguards, remaining unscathed, while you suffer so terribly. Consider yourself fortunate. Had luck been less favorable, your life could have been forfeit." Lu Shenxing remained impassive, as if he had not heard a word. Conversely, the expression on Lady Lu's face darkened considerably. "Chunhua, how can you speak like that? Am I mistaken?" Song Mingyi spent 5 years in prison, surrounded by fellow inmates. Who else possesses the capability to orchestrate such a grand abduction if not Lu Shenxing? Although Mingyi has just joined our family, as her aunt, I feel compelled to reveal the truth to her. The elder Lu's voice boomed. "Silence. You speak too much. Father." "I merely speak the truth," Chunhua replied, her tone now obsequious, though her gaze towards Mingyi bore the weight of pity. Mingyi interjected, "Aunt, you are correct. I indeed ought to know the truth." Seeing her support, Chunhua's face brightened. "I knew Mingyi would understand my intentions." Quickly, "Thank Shenxing, aunt. No need for bowing. A simple cup of tea will suffice." Chunhua's expression stiffened, her annoyance palpable. "What are you saying? Where is the propriety in a senior thanking a junior?" If Chunhua and Shenxing were merely ordinary relatives, the elder might tolerate her disrespect. However, the situation was far different. Shenxing was not only her junior but also the president of the Lu Corporation and the head of the family. Though I may lack understanding, I know that to maintain such a position, he must defend countless individuals and confront endless peril. In other words, the comfortable life Aunt enjoys is solely due to Shenxing's protection. Yet, rather than expressing gratitude, she chooses to slander him. I cannot speak for others, but this deeply saddens me. Mingyi pinched herself sharply, her eyes reddening as tears threatened to spill. Meanwhile, Lady Lu was already in tears, overwhelmed by memories of her son's past dangers, particularly a recent brush with death. With a sudden crash, Lady Lu knelt before the elder Lu, weeping uncontrollably. "Father, please take back the position of president and head of the family. My Shenxing will no longer bear it. I no longer care for the first branch. I only wish for my son to be safe and healthy. Father, I implore you to intervene." Mingyi approached and supported Lady Lu. "Mother, please rise. Grandfather will surely support us." The elder Lu, already burdened with guilt over Shenxing's illness, was further pained by the sight of his daughter-in-law's tears. When he looked at Chunhua, his expression turned icy. "Second branch, you shall refrain from visiting the old residence for the next 6 months." Chunhua's face drained of color. "Father, how can this be? I still wish to fulfill my filial duties. Does my word no longer hold weight?" Chunhua hastily acquiesced. She sought to plead further, but the elder Lu, already growing impatient, summoned the family steward. "See her out." Chunhua departed in disgrace. The elder Lu's gaze swept over everyone present, each person feeling the weight of his scrutiny. Remember, the Lu family is a united front, we rise and fall together. Should anyone dare to speak recklessly or sow discord, I shall expel them from the ancestral hall. They quickly nodded in agreement, casting friendly smiles towards Shenxing, fearful of appearing unfriendly in the elder's eyes. Shenxing's gaze fell upon Mingyi, and for the first time, he felt a flicker of emotion beyond mere observation. Having lost his father at an early age and taken on the mantle of the family business before reaching adulthood, he had faced countless accusations. Enemies from outside and relatives within the Lu family decried him as a harbinger of death, a demon, and a tyrant, their disdain palpable. They loathed him yet relied on him. It was the first time someone stood up to express gratitude for his protection, the first to defend him against slander. In that moment, Shenxing acknowledged that his heart raced because of Mingyi. Yet, a voice within warned him not to linger. His obligations lay with Lin Weiyan, the woman who sacrificed her virtue and bore him Lu Yimo, despite public scorn. Following breakfast, the elder Lu retained Mingyi. The others looked on with jealousy. Although they were all members of the Lu family, the relationships within were intricate and fraught with complexity. The elder Lu was typically busy, rarely engaging with newcomers. Mingyi found herself in a unique position. Once the others departed, the spacious dining hall fell silent. The elder Lu led Mingyi to the flower hall, where the steward had prepared his usual tea. Seated comfortably, the elder Lu sipped his tea leisurely, seemingly oblivious to Mingyi standing nearby. She remained composed, her demeanor calm and unhurried. Finally, the elder Lu raised his gaze to her and remarked, "You possess more composure than I anticipated." Mingyi responded, "It is all due to your guidance, grandfather." The elder Lu's smile faded. "Song Mingyi, you are quite bold to incite discord among the Lu family. Who grants you such audacity?" Mingyi was taken aback. "Grandfather, wherefore this accusation? When have I ever incited discord? I merely spoke a few words in defense of my husband." With a puzzled expression, she looked at the elder Lu. "Should I not stand up for my spouse?" The elder Lu fell silent. Of course, he could not claim otherwise. After a moment, he chuckled, pointing at her in jest. "You are indeed audacious." Mingyi respectfully poured him a cup of tea. "I rely solely on your genuine affection for Shenxing. Using your charm on Shenxing is far more effective than on an old man like me." Seeing that Mingyi still lingered, the elder Lu snapped, "What are you waiting for? Depart at once." Mingyi inclined her head slightly and turned to leave. The elder Lu watched her retreating figure, his smile gradually fading. "I have wronged Shenxing," the steward remarked. "The eldest young master will one day comprehend your intentions." The elder Lu remained silent, heaving a long sigh. Chapter 44, Saving an Old Man, along with arranging a marriage? As Song Mingyi exited the main residence, she overheard Lady Lu reprimanding Lu Shenxing. "Yesterday, Mingyi endured great hardship. And yet you continue to torment her. Is this appropriate? When did I ever torment her?" Shenxing replied. "Did you not see? You had her pinned on the bed." Lady Lu glared at him. "You show no compassion whatsoever. That was merely an accident." "An accident?" Madame Lu, as his own mother, found that hard to believe. After a pause, she sighed. "Shenxing, I understand your distress, your desire to prove your recovery. But some things cannot be rushed. You must prioritize your health before pursuing anything else. I also hope for your happiness with Mingyi, and I eagerly await grandchildren." Madame Lu's words were veiled, but Lu Shenxing understood, his expression darkening. "Mom, it's not what you think." Not wanting his mother to harbor excessive hopes for his marriage, he stated, "In 2.5 months, I will divorce Song Mingyi." "You?" Madame Lu was about to speak when she noticed Song Mingyi standing nearby, clearly having overheard Lu Shenxing's words. Her face changed instantly. She glared at Lu Shenxing before forcing a smile, approaching Song Mingyi, and taking her hand. "Mingyi, don't listen to Shenxing's nonsense. He's just putting on a brave face, but he's already falling for you. Don't take his stubborn words to heart." "Lu Shenxing, I'm not talking nonsense." "Shut up." Madame Lu scolded. "Song Mingyi, I don't mind. I'm not upset." She had no feelings for Lu Shenxing, and the divorce was prearranged. Lu Shenxing was merely reiterating the decision, so she had no reason to be saddened. Madame Lu, hearing this, believed Song Mingyi was putting on a brave face. Her heart ached for her, and she patted Song Mingyi's hand gently. "Don't worry, I only recognize you as my daughter-in-law. No other riffraff will enter the Lu family." Madame Lu then took out a bank card and pressed it into Song Mingyi's hand. "Here, spend this." Song Mingyi. Were all wealthy matriarchs so fond of using their financial prowess? "Mom, really, there's no need. I haven't even spent the money you gave me before. I don't need money." She genuinely didn't need money. Besides, money was easy to accept, but favors were hard to repay. Fearing Madame Lu's insistence, Song Mingyi excused herself to go to the company and hurried away. Madame Lu watched Song Mingyi's retreating figure and said fondly, "Mingyi is good in every way. But she's too honest, afraid to take even a little pocket money." Lu Shenxing. Lu Shenxing said. "Is it possible that Song Mingyi is playing hard to get?" Before Lu Shenxing could finish speaking, Madame Lu slapped him. The mother showed no mercy. Madame Lu was furious. Playing hard to get? Mingyi is already the young madam of the Lu family. Not only is the Lu family's money hers, but even you are hers. What does she need to get? Lu Shenxing. He once again suspected that Song Mingyi was using witchcraft. Otherwise, how could Momo and Mom be so bewitched by her? Suddenly, he recalled how Song Mingyi had stood in front of him during breakfast. And his heart felt as if a breeze had swept across it. Nothing earth-shattering, but genuinely present. After leaving the Lu residence, Song Mingyi did not go to Lu Corporation but turned towards the Song family home. She lowered the car window, and a somewhat sultry breeze blew in, tousling her hair. While waiting for a red light, she rested her arm on the car window, her gaze sweeping over the street outside. She suddenly noticed the bustling crowd on the roadside. Voices of panicked bystanders rang out. "A doctor. Is there a doctor here? Hello, 120? There's a patient here, and it seems serious. Please come quickly." "Save what? He's so old, wandering around alone. He's probably trying to stage an accident. Whoever helps him is doomed. Move aside. I'm a doctor." Hearing their discussions, Song Mingyi disregarded everything else, pushed open the car door, got out, and quickly squeezed into the crowd. Surrounded by the crowd was an old man. Appearing to be in his 60s, clutching his chest, his face flushed purple, and he was half-conscious. The situation was extremely critical. Song Mingyi's expression changed. And she immediately rummaged through the old man's pockets. The old man was experiencing a sudden heart attack. Although this condition was dangerous, his condition could be quickly stabilized if he took medicine at the first sign of an attack. However, when she found the medicine bottle, she discovered it was empty. No medicine. Song Mingyi disregarded everything else and immediately took out silver needles, inserting them into several of the old man's acupuncture points. She flicked her fingertips, and the silver needles emitted a low hum. The surrounding people exclaimed, "Little girl, how can you randomly stick someone with needles? This old man's condition is already critical. You'll cause an accident." Song Mingyi glanced at the crowd and said calmly, "I'm inserting them into the Tianmen, Hemen, and Renmen points. In medicine, this is called the cardiac strengthening trio. In the absence of specific heart medication, it's an excellent method of emergency treatment." As soon as Song Mingyi finished speaking, the unconscious old man gradually regained consciousness. He groaned and slowly opened his eyes, seeing a young girl kneeling beside him, her beautiful face serene. The old man said weakly, "Little girl, did you save me?" "Just a helping hand." Song Mingyi said quietly, seeing the old man wanted to speak, she raised her hand to stop him. "You've just woken up and are very weak. Don't talk yet. Let me say one last sentence." The old man said with difficulty, "Little girl, are you married?" "I have a good-for-nothing grandson who's still single. Would you be his wife?" Song Mingyi was filled with question marks. Did saving an old man these days lead to arranged marriages? A marriage that seemed to follow the path of a tragic love story was unnecessary. "I'm married and have 2 sons. Your grandson has no chance," Song Mingyi said, taking out the silver needles and sticking them in again. The old man immediately lost consciousness. The world fell silent. Song Mingyi sighed in relief, unable to resist questioning the heavens. Why must a perfectly good patient speak? If he speaks, why must he open his mouth to talk? If he talks, why must he play matchmaker? Is he a matchmaker from the underworld reincarnated? While Song Mingyi was complaining, the ambulance arrived. Make way. The paramedics rushed out of the vehicle with a stretcher, squeezing into the crowd. Where's the patient? Here. Song Mingyi pointed to the old man lying on the ground. He had a sudden heart attack. His condition has stabilized, but he still needs to be taken to the hospital for treatment. The needles on the old man can be removed when he gets to the hospital. That's all. After Song Mingyi finished speaking, she left gracefully. Chapter 45, Who Wouldn't Go Mad? The Song Residence. Song Yuyao reclined on the sofa, a facial mask clinging to her skin. As she flipped through the latest edition of a fashion magazine, her ears filled with music. Her eyes landed on C's new collection of gowns, spread across 8 lavish pages, igniting a surge of resentment within her. C's creations were invariably exceptional, and this particular collection was nothing short of breathtaking. To grace an event adorned in one of her designs would undoubtedly ensure an unparalleled radiance, a prospect that filled her with longing. Yet, such splendor was now beyond her reach. She had been blacklisted by C. From this day forward, until the end of her days, C's creations, especially those of its founder, C, would forever remain unattainable. Song Yuyao recalled the words had uttered during their acrimonious dispute. No one truly possesses C. You merely hold it in trust for the next generation. Regrettably, your character does not align with our brand's ethos. Therefore, I must express my sincerest apologies. A firestorm of anger surged within Song Yuyao, prompting her to hurl the magazine to the floor, unleashing a torrent of curses. You wretch. Had it not been for, she would not have been ostracized by C, nor would she have become the subject of ridicule. As she seethed with fury, consumed by the desire to tear limb from limb, a commotion erupted outside the door. You cannot enter. Miss has expressly forbidden you from setting foot in the Song residence. Song Yuyao's already frayed nerves snapped. Who is causing such a ruckus outside? She demanded. The servant responded hastily, Miss, it is who has arrived. Song Yuyao's countenance darkened. Tell her to get out. She barked. Before the words had even left her lips, the door was thrust open with considerable force, and strode purposefully into the room. Upon seeing, Song Yuyao leaped to her feet, her voice laced with fury. Who authorized your entry? Your audacity knows no bounds, daring to trespass into the Song residence. Audacity? Retorted with a sardonic smile. You are right, my audacity is indeed remarkable. Would you care to experience it firsthand? In a swift motion, she seized Song Yuyao's wrist, dragging her from the sofa and onto the balcony, where she forcefully pressed her against the railing. Song Yuyao emitted a piercing scream. Ah! What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Replied, a slow smile spreading across her face. Why, to unleash my madness, of course. You dared to orchestrate my kidnapping and burial alive. If I did not retaliate with a touch of insanity, who would I be doing justice to? Kidnapping? What kidnapping? Song Yuyao stammered, her voice betraying her guilt. She quickly composed herself, adding, Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You merely seek to exploit this as an excuse to extort money from the Song family. I assure you, your schemes will be thwarted. So, you deny having orchestrated my kidnapping? I did nothing of the sort. What is there to confess? Your 5 years in prison have taught you nothing but how to falsely accuse others. I should have ensured you remained incarcerated for several more years, condemning you to a life of confinement. Song Yuyao spat venomously. Song Mingyi remained unfazed. Ever since Song Hongshan had brought Xin Yumei into the family, she had been subjected to countless such vile remarks, rendering her impervious to their sting. With one hand firmly gripping Song Yuyao, she used her other to manipulate her phone, swiftly playing a recording. The Song family's esteemed daughter orchestrates the kidnapping of her own sister for a mere 50,000? If this news were to circulate, I wonder how much of your reputation would remain intact. Upon hearing the recording of her conversation with the kidnappers, Song Yuyao's face paled. It's a fabrication. All of it is false. she exclaimed, lunging for Song Mingyi's phone, only to be pushed further toward the edge. Ah! With her upper body nearly suspended in midair. The terrifying prospect of plummeting sent shivers down her spine, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. Enough of this incessant noise. Silence! Song Mingyi commanded. Song Yuyao immediately clamped her mouth shut. Fear gripping her heart that Song Mingyi might release her grip, potentially resulting in a broken neck. Tell me, what were you thinking? Daring to orchestrate my kidnapping and attempt to bury me alive? Your ruthlessness is truly remarkable. I did not. I have no idea what you are talking about. Song Mingyi brandished her phone. If you truly have no knowledge of what I am referring to, then all the better. I shall simply hand this recording over to the police. I trust that your claim of ignorance will hold up in court. Song Mingyi. Song Yuyao cried out in desperation. You cannot. You must not give it to the police. She had no desire to be imprisoned, nor did she wish to become a pariah like Song Mingyi. Song Mingyi regarded her with a knowing smile. Song Yuyao's voice faltered. I did not intend for it to happen. It's all your fault. If you hadn't seduced my mother with that and then orchestrated a confrontation with my father, I wouldn't have been so enraged as to kidnap you. Seeking to teach you a lesson. You were the one who erred first, leading to my retaliation. Song Mingyi, you have no right to harbor resentment toward me. Song Mingyi chuckled. Song Yuyao, few possess your talent for sophistry. You are truly exceptional. She chose to ignore the boundless sarcasm in that compliment. Song Yuyao softened her tone. Her eyes reddening. I was wrong, this time I was out of line. I shouldn't have acted so impulsively. It will never happen again. Please, consider our sisterly bond. If I were to be imprisoned, it would reflect poorly on you. Spare me this once. What do you mean, reflect poorly on me if you were to be imprisoned? I am no stranger to incarceration. In fact, people might even commend our sisterly affection, our family standing together in solidarity. Song Yuyao nearly cursed aloud. Who would want to stand in solidarity with Song Mingyi? Yet, with Song Mingyi holding the evidence, she had no choice but to force a smile. Sister, I truly apologize. Please don't hold it against me. Give me another chance. I promise to heed your every word from now on. Heed my every word? Song Mingyi feigned skepticism. Song Yuyao nodded vigorously, desperate to convince Song Mingyi of her sincerity. Very well, I shall believe you this once. Song Mingyi raised her chin slightly. Call Su Shou now and tell him that you have been unfaithful and wish to call off the engagement. You. Song Yuyao erupted in anger. But the thought of the recording in Song Mingyi's possession forced her to feign a smile. That is simply impossible. If my father were to discover this, he would skin me alive, and you would suffer the consequences as well. Such a self-destructive act serves no purpose. You make a valid point. Song Yuyao's expression softened. And the corners of her lips turned upward slightly. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Song Mingyi add, however, I am inclined to do so. I am capable of self-destructive behavior. Song Yuyao's face contorted, clearly infuriated, but she could only manage a forced smile. Then tell me, what do you want me to do? I will do anything, except call off the engagement with Su Shou. Song Mingyi, no, sister, I beg you, please don't send me to prison. Song Mingyi gazed at Song Yuyao's pitiful countenance for a long moment before finally speaking. Very well, I shall grant you one more chance. Song Yuyao. You must not disappoint me. She had no intention of sending Song Yuyao to prison. Imprisoning Song Yuyao and her mother for what they had done would be far too lenient. Now that she was free, she would reclaim everything they owed her. Everything they owed her two children, bit by bit. Chapter 46, Is the Bride Decided So Easily? With a forceful twist of her wrist, Song Mingyi flung Song Yuyao to the ground. As her body met the floor, Song Yuyao finally released a long-held breath, her heart racing violently as she trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, she truly believed that Song Mingyi would push her off the balcony. The thought of Song Mingyi daring to treat her this way filled Song Yuyao with a desire to tear her apart. Yao Yao. I do not appreciate the look in your eyes towards me. It gives me the impression that you harbor grievances, Song Mingyi stated. No, no. Song Yuyao hastily waved her hands, forcing a smile that was overly agreeable. Yes, just like now, she continued. As Song Mingyi playfully patted Song Yuya's cheek, her smile widened. What a lovely smile, keep it up. Not lingering any further, Song Mingyi departed. As she made her way downstairs, she encountered Shin Yumei hurrying towards her. Song Mingyi nodded briefly before leaving. Shin Yumei rushed upstairs, only to find her precious daughter sitting on the floor. She immediately approached to help her up. Yao Yao. What happened? Song Mingyi, it was Song Mingyi, she almost pushed me down. What? Shin Yumei's expression changed dramatically. What madness has Song Mingyi unleashed now? Who knows? Song Yuyao replied, avoiding her mother's gaze. Noticing her daughter's evasive eyes, Shin Yumei furrowed her brow and demanded, speak up. What exactly happened? Well, it's nothing much, I just had someone kidnap Song Mingyi, Song Yuyao stammered as she recounted the events. Shin Yumei nearly lost her mind, forcefully tapping her daughter's forehead. What is wrong with you? Kidnapping Song Mingyi is one thing, but leaving her with such a huge leverage against you? How will she not have you at her mercy in the future? Song Yuyao felt a twinge of regret. It's just that Song Mingyi has been too overbearing. Seeing you suffer made me feel distressed. A flicker of solace crossed Shin Yumei's mind at her daughter's words. There may be other ways to handle this. Song Yuyao's eyes brightened. What do you have in mind? If Song Mingyi offends someone she cannot afford to offend, she will be too preoccupied to trouble you. With some time to buffer, we can surely destroy the evidence in her hands. Song Yuyao's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Meanwhile, in the VIP ward of the People's Hospital, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed into the room, exclaiming, Dad. How are you? I'm fine. Today, thanks to my granddaughter-in-law, I was saved. Indeed. She is both beautiful and kind-hearted, the elderly man, filled with affection and satisfaction, replied. If Song Mingyi were present, she would have recognized this elderly gentleman as the one she had previously saved on the road. Chairman Lu appeared bewildered. Granddaughter-in-law? He has only one son who is not yet married. As if struck by a realization, Chairman Lu's expression turned fierce as he glared at his son, who was engrossed in a game nearby. He slapped him and shouted, You wretch, what have you done outside? Lu Shenxing, looking confused, protested, What did I do? I am just here with Grandpa, playing a game. The most I did was spend a little money in the game and flirt with a girl. What else could I do? Are you not my only son? Yes, my mother says so, he replied, still bewildered. Chairman Lu, continuing his tirade, said. You dare act dumb after admitting it. Now, speak up. Which girl have you entangled with that has caused such a stir at your grandfather's expense? Chairman Lu gritted his teeth. Your grandfather claims it was his granddaughter-in-law who saved him today. Grandpa, when did I ever bring a girl to meet you? You must explain to Dad, or he will kill me. Lu Shenxing pleaded. Chairman Lu interjected, Oh, this time it is not Shenxing's fault. He hasn't even met the granddaughter-in-law yet. After she saved me, I instantly deemed her to be the Lu family's granddaughter-in-law. Lu Shenxing was left speechless. Chairman Lu then inquired. Which family's daughter has caught your attention so deeply? The elderly man sighed, I forgot to ask the granddaughter-in-law's name. Although Song Mingyi had informed him of her marriage and 2 children, the elderly man dismissed it as mere evasion, for she appeared far too youthful to be married. Chairman Lu remained silent. Lu Shenxing couldn't help but interject, Grandpa, are you being so rash regarding my marriage? I am quite hurt by this. Chairman Lu gently suggested, Father. Perhaps we should allow the 2 children to spend some time together before discussing anything further? No need, I am certain I won't be mistaken. She is undeniably my granddaughter-in-law. I recognize no one else. The elderly man glared at the father and son duo. Do not assume my decision is hasty, though I know nothing of her family's background. Her demeanor clearly indicates she is not of ordinary stock. Moreover, her talents are exceptional. The elderly man recounted his medical situation, sending chills down Chairman Lu's spine as he recalled how close he had come to losing his father that day. Yet, the granddaughter-in-law saved me with just a few silver needles, even scolding me for being verbose and putting me to sleep, the elderly man said proudly. He then added earnestly. With such remarkable medical skills, even if she were merely a commoner or an orphan, her future remains boundless. If she were to marry into the Lu family, it would be a blessing for generations. Chairman Lu nodded in agreement, recognizing the foresight in his father's words. Understanding the significance of having a skilled healer as the future matriarch of the Lu family. When I see my daughter-in-law next, I wish to meet her, he expressed. Excuse me, are you selecting a daughter-in-law without consulting me? Lu Shenxing exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Chairman Lu retorted, do you dare question my decision with your grandfather? Of course not, but at the very least, she should possess some beauty. Slap. Chairman Lu delivered a third strike, scolding, you brat. When did I ever tell you to judge someone by their looks? Lu Shenxing, nearly in tears, collapsed at his grandfather's bedside. Grandpa, look at Dad. He hit me again. This time, the elderly man did not indulge his only grandson. Your father is right, a man should marry a virtuous woman. Not simply someone based on superficial beauty. How can you focus solely on the most superficial aspects? Lu Shenxing huffed, am I superficial? What of it? A pretty face is also pleasing to the eye at home. Chairman Lu retorted, what did you say? I said I need to go out to meet clients. When I encounter my future bride, it would also bring me some face, Lu Shenxing replied. The elderly man smiled approvingly, go on, go on. As Lu Shenxing exited the hospital room, his expression darkened. He spat in disdain. I wonder where this yellow-haired girl came from to deceive my grandfather. If I find you, you will surely regret ever being born into this world. Chapter 47, will you remove it yourself, or shall I assist you? Lu Shenxing seethed with anger when suddenly his phone rang. Glancing at the flashing number on the screen, a roguish smile spread across his face. He answered the call with a playful tone, Miss Song, what brings you to call me? Of course, I wanted to present a gift to young Master Lu. Song Yuyao replied with a charming laugh. What kind of gift? He inquired, intrigued. A beautiful woman, perhaps? You are indeed clever, young Master Lu, Song Yuyao teased. Her voice laced with mischief. Could it be that you would be interested in a beauty who could capture your heart at first sight? As Lu Shenxing's excitement grew, Song Yuyao ended the call, turning to Xing Yumei beside her. It's done, by provoking Lu Shenxing, Song Mingyi will not escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Song Mingyi stood quietly in the office, her gaze lowered. Seated behind her desk, Xing Wanru was engrossed in her work. Approximately 2 hours later, she finally lifted her head, only to be taken aback upon seeing Song Mingyi. Why are you still here? She exclaimed. Song Mingyi replied, Manager Xing hasn't given any instructions. Really? How forgetful of me. Xing Wanru remarked, smacking her forehead with an expression of frustration. I apologize, I got caught up in my tasks. Brother Shenxing asked you to deliver a set of clothes to him, he has an important event to attend tonight. Upon hearing this, Song Mingyi realized she had been the target of Xing Wanru's playful trickery, yet she felt no anger. Alright, I'll go deliver it right away, she said, picking up the clothes nearby and turning to leave. Xing Wanru, incredulous, questioned, you're just leaving like that? What else should I do? Song Mingyi responded, her confusion evident. Does Manager Xing have any other instructions? Or have you forgotten something else? No. Then that's settled. With that, Song Mingyi exited the office. Xing Wanru, taken aback by Song Mingyi's swift departure, felt her expression darken considerably. She had assumed that the delay would deter Song Mingyi from delivering the clothes, presenting an opportunity for herself, but to her dismay, Song Mingyi appeared unfazed. Unable to contain her frustration, Xing Wanru hurled her pen to the ground, cursing under her breath. With a suit in hand, Song Mingyi breezed into the president's office. Yanjing remarked, Young madam, why are you only arriving now? Mr. Lu has been waiting for quite some time. There was an unforeseen delay. You should hurry inside, Mr. Lu just lost his temper. Yanjing then knocked on the president's office door, announcing, President, the young madam has arrived. Song Mingyi stepped inside. Lu Shenxing, dressed in a black shirt, sat at his desk, engrossed in paperwork, seemingly unaware of Song Mingyi's presence. The oppressive atmosphere and his dark expression unmistakably indicated his anger. Song Mingyi hung the clothing on a nearby rack and inquired, where is the first aid kit? Lu Shenxing ignored her. Unfazed, she scanned the room and quickly located the kit, retrieving it. Mr. Lu, would you prefer to remove it yourself, or shall I assist you? Lu Shenxing, still absorbed in his documents, remained unresponsive. With a sigh, Song Mingyi moved behind him, grasped the armrests of his wheelchair, and effortlessly pulled him away from the desk. This sudden distance provoked Lu Shenxing's ire. Song Mingyi. What are you doing? Do you really think that just because my mother and Momo like you can act so brazenly in front of me? Song Mingyi shook her head, responding earnestly, of course not. Mr. Lu, I only care about your injury. Your antics are becoming increasingly elaborate. Song Mingyi observed, I noticed discarded clothing in the nearby trash bin, and you were already dressed. To put it another way, you had no need for the design department to send close-up, yet you chose to do so, indicating one thing, you are injured. The specifics of the injury were not difficult to surmise. Noticing Lu Shenxing's lack of response, she stepped forward to unbuckle his belt. Song Mingyi. Lu Shenxing seized her wrist. His face a mask of fury. You are being outrageous. Indeed, I may be a bit audacious today. However, my intentions are for Qinchin's sake. He is exceptionally gifted but still quite young and needs his father as protection. Lu Shenxing scoffed, such eloquence, no wonder you can charm that foolish child. As he spoke, his grip on Song Mingyi's wrist gradually loosened. I am genuinely concerned for Qinchin, she asserted before swiftly pulling down Lu Shenxing's trousers, exposing his strong, well-defined thighs. Despite his prolonged immobility, his legs remained remarkably toned. One could only imagine how alluring they must have appeared in full health. Song Mingyi. Lu Shenxing's irritation flared as he noticed her unabashed gaze. Hold on, I will show you shortly, she replied, shaking off any distracting thoughts and focusing her attention. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a large blister on the inner thigh, with the surrounding skin notably red and swollen. Mr. Lu, are you quite the daredevil? How did you manage this? Lu Shenxing gritted his teeth, shut up. If you utter another word, I'll have you thrown out. Song Mingyi raised her hand in a sealing gesture, then retrieved disinfectant, cotton swabs, and her silver needles from the kit. Her movements were fluid and instinctive. Yet Lu Shenxing scrutinized her actions with a critical eye. Crouching between his legs, she disinfected the needles before puncturing the blister. Once she had drained the pus, she applied disinfectant and bandaged the wound. Somehow, the bandage slipped from her fingers. Instinctively reaching for it, she leaned closer, her flushed cheek nearly brushing against his abdomen. The ambience and proximity created an undeniably intimate atmosphere, disrupting Lu Shenxing's composure. Feeling an unsettling shift within him, Lu Shenxing grasped her shoulders, you have gone too far. As Song Mingyi looked up, she finally recognized the restrained expression on his face, realizing the implications of her earlier demeanor. Her cheeks flushed crimson. And just as she opened her mouth to speak, the office door swung open unexpectedly. Chapter 48, Indeed, Song Mingyi is quite alluring. President Lu. I wish to discuss this year's new promotional plan with you. Jing Wanru's voice abruptly ceased. She stood there, stunned, her mind blank. Following her, Yan Jing also froze, clearing his throat. Manager Jing, I have mentioned that the president is currently occupied. We should take our leave. Noticing Jing Wanru's reluctance to move, he firmly grasped her sleeve and pulled her out. Observing her dazed expression, Yan Jing couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy and gently advised, Manager Jing. The president is already married, and it appears he shares a deep bond with the young mistress. As subordinates, we ought to extend our blessings, don't you think? After a few more attempts to reason with her and receiving no response, he sighed and departed. Jing Wanru lingered outside the office for an extended period. Long enough for her legs to grow weary, before regaining her composure. Reflecting on Yan Jing's words, she vehemently rejected each one. His assertions were misguided. Song Mingyi's marriage to brother Shenxing was merely the result of sheer luck, a fortuitous twist of fate. As for their supposed deep affection, that was even more ludicrous. Brother Shenxing was a man of discerning taste, how could he ever be drawn to Song Mingyi? The notion of their emotional certainty was preposterous. What had transpired moments ago was undoubtedly a blatant seduction by Song Mingyi. Yes. It had to be so. That wretched woman. She would not let her off easily. Inside the office, an unexpected intrusion caused Song Mingyi to abruptly push her wheelchair, sending Lu Shenxing sprawling away. The back of the wheelchair collided forcefully with the file cabinet against the wall. Had Lu Shenxing not grasped the armrest in time, he would have been sent crashing to the ground. The cabinet trembled under the impact, spilling its contents onto the floor, creating a chaotic scene. Lu Shenxing's expression darkened. Song Mingyi. That was an accident, you know. She hurried over to remove the scattered files from Lu Shenxing's lap. I'll bandage you, it will be quick. The process went smoothly, and soon enough, Lu Shenxing's complexion improved. Song Mingyi breathed a sigh of relief. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. However, Lu Shenxing called her back, tilting his chin, put my pants on. Are you not afraid I might take the opportunity to do something else? Song Mingyi retorted, glancing towards his lower half. Lu Shenxing smirked, indeed, I have been too indulgent with you. Song Mingyi straightened her demeanor, I will put your pants on. And ensure that not a single fingernail of yours is touched. She carefully took the trousers and assisted Lu Shenxing into them, daring not to steal a glance at his handsome visage. Lu Shenxing watched as Song Mingyi hurriedly attempted to leave. His mind replaying the moment she had knelt between his legs, the softness of her delicate features brushing against his face, causing his gaze to darken, his throat to constrict, and his breath to quicken. This Song Mingyi was indeed spellbinding. After shutting the office door, Song Mingyi leaned against the cool wooden panel, inhaling deeply. Like all women, she too was captivated by handsome men, yet her actual experience, apart from that one night, was virtually non-existent. This sudden rush of emotions was almost overwhelming. Young mistress. The unexpected voice startled Song Mingyi. Yanjing appeared, looking quite apologetic. I'm sorry to have frightened you. It's quite all right, Song Mingyi replied. Regarding Yanjing with curiosity, is there something you need from me? I came to apologize for earlier. I regret not preventing Manager Xing from interrupting your moment with President Lu, he expressed with genuine remorse. You did not disrupt anything significant. I was merely tending to Lu Shenxing's injuries, as innocent as can be, hardly a moment to celebrate. Yanjing exchanged a knowing glance with her. Song Mingyi insisted. It truly was nothing. No need for explanations, young mistress. Let us drop it. She decided to abandon the futile argument and inquired. What is going on with Mr. Lu today? I noticed he changed his clothes, and they smelled of coffee. Did President Lu mention this to you as well? Yanjing's guilt intensified. Recently, a new secretary joined the office. She has long admired President Lu and, perhaps having overheard someone, believed that spilling hot coffee on him would catch his attention. So, she made a foolish mistake while delivering coffee. Song Mingyi raised an eyebrow. So that entire cup of coffee ended up on Lu Shenxing? Indeed. Yanjing realized he had overlooked an important detail. Was the coffee freshly brewed and scalding? Yes. He had never considered that aspect before, feeling quite negligent. Yanjing quickly inquired, how is President Lu? Is he severely injured? Nothing serious. Just a couple of large blisters, Song Mingyi could not help but add, in the future, let us add a rule during training, no hot coffee for Lu Shenxing. If next time the coffee spills inappropriately, he might end up going from President Lu to, well, something far less dignified. Yanjing nodded solemnly and hurried off. At that moment, the closing bell rang. Song Mingyi returned to the design department to gather her belongings. Upon entering her office, she was met with Jing Wanru's icy glare. Song Mingyi, don't get too cocky, I will not be defeated. Brother Shenxing will surely be mine. Oh, Song Mingyi mused, feeling her response was too perfunctory, do your best. Just wait, Song Mingyi. Jing Wanru stormed out, furious. Song Mingyi was somewhat bewildered, her attitude had been so accommodating, yet Jing Wanru remained irate. Unable to fathom it any longer, she decided to push the matter aside and grabbed her handbag to leave, only to receive a call from Mu Xiaowan. Mu Xiaowan invited her out for drinks at Nightshade. As Song Mingyi arrived, she spotted Mu Xiaowan stepping out of a Ferrari. Approaching her, Song Mingyi exclaimed, wow, you've really made it, driving a luxury car now. My father gifted it to me. Song Mingyi was taken aback. Although Mu Xiaowan's father was not unkind, he adhered to a strict principle, sons were treasures, daughters were weeds. He believed spending on daughters would detract from his son's inheritance, undermining the family's legacy. Thus, while Mu Xiaowan was the daughter of the Mu family, her upbringing was modest, lacking compared to Song Mingyi, who had lost her mother and endured her father remarrying. Yet now, her father had bought her a sports car. This is all thanks to you. If I hadn't attended the event with you and met General Manager Rin Suhai, who then granted me a lifelong VIP black card, my father would never have deemed me a valuable asset worthy of such a gift, Mu Xiaowan quipped, her tone laced with irony. Chapter 49, Bring Song Mingyi back to me, bound. Song Mingyi gently patted Mu Xiaowan's shoulder. Don't you dare patronize me, Mu Xiaowan declared. If you try to placate me, I'll throw a tantrum. Song Mingyi rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? I wanted to suggest that you seize the opportunity to make some money. Mu Xiaowan nodded in agreement. I need to capitalize on every moment to amass wealth, otherwise, when that little imp grows up, my daughter won't inherit a single dime. Little imp? Is your mother pregnant? Song Mingyi inquired with a hint of perplexity, or is it a son? Previously, when she had seen Mu's mother, her complexion suggested that the chances of conceiving again were virtually non-existent. How could she have experienced such a late-life miracle? A sardonic glint flickered in Mu Xiaowan's eyes as she stated nonchalantly, no, my mother is no longer capable of bearing children. So, she brazenly seized my father's illegitimate son, born out of wedlock, and registered him under her name. The woman involved isn't one to be trifled with either. She comes to our doorstep every day to cause a scene. However, my mother proved to be more cunning, persuading my father that having an illegitimate son would invite public scorn. Now, I have a younger brother. Though her words were uttered with an air of nonchalance, each syllable carried a profound and biting irony. At times, Mu Xiaowan wondered if she had detonated the galaxy in a past life, leading her to encounter such a pair of parents. Mu Xiaowan vigorously shook her head. Enough, let's not dwell on these sordid matters. Let's drink, until we're completely inebriated. Mu Xiaowan grabbed a bottle of brandy, ready to pour a drink for Song Mingyi. Song Mingyi raised her hand, halting to pour. I can't get drunk. I have to return home early tonight. No way, my dear friend, Mu Xiaowan protested. I finally managed to get you out, and you can't even let me enjoy myself? Someone is waiting for me at home. As soon as Song Mingyi finished speaking, her phone rang. I'm at a bar. I won't be out too late. No need to arrange for someone to pick me up, you go to sleep early. Okay. Okay, let's have breakfast together tomorrow morning. Good night. Mu Xiaowan stared at Song Mingyi as if she were an alien. Don't tell me you were talking to Lu Shenxing. Of course not. That's what I thought. The king of hell, Lu, would never be so gentle. Mu Xiaowan leaned closer to Song Mingyi, scrutinizing her with a suggestive gaze. Who were you talking to? A boy toy you're keeping on the side? What does he look like? Does he have a V-shaped torso? How long does he last? Is he tender or rough during the act? Song Mingyi was flustered. What kind of lewd nonsense are you spouting? She paused before adding, Lu Shenxing's son, Lu Yimo, was the one who called me. What? Your stepson? Mu Xiaowan was incredulous. The rumored Lu family heir is supposed to be aloof and arrogant, even more difficult to deal with than his father. How could he be so close to you? Are you sure you didn't mishear? Mo is very well behaved and obedient. Mu Xiaowan couldn't resist touching Song Mingyi's forehead. You don't have a fever. How could you be talking such nonsense? The Lu heir, obedient and well behaved? That's the biggest joke in the world. I'm not talking nonsense. Everything I said is true. All right. I understand how difficult it is for you to hold on to your position in this wealthy family, Mu Xiaowan said, patting Song Mingyi's shoulder with sympathy. You're working hard. Just hang in there, after all, he's the shining golden heir. We can't afford to offend him. Song Mingyi was perplexed. It seemed that Mu Xiaowan was talking about something else entirely. All right, I understand your difficulties. Let's save this drinking session for when you're free from this sea of suffering. You should go home early now. Mo is truly a good person. Okay, he's wonderful. Just go home quickly. Mu Xiaowan gestured to the waiter to settle the bill, preparing to leave with Song Mingyi. At that moment, a group of people entered the Nightfall bar, led by a young man. A strand of blue hair was dyed on his head, and he wore a skull t-shirt and ripped jeans, with a cigarette dangling from his lips. He was on the phone. Where is the beauty? Song Yuyao, you've kept me waiting for days. You're not lying to me, are you? Song Yuyao replied. Young Master Lu, how could I deceive you? The person is already at the bar. Look around. The most beautiful woman in the entire place is the one I prepared for you. Lu Shenxing hung up the phone, his eyes scanning the entire venue. The most beautiful woman? Lu Shenxing's brows furrowed into a knot. That Song Yuyao is so mysterious. The most beautiful woman? Where is there a most beautiful woman? Just as Lu Shenxing was bewildered, he heard someone call out, Song Mingyi. Lu Shenxing instinctively looked over and was immediately stunned. His eyes widened. And saliva almost dripped from his mouth. Beautiful. What a beautiful woman. He had to have this woman. Lu Shenxing immediately walked over, blocking Song Mingyi's path. Song Mingyi frowned at the sight of the son who had suddenly appeared before her. You're blocking my way. Please move. Don't be in such a hurry. It's your good fortune that I'm blocking your way today. Lu Shenxing's eyes gleamed as he watched Song Mingyi frown. Beautiful. Even more beautiful. Lu Shenxing said with a grin. Don't be so aloof, my dear. Come to bed with me and have a good chat. I guarantee you'll love the feeling. Don't you all agree? His followers immediately chimed in, that's right. Our young Master Lu is mighty and domineering, a 7 times a night man who lasts an hour each time. That's right. If you follow our young Master Lu, you'll know what a woman's pleasure is. Did you hear that? My prowess is well known. It's your luck that I've taken a fancy to you today. As Lu Shenxing spoke, he reached out to caress Song Mingyi's face. Before his hand could make contact, his wrist was seized. A surge of force followed, and in a dizzying motion, he was thrown to the ground. As his back slammed against the floor, he was completely stunned. His followers were equally dumbfounded. They likely hadn't expected that in Haicheng, there would be a woman who dared to strike Lu Shenxing. Song Mingyi cast a look of disgust, grabbed Mu Xiaowan's hand, and said, let's go. Those who had come with him were initially stunned before swarming toward Lu Shenxing as they came to their senses. Young Master Lu. Young Master Lu, are you all right? Lu Shenxing was helped up, his face darkening as he stared at Song Mingyi, who was about to leave the bar. Chase after her. Bring that woman back to me. Bound. The bodyguards who had come with Lu Shenxing surged forward. Song Mingyi, dragging Mu Xiaowan, had just stepped out of the bar when they were surrounded. Mu Xiaowan was terrified, yet she stood in front of Song Mingyi, saying valiantly, Mingyi, you go first. I'll hold them off. We'll go together. Mu Xiaowan was enraged by these words. What kind of hero are you trying to be? Just go quickly. There's no need to argue. None of you are going anywhere. Lu Shenxing, supported by his bodyguards, approached, his face grim as he glared at Song Mingyi. Beauty, you're surrounded by my men. Where do you think you can run? If you know what's good for you, strip naked and lie down, waiting for me to sleep with you. Chapter 50, You are not worthy. Do you still wish to sleep with me? It seems that fall wasn't hard enough. Song Mingyi's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Her eyes brimming with icy contempt. Oh, quite fierce, aren't we? Once she is in Lord Lu's bed, she will be as docile as a tamed steed. This woman is like a wild horse in need of subjugation. The others jeered, evidently believing that no one could truly resist Lu Shenxing. Well said. Once I have subdued her, I shall present her to you all to showcase just how compliant she can be. Lu Shenxing reached out to seize Song Mingyi. His eyes glinting with malicious intent. Song Mingyi furrowed her brow and delivered a sharp kick. Lu Shenxing fell to the ground and rolled several meters, ultimately tumbling down the steps and colliding with a vehicle before he finally came to a halt. His companions, who had accompanied him, were left utterly dumbfounded, gazing at Song Mingyi as if she were a ghost. Has this woman lost her mind? The Lu family has wielded immense power over the years, being one of the foremost families in Haicheng, and Lu Shenxing is their sole heir, cherished by his family like a precious gem. Others were always careful to flatter him, not daring to touch even a hair on his head. Now, Song Mingyi had struck him, and so severely at that. Song Yuyao was hiding nearby, secretly watching. She had long anticipated that Song Mingyi's temper would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Lu Shenxing. She knew that once Song Mingyi tangled with him, she would be in grave trouble, but she never expected that Song Mingyi would actually hit him. A sense of joy welled up within her. Offending Lu Shenxing meant offending the Lu family. When they came knocking, she would relish witnessing Song Mingyi's downfall. Mu Xiaowan stood in a state of shock. Although she believed Lu Shenxing deserved a beating and found Song Mingyi's kick quite commendable, this was still Lu Shenxing, the only scion of the Lu family, who was treasured beyond measure. Now that Song Mingyi had assaulted him so brutally, she was surely bound to attract serious trouble. Let us go. We must leave at once. Mu Xiaowan urged as she grabbed Song Mingyi's hand and hurried down the steps. Lu Shenxing, seeing Song Mingyi attempting to flee, grit his teeth against the pain and managed to rise, seizing her wrist with a fierce grip as she passed by, running away. You've injured me. And you think you can escape? What a lovely dream. Song Mingyi looked down. That kick didn't hurt, did it? Now step aside. Lu Shenxing trembled in fear. He felt that Song Mingyi was even more terrifying than his father. The fear in his heart compelled him to release her. Realizing he had been intimidated by a woman, Lu Shenxing, humiliated and enraged, exclaimed, "You little wench, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty." Penalty? Song Mingyi chuckled softly and delivered another kick. Lu Shenxing crashed heavily against the wall behind him, blood spilling from his mouth. You are not worthy. Song Mingyi stated coolly, turning and taking Mu Xiaowan's hand as they departed, leaving chaos in their wake. Lord Lu, are you all right? Call an ambulance. Quickly. Someone notify the Lu family that Lord Lu has been attacked. Xiao Wu and a pale, emaciated figure known as Night Owl stood at a distance, witnessing the entire scene unfold. Night Owl was about to stride over when Xiao Wu grabbed him. What are you doing? I'm going to take care of Lu. Night Owl replied matter-of-factly. If he has been beaten, he will surely cause trouble for the boss, better to eliminate him now than to let him create chaos later. He attempted to make his move again. Wait, Xiao Wu quickly restrained him, taking a deep breath at Night Owl's puzzled expression. The boss is no longer the same. You know her greatest wish is to find her son and live a normal life. Night Owl nodded, somewhat confused. What does that have to do with me taking care of this little lecher? Xiao Wu felt a chill run down his spine and spoke earnestly, it certainly matters. If our boss just had a confrontation with Lu and then he ends up dead, the police will investigate, and they will inevitably look into her. If they uncover her true identity, can she still live a peaceful life? Night Owl acknowledged, no, she cannot. Exactly, you understand that. So, if you were to inadvertently cause trouble, the boss would undoubtedly be displeased. Night Owl's expression softened, though he still felt some resentment. So, we just let Lu create trouble for the boss? Of course not. We can warn the Lu family, make it clear who they can provoke and who they cannot. Night Owl pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. I must go personally. Those words were laden with a palpable sense of menace. Inside the Ferrari, Mu Xiaowan said, turn at the next intersection, there's a park where we can stop. A date? Song Mingyi teased. I wish it were a date. I'm just showing someone the car. Showing the car? Are you selling this Ferrari? Why? To sell the car so you can take the money and escape. Mu Xiaowan replied. Then you can go abroad, no matter how powerful the Lu family is, they are nothing abroad. Just stay away for a decade or so and don't come back. No need. What do you mean, no need? If you dare refuse me at this critical moment, I'll smash your head, Mu Xiaowan declared, shaking her fist playfully before continuing earnestly, Song Mingyi, the Lu family is truly formidable, and Lu Shenxing is particularly reckless. You must avoid trouble quickly. Really, no need. Have you forgotten? I'm married to Lu Shenxing now. Even as a bride of fortune. I am the young mistress of the Lu family, what's done is done with Lu Shenxing. Besides, he was in the wrong. It is only right that he faced the consequences. Indeed, you've married the king of hell, Mu Xiaowan suddenly brightened. No matter how powerful the Lu family is, they must bow down before the Lu family, you needn't run for your life now. Song Mingyi smiled. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Mu Xiaowan nodded, visibly relaxing. Song Mingyi parked the car at the entrance of the Lu family's old residence, and shortly after, Mu Xiaowan drove away. As soon as she left, Song Mingyi received a call from Xiao Wu. After hearing his plan, she replied, all right, you handle this matter. Make sure the Lu family watches over their only heir. If he crosses me again, I cannot guarantee he won't become extinct. Her tone was calm yet laced with a chilling threat. Mommy. At the sound of a tender voice, a small figure came running towards her. Song Mingyi hung up the phone and embraced the rushing Lu Yimo. Didn't I tell you to rest early? Why aren't you asleep? Lu Yimo sighed, pointing to his heart with his tiny finger. Mommy, I want to sleep. But my heart won't listen, it wants mommy. Song Mingyi couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't anticipated that the king of hell, Lu Shenxing, would have such an adorable son. Suddenly, she thought of Erbao. If she found Erbao, would he be as close to her as this? Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. A delicate figure rushed towards Lu Shenxing, trailing a fragrant breeze. Chapter 51, Song Mingyi, who made me marry a good husband. Stop. Lu Shenxing's bodyguard immediately stepped forward to block the approaching figure. Yan Jing, who was trailing behind, swiftly followed suit. Since the incident involving the spilled hot coffee earlier today, Yan Jing had developed a heightened vigilance towards women suddenly approaching President Lu. If another mishap were to occur, he might as well resign. Upon being obstructed, Song Yuyao furrowed her brows and haughtily proclaimed, I have met President Lu before, I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Lu Shenxing replied coolly. I do not know you. Did you hear that? Our President Lu does not recognize you, you should leave at once. The bodyguard's demeanor was fierce. Frustrated, Song Yuyao, who had always prided herself on her beauty, could hardly believe that any man would fail to recognize her. She was convinced that it must be Song Mingyi who had said something to Lu Shenxing, prompting this treatment. However, seeing Lu Shenxing about to walk away, she set aside her pride and called out, I am Song Mingyi's sister, Song Yuyao. I have important news regarding Song Mingyi to share with President Lu. With a slight gesture, Lu Shenxing instructed, let her come closer. The bodyguard finally stepped aside, allowing Song Yuyao to approach. Breathing a sigh of relief, she smiled and sauntered towards Lu Shenxing, making every effort to showcase her graceful figure. Although she knew there was no possibility of a romantic connection with this man, she still desired his admiration. With her father so favoring Song Mingyi, even overlooking how she had harmed their mother, it was undoubtedly due to Mingyi's connection to the Lu family. If the Lu family ceased to support her, wouldn't Song Mingyi merely be an ant at her mercy? Lu Shenxing's brows knitted together. Yan Jing, who had been closely monitoring him, interjected, Miss Song, please be swift, do not waste our president's time. Reluctantly, Song Yuyao hurriedly continued. President Lu, I just saw Song Mingyi. She audaciously struck young master Lu Yenqing. With a tone of distress, she added, Song Mingyi has been indecent in a bar, attracting such trouble. I feared she might deceive you, which is why I rushed to inform you. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she sought Lu Shenxing's praise. To her dismay, he merely regarded her with a fleeting glance before instructing Yan Jing to push the wheelchair away. Watching the Bugatti Veyron fade into the distance, Song Yuyao remained in a daze. Moments later, fury surged within her. It was all Song Mingyi's fault. Surely, that little wretch must have been whispering in President Lu's ear, causing him to harbor such grievances against her. Inside the Bugatti Veyron, after ending a phone call, Yan Jing reported, I have confirmed that today. The young madam went to a bar with her friends, where she happened to encounter Lu Yenqing. Overcome by desire, he attempted to take her home, but was struck by her instead. And Song Mingyi? The young madam should be safe and sound. She is quite capable, Lu Shenxing scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Yan Jing refrained from speaking. The only sound in the quiet vehicle was the rhythmic tapping of Lu Shenxing's fingers on the keyboard. Suddenly, Lu Shenxing commanded, return to the Lu residence. The driver promptly turned the car around. Yan Jing was taken aback. An important video conference awaited that evening, requiring President Lu's personal attendance. Just as he prepared to voice his concerns, Lu Shenxing added, you will represent me at tonight's meeting. Yan Jing complied, unable to suppress a glance at Lu Shenxing. This was the first time President Lu had sacrificed work for a woman, an act even Lin Weiyan had never achieved. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, Xiao Min greeted him warmly, welcome home, young master. And her? The young madam is reading a story to the young master. Suddenly, Lu Shenxing recalled how Song Mingyi had been enthusiastically telling tales to Lu Yimo. despite the fact that such childish stories no longer held his interest at the age of 2. Xiaomin cautiously inquired, "Shall I fetch the young madam for you?" Lu Shenxing nodded slightly. Upon learning from Xiaomin that Lu Shenxing was seeking her, Song Mingyi was taken aback. "Mr. Lu, you are looking for me?" she asked. Pushing open the bedroom door, only to find Lu Shenxing removing his shirt, revealing a muscular chest. The memory of his physique from their previous acupuncture session flooded her mind, causing her fingertips to tingle with anticipation. "I apologize, I did not mean to intrude. I hurried in upon hearing Xiaomin mention you were looking for me. Close the door. Come here." Song Mingyi thought to herself that Lu Shenxing must be unaware of how easily his words could be misconstrued. Fortunately, her intentions were pure, and she would never misinterpret them. Lu Shenxing instructed, "Help me remove my pants." She gazed at him in surprise. Noticing her expression, Lu Shenxing's demeanor darkened as he gritted his teeth. "What are you thinking?" "I need you to change my dressing." "Oh," she replied, finally remembering that Lu Shenxing was currently injured. Opening the medical kit she had set aside, she retrieved antiseptic, cotton swabs, and burn ointment. Approaching Lu Shenxing to help him with his pants. Although the injured area was embarrassing, they had become somewhat accustomed to this situation, and it proceeded smoothly this time. Observing Song Mingyi's actions, Lu Shenxing suddenly asked, "Did you strike Lu Shenxing at the bar today?" Song Mingyi paused, smiling as she responded, "Is that news already widespread? So you genuinely hit Lu Shenxing?" "Yes, he deserved it. I do not know whether he deserved it or not. What I do know is that you are quite bold to have confronted Lu Shenxing." "Yes, I dared to act because I am fortunate to have married a good husband, which gives me the confidence to stand up for myself." Lu Shenxing scoffed, "Song Mingyi, you are quite adept at flattery, but that tactic does not work on me." Song Mingyi frowned, disagreeing, "Mr. Lu, I do not appreciate your words. What do you mean by flattery?" "I speak only the truth." With utmost seriousness, she continued, "I understand you well, Mr. Lu, you are protective. As long as I am your wife, you will shield me. I grasp this principle deeply, which is why I dare to raise my fists to defend myself when facing danger. I know that only in this way can I genuinely alleviate your troubles." Lu Shenxing raised an eyebrow. "So, by your logic, I should be grateful for your thoughtfulness?" Song Mingyi waved her hand, "No need for that. We are destined to be husband and wife, even if only for 3 months, it is a connection to be cherished." Hearing her mention the 3-month timeframe stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Lu Shenxing, but it was fleeting, quickly dismissed from his mind. Chapter 52. It was rumored that the young master had taken a fancy to my lady. With a sneer, Lu Shenxing scoffed. Song Mingyi smiled, deftly wrapping the bandage around the wound. "Mr. Lu, you are all set." After a moment of silence, Lu Shenxing withdrew his gaze and said, "I am hungry." Song Mingyi promptly responded, "I will prepare a bowl of vegetable noodles for you, Mr. Lu." She quickly returned with the noodles, which were light and devoid of any meat. To his surprise, Lu Shenxing found them delightful. He glanced at Song Mingyi and remarked, "If you wish, once we divorce, you could become my personal chef." Song Mingyi replied, "Thank you for the escape route you provided, Mr. Lu, but I must decline. I am a petty person and could never bear to watch my former husband flaunt affection with another woman." Lu Shenxing raised an eyebrow. "I did not expect you to harbor such thoughts." As he spoke, a faint smile tugged at his lips, lifting his spirits unexpectedly. At that moment, in the VIP ward of the People's Hospital, Chairman Lu and his wife, Liang Suyun, arrived just as Lu Shenxing awoke from his stupor. Liang Suyun gazed at her son's pale face, her heart aching. Filled with anger, she demanded, "Who had the audacity to hurt my son like this?" One of the attendants who had brought Lu Shenxing in explained, "I do not know. Young Master Lu saw a woman at the bar and spoke a few words to her before she attacked. We warned her that he is from the Lu family, but she paid no heed." Furious, Liang Suyun declared, "How brazen! I must see which vixen dares to disregard the Lu family." Just then, Lu Shenxing, now awake, whimpered, "Mom. You finally came. I almost didn't get to see you again." Chairman Lu frowned, "Did I not instruct you to stay away from such places? Do you treat my words as mere suggestions?" Lu Shenxing shrank back, terrified of his father's disciplinary methods, and clung to Liang Suyun, "Mom, it hurts so much. Please help me." Liang Suyun, heartbroken, replied, "Is this the time to dwell on your bar escapades? We must focus on avenging you. It would be a disgrace for the son of the Liang family to be beaten and remain silent." Lu Shenxing nodded, "My mother is right. We must bring that Song Mingyi here so I can teach her a lesson. She must understand that it is a privilege for someone of my standing to even notice her." Before Chairman Lu could respond, a menacing voice interrupted, "Young Master Lu. What a show of authority. I am eager to see how you plan to teach Song Mingyi a lesson." With that, the ward door swung open with a loud bang. Lu Shenxing fumed, "Who the hell are you? Who gives you the right to speak?" Before he could finish, a slap rang out, striking him across the face. Liang Suyun screamed and rushed forward, shouting, "Who are you to hit my son?" Chairman Lu's expression darkened, "What brings you here? And on what grounds do you strike a man?" "I am Ren Suhai," the man said, pulling out a business card and handing it to Chairman Lu with a jovial smile. "This is my master, Lord Xiao." Chairman Lu's expression tightened. Ren Suhai was the general manager of C, backed by a mysterious international fashion designer. Over the years, with the support of this enigmatic figure, C had become the only contender against Lu's design firm. Ren Suhai, as its representative, was well known. Chairman Lu's demeanor became more serious. "Mr. Ren, may I ask what my wayward son has done to offend you? I will ensure he apologizes immediately." Ren Suhai, ever the charming diplomat, replied, "Chairman Lu, you flatter me. I am but a minor character here. I came to visit young Master Lu on behalf of my boss, who is an esteemed benefactor." Understanding that Song Mingyi preferred to keep her identity concealed, Ren Suhai fabricated a story about her being a benefactor of Yingxi. "My boss has stated that if her benefactor is humiliated in Haicheng, she will return personally to rectify that disgrace." Chairman Lu's expression froze, forcing a smile. "Master Yin is too kind. Once my ungrateful son recovers, I will personally escort him to apologize to Miss Song, ensuring her satisfaction." Ren Suhai smiled broadly. "I knew Chairman Lu was a reasonable man. Now I can assure Yingxi that all is well." He then turned to Lord Xiao, "Shall we return?" Lord Xiao remained silent, walking toward Lu Shenxing. The latter, eyes filled with suspicion, asked, "What do you want?" Lord Xiao said nothing but pressed his hand on a nearby chair, crushing it as if it were made of tofu. With an icy voice, he warned, "If you dare provoke my master's benefactor again, I assure you, your head will meet the same fate as this chair." After delivering his warning, Lord Xiao turned and left. Ren Suhai offered a polite apology, "My master is deeply loyal, I ask for your understanding." He exchanged pleasantries before departing. As they exited the elevator, they encountered Yanjing arriving with a group. Ren Suhai squinted in his direction. "Mr. Ren," Yanjing greeted courteously. "What brings you to the hospital at this hour?" "I am visiting a friend," Ren Suhai replied. "Are you here to see someone as well?" "Yes," Yanjing confirmed. "Mr. Ren, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Take care," Ren Suhai said. In the ward, Lu Shenxing was shouting, "Dad. I refuse to apologize to that woman. She bloodied me, and now I must say sorry? Am I mad? What about my reputation as Lu's son?" Liang Suyun added, "That Yingxi is far too aggressive. She dares to challenge our Lu family over a woman of questionable character? Does she think us weak?" Chairman Lu interjected, "You underestimate the might of C. Do you truly believe I fear a mere designer? It is her backing that is formidable. Regardless, we will not bow to them. I will not allow my son to apologize to a woman of such low standing. Our family cannot afford such humiliation. Yingxi's face must be respected. Tomorrow, I will have my assistant pay her a visit." Just as Chairman Lu finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. "Who is it at this hour? Can we not have a moment of peace?" Liang Suyun grumbled as she approached the door, only to be taken aback to see Yanjing. "It is I," Yanjing said with a smile. Chairman Lu approached, surprised, "Mr. Yan, what brings you here so late?" "I come on behalf of my president," Yanjing said cheerfully. "He has heard that your young master has taken a liking to his wife, intending to forcefully claim her. He wishes to inquire if the Lu family believes the Lu family is on the verge of collapse, allowing such audacity." Chapter 53, Song Mingyi has been returned by the Lu family. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. My family's young mistress is Song Mingyi. Today, young Master Lu was at the bar, insisting on taking her away. Chairman Lu's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, he nearly collapsed in shock. He hastily waved his hands, exclaiming that it was all a misunderstanding. He assured that even if his son had the audacity of a bear, he would never harbor ill intentions towards Madame Lu. Yanjing smiled, his expression as sly as a cunning fox. Are you suggesting, Chairman Lu, that I am fabricating stories? Or do you believe that our General Lu is deliberately seeking trouble with you? And no, of course not. Chairman Lu was nearly terrified to death. The Lu family had been flourishing in recent years, often referred to as the foremost family among the new generation of elites. Yet, when compared to the colossal Lu family, they still fell short by a mile. Secretary Yan, this is truly a misunderstanding. I implore you to speak kindly on my behalf before General Lu. I promise that tomorrow I will bring my unfilial son to kneel before Madame Lu in apology. Chairman Lu produced a black card and handed it to Yanjing. I beg you, Secretary Yan, to speak favorably of this matter to General Lu. After some reluctance, Yanjing accepted the card. Chairman Lu, your understanding of the situation is commendable. Under your leadership, the Lu family will surely prosper even further. Chairman Lu politely escorted Yanjing out, then exhaled deeply. Collapsing into a chair as if turned to mush, realizing his back was drenched in cold sweat. Liang Suyun frowned. Another person stepping up for Song Mingyi. She truly possesses remarkable influence, managing to rally so many men on her behalf in just one evening. Lu Yenchen grumbled, Dad, what is wrong with you? How could you so cowardly agree to apologize? I refuse to go, I cannot afford to lose face. Chairman Lu, unable to contain his frustration, slapped his son across the face. Silence. Liang Suyun rushed over, her heart aching at the sight of her son's swollen cheek, and shouted at her husband. What are you doing? Why hit our son? Look at his face, how can he face others now? How can he show his face? He should be ashamed. Chairman Lu gasped, do you realize? The woman he harassed is the wife of Lu Shenxing. Liang Suyun retorted, and what of Lu Shenxing's wife? Everyone knows she is merely an uncherished bride brought in to bring good fortune. As for Lu Shenxing, I admit he was formidable in the past. But he is now disabled. A cripple, even if he clings to his former glory while still holding the title of president, how much can he truly accomplish? He could be ousted at any moment. Chairman Lu was so enraged he could hardly breathe, nearly fainting. Husband. Liang Suyun was taken aback. Please, don't get worked up. Your blood pressure is high. I wish I could remain calm, but seeing you all courting disaster, how can I not be furious? Take your time, dear, speak slowly. Chairman Lu took a deep breath. Yes, you may think Song Mingyi is a disregarded bride, but no matter how uncherished she is, she is still the lady of the Lu family. As long as she holds that position, no one else can treat her lightly. Least of all Lu Yenching with his harassment. As for Lu Shenxing, he may be disabled, but remember this, a wounded beast is still a beast. He may become even more dangerous in his vulnerability. I do not want the Lu family to be his first prey and proving his claws are still sharp. Liang Suyun hesitated. Is it really that dangerous? As those words fell, seeing her husband about to erupt again, she quickly added, yes, you are right. At dawn, I will personally select gifts and ensure I sincerely apologize to Madame Lu, promising to placate her. She shot a glance at Lu Yenching. Lu Yenching, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. Fine, I will apologize, and I will ensure it meets that woman's satisfaction. Before going to bed, Song Mingyi received a call from Ren Suhai. Boss, the matter has been resolved. Lu Yenching will definitely not trouble you again. However, I believe that simply being Yin Cien is not enough to instill fear in the Lu family. In the eyes of Chairman Lu, who is a shrewd player in the business world, profits come first. No matter how much of a life-saving grace it is, it must come second. Song Mingyi was not surprised and replied nonchalantly, as long as that illegitimate son of the Lu family does not seek trouble, that is all that matters. In the Lu family, I am merely a bride brought in for good fortune, and my only wish is to quietly navigate these next 2 months. By the way, boss, we saw Yanjing just as we were leaving. It appears they also visited the Lu family's young scion's hospital room. Song Mingyi paused, not expecting Lu Shenxing to send Yanjing. Understood. She added, please investigate who Lu Yanqing met before seeking me out, or rather, who drew his attention toward me. Ren Suhai hesitated for a moment before promptly agreeing. After ending the call, Song Mingyi opened an icon of a hawk on her phone. After exchanging a few messages, Ren Suhai sent a WeChat message. Lu Yanqing had met with Song Yuyao prior to seeking her out. Song Yuyao. Song Mingyi's fingers traced the 3 characters on the screen. Devoid of any surprise. Her stepsister always seemed to be anxious about her demise. However, with such fervent friendliness from her stepsister, it would be ungrateful not to reciprocate in kind. Song Mingyi. A voice called from the room. Song Mingyi tucked her phone away, suppressing the coldness in her eyes, and adopted her usual demeanor before returning to the room. Mr. Lu, do you have any instructions? Lu Shenxing frowned, visibly displeased. Get in bed and sleep. Song Mingyi hesitated, rationally suspecting Lu Shenxing had ulterior motives. Lu Shenxing interpreted the doubt in her expression and, in a fit of anger, retorted. Are you deliberately trying to make Aunt Qian think I threw you out of the room, hoping for her to intervene on your behalf? Absolutely not. Song Mingyi replied earnestly, nearly swearing an oath. Lu Shenxing scoffed, clearly unconvinced. In a cold voice, he commanded, get up here and sleep. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Song Hongshan received news. Song Mingyi caused a stir at the bar last night, provoking the young master of the Lu family, and ended up severely injuring him. Song Hongshan furrowed his brow deeply. What is Mingyi doing? How can she act so recklessly? Xin Yumei scoffed. Song Mingyi has always been audacious. It is no surprise she provoked Lu Yanqing. Hongshan, if you wish to protect the Song family, you should sever ties with Song Mingyi sooner rather than later. Song Hongshan retorted with displeasure, is it really so severe that we must sever ties? Yes, she is the wife of young Master Lu. Xin Yumei interrupted Song Hongshan, sneering. Indeed, she is the wife of young Master Lu, but unfortunately, she is a mere figurehead. Does the Lu family truly dare to offend the Lu family for her? At that moment, Butler Shen entered to report, Master, Madam, Song Mingyi has been returned by the Lu family. Chapter 54, Learning to be Submissive as a Dog. What? Song Hongshan exclaimed, jumping up. How did you get sent back? Xin Yumei scoffed, it's over. I foresee the downfall of the Song family. Hongshan. You must seriously consider how to explain this to the shareholders when you return to the company, and how to face our parents a century later. Would they not be furious to learn that you ruined the family's legacy for an ungrateful daughter? Song Yuyao descended from the upper floor, overhearing this conversation. A glint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. She knew her scheme was effective. With a faint look of concern, she said, Dad, I understand your attachment to Song Mingyi. But what Mother said holds merit. We cannot jeopardize the entire Song family and the company for her sake. Song Hongshan frowned, then what shall we do? Xin Yumei replied. If Song Mingyi were not a daughter of the Song family, her actions would have no bearing on us. Song Hongshan remained silent, his eyes filled with turmoil. Song Yuyao grasped Xin Yumei's hand, sighing, Mother, please do not take on the role of the villain for the sake of the Song family. If Father insists, shall we just watch as the Song family crumbles and we are cast into poverty? The muscles on Song Hongshan's face twitched, but within moments, he made a resolute decision. The Song family must not go bankrupt. A flicker of joy passed between Song Yuyao and Xin Yumei. It worked. At that moment, Song Mingyi entered. Song Hongshan hurled a teacup at her, shouting, Who allowed you to return? Song Mingyi replied indifferently, Though I am married, the Song family remains my home. Is it so strange for me to come back? What do you mean, your home? Hongshan has resolved to sever ties with you. From now on, the Song family has nothing to do with you. Xin Yumei glared at Song Mingyi with venomous eyes. Remembering how she had been outmaneuvered by her, ruining her reputation for years and leaving her with scars that made her too ashamed to show her face, she wished she could tear her apart. Severing ties? Song Mingyi turned to Song Hongshan, Mr. Song, is this true? It is true. I have already instructed my lawyer to draft a statement of severance, he replied. May I ask why? She inquired. Isn't it your fault? Who told you to be so reckless, attracting the attention of young Master Lu? Do you have any idea how much the Song family would lose if the Lu family pursued this? It could ruin the Song family. Song Hongshan's anger intensified. Song Mingyi. Even if I have wronged you, I raised you. You cannot repay kindness with enmity. Song Mingyi paused for a moment before saying, you mentioned raising me. Despite your coldness and selfishness, I will still remember the kindness of my upbringing. However, if we sever ties, we will have no relationship henceforth. Song Hongshan's complexion turned grim. He reasonably suspected Song Mingyi was seizing the opportunity to insult him, and he had evidence to support his claim. Shen Yumei sneered, Song Mingyi. Resorting to such tactics now is futile. I advise you to leave the Song family at once and hide away somewhere. Perhaps that way, you might preserve your miserable existence. Ignoring Shen Yumei, Song Mingyi continued to look at Song Hongshan. What is your stance, Mr. Song? Shen Yumei interjected, Hongshan, do not act foolishly. This is not the time to show weakness. She continued, consider the Song family. Do we truly want to witness its downfall, with our family cast out? Song Yuyao received a phone call, her expression turning anxious. Dad, it's bad. Chairman Lu and young Master Lu are coming to confront us. Their car has just left the hospital and will arrive at our home in half an hour. Song Hongshan made a firm decision. I will have my lawyer publish the statement of severance on the Song Group's official website immediately. He hastily dialed a number. 2 minutes later, the announcement of the severance between Song Hongshan and his daughter appeared on the Song Group's website, deliberately ensuring it reached as many eyes as possible by hiring online influencers. Within moments, news of the severance spread like wildfire. To be cautious. Song Hongshan also commanded the lawyer to expedite the separation of Song Mingyi's household registration at great expense. Shen Yumei summoned servants to gather Song Mingyi's and her mother's belongings, throwing them into the courtyard, leaving a scene of chaos. Standing atop the grand steps, Shen Yumei and Song Yuyao looked down at Song Mingyi. Take these old possessions and leave. From now on, you have no ties to the Song family. With a frozen expression, Song Mingyi picked up a suitcase, carefully placing her mother's scattered belongings inside. One of the old purple sandalwood jewelry boxes was already fragile. The impact caused its lock to loosen. Gently, she packed the jewelry box, recalling how cherished it had been to her mother. Song Yuyao, with a face full of pity, suggested, Mom, she is still Dad's child. Why not give her 10,000 yuan to help her find her way? Yao Yao, your kindness is admirable. But some individuals are inherently venomous and do not deserve your goodwill, Shen Yumei replied. Song Yuyao, resigned, added, Song Mingyi, do not blame my mother. You have gone too far in the past. How about this? Kneel and apologize to my mother, and if she is pleased, I might give you a few more thousand. How about 50,000? Can you save that much working in a prison sewing factory for 5 years? Having finished gathering her mother's belongings, Song Mingyi stood up and looked ahead. Though she stood in the courtyard and was shorter than Song Yuyao without the steps beneath her, her cold demeanor overshadowed Song Yuyao. Song Yuyao, I previously advised you to be obedient, yet it seems you did not heed my words. A flicker of fear crossed Song Yuyao's face. The terror of being nearly pushed over the railing by Song Mingyi resurfaced. However, seeing Song Mingyi's disheveled appearance, she laughed, Song Mingyi. Do you think you can control me with that incident? If you remain this naive, I truly pity you for having fallen to this state without learning your lesson. Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. I am certain that now that you have been cast out, you will eventually learn what it means to be as obedient as a dog. Song Yuyao's smile radiated brightness, yet every word dripped with malice. At that moment, a servant hurried in to report, Madam, Miss, Chairman Lu, and young Master Lu have arrived for a visit. They're already here? Shen Yumei paused for a moment before rushing to the living room to find Song Hongshan. Song Hongshan soon emerged from the living room, looking at Song Mingyi in the courtyard with disdain. What are you all doing? Why aren't you getting her out of here? Chapter 55, A Plunge into Repentance. The servants, having incurred Song Hongshan's wrath, swarmed forward, jostling Song Mingyi. Leave at once. Don't make us suffer any more rebukes because of you. Begone. The master has severed ties with you. There's no point in clinging here. Song Yuyao watched Song Mingyi being shoved about, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. Song Mingyi, Your path as a pariah has only just begun. Soon, Song Yuyao adopted a gentle smile, following Song Hongshan and Xing Yumei to greet Chairman Lu and Lu Shenxing. Welcome. Chairman Lu, Song Hongshan said, his face beaming. Young Master Lu is truly handsome, a veritable Adonis. Lu Shenxing tilted his chin slightly, bestowing a modicum of approval upon Song Hongshan. Not bad. More discerning than that Song Mingyi. Knows I'm dashing and debonair. Chairman Lu cut to the chase. I presume Director Song understands that my visit today concerns my son's indiscretion. Yes, I understand, Song Hongshan interjected, eager to please. I never imagined my daughter would be so insensible as to actually injure young Master Lu. Although she's my daughter, she's been unruly since childhood. The years she spent incarcerated have only made her more feral. I had no choice but to prioritize righteousness over familial ties. I've publicly disowned her and removed her from our household registry. From today onward, she bears only the Song surname, having no other connection to my family. Chairman Lu appeared surprised. You've not only disowned Miss Song but also removed her from your registry? Xing Yumei chimed in with a smile, indeed. Song Mingyi is impetuous. But we, as parents, know right from wrong. Rest assured, whatever the Lu family and young Master Lu decide to do with Song Mingyi, my family will not utter a word of protest. Song Yuyao added loudly, Sister, since you haven't left yet, come over here and apologize to young Master Lu. Her words were polite, but her eyes gleamed with anticipation. She was eager to witness Song Mingyi's groveling and see her lose all face. Chairman Lu followed their gaze. When he saw Song Mingyi clearly, he understood why his son had acted rashly. Song Mingyi was breathtakingly beautiful, with skin like jade and exquisite features that held one captive. Most striking was her aura, as aloof and resilient as a winter plum. However, when Chairman Lu met Song Mingyi's eyes, his heart skipped a beat and then began to race. He could scarcely believe that he perceived such authority in one so young. Song Mingyi is no simple woman, he concluded. It made sense. Although Song Mingyi had married into the Lu family to ward off ill fortune, she had managed to gain the affection of the Lu family's young master and had Lu Shenxing dispatch Yanjing himself. Her prowess was evident. Any family would be overjoyed to have such an exceptional daughter. Yet, the Song family had severed ties with her, even going so far as to remove her from the registry as if fearing she would become an encumbrance. Are you Song Mingyi? I am, Song Mingyi replied calmly, her expression unwavering despite the man's status as Chairman Lu. Chairman Lu nodded, his face suddenly hardening. Then come over here and admit your mistake. Song Yuyao stared at Song Mingyi, her eyes wide, not daring to blink. Song Mingyi was finally about to suffer. She would never forget her first encounter with Song Mingyi as a child. At that time, Li Qingga, that old woman, was still alive. And Song Mingyi sat at the piano, dressed in a pristine white tutu, as lovely as a princess. She, on the other hand, as an illegitimate child, could only live cautiously with her mother. She was envious and vowed to make Song Mingyi taste the bitterness she had endured. Now, that moment had arrived. From now on, the Song family would be theirs, and the former Song family's eldest daughter would be cast into the dust. Then, with a thud, someone knelt heavily on the ground. But it was none other than Lu Shenxing. Lu Shenxing's prostration stunned Song Hongshan, Xing Yumei, and Song Yuyao. Song Yuyao murmured. Could young Master Lu be so badly injured that he can't even stand? Yes, that must be it. It must be due to his physical condition that Lu Shenxing is kneeling on the ground. Chairman Lu ignored them completely. As he approached Song Mingyi, his face was wreathed in smiles. He was polite and humble, even bowing slightly. Miss Song, I am truly sorry. I have failed to educate my son properly, causing you such distress. I have brought this wretched boy here today to apologize to you, hoping you will consider this his first offense and give him a chance to reform. Chairman Lu's words placed himself in an incredibly humble position. Even more shocking was that Lu Shenxing, known for his arrogance, said obediently, Miss Song, I am sorry. It was all my fault. Please forgive me and consider me a mere fart that has been released. Those present were nearly driven mad. Song Yuyao couldn't help but exclaim, Young Master Lu, are you mistaken? Or has this woman, Song Mingyi, cast a spell? Yes, it must be that Song Mingyi knows witchcraft. Otherwise, How could the usually arrogant Lu Shenxing kneel before Song Mingyi and say such things as considering him a mere fart? Witchcraft? Witchcraft, your mother. Lu Shenxing jumped up and slapped Song Yuyao across the face. If you hadn't said you were going to give this young master a gift, would I have been so blind as to offend my sister? Song Yuyao was stunned by the blow. She never expected Lu Shenxing to hit her. Xin Yumei, seeing the handprint on her daughter's face, was heartbroken. Young Master Lu, speak properly. How can you hit Yuyao? Hitting her is too good. I wish I could kill her. Lu Shenxing spat, his eyes filled with malice. Lu Shenxing. Hearing his father's warning, Lu Shenxing knelt back down, his head lowered. Looking docile as if the rabid dog from before was not him. Sister E, please forgive me. Otherwise, my dad will beat me to death this time. Lu Shenxing's words were sincere, and he even squeezed out a few tears. Song Mingyi found it all nauseating. Get up. No, I won't. If you don't forgive me, I won't get up. Song Mingyi didn't indulge him. Then stay kneeling. Don't get up ever again. Lu Shenxing immediately stood up. How could I? Sister E told me to stand up. How could I dare to kneel? He forced a smile, pushing his face close to Song Mingyi's. Sister E. You felt sorry for me, so you must have forgiven me, right? Chapter 56, Wretched Woman. Song Mingyi, perplexed, questioned, pity you? When have I ever felt pity for you? Just now, Lu Shenxing retorted with unyielding confidence. You allowed me to stand, which certainly indicates you care about my knees that were sore from kneeling. Song Mingyi was left speechless. Lu Shenxing hastily presented a carefully prepared gift. This is a ruby I acquired at auction. I thought it perfectly matched your majestic and imposing image, so I brought it as a token of apology. You must accept it. Chairman Lu cast a brief glance at the gift his son had prepared, and the expression on his face softened slightly. At last, a correct decision. It seemed this son was not entirely foolish and could still redeem himself. Lu Shenxing beamed with pride, of course. I personally selected it, how could I make a mistake? Chairman Lu's anger flared, and he slapped his son. Little master? Who are you calling little master? Your father? Lu Shenxing turned his head and hid behind Song Mingyi. Sister. Protect me. Song Mingyi replied, when did I become your sister? Lu Shenxing immediately responded, of course, ever since you accepted my apology. You are my only sister now. Before Song Mingyi could speak, Song Yuyao could no longer contain herself. Young Master Lu, have you been caught with something against you? Clearly, you were just beaten. Yet here you are, sending gifts and apologizing while calling her sister. Had it not been for Lu Shenxing's status, Song Yuyao would not have been so composed in expressing her thoughts. Lu Shenxing turned to Song Yuyao, and after a moment, a smirk appeared on his lips, which quickly morphed into a fierce scowl. He slapped her. Wretched woman. Song Yuyao, accustomed to being pampered, was utterly stunned when she was struck and fell to the ground. Yao Yao. Xin Yumei rushed over to help her daughter up. Her face filled with fury as she gazed at the imprint of the slap on her daughter's face. Young Master Lu, how could you strike someone without provocation? Song Hongshan frowned. While Yuyao's words were indeed inappropriate, young Master Lu should not resort to violence. Chairman Lu also felt that his son's action was excessive and looked at him with a furrowed brow. Lu Shenxing, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? That is a question for Song Yuyao, is it not? Young Master Lu, it was my unfiltered words that offended you. Please forgive me. Song Yuyao quickly interjected. Lu Shenxing observed the plea in Song Yuyao's eyes and a mocking glint flickered in his. You wish for me to remain silent? On what grounds? I must clarify why I approached my sister, and it is all because of Song Yuyao. Young Master Lu. Disregarding her, Lu Shenxing continued, one day, I suddenly received a call from Song Yuyao, who claimed she would send a beauty my way, stating she was particularly exquisite. Being a man of appetites, I naturally agreed. Just yesterday, she informed me that I could meet my gift at the Nightshade Bar. Upon arriving, I was captivated by my sister's beauty at first glance, believing she was my gift. Thus, I inadvertently offended her. She lured me into making this grave mistake. Chairman Song, you tell me, does your daughter not deserve a slap? Lu Shenxing's tone was aggressive, each word imbued with an imposing authority. Song Hongshan, feeling the pressure, instinctively nodded, indeed. Then, if you agree with that. Do I not deserve compensation for my losses? Yes. Hongshan. Shen Yumei abruptly grasped Song Hongshan's wrist. Realizing what he was about to say, Song Hongshan's expression darkened. He shot a glare at Song Yuyao before forcing a smile. Young Master Lu, Yuyao and Mingyi merely had a minor disagreement, it was all in jest. This incident was merely a misunderstanding, a playful quarrel between sisters, was it not, Mingyi? As Song Hongshan spoke, he frequently cast meaningful glances at Song Mingyi. Song Mingyi was well aware of Song Hongshan's intent, yet, why should she assist? Chairman Lu declared, regardless of their previous quarrels. Miss Song is no longer your daughter. That, my statement online was merely in a fit of anger. At that moment, Song Hongshan's phone rang. It was a call from the lawyer. Upon answering, the lawyer's voice came through, Chairman Song Mingyi's household registration has been officially removed from the Song family. Chairman Lu looked at Song Hongshan. Song Hongshan silently hung up, feeling somewhat awkward. This was all a misunderstanding. I was just too angry. Chairman Lu scoffed, angry enough to sever the father-daughter bond and remove her from the household register? Chairman Song, you truly have a fiery temper. Mocked in such a manner. Song Hongshan felt utterly humiliated. When he saw Song Mingyi standing there as if nothing had happened, his frustration intensified. Song Mingyi, speak up. Song Hongshan urged with a smile. You must explain to Chairman Lu why your father is not loving, otherwise, he might think I am an unkind parent. After a prolonged silence, Song Mingyi finally interjected, the severance of our father-daughter relationship was your choice, I have nothing to say. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Song family and will have no further relations. Could mere words spoken in anger be taken seriously? Regarding your household registration, I will have my lawyer restore it. No need, I find this arrangement quite satisfactory. Mingyi. Shen Yumei could no longer hold her tongue, Hongshan. Do you not see? Song Mingyi deliberately wishes to sever ties with you. Others may not realize that Chairman Lu is magnanimous enough to overlook yesterday's incident. But she is fully aware. Yet, she chooses to say nothing, returning with tearful eyes, knowing you are attached to the Song family and will likely make some foolish decisions. This daughter of yours has long desired to sever ties with you, otherwise, why would she return with red-rimmed eyes, intentionally leading us to misunderstand? Is this true, Mingyi? Before Song Mingyi could respond, Lu Shenxing could not help but interject. I feel today's apology was worth it, not only did I gain a sister, but I also heard such an amusing tale. As parents, to abandon a daughter over trivial matters without introspection, yet blame the wrong daughter for returning with tears, is truly comical. Lu Shenxing's expression was exaggerated. Fortunately, my father dotes on me. If I had a father like Chairman Song, with a family like Song Yumei and Song Yuyao, I would surely be ground to dust. Lu Shenxing's words were akin to trampling on the dignity of Song Hongshan and his family, and yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Sister. If you have been wronged, I shall cherish you henceforth. With that, he extended his arms toward Song Mingyi, as if to embrace her. Chapter 57, Song Mingyi's abandonment. Song Mingyi cast a nonchalant glance. Was yesterday's 2 kicks insufficient? Lu Shenxing immediately recoiled, a look of fear on his face, pleading, Sister E. My slight frame cannot withstand another encounter, please show mercy. With indifference, Song Mingyi took her suitcase and declared, farewell. Without a trace of regret, she turned and departed. Chairman Lu glanced at Song Hongshan, warning, take care. Lu Shenxing abruptly leaned towards Song Yuyao, flashing a grin that showcased his white teeth. Miss Song, this isn't over. Wait for me. With that, he hurried after her, calling out, Dad, Sister E, wait for me. Once they had left, the Song family's living room fell into silence. Song Yuyao, simmering with indignation, exclaimed, this is utterly outrageous, ah. Before she could finish her thought, Song Hongshan's hand struck her, sending her sprawling to the floor. Clutching her swollen cheek, she cried out, Dad, how could you hit me? Hit you? Let me tell you. If I cannot win Song Mingyi back, I will strike you again. Hongshan, how can you speak to our daughter like that? You know very well this is not Yuyao's fault, it is your other daughter who bears a grudge and has set this trap for you. If you seek retribution, it should be directed at her. Enough. Do not tarnish Mingyi's name. No matter what I have done, she is a member of the Song family, my daughter. She is also my rightful heir, do not forget, she is my legitimate child. Upon hearing these words, Shen Yumei's face turned pale, nearly causing her to faint. Mom! Mom! Song Yuyao cried, supporting the feeble Shen Yumei, but Song Hongshan left without casting them a glance. Outside the Song villa, Chairman Lu said courteously, Miss Song. Allow me to escort you. No need, I can drive. Song Mingyi began, only to remember that her driver, Butler Lu, had taken her to the Song residence and then left. Chairman Lu insisted, Miss Song, there is no need for such formalities. I owe you my gratitude for managing my son. Are you reprimanding me, Chairman Lu? Song Mingyi inquired. Not at all, absolutely not. Lu Shenxing chimed in. Poking his head forward, Sister Yi, I assure you, my father speaks the truth, he is genuinely grateful for your guidance. Song Mingyi remained non-committal, evidently skeptical. Sister Yi. Please get in the car, it's quite a distance to the highway, and carrying all these things is inconvenient. If you truly do not wish to ride, I can help you carry them. Observing Lu Shenxing's eager demeanor, Song Mingyi relented. Then I shall accept your kindness. That's more like it. Lu Shenxing eagerly opened the car door, assisting Song Mingyi inside. Chairman Lu nodded approvingly, recognizing that while his son may be foolish, he possesses a degree of perceptiveness. Inside the vehicle, Chairman Lu addressed her warmly, May I call you Mingyi? Yes. Chairman Lu's expression softened further. I wish to seek your opinion on a matter. Would it be acceptable for us to host a banquet at Ipinyu Yen, where Lu Shenxing could apologize to you? Song Mingyi was taken aback. Chairman Lu, are you serious? Indeed, he replied with a smile. This rascal must learn a lesson for his misdeeds. Lu Shenxing, grimacing, interjected, Sister Yi, when I bow to apologize, please let me stand up quickly, or I shall be utterly humiliated. Observing the father-son duo, Song Mingyi recognized their sincerity. If it is merely for an apology, I appreciate your intentions. But there is no need for such formality, we can consider this matter resolved. Though Lu Shenxing acted with ill intent yesterday, I have retaliated and he has come to apologize, we can leave it at that. Mingyi is indeed astute, my plans cannot escape your notice. I do have a small ulterior motive, I wish for you to become sworn siblings with my unworthy son at this banquet. From henceforth, you shall be his godsister. Song Mingyi was astonished. Chairman Lu, why would you do this? It hardly seems advantageous to recognize someone like me as a sister. Such modesty. Setting aside the fact that you are still the young mistress, your ability to command my son's respect is reason enough. Chairman Lu shot a disapproving glare at Lu Shenxing. Lu Shenxing shrank back, pleading, Sister Yi, please agree to this, I need your support, or I shall face dire consequences. Song Mingyi remained silent. Lu Shenxing then stood up and clung to her legs. Sister Yi, please agree. Get up. I want Lu Shenxing resorted to childlike stubbornness. If you do not agree, I will sit here and refuse to move. If anyone sees, I shall claim that Song Mingyi has abandoned me. Song Mingyi retorted. Isn't that a misuse of the idiom? I don't care, if you don't agree, I will cause a scene at the Lu family, at the Lu design department. Even go live to expose you as a heartless woman. Lu Shenxing's eyes brimmed with tears. I know I was wrong yesterday, but there were reasons behind my actions. You must give me a chance to amend my ways. She glanced at Chairman Lu, who was deliberately avoiding her gaze. Song Mingyi, feeling a headache coming on, sighed. If you continue like this, I will refuse. In an instant, Lu Shenxing returned to his seat, sitting upright like a diligent student. Song Mingyi pondered if he had mastered the art of changing expressions. Chairman Lu chuckled, this is splendid, we shall all be one family from now on. Exhausted, Song Mingyi chose silence. After resolving this matter, the morning had nearly passed, and she returned to work at Lu Corporation. As she stepped out of Chairman Lu's car, she turned to find Lu Shenxing being pushed out of the hall by Yan Jing. President Lu. President Lu. Employees greeted Lu Shenxing as he passed by. Song Mingyi joined in with a greeting. To her surprise, Lu Shenxing raised his hand, signaling Yan Jing to stop. Has the matter been resolved? It has. In the future, leave such matters to Yan Jing. Taken aback, Song Mingyi noted that Lu Shenxing, who had previously seemed indifferent to her affairs, now entrusted Yanjing to assist her. Then she heard Lu Shenxing add, "I do not wish for your issues to affect Lu Corporation's stock." Chapter 58, Song Mingyi carries Lu Shenxing in a princess carry. Song Mingyi couldn't help but smile. Lu Shenxing furrowed his brow slightly. "What are you smiling at?" Song Mingyi said with genuine sincerity, "I'm amused by my own cleverness. It's a fortunate thing." She hadn't fallen in love with Lu Shenxing due to his occasional acts of care, otherwise, her heart would likely be shattered at this moment. Song Mingyi composed herself, "Mr. Lu, rest assured, I will resolve this matter properly and ensure that Lu Corporation remains uninvolved." As Song Mingyi finished speaking and prepared to leave, a piercing voice erupted from behind. "Song Mingyi." Instinctively, Song Mingyi turned to see a disheveled woman rushing toward her, brandishing a suspicious bottle. A sense of foreboding washed over Song Mingyi, and she reflexively tried to evade the attack, but it was too late. The woman had planned meticulously, leaving Song Mingyi no chance to escape. In the moment before the liquid made contact, Song Mingyi saw a frenzied, twisted delight in the woman's eyes. Suddenly, a powerful force intervened. In an instant, Song Mingyi was pulled into a warm embrace, enveloped by the man's cold yet pleasant, pine-like scent. Immediately following, a muffled groan echoed. Yanjing shouted, "President Lu!" Song Mingyi hastily disentangled herself from Lu Shenxing's embrace, only to discover that the back of his shirt had been corroded, revealing raw, disfigured skin. The air was thick with an indescribable odor. Song Mingyi recognized it as the scent of sulfuric acid eating away at flesh. "Quick, get President Lu to the hospital." Hearing Yanjing's voice, Song Mingyi snapped back to reality. She rushed to retrieve the wheelchair but was stopped by Lu Shenxing's grip on her wrist. The pain in his back had drained the color from Lu Shenxing's handsome face, contorting his features uncontrollably. His palm, gripping her wrist, was slick with perspiration. Lu Shenxing frowned. "Fool. There's sulfuric acid on the wheelchair. Do you want to ruin your hands?" Song Mingyi, finally regaining her composure, took a deep breath. "I understand." As Lu Shenxing was about to instruct Song Mingyi to stay close, she pulled her hand free from his grasp. Then Lu Shenxing felt a sudden lightness as Song Mingyi scooped him up into her arms, carrying him in a princess carry. "Song Mingyi." Lu Shenxing's temple throbbed, his face darkening. "What are you doing?" "I know you're in pain," Song Mingyi said in a particularly gentle tone, as if soothing Lu Yimo. "Be a good boy. And I'll get you to the hospital to treat your wounds right away." Lu Shenxing. "Put me down." All right, I'll put you down in a moment." Song Mingyi turned to Yanjing, "Is the car ready?" Ready." Yanjing replied subconsciously. For some inexplicable reason, Yanjing felt as though it was Lu Shenxing who had spoken. Unaware of Yanjing's thoughts, Song Mingyi paused as she passed Miaoyu, who was being held down by security guards, struggling and screaming wildly. Her gaze turned icy. "You're the one who ruined me." Miaoyu's voice was shrill and piercing, filled with a hatred that made one's hair stand on end. "Song Mingyi, you're the reason I've become like this. I won't let this go." Miaoyu harbored a venomous hatred for Song Mingyi. At a young age, she had become the chief designer of Lu Corporation's design department, earning her respect and making her the pride of her family. According to her original life trajectory, she should have continued to live a glamorous and dignified life. However, all of that was destroyed by the appearance of Song Mingyi. She was branded a plagiarist, fired by Lu Corporation, and blacklisted in the industry. She became an outcast, unwanted even by fledgling studios, let alone large companies. In the end, she was reduced to serving as a waitress. Yet, just the day before, she had been replaced in that position as well. Reaching this point, Miaoyu could no longer contain herself. Her hatred for Song Mingyi reached its zenith in an instant. Only one thought consumed her mind: destroy Song Mingyi. She had to destroy Song Mingyi. "You deserve it," Song Mingyi said coldly, casting Miaoyu one last glance before carrying Lu Shenxing away. At the hospital, Lu Shenxing was wheeled into the operating room, lying prone on a mobile bed. Song Mingyi instinctively tried to follow, but a nurse stopped her. "Family members must stop here." The operating room door slammed shut. Song Mingyi stared blankly at the illuminated red light above the door, only registering the meaning after a long moment. That's right, she was just Song Mingyi now. The fortunate one from the Song family who had been imprisoned and then married into the Lu family as a bride to ward off misfortune. Shenxing. Shenxing. Madame Lu cried out, stumbling toward her. The usually elegant and dignified woman was disheveled with urgency, her beautiful face etched with fear. Mingyi, how is Shenxing? Mr. Lu was doused with sulfuric acid on his back and sustained severe injuries, but his life is not in danger. Madame Lu released a long sigh of relief, the tension in her body easing. She could no longer stand and collapsed weakly to the ground. Mom. Alarmed, Song Mingyi rushed over to support Madame Lu. Are you all right? I'm fine, Madame Lu said with a smile, slightly embarrassed. I was just frightened. Madame Lu had been strolling with old Master Lu when she heard about Lu Shenxing's accident. Her mind went blank, and she rushed out without even saying goodbye. Song Mingyi felt deeply apologetic. Mr. Lu was injured saving me. Please blame me if you must. Madame Lu was surprised. Why would I blame you? You are Shenxing's wife. It is only natural that he would save you. Mom, Song Mingyi said. Taken aback by Madame Lu's words, staring at her in astonishment. Madame Lu patted her hand. 2 hours later, Lu Shenxing was wheeled out. He was still unconscious. His handsome face pale with pain. His jawline appeared sharper, accentuating his chiseled features. Song Mingyi stayed by Lu Shenxing's bedside, gazing at him in a daze. She knew that Lu Shenxing didn't like her. Their marriage was a result of a ritual to ward off misfortune, or rather, a transaction. He had never even concealed his intention to get rid of her. Yet, he had saved her. Song Mingyi struggled to describe her feelings. Suddenly, her wrist was seized. Lu Shenxing had opened his eyes at some point, staring at Song Mingyi with a piercing gaze. What do you think you're doing? Song Mingyi realized that she had reached out to touch Lu Shenxing's face. She was startled herself and quickly said, I was swatting a mosquito for you. As she spoke, she slapped Lu Shenxing's handsome face with a smack. At that moment, the door to the ward opened. Madame Lu stood in the doorway. Song Mingyi quickly explained, Mom, I was swatting a mosquito for Mr. Lu. I definitely wasn't abusing him. I wouldn't dare to. Madame Lu hummed in response. Looking at the two of them with a complex expression, her face a picture of mixed emotions. Chapter 59. Lu Shenxing had a penchant for brutality. No wonder the daughters of wealthy families had previously garnered nothing more than a fleeting glance from him, while he gradually accepted Song Mingyi, whom he had initially rebuffed. It turned out that his inclinations leaned towards the unconventional, favoring a more robust demeanor. Observing Song Mingyi's anxious expression, Mrs. Lu reassured her, do not fear. I am quite open-minded and will not intrude excessively upon your marital affairs. After a moment's hesitation, she added, however, it is wise to be mindful of timing. We should wait until Shenxing's back injury heals somewhat. With that, she swiftly exited the room, leaving Song Mingyi with no opportunity for further explanation. As she withdrew her gaze, she noticed Lu Shenxing's cold, penetrating stare fixed upon her. Hastily, she clarified, it's a misunderstanding, truly. I harbor no violent tendencies. Nor any ulterior motives. Lu Shenxing scoffed, it is best if that is indeed the case. Rest assured, you have no chances with me. Song Mingyi raised an eyebrow. Longing to retort that she had already tasted the sweetness of Lu Shenxing's beauty. Yet, under his chilling gaze, she chose silence. Are you hungry? Song Mingyi inquired earnestly. I prepared some rice porridge in the small kitchen, would you care for a bit? Initially, Lu Shenxing intended to decline, but the thought of her culinary skills swayed him. The simple rice porridge she had made, paired with pickled radish, was perhaps the most modest meal he had ever consumed, yet the flavors were exquisite. The inherent sweetness of the rice was brought to its zenith, complemented by the tangy, sweet pickled radish. After ensuring Lu Shenxing had eaten, she finally attended to her own meal. Just as she was finishing, he called for her, Song Mingyi. Coming. She quickly gathered the dishes and rushed to his side. Mr. Lu, do you require something? Perhaps to use the restroom? There's no need to trouble yourself to get up. You could simply turn to your side and resolve it here. On the bed? Lu Shenxing replied with a scoff, you wish to assist me? To his surprise, Song Mingyi nodded earnestly, yes, I shall help you, I have the necessary tools prepared. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a urinal from behind her. The veins on Lu Shenxing's forehead throbbed as he gritted his teeth. Dispose of that immediately, or I shall throw you out. Song Mingyi retorted. There's no need to be embarrassed, every person has physiological needs that must be addressed. I offer you one last chance, dispose of it now. Seeing his unwavering resolve, she reluctantly cast the item aside, not forgetting to add, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Song Mingyi, can you not speak properly? She looked at him with confusion. How am I not speaking properly? I said you could call on me if you needed help. Lu Shenxing, weary of the exchange, commanded, assist me to the study. The VIP hospital room where Lu Shenxing resided was equipped with a kitchen, living room, and study. Song Mingyi frowned. You are gravely injured, you must rest in bed and refrain from exertion, especially from work. Lu Shenxing retorted, since when did you gain the authority to dictate my affairs? Do you believe that because I saved you, you have become someone special? That is quite ludicrous. Very well, Mr. Lu, I shall assist you. Gently. She helped him into a wheelchair and pushed him towards the study. Upon arrival, she found Yan Jing already present, the desk cluttered with documents awaiting his attention. With a laptop connected to other executives. Lu Shenxing quickly transitioned into a meeting mode, exuding elegance and authority, articulating each word with power. Earning the respect of even the most seasoned veterans in the room. In that moment, despite his physical limitations, he remained the king they all revered. Song Mingyi lingered at the study door, her anxiety mounting as the minute hand ticked away relentlessly. The meeting extended until 3 in the morning. When she saw Lu Shenxing close the laptop, she rushed into the room. What of your manners, Song Mingyi? Who allowed you to barge in? He chastised. Ignoring him. She snapped back, Mr. Lu, do you not realize that your back wound has reopened? Your shirt is stained with blood. Lu Shenxing dismissed her concern. It's but a minor injury, ah. He inhaled sharply, pain evident as the veins on his forehead pulsed. Song Mingyi. Innocently, she replied. You said it was a minor injury, so I assumed it did not hurt. Does it not hurt? Lu Shenxing glared at her for a moment before muttering. Ungrateful woman. Yan Jing, having been busy attending to Lu Shenxing, was taken aback upon seeing the state of his back. Where's the doctor? I shall fetch them. The doctor was already in the room. Yan Jing expressed his gratitude to Song Mingyi before wheeling Lu Shenxing back to his hospital room. The doctor's brow furrowed upon examining Lu Shenxing's back, his identity preventing any reprimands from escaping his lips. As he treated the wound, he cautioned, Mr. Lu. Your injury is quite severe, please take care of yourself, for you will be the one to suffer otherwise. I am aware, I will exercise caution. Once the doctor finished bandaging the wound, he provided Song Mingyi with numerous instructions before departing. Yet, peace eluded her. The persistent toxins within Lu Shenxing's body weighed heavily on her mind, and her worry grew. They say that good omens are often drowned by bad ones. Song Mingyi's apprehensions materialized. 5 days had passed, and not only had Lu Shenxing's wound failed to heal, but it had also become infected. He was tormented day and night by pain, his condition deteriorating visibly. Mrs. Lu visited daily. Her cheerful demeanor masking a torrent of tears shed in the hallway after leaving the room. As a mother, her concern for Lu Shenxing was profound. The anguish he endured was beyond the comfort of words. Lu Yimo also visited frequently, his small face etched with worry. Mommy, when will Daddy get better? He asked. Looking up at her with his adorable face. Soon, she replied. Really? Indeed, she assured him, gently patting his head. She was not deceiving Lu Yimo. Upon noticing the poor healing of Lu Shenxing's wound, she had taken action. Each night, while he slept, she would administer an injection to help him rest deeply, followed by applying the medicinal ointment she had concocted. Yet, Lu Shenxing's frail condition and the lingering toxins in his body hindered her efforts, making progress painfully slow. Chapter 60, Are you kissing me indirectly? In the hospital room, Lu Shenxing slowly opened his eyes. The door was not tightly shut, and if one listened carefully, they could hear Song Mingyi comforting Lu Yimo. Her voice was gentle and patient, portraying her as an exemplary mother. Indeed, the next moment, one could hear Yan Jing's admiration. The young mistress truly embodies grace and virtue. Lu Shenxing coldly interjected, when did you become blind? This woman, with her cunning ways, had an endless parade of admirers around him, yet the only person who could disarm Lu Yimo was Song Mingyi. If she were aware of Lu Shenxing's true thoughts, she would surely respond sincerely. Is it not possible that it is because Momo is clever and perceptive? Yanjing dared not speak. But he genuinely felt that Song Mingyi was different from the previous women. He could sense her uniqueness. Push me to the bathroom, Lu Shenxing commanded. Yanjing quickly assisted him into the wheelchair and wheeled him to the bathroom. Call for me when you're done, Yanjing said as he closed the bathroom door behind him. Lu Shenxing glanced at the door and maneuvered the wheelchair to the sink, lifting his ear slightly to inspect himself in the mirror. A tiny pinhole suddenly caught his eye, causing his gaze to grow colder. Upon returning from seeing off Lu Yimo, Song Mingyi discovered that Lu Shenxing was no longer in bed. Where is he? She inquired. Mr. Lu went to the restroom, came the reply. How long has it been? About 10 minutes. I'll go check. Soon, Song Mingyi's voice echoed, Mr. Lu, how are you? Do you need any assistance? She called out several times but received no response. Concerned for his injured legs and back, she said, Mr. Lu, I'm coming in. Just as she was about to open the door, it clicked, and Lu Shenxing emerged in his wheelchair. Is there something you need? I was worried since you hadn't come out for a while. Is that so? Song Mingyi lowered her gaze, attempting to read his expression, but his demeanor was inscrutable, revealing nothing. Go prepare a meal, I'm hungry. She complied, knowing that Lu Shenxing's back injury was showing signs of healing, requiring careful attention to his diet. She prepared a nourishing lotus seed porridge. As the porridge neared completion, she added the medicinal powder she had previously prepared. Lu Shenxing was gravely injured, and relying solely on nighttime acupuncture proved too slow. As a workaholic with a heavy physical burden, she administered the medicine to him. At the dining table, Lu Shenxing took a sip of the lotus seed porridge, his brows furrowing. What did you add to this porridge? Song Mingyi felt a stir of unease but masked it with feigned ignorance. I didn't add anything, she replied, glancing at Yanjing. Secretary Yan. Does this lotus seed porridge taste strange to you? Yanjing took a hearty sip and nodded, it's peculiar. The atmosphere at the table instantly grew tense. Lu Shenxing's gaze turned sharp as a knife. Song Mingyi's scalp prickled, and she quickly donned a smile. Secretary Yan, what do you find strange about this porridge? It's just strange, it's ordinary lotus, yet the flavor is exceptional. I've never tasted such delicious porridge before. As Lu Shenxing's secretary, he had tasted many fine dishes, yet this porridge left him astounded. He couldn't find the words to describe it, feeling that even the most exquisite delicacies paled in comparison to this bowl of porridge. Song Mingyi responded, her expression earnest. Secretary Yan, may I make a request? Please. Young mistress. In the future, when you speak, please express your thoughts in one breath. Speaking halfway can lead to misunderstandings. She jested, otherwise, Mr. Lu might think I poisoned the porridge. As she spoke, she scooped a spoonful from Lu Shenxing's bowl and tasted it, then remarked disdainfully. The lotus seeds aren't sweet enough, otherwise, the flavor would be even better. Lu Shenxing's expression darkened, his eyes nearly shooting daggers at her. Confused, Song Mingyi wondered what had gone awry. She had proactively tasted it, so Lu Shenxing should not harbor doubts. To prove the porridge was indeed fine, she took another spoonful. Lu Shenxing's expression grew more severe as he snapped, Song Mingyi, you just used that spoon, didn't you? Her demeanor faltered, leaving her more perplexed. You've tasted from the same spoon I used, how is that not akin to an indirect kiss? Song Mingyi, do you harbor ill intentions towards me? Startled, she waved her hands, no. I never thought that. Lu Shenxing squinted, are you implying that I am unworthy of your ill intentions? Of course not. You're quite handsome, any normal woman would surely be tempted. The moment she uttered those words, she immediately covered her mouth in horror, realizing she had spoken her mind. Lu Shenxing smirked, you have quite a bit of audacity. As he said this, he lowered his head to drink from the porridge. Song Mingyi hesitated, torn between speaking up. If Lu Shenxing claimed that she drinking from the spoon was akin to an indirect kiss, then what was he doing? Did he not know he was committing the same offense? However, as Lu Shenxing's gaze subtly flicked towards her, all her words vanished. In the dead of night, Lu Shenxing lay on the bed, breathing steadily, having entered a deep slumber. Song Mingyi opened her eyes in the darkness, turning to look at him, softly calling, "Mr. Lu." "Lu Shenxing?" She called several times, but he did not respond. Turning on the light, she observed him for a moment, still without movement, and retrieved her acupuncture kit from her pocket. The fine silver needles glimmered coldly under the bright light as she gently wiped them with disinfectant, her focus unwavering. Thus failing to notice Lu Shenxing's eyes had subtly opened. She quickly sterilized the needles and knelt beside Lu Shenxing, swiftly piercing the needles into him like lightning, only to have her wrist grasped suddenly. Startled, she looked up to find Lu Shenxing staring at her, his eyes icy and devoid of sleepiness. "Song Mingyi. What are you doing?" he asked, each word deliberate. Chapter 61, a pleasant countenance and form. Song Mingyi's mind was in a haze. She had sensed that since their lunch, Lu Shenxing had begun to harbor suspicions about her. Yet, she never anticipated that he was awake. I'm exercising," she stammered, shaking her other arm, her exquisite face radiating sincerity. "I've been sleepless and thought some exercise might aid my slumber." A cold smirk escaped Lu Shenxing's thin lips. "Exercising while holding a silver needle?" His fingers tightened around her wrist, causing a painful numbness to shoot through her, and the needle slipped from her grasp, clattering onto the sheets. Lu Shenxing's gaze fell upon the silver needle. "Song Mingyi, do you not owe me an explanation?" With utmost sincerity, she replied. "If I were to say I wish to master the flying needle technique of the Eastern Invincible, would you believe me?" Lu Shenxing scoffed. "Do you take me for a fool?" "Of course not, Mr. Lu, you are astute and formidable," she flattered. "Then why resort to such a clumsy lie to deceive me?" "Truly, I speak from the heart," she insisted, picking up the needle with her other hand. With a flick of her middle finger, the slender silver needle embedded itself deep into the wall, quivering as it remained lodged. Lu Shenxing's pupils constricted sharply. Song Mingyi continued, "To master this flying needle technique, I practice diligently each night to keep my secret hidden. I never intended to mislead you, Mr. Lu. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding." After scrutinizing her for a long moment, Lu Shenxing finally released her wrist. "It seems I have misjudged you. My apologies. There's no need for such courtesy, Mr. Lu," she replied, rising from the bed to retrieve the needle and placing it back in her acupuncture kit. She turned off the room lights, leaving only a wall lamp aglow, casting a warm amber light that illuminated the darkened chamber. She returned to bed, cocooning herself in the covers. Turning to Lu Shenxing, she suddenly asked, "Mr. Lu, would you trust someone you have only recently met?" "Not at all," he answered without hesitation. Song Mingyi was not surprised. Indeed, she wouldn't trust easily either. Thus, she realized her folly in attempting to treat Lu Shenxing in secret. It was rather astonishing that she still harbored such a savior complex. Retracting her gaze, she looked up at the outline of the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, a silent smile gracing her lips. The following day, the treatment she had administered to Lu Shenxing bore fruit. During the morning rounds, the doctor joyfully announced that the wound on Lu Shenxing's back had begun to heal. In another week, it would scab over completely. Mrs. Lu exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing this news, clasping her hands in gratitude toward the doctor. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you." "Mrs. Lu, you are too kind," the doctor replied, attaching an 4 drip to Lu Shenxing before taking his leave. Song Mingyi placed a hot water bottle against the 4 line. Mrs. Lu gently took her hand, saying, "Dear child, don't be busy, take a moment to rest. You've worked hard these past few days." Song Mingyi shook her head. "It's nothing strenuous, I merely assist with daily necessities." Mrs. Lu disagreed. "How can it be just a small matter? As a wife, caring for your husband is the greatest contribution." Song Mingyi smiled but said nothing. Mrs. Lu continued. "I will stay with Shenxing today, so you should take some time for yourself." Not wishing to be impolite, Song Mingyi acknowledged that she had personal matters to attend to. After departing from the hospital, she met with Xiao Wu and Ren Suhai. Once she completed her tasks, she called out to Xiao Wu, "Still no news of Erbao?" Xiao Wu shook his head, apologetically stating, "We only found that Erbao was at the Angel Welfare Institute 3 years ago. After its closure, all the children left, and Erbao vanished." Song Mingyi parked her car at the entrance of the Angel Welfare Institute, stepping into the dilapidated building. The information provided by Song Yuyao regarding her kidnapping was not entirely unfounded. Erbao had indeed been at this welfare institute. As she wandered through the premises, observing every blade of grass and tree, she momentarily envisioned a small figure. A tiny child stumbled toward her, and upon seeing her, beamed with delight, calling Mama as they ran towards her. Instinctively, Song Mingyi opened her arms to embrace the child, only to find herself clutching air as the figure vanished before her eyes. It was an illusion. Her eyes cleared instantly. What she had seen was merely a figment of her imagination, driven by her longing for her child. Erbao, she murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, which she quickly wiped away. She vowed to herself that no matter where Erbao might be, whether at the ends of the earth or beyond, she would find her. Without lingering at the Welfare Institute, she departed. On her way, she called Xiaowu again. Prepare a house for me. The property at Yujing Bay is undergoing renovations and should be ready in 2 months. Once your divorce is finalized, you can move right in. There's no time, Song Mingyi replied, lowering her car window slightly, allowing the wind to tousle her hair. My engagement to Lu Shenxing cannot last much longer. Last night, while treating Lu Shenxing, she had been caught in the act. Although she had provided an excuse to placate him, she knew he would not believe her. He would undoubtedly investigate her background. Despite her careful concealment, the notorious reputation of Lu Yanwang could not be underestimated. If he chose to delve deeply, she would not be able to hide. Xiaowu's expression brightened. That's wonderful. Boss, you're finally gaining your freedom. A small smile crept onto Song Mingyi's lips. Yes, I am finally gaining my freedom. As she stepped through the hospital doors, a figure suddenly blocked her path. Slow down, slow down. I can barely keep up. Old Master Lu panted, standing before her. Song Mingyi squinted, recognizing him. You are the elderly gentleman who collapsed from a heart condition on the street. Old Master Lu slapped his thigh. Yes, that's me. Granddaughter-in-law. Do you know how long I've been searching for you? Wait a moment, Song Mingyi raised her hand, bewildered. Granddaughter-in-law? Are you certain you have not mistaken me for someone else? Of course not, Old Master Lu insisted. You saved me that day. And I decided to dedicate myself to you. I may be old, but I have a grandson who, while somewhat disappointing, possesses a fine appearance and physique. He is only 24, I believe you would find him quite agreeable. Song Mingyi was left speechless, realizing that Old Master Lu was a true master of persuasion. Undoubtedly a former expert in sales. Chapter 62, Old Master Lu, let my grandson be your backup. Song Mingyi took a deep breath and said, Old Master, I am truly married, and I have even borne a son. I am not fortunate enough to accept your kind offer. Old Master Lu expressed his regret. How could the granddaughter-in-law he was so fond of have married so young? Unwilling to concede, he inquired, how is your relationship with your husband? Song Mingyi was momentarily taken aback, her feelings towards Lu Shenxing. Images of Lu Shenxing's demeanor flooded her mind, cold, skeptical, resistant, distant. Such was not the essence of a marital bond. The sole consolation was that she had never envisioned a long-term future with Lu Shenxing. Old Master Lu, perceptive as ever, remarked, the slogan at the Civil Affairs Bureau states, marriage is for happiness, and so is divorce. At your young age, you should prioritize your own happiness. Distance yourself from unhappy situations and those who cause you distress. My dear granddaughter-in-law, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to approach me. I assure you, I will not let you suffer. Observing Old Master Lu's eagerness to facilitate her divorce only left Song Mingyi feeling exasperated. She quickly replied, no need. My husband and I have already reached a tacit understanding. Initially, she and Lu Shenxing had only planned to be temporary spouses for 3 months, with a month already elapsed. And considering last night's incident, their marriage could conclude at any moment, rendering any further efforts unnecessary. Old Master Lu perked up and declared, since you have established an understanding, it would be prudent to plan ahead. Don't young people often say that the best way to forget a relationship is to seek a new one? I cannot guarantee much, but I can assure you that my grandson possesses quite the handsome face. Old Master, she replied, even if it comes to that, I will not consider marriage in the near future. That is of no consequence. Allow my grandson to be your backup, your fish in the pond. When you are ready to contemplate, then let him assume the leading role. Song Mingyi thought to herself, is this truly old Master Lu's biological grandson? What kind of grandfather would suggest his grandson be treated as a backup fish? It was primarily because his granddaughter-in-law was exceptional. If I do not display my prowess, how could it be my grandson's turn? Old Master Lu chuckled heartily, unembarrassed about the fact that his grandson was merely a decorative pillow. Let us refrain from calling me granddaughter-in-law. Just call me Song Mingyi, she insisted. Very well, Song Mingyi. Old Master Lu then took out his phone. Let us exchange contact information. He proceeded to add all her contact details, WeChat, QQ, DingTalk, SMS, and FaceIn. Upon seeing that all had been successfully added, he beamed with satisfaction. Then it's settled for next Sunday afternoon. We shall dine together, and you may meet my mischievous grandson. No need to rush, Song Mingyi protested. Is there any issue, my dear granddaughter-in-law? If not, then it is settled. All right, you may return to your matters. Old Master Lu, particularly pleased, waved his hand and hummed a tune as he departed. Song Mingyi mused that perhaps she had misdiagnosed Old Master Lu earlier, otherwise, how could he have such a severe hearing impairment and memory loss? Upon returning to the hospital room, she found that Mrs. Lu had already left. Lu Shenxing was no longer lying on the bed, instead, he sat in a wheelchair, being assisted by Yanjing as he dressed. This was ordinarily a simple task. However, although Lu Shenxing's back injury had begun to heal, the pain remained, making it nearly impossible for him to lift his arms like a normal person. After several unsuccessful attempts to put on his sleeves, Yanjing was perspiring with anxiety. Let me help, Song Mingyi offered as she approached. Then I must trouble you. Young madam, Yanjing replied, visibly relieved as he handed the clothing to Song Mingyi. Lu Shenxing glanced at Song Mingyi, choosing not to utter another word. As she unfolded the shirt, she gently instructed, lift your arm a bit to the left. Yes, just like that. Under her guidance, Lu Shenxing swiftly donned the shirt, followed by the suit jacket. Lu Shenxing looked at her, surprised. You seem quite adept at assisting others with their clothing. Of course. I am skilled. After the two children were taken away, I missed them terribly and even crafted 2 cloth dolls to dress and care for. Just now, I was merely treating you as one of those dolls, she explained. Song Mingyi added, be cautious with your back, the injury is still healing. Remember that your mother and Momo are eagerly awaiting your return. Lu Shenxing was taken aback by her words, gazing at her intently. After a moment, he simply nodded and departed. Following Lu Shenxing's discharge from the hospital, Song Mingyi returned to work at the Lu Group. Over the next week, she saw Lu Shenxing daily, albeit only through online news. He was traveling abroad on a private jet to manage a monumental multi-billion-dollar acquisition deal. This was the most significant news in the business world, akin to a seismic event. The moment one opened their phone or computer, this headline was inescapable. The orchestrator of this turbulence was none other than Lu Shenxing, who sat in a wheelchair. Lu Shenxing was exceptionally private, rarely allowing for photographs of his face. Yet Song Mingyi could easily imagine the coldness in his gaze and the regal aura he exuded. Suddenly, Han Bing leaned in, observing the news on Song Mingyi's computer screen. I never expected you to be interested in President Lu's news. Is it strange for me to follow his updates? Song Mingyi queried. Han Bing nodded vigorously. Quite strange, actually. Previously, when the design department discussed the president, everyone, regardless of gender, was utterly captivated, practically wishing to marry him on the spot, except for you, who remained remarkably composed. Is it that obvious? Indeed, Han Bing affirmed. Your reaction to President Lu's news was no different from that of a person hearing about a stone falling. Song Mingyi replied. Is it possible that I am simply more reserved, which is why you haven't noticed? If this were before, I would dismiss your claim as nonsense, but now, I find it quite plausible, Han Bing reasoned. Her logic was sound. Who would show such subtle concern for someone unless they were truly enamored? Go for it. Han Bing encouraged. What do you mean? Of course, I mean go for it with President Lu. After all, you are quite attractive, even I, as a woman, would find you appealing, let alone men. If looks could determine everything, then we wouldn't need examinations to select talent, We could simply judge by appearances. Jing Wanru's icy voice cut through the air. Han Bing turned swiftly, retracting her neck as she returned to her seat. Jing Wanru glared menacingly at Song Mingyi. Come here. Reluctantly, Song Mingyi followed Jing Wanru into the office. As soon as the door closed, Jing Wanru's hand struck out. You wretched girl. Do you even consider your own status before attempting to seduce Brother Shenxing? Chapter 63, Becoming a Concubine. Song Mingyi seized Jing Wanru's wrist, her tone icy. Manager Jing. You are the head of the design department, hailing from a prestigious family and boasting an impressive education. How can you resort to violence like a shrew? Are you not ashamed to speak recklessly in public? Should I not retaliate? What have I said? Song Mingyi's gaze was sharp. Are you coveting Lu Shenxing? Manager Jing. Have you forgotten that I am already married to him? Whether he loves me or not, he is still my husband. I am the legitimate Mrs. Lu, and you. Song Mingyi's voice dripped with disdain. You don't even qualify as a mistress. Jing Wanru's fury ignited. Song Mingyi. You have some nerve flaunting your status as the first wife before me. Do you truly not comprehend your own position? With that, she raised her hand to strike Song Mingyi. With a flick of her wrist, Song Mingyi evaded, causing Jing Wanru to stumble back and collide with the wall. Finally coming to a halt. Song Mingyi lifted her chin slightly, a derisive smile gracing her lips. Jing Wanru, I genuinely believe you lack intelligence. If you were clever, you would seek to curry favor with me. While the position of Mrs. Lu is unattainable for you, becoming a concubine is not out of reach. Jing Wanru was infuriated. You dare suggest I become a mistress? How audacious. I dare. I certainly dare. As Mrs. Lu, I am being quite magnanimous. Now, reflect on that. After declaring this, Song Mingyi swung open the office door, only to freeze upon seeing the figures at the entrance. It was Yan Jing alongside the wheelchair-bound Lu Shenxing. Lu Shenxing's handsome visage bore no expression, his piercing gaze fixed on Song Mingyi with an oppressive intensity. Yan Jing wore an expression of admiration, almost ready to give a thumbs up. Song Mingyi's demeanor stiffened abruptly. Who could explain why the two individuals, who had just dominated the news, had suddenly returned? Come here. Song Mingyi remained motionless, and upon noticing Lu Shenxing glaring at her, she hastily explained, Mr. Lu, you are the center of attention. If I were to leave with you, it would draw too much scrutiny, which would not bode well for me. Lu Shenxing. This was the first time someone had claimed that walking alongside him would be detrimental to their reputation. Stop the nonsense. Before he could finish, his wheelchair spun around, and Song Mingyi pressed a button, causing it to glide forward. Yan Jing was startled and hurried to catch up. Mr. Lu. By the time Yan Jing reached them, Lu Shenxing had already maneuvered the wheelchair to a stop. He stole a glance. Noting that Lu Shenxing's expression resembled that of a volcano about to erupt, his demeanor as dark as charcoal. Yan Jing sealed his lips, slowing his breath, fearful that even the sound of inhalation might provoke Lu Shenxing's wrath. Lu Shenxing was indeed furious. It was the first time anyone dared to act like Song Mingyi had. After Lu Shenxing entered the office, Song Mingyi took a good few minutes to follow. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, no one witnessed this. There will be no misunderstandings. Is that so? Lu Shenxing scoffed, his voice laced with sarcasm. If I hadn't heard you just now asserting your status as Mrs. Lu to Jing Wanru, I might have believed you. Song Mingyi glanced at Lu Shenxing, hesitating. Mr. Lu, are you upset? And what do you think? Song Mingyi appeared puzzled. But why are you upset? Although Jing Wanru possesses good looks, her character is mediocre. She is not a fitting match. Then who is my suitable match? You? Absolutely not. Song Mingyi waved her hands in denial. Realizing her response was overly eager and might imply disdain, she quickly added, I meant that you, Mr. Lu, deserve someone better. Seeing Lu Shenxing's gaze upon her, she hesitated before suggesting, since you seem to favor her, perhaps I should call Jing Wanru and have her come care for you today. As she spoke, she took out her phone. Lu Shenxing swiftly grasped Song Mingyi's wrist, and upon glancing at the number she was about to dial, he was astonished to realize it was indeed Jing Wanru's. Song Mingyi was not merely pretending. Lu Shenxing regarded her with newfound intrigue, suddenly asking, Song Mingyi, what exactly do you intend to achieve? What do you desire? Why do you ask? Perhaps it is simply my magnanimity, seeking to fulfill your wishes. Oh. Song Mingyi fell silent for a moment, her tone drifting. I seek the most precious treasures in this world. Her 2 children. This was the treasure she had tirelessly sought. Song Mingyi swiftly regained her composure, smiling. Mr. Lu, you need not worry, my desires are inconsequential as long as you remain steadfast and do not allow me to succeed. Lu Shenxing remained silent, merely observing her. Song Mingyi continued, Mr. Lu, if you have no further business, I shall take my leave. It would be unwise to be seen together. With that, she turned to exit. Just as she stepped out of the CEO's office, Jing Wanru obstructed her path. Jing Wanru's eyes were red, her gaze towards Song Mingyi brimming with unmasked hatred. Song Mingyi, I underestimated you, you possess quite the talent for seduction. But do not get too comfortable. A man like Lu Shenxing is not someone you can fantasize about. Oh. Song Mingyi replied nonchalantly, then I shall not dwell on it. You may ponder it at your leisure. Strive to ascend from being a concubine to Mrs. Lu. Best of luck. Song Mingyi swore her words were sincere. Yet Jing Wanru appeared as if she might explode with rage. Song Mingyi. Song Mingyi. Was encouraging her to strive not acceptable? Suddenly, Jing Wanru laughed. Song Mingyi, the debutante ball for the Lu family's eldest daughter is approaching. Mrs. Lu has instructed the design department to create the gown, consider this your final assessment. If your design is favored by the young lady, you will become the chief designer of the Lu Group's design department, and no one will question you again. If you fail, you must leave the design department forever and are barred from reapplying. Song Mingyi, do you dare to wager? I do not wager. Are you afraid? Song Mingyi? Do you admit that you resorted to underhanded means to produce that level of design and secure first place? The issue of the design had already been clarified. There was no need for further entanglement, as it served no purpose. I refuse because I am not foolish. If I lose, I must depart the design department. What disadvantage would that be for you if you were to lose? Why should I agree? If you wish for me to wager with you, at the very least, you should stake your managerial position, that would make it worthwhile, wouldn't it? Song Mingyi, you truly have ulterior motives. Song Mingyi, growing impatient, replied, Manager Jing. If this is all you concern yourself with, please step aside, I have matters to attend to. As she attempted to leave, Jing Wanru relented. Fine, I accept your wager. This time I will ensure you leave the Lu Group. Chapter 64, Sister E, Be My Girlfriend. Song Mingyi heard this but merely clicked her tongue, offering Jing Wanru no response whatsoever. Jing Wanru was so enraged she stomped her foot, her eyes seething with hatred for Song Mingyi. If Song Mingyi thought she could easily ascend by marrying into the Lu family, she was sorely mistaken. A wretched person deserved to remain in the dirt forever, trampled upon. As Song Mingyi walked outside, she contemplated Jing Wanru's intentions. It was evident that Jing Wanru would not relent easily. In other words, it was high time for her to depart from the Lu Group's design department. She was not intimidated by Jing Wanru, whose scheme seemed laughable in her eyes. However, Song Mingyi felt that investing time in such trivial matters was a waste. Sister! Sister E! Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. Song Mingyi turned around and saw a flamboyantly dressed young man rushing towards her. Her body tensed, her feet itching to kick out. Sister, please, don't be like this. I'm your brother. The man removed his glasses, pointing at his strikingly handsome face. I, Lu Shenxing, have already knelt before you to acknowledge you as my sister. Indeed. It was Lu Shenxing. Why are you dressed like this? What brings you here? She questioned. Of course, I came to see you, Sister E. Lu Shenxing replied with a cheeky smile, his eyebrows dancing with mischief. Song Mingyi raised an eyebrow. Speak properly, or I might just hit you. Oh. Lu Shenxing feigned injury but quickly perked up. Sister E, I have something to ask of you. Could you possibly help me? No. Song Mingyi turned to leave. Lu Shenxing followed closely behind. No? Why not? Sister E, you can't be so cruel to refuse me. We share a bond. Song Mingyi retorted. Then you should kneel and apologize. Can an apology be considered a bond? Lu Shenxing replied. Indeed, I've already knelt. Do I not deserve a little dignity? Noticing Song Mingyi ignoring him, he abruptly sat down in front of her, clutching her legs, and began to wail. Song Mingyi was taken aback. After all, even Momo did not resort to such tactics to achieve her goals. Yet here was Lu Shenxing, in his 20s, kneeling, clinging to her, and crying. Showing no restraint typical of adulthood. Get up. Song Mingyi's temples throbbed. I won't. Lu Shenxing declared resolutely. If you refuse to agree to my request, I shall remain here until everyone knows of your ungratefulness. Song Mingyi wondered when she had ever been ungrateful. Stand up first, she commanded. If you don't, I might take action. Oh, Lu Shenxing stood up, blinking his large eyes at her with a pitiful expression, as if on the verge of tears. With a sigh, Song Mingyi conceded, all right, what is it that you want? I want you to be my girlfriend. The tone of Song Mingyi turned ominous, her expression clearly indicating disbelief. You, a mere boy, possess such audacity? Lu Shenxing quickly interjected, Sister E, don't misunderstand. I only need you to pretend. My father has unexpectedly decided to find me a wife and insists on meeting her. I, Lu Shenxing, a dashing gentleman, cannot just settle for any woman. I told him I had a girlfriend to ease his worries, but he didn't believe me and demanded to see her. He continued, I had no choice. For the sake of my future happiness, I had to seek your assistance. As the illustrious young Master Lu, surely many women would be eager to aid you. Song Mingyi remarked. Yes, if I ask. However, my father's standards are exceedingly high, and most women tremble in his presence, unable to speak. Only you, Sister E, with your beauty and grace, can fulfill this role. Song Mingyi responded, don't think flattery will persuade me. Sister E, I've laid my cards on the table. Will you still not help me? Lu Shenxing gazed at her with wide eyes, on the brink of tears. Please, just accompany me for a meal. I promise I have no ulterior motives. He tugged at her sleeve, refusing to let go. Sister E, I beg you. Noticing others were beginning to take interest, Song Mingyi insisted, get up. Oh, I will, let us go. As Lu Shenxing saw her still unmoving, he attempted to cling to her again. Frustrated, Song Mingyi relented, fine. I will accompany you. Lu Shenxing's face lit up with joy, his feminine features blooming into a radiant smile. An hour later, at a fine dining establishment, Lu Shenxing parked the car and opened the door for her. Sister E, let us go. You go in first, I need a moment to breathe, she replied. Are you trying to trick me into going in so you can sneak away? He protested dramatically. After all the times I've called you Sister E, how can you disregard my lifelong happiness? He was about to feign tears again. How many times must you cry? Song Mingyi exclaimed, exasperated. You hardly resemble the spoiled son of the Lu family or the tyrant of Haiqing. Lu Shenxing pouted. Even the tyrant of Haiqing must kneel before my father. He flattered her further, Sister E, it's not that I'm putting you in a difficult position, it's simply unavoidable. Only someone as beautiful, poised, and capable as you can sway my grandfather's opinion. You are my only hope, I cannot spend my life with a dull woman. Be quiet. Song Mingyi admonished, taking a deep breath as she exited the car. Let us go. Lu Shenxing extended his arm. What are you doing? Link arms with me. At least hold my hand. It should be sweet, he insisted, reaching for her wrist, but withdrew awkwardly under her fierce gaze. Lu Shenxing, looking aggrieved, muttered, if you don't want to, fine. Song Mingyi's eyes narrowed. Lead the way, I will leave in half an hour. Oh, Lu Shenxing sulked, Sister E, you are truly too fierce. However, recalling her formidable demeanor, he soon cheered up. With her by his side, he was certain he could deal with his inexplicable fiancée E. Chapter 65, Divorced from Lu Shenxing. Married to my grandson in the private room of the Peony Pavilion, just as Song Mingyi reached the entrance, her phone began to ring. Upon seeing the flashing number on the screen, her expression shifted, and she turned to Lu Shenxing, saying, I need to take this call. Lu Shenxing instantly became alert. Sister E, you're not planning to make an escape and refuse to help me, are you? Song Mingyi shot him a sidelong glance, do I need an excuse? Lu Shenxing shrank back, of course not, Sister E, you must come. Otherwise, I will surely go to the Lu family and cry. With a dismissive wave, Song Mingyi stepped into the nearby courtyard to answer the call. Lu Shenxing boldly pushed open the door to the room. Striding in like a little tyrant, he announced, "Old man, I have arrived, and I brought my girlfriend with me. I guarantee that once you meet her, you will cast aside that silent woman and beg my girlfriend to marry me." Old Master Lu snorted disdainfully, "Very well. I am eager to see what kind of excellent girlfriend you have found. But let us make it clear, if she doesn't pass my test, you must immediately break up and treat the granddaughter-in-law I have chosen well, and give me 7 or 8 chubby grandsons." "Not a problem," Lu Shenxing replied confidently. "If my sister is not better than that bland girl, I will agree to marry her." "Where is she?" "She is outside taking a call. She should be back soon." "I'll go check." "No need, I'll go myself." Old Master Lu stood up. "My dining room is not a place for just anyone." As he spoke, he leaned on the butler for support. Lu Shenxing sat in his seat, his foot tapping in anticipation, confident in Song Mingyi's allure. After all, the only woman bold enough to give him a good thrashing yet make him submit was undoubtedly unique. Old Master Lu soon emerged from the private room and, upon opening the door, spotted Song Mingyi walking toward him after finishing her call. His excitement was palpable. "Granddaughter-in-law, you are here for dinner too. What a fateful encounter. We meet again." "Old man?" "What old man?" "Call me Grandpa." Old Master Lu frowned, and upon seeing Song Mingyi silent, he feigned distress. "I'm over 70 years old. Can't you call me Grandpa?" His expression turned sorrowful. What could Song Mingyi do? She could only comply. "Grandpa." "Ah. To hear my granddaughter-in-law call me Grandpa is worth my entire life." Old Master Lu brightened instantly. "By the way, my unambitious grandson is in the private room. Let us not wait until Sunday, let us go see him now." Song Mingyi hesitated. "Isn't that a bit hasty? I'm not prepared." "Prepared for what?" "We're just having a look. After all, it's important to check the face first. It never hurts for a girl to see more." Old Master Lu grasped her wrist. "Come on, I promise you will be satisfied." Fearing she might accidentally knock him over, Song Mingyi followed him into the room. Old Master Lu was brimming with excitement. "Grandson, come here. Today, I will show you how beautiful and impressive the granddaughter-in-law I have chosen for you is." Lu Shenxing, engrossed in his wine, lazily lifted his eyelids, and upon seeing who Old Master Lu had brought in, he nearly choked. Old Master Lu, visibly displeased, scolded. "How can you be so unrefined at your age? The only redeeming quality you have is your face." Despite his irritation, he still promoted his grandson's looks. "Grandpa, she. Lu Shenxing was so shocked he could barely articulate. "She what?" "This is your future bride, my chosen granddaughter-in-law," Old Master Lu declared with conviction. "What do you think? Isn't she splendid? Grandpa, she is the granddaughter-in-law you picked for me?" Lu Shenxing finally regained his voice, stammering. "But she is the girlfriend I brought back." "What?" Old Master Lu was astonished, and as realization dawned, he rejoiced. "Wonderful. Truly wonderful. I knew you two were destined for each other. Excellent, truly excellent. Butler, quickly bring out the gift I prepared for my granddaughter-in-law." The butler hurried off to fetch a 10-carat diamond. "Madam, this is the meeting gift from the old master." Song Mingyi was stunned. Wait a moment, Grandpa. The grandson you mentioned is Lu Shenxing?" "Indeed." She turned to Lu Shenxing. "Lu Shenxing, is this your grandfather?" "Yes." Lu Shenxing gazed at Song Mingyi with admiration. "Sister E, can you please tell me how you managed to win over my grandpa? I was nearly in tears when he insisted I marry that bland girl." "What bland girl?" Old Master Lu interjected angrily, slapping his hand down. "The person who saved me was Mingyi. A life-saving grace deserves repayment. Is it not your duty as a grandson?" "Grandpa, I just wanted to clarify this matter with Sister E. She is far too beautiful to be that bland girl." Old Master Lu finally appeared satisfied, turning to Song Mingyi. "Granddaughter-in-law, you two seem to be quite taken with each other. Why not settle this today? You can go get your marriage license soon." Song Mingyi finally grasped the situation. It turned out that Old Master Lu wanted her to meet his grandson Lu Shenxing. Lu Shenxing had asked her to pretend to be his girlfriend, and the one she intended to refuse was herself. Rubbing her aching forehead, she overheard old Master Lu and the butler already discussing wedding plans. Stop, stop, stop. Song Mingyi quickly interjected, taking a deep breath to address old Master Lu. Grandpa. My name is Song Mingyi. Ah, a lovely name, bright-eyed and graceful, indeed fitting for my granddaughter-in-law. However, I am Lu Shenxing's wife. Old Master Lu was taken aback, faintly recalling that the bride chosen for Lu Shenxing was indeed the daughter of the Song family. How can this be? I finally found a suitable bride for my grandson. Old Master Lu was on the verge of tears. After all his efforts to find a granddaughter-in-law, she was already taken. Song Mingyi remained silent, her expression stoic. She finally understood where Lu Shenxing's propensity to cry came from. It was evidently hereditary. During dinner, old Master Lu appeared despondent, occasionally casting mournful glances at his grandson, lamenting. Poor child. Once the meal concluded and they exited the private room, old Master Lu regained his spirits and suddenly exclaimed, "It's all right," with Lu Shenxing's cold demeanor. "You surely will not last long with him. Then you can marry my grandson and become my granddaughter-in-law." "Yes, that's right." Old Master Lu beamed. "Granddaughter-in-law. Cultivate your relationship with my grandson now, and aim to have twins within 3 years of marriage." Song Mingyi felt a headache coming on, preparing to inform old Master Lu that she had no intention of entering matrimony again. However, before she could speak, the sound of wheels rolling across the floor caught her attention. Chapter 66, Do share the details. Song Mingyi was not the least bit surprised to see Lu Shenxing sitting in a wheelchair, accompanied by Yan Jing who was pushing it. Yan Jing looked at Song Mingyi with a sympathetic gaze that seemed to convey 2 words, be strong. Song Mingyi thought to herself, could this be any more coincidental? Indeed. It had to be this coincidental. According to the law of domineering CEOs, they always appear unexpectedly. Overhearing fragments of conversation that deepen misunderstandings and set the stage for a tragic romance. The only difference in her case was that she had a voice. Thus, Song Mingyi promptly declared, "This is all a misunderstanding, old Master Lu was just joking." Lu Shenxing interjected, "It was no joke, my grandfather recognizes." Ouch. The rest of Lu Shenxing's words were abruptly cut off as old Master Lu stepped on his grandson's foot, making him howl in pain. With a benevolent smile, old Master Lu asked, "Shenxing, are you here to discuss business?" "Yes," came the curt, indifferent reply, succinct and to the point. Old Master Lu, undeterred, continued cheerfully. "This is my fault, I should have asked more questions. Had I known you were here, I would have asked Mingyi to bring you over." Old Master Lu's politeness was overwhelming. Indeed, what a twist of fate. I never anticipated that the person who saved me would be your wife. Splendid. One of these days, I must host a grand banquet to express my gratitude to Mingyi for her life-saving kindness. Shenxing, you must come along with her. Absolutely. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, old Master Lu departed with Lu Shenxing and the butler. In the car, old Master Lu sighed deeply, a look of regret etched on his face. "Grandpa. What's the matter? Why the sigh?" Lu Shenxing inquired, shaking his leg. "What am I sighing about? I'm lamenting your lack of fortune. A girl as wonderful as Mingyi should have been destined to be my granddaughter-in-law, yet our Lu family lacks such blessings. How can that be? Weren't you calling her your granddaughter-in-law with such warmth before?" "That was before I realized Mingyi's husband is Lu Shenxing." Old Master Lu recalled the unsettling aura that surrounded Lu Shenxing, even from a wheelchair, and glared at his disappointing grandson. In a fit of indignation, he raised his cane and struck Lu Shenxing a few times, causing him to yelp in pain. "Grandpa, why are you hitting me? Didn't you say it's no big deal? I could just dig into someone else's territory." As Lu Shenxing thought of Song Mingyi's beautiful and charismatic visage, his cheeks inexplicably flushed. "You said it yourself, my face is quite charming, and I'm warm-hearted. Being a little puppy should pose no difficulty. Can Lu Shenxing match that?" Unbeknownst to Song Mingyi, Lu Shenxing was already gearing up for a challenge. She sought an excuse to make her exit. "Mr. Lu, please continue with your business. I need to use the restroom." Lu Shenxing's tone was icy and dismissive. "When did you think you could evade me with such a ruse? Come push the wheelchair." With no choice, Song Mingyi moved to take Yan Zheng's place. Mr. Lu, where to? Home. Surprised, Song Mingyi replied, Mr. Lu, aren't you going to continue socializing? Lu Shenxing scoffed, did you think that if I got drunk at a social event, tonight's incident would simply vanish? Song Mingyi, you overthink things. Is trust between people that fragile? Taking a deep breath, Song Mingyi asserted, then I shall escort you home. Lu Shenxing remained silent, allowing her to push him. Once Yan Zheng helped her settle Lu Shenxing into the car, he took the front passenger seat, discreetly raising the armrest to signal his awareness. Reluctantly, Song Mingyi sat beside Lu Shenxing, who remained absorbed in his documents, ignoring her entirely. She wisely refrained from disturbing him further. Gazing out of the darkened window, Song Mingyi's thoughts drifted to their two children. Perhaps it was her longing for Debao and Erbao that made her perceive a resemblance between them and Lu Shenxing. Suddenly, the car came to a jarring halt. Lost in her reverie, Song Mingyi was thrown forward, landing squarely in Lu Shenxing's embrace. Dazed, she instinctively clutched at his shirt, inadvertently tearing a button and exposing his well-defined chest. The intoxicating scent of the man enveloped her senses, prompting her to inhale deeply. The driver's anxious voice broke through, I'm so sorry. A little girl suddenly ran into the road. Drive carefully, Lu Shenxing admonished, his focus still on Song Mingyi. Get up. Flustered, Song Mingyi quickly complied, noticing the lipstick mark on Lu Shenxing's shirt and the smudged remnants on her own lips. I'm truly sorry, it was unintentional. Her insincere apology fell on deaf ears. Lu Shenxing was unyielding. Oh. Understanding, Song Mingyi decided not to apologize further. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted before the Qingzhou garden at the Lu family's ancestral home. Mrs. Lu awaited them in the living room. Upon their arrival, she greeted them with a beaming smile. Mingyi, Shenxing, you're back. Song Mingyi nodded apologetically, Mom, I'm sorry for making you stay with Momo tonight. Not at all. Momo is my grandson, it's only natural for me to be with him. Mrs. Lu's gaze then fell to Lu Shenxing's chest. Upon noticing the lipstick mark and the remnants of Song Mingyi's smeared lipstick, her smile took on an intriguing quality. It's getting late. You two should head up and rest, she suggested, grabbing her handbag. You've worked hard all day, Yan Zheng, you should return home and rest early. As Mrs. Lu pulled Yan Zheng towards the door, Song Mingyi overheard her in a curious tone, how cozy are Shenxing and Mingyi? Do share the details. Song Mingyi. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Lu Shenxing, awkwardly saying, Mom has misunderstood, I'll explain to her tomorrow that it was merely an accident. Lu Shenxing remained silent. Undeterred, Song Mingyi offered, let me assist you to your room to freshen up. With that, she guided Lu Shenxing into the bathroom, helping him wash up. After ensuring he was settled back in bed, she said, you rest first, I'll go wash up. Just as she turned to leave, her wrist was suddenly seized. Confused, she looked back, only to be pulled forcefully onto the bed by the man. Chapter 67, Lu Shenxing forcefully kissed Song Mingyi. Lu Shenxing. Song Mingyi exclaimed, calling out his name in surprise. Lu Shenxing replied with a cold smirk, no longer calling me Mr. Lu? Not continuing the charade? Charade? Although I am unaware of Mr. Lu's assessment of me, I must clarify for my own sake that I have never pretended in front of you. At most, I simply concealed my true self. Is that so? Lu Shenxing sneered. Then explain to me why old Master Lu referred to you as his granddaughter-in-law today. Do not attempt to fool me with jest. I am no fool and not easily deceived. His gaze was sharp, piercing like a sword into her very soul. Song Mingyi had no intention of hiding the truth. I once saved old Master Lu. Out of gratitude, he intended to have his grandson pledge himself to me, but I declined. Lu Shenxing mocked. Why would you refuse such a splendid opportunity? Becoming the young mistress of the Lu family would be a fine choice after your divorce. Song Mingyi felt a pang of irritation, forcing a smile. Indeed, you are right, it is quite an appealing choice. I shall call old Master Lu and inform him that I will marry once I am divorced. As she spoke, she took out her phone and swiftly tapped on the screen. The phone soon beeped, and it was not long before the call connected. Hello, I agree to marry. Just wait until I am divorced, Song Mingyi. Lu Shenxing suddenly exerted force, causing her phone to slip from her grasp and land on the bed, illuminating the screen with the name Mu Xiaowan. On the other end, Mu Xiaowan was shouting, "Song Xiaoyi, what do you mean you agree to marry? What about the divorce?" Lu Shenxing's expression froze. Releasing his grip, Song Mingyi pulled her wrist free and spoke into the phone, "We will discuss this later, I must hang up now." Song Mingyi. Mu Xiaowan's voice abruptly cut off. Turning to Lu Shenxing, she asked, "Mr. Lu, are you finished interrogating me? If so, please step aside, I wish to take a shower." "Are you feeling quite smug?" He had genuinely misunderstood that Song Mingyi was calling Old Master Lu, and his reaction was exceedingly intense. "What are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were silenced by his kiss. Lu Shenxing's kiss was as forceful as he was. And any resistance on her part only resulted in a tempest of fervent affection. Song Mingyi was taken aback, she had not anticipated such an action from him. Once she regained her composure, she bit down without hesitation. Lu Shenxing inhaled sharply in pain, his expression turning furious. "Song Mingyi, are you a dog?" That question should have been directed at Mr. Lu. Song Mingyi replied coldly, "You are intent on divorcing me, yet you kiss me in this manner, which easily leads to misunderstandings and entanglements. Is this what you desire, Mr. Lu?" "You are correct, I do wish to divorce you. In other words, we are not yet divorced, you remain Mrs. Lu, my lawful wife. As your husband, I possess every right." Song Mingyi regarded Lu Shenxing with skepticism, wondering if he was truly capable. In his injured state, while he had some ability, undertaking anything significant would be arduous, and he might falter midway. The toxins within him were no trifling matter. Lu Shenxing's eyes turned dangerous, and he firmly grasped Song Mingyi's waist, pulling her closer. "Song Mingyi, would you like to test that?" Sensing the threat, she immediately shook her head. "No need, Mr. Lu, prioritize your health. There is no need to overexert yourself." Her words were sincere, akin to medical advice. Yet Lu Shenxing found it amusing. "Overexert? Song Mingyi, you will soon retract your previous words." As he spoke, his hand roamed her waist, slipping beneath her clothing. The roughness of his fingertips glided over her delicate skin, sending shivers through her. Unable to contain herself, Song Mingyi seized his wrist, looking up at him with eyes filled with anger. "Lu Shenxing, know when to stop. Have you not begun to overexert yet? And already you cannot handle it?" His lips curled into a smirk, yet his eyes held no mirth. "But this is merely the beginning. Song Mingyi, you must understand that in this matter, you do not hold the reins." Realizing Lu Shenxing's relentless pursuit, she knew he would not relent easily, especially as his actions became increasingly audacious. Song Mingyi wrapped her arms around his neck, her body pressed against his chest, appearing fragile. Lu Shenxing's eyes glimmered with mockery. He believed her previous antics were merely to assert her uniqueness. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain pierced through his back. Song Mingyi had struck him forcefully. In that instant, Lu Shenxing felt as though the scabs on his back had torn open. An intense pain crashing over him like a tidal wave, and cold sweat broke out on his neck from the agony. With an innocent expression, Song Mingyi asked, "Mr. Lu, what seems to be the problem? You do not look well. You, Mr. Lu, if your health is poor, you ought to rest properly. Continuously pushing yourself will only harm you in the end. What do you think?" Song Mingyi spoke with utmost sincerity. Yet, her grip remained unyielding. Lu Shenxing's handsome face twitched in pain, heaven knew that her blows were more painful than the acid that had once been poured onto his back. "Impressive." He gritted through clenched teeth. Song Mingyi smiled faintly. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lu. May I now take a shower?" Ultimately, Lu Shenxing withdrew his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Song Mingyi slid off the bed, grabbed her pajamas, and headed to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the air. As Lu Shenxing's gaze lingered on the bathroom door, his mind was consumed with thoughts of Song Mingyi. A smile crept onto his lips. This time, Song Mingyi had indeed outmaneuvered him, capturing his attention. However, if she believed that his newfound regard would allow her to remain in the position of Mrs. Lu, she was gravely mistaken. The position of wife was one he had once promised to Lin Weiyan, and he would not go back on his word. Lu Shenxing had always been resolute on this matter, yet for some reason, in this moment, he felt a flicker of uncertainty. This wavering was subtle, almost imperceptible. Yet it undeniably existed. It was unclear when Song Mingyi's name had ceased to represent merely a bride of fortune in his heart, leaving a distinct mark instead. The following day, upon arriving at the design department, Assistant Wang approached with a stern expression. "Song Mingyi, please go to the reception room. A client has specifically requested to see you." Chapter 68, The One Who Digs the Corner. Song Mingyi entered the reception room. As she pushed the door open, she was greeted by the sight of a young man. He was strikingly handsome, with soft, jet-black hair cascading gracefully over his face, embodying the current popular image of a charming young man. "Ejia, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long," he exclaimed. "Lu Shenxing?" Upon hearing this familiar name, Song Mingyi realized that the person before her was indeed Lu Shenxing. How have you changed so much?" Lu Shenxing playfully touched his hair. "Oh, you mean my hair? I dyed it black. I've heard that older sisters tend to prefer sweet little boys. What do you think? Am I sweet enough, Ejia?" Song Mingyi narrowed her eyes, her tone laced with a hint of menace. "What did you say? Older?" Lu Shenxing shrank back slightly, unable to resist saying, "Isn't the focus supposed to be on my handsome face?" With an exasperated scoff, Song Mingyi replied, "What do you actually want from me? Is it not permissible to seek you out without a specific reason?" Lu Shenxing observed the impatience etched on Song Mingyi's face and quickly added, "I'm here to have you design some dresses for me. Aren't you a designer? I want to order 10 sets. Who will wear them? What age group? What height? What profession? For what occasion are these dresses intended?" Lu Shenxing was momentarily taken aback. With his limited intellect, he hadn't considered these details. Does it really matter? Just design them freely, there will surely be someone suitable to wear them. Here, use my card. He extravagantly produced a bank card and thrust it into Song Mingyi's hand. Song Mingyi regarded the black card in her palm. Lu Shenxing's expression brightened, knowing that the most enchanting words to a woman were often those that involved spending. "Buy it." Swipe the card. In that moment, he felt undeniably handsome in Ejia's eyes. Yet, the next moment, the card was thrust back into his hand. "Put away your trifling amount, it's embarrassing." "What do you mean trifling? There's 100 million in here. Isn't that sufficient for 10 dresses?" Lu Shenxing exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in shock. "Has inflation really gotten this outrageous?" "Enough, hurry home," Song Mingyi declared, turning to leave. Lu Shenxing hurried after her. "I understand now. It's because Ejia is concerned about me and doesn't want me to spend money." At that moment, the reception room door swung open, and Lu Tian walked in with a beaming smile, surprised to see Lu Shenxing trailing behind Song Mingyi. "Young Master Lu, are you leaving so soon? Did you not find a design style you liked? If that's the case, we can certainly chat." Lu Shenxing regarded Lu Tian with a sidelong glance. "And you are?" "I am Lu Tian, the chief designer at Lu's design department. I have served many dignitaries, and I believe my designs will surely satisfy you," she confidently asserted. Lu Shenxing responded with a nonchalant, "I see, you're here to dig a corner. But there's no need to try, I only have eyes for Ejia's work." With that, he called out to Song Mingyi and chased after her. Lu Tian stood rooted in place, her expression darkening. Ever since she became the chief designer, no one had ever treated her so dismissively, not even when Miaoyu was around. After work, Song Mingyi met up with Lu Yimo for a shopping excursion at a large mall. The central hall had been beautifully decorated with a Santa Claus sleigh, attracting children who eagerly lined up for a ride. Lu Yimo slowed his pace, gazing enviously at the delighted children seated in the sleigh. "Do you want to ride?" "Mo?" Lu Yimo shook his head, recalling his mother's teachings that only obedient and untroublesome children would be favored. "No, it's too childish for me." "But I want to ride," Song Mingyi said, crouching down to grasp Lu Yimo's hand. "Could you accompany me? I'm too grown up for this, they'll laugh at me." Immediately, Lu Yimo puffed out his small chest. "All right, then I'll accompany you on the ride." Song Mingyi took his little hand and paid the fee. Soon, they were both on the sleigh together. It was Lu Yimo's first experience on such a ride, and despite his usual composure, he couldn't suppress his joy. Seeing Lu Yimo's childlike excitement brought a smile to Song Mingyi's face. Indeed, no matter how composed he appeared, he was still just a child. Perhaps she should discuss with Lu Shenxing about spending more time with Lu Yimo. After all, he was still just a child. Before long, their ride came to an end. Song Mingyi lifted Lu Yimo from the sleigh, and he wrapped his arms around her neck, softly saying, "Thank you, Mama. I had a great time today." "All right. Let us go upstairs to browse the toy store," she suggested. Lu Yimo looked astonished. "Mama, are you going to buy me a toy?" "Yes. After knowing you for so long, I haven't bought you a gift yet." "That's not it, Mama has already given me the best gift. Just having you back is the greatest gift in the world." As they reached the upper floor, an angry voice pierced the air. "Su Shixiu." Upon turning, Song Mingyi saw Song Yuyao storming into the mother and baby store, her face ablaze with fury. "Why are you here?" Su Shixiu's expression flickered with guilt. "What do you mean, why am I here? If I weren't here, how would I know you were fooling around with this little vixen?" Song Yuyao shouted, slapping the girl beside Su Shixiu. "Ah. Shixiu." The girl fell to the ground. "Qing Shuang." Su Shixiu rushed to help Qing Shuang up, his voice laced with concern. "Are you all right?" Qing Shuang shook her head. "I'm fine, but why did the sister hit me for no reason?" Song Yuyao yelled, "Why did I hit you? You're hugging my fiancé, why wouldn't I hit you? If I didn't kill you, it means I'm showing mercy. So you are the Song family's young lady." Qing Shuang initially appeared stunned, then suddenly knelt before Song Yuyao, crawling towards her. "Please don't misunderstand, I have nothing going on with Shixiu. We just got carried away while drinking, but I swear I never intended to ruin your relationship. Miss Song, I don't ask for your forgiveness. I only hope you will treat my unborn child well and give him a complete family." "Shut your mouth!" Song Yuyao screamed, "Who do you think you are? Demanding me to raise a child for you, you little vixen?" As she shouted, she attempted to withdraw her hand. However, before she could exert any force, Qing Shuang fell to the ground. "It has nothing to do with me. I didn't even push her," Song Yuyao insisted. "This woman is just pretending to be a victim to slander me. What a fool." Witnessing the entire scene, Song Mingyi couldn't help but shake her head. Song Yuyao's denial was no different from a feeble excuse. Chapter 69. Lu Yimo contemplated usurping the throne. Qing Ningxuang shivered slightly, weak and frail. As she nestled into Su Shixiu's embrace, tears cascading down like pearls that had slipped from their string. "Shixiu, I am in so much pain. My stomach hurts terribly. Please save our child." Su Shixiu's expression shifted, and he swiftly lifted Qing Ningxuang into his arms. "Do not fear, I shall take you to the hospital at once. We will save our child." Song Yuyao, in disbelief, rushed forward to grasp Su Shixiu's arm. "You cannot leave. Su Shixiu, explain everything to me, otherwise I will not let you go. Did Ningxuang not say it was merely an accident? Why are you making such a fuss?" Su Shixiu's tone was laced with impatience. "No." Song Yuyao shook her head vehemently. "This is impossible. I refuse to believe it." "Shixiu." Qing Ningxuang's complexion paled further, her voice growing weaker. Ignoring Song Yuyao, Su Shixiu summoned bodyguards to pull her away and hastily departed with Qing Ningxuang. "Clear the way. Let me through. Who gave you permission to obstruct me? You imbeciles!" Song Yuyao bellowed, slapping the guards' faces one after another. The bodyguards remained stoic, allowing her to vent her fury. Once it was confirmed that Su Shixiu had gone far, the bodyguards turned away. As Song Yuyao's slap fell through empty air, she stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Lu Yimo could not suppress a chuckle, quickly covering his mouth. However, his laughter drew Song Yuyao's attention. "What are you laughing at? What is so amusing?" She stormed over, her expression menacing. "Since your parents evidently neglected to teach you manners, I shall take it upon myself." With that, she attempted to slap Lu Yimo. Song Mingyi stepped forward, seizing Song Yuyao's wrist, her countenance turning icy. "Song Yuyao, what madness has possessed you?" "Madness? What madness? I am simply ensuring that the lesson is learned for this ill-mannered child." In what way is Momo ill-mannered? Mocking others without a second thought, is that not enough? Mocking? It requires a degree of absurdity to elicit laughter, otherwise, what could be so funny? You. Song Yuyao glared at Song Mingyi, her gaze darting between her and Lu Yimo, her expression shifting to one of realization. No wonder you defend this child so fervently. He is your illegitimate offspring. Song Mingyi was taken aback by Song Yuyao's audacity to mention such a matter in front of Lu Yimo, her expression darkening. What nonsense are you spouting? This is the young master of the Lu family. Song Yuyao's complexion shifted, and she suddenly smirked. Song Mingyi. Your capacity for deceit grows ever more impressive. If you truly wish to deceive me, find a child who bears no resemblance to you. And have your own illegitimate child masquerade as the young master of the Lu family. You are audacious beyond measure. Song Mingyi was left speechless. Do I truly need to deceive you? Lu Yimo tilted his head and inquired, Auntie, what do you mean by suggesting I find a child who looks nothing like you? Are you implying I resemble my mother? Auntie? Who are you calling auntie? Song Yuyao was infuriated, reaching out to strike Lu Yimo. He swiftly ducked behind Song Mingyi, peeking out with a small head. Auntie, focus on the main point, do I truly resemble my mother? Of course. Song Yuyao, realizing she could not contend with Song Mingyi, suppressed her anger and maliciously remarked, your nose, especially your eyes, bear an uncanny resemblance to Song Mingyi. At your age, if you are not her illegitimate child, then what are you? Little brat, you better cling to your mother, for the sake of wealth and luxury, she might abandon even you. Auntie, I find you quite likable. You truly have a way with words, Lu Yimo responded, his eyes gleaming with delight. He genuinely liked this auntie. A way with words. It was evident that he was his mother's child. Regardless of who bore him, it did not matter, what was significant was that he was indeed his mother's child. I believe this child is simply seeking a beating. Song Yuyao could no longer contain herself, charging at Lu Yimo. Song Yuyao. If you dare lay a finger on Momo, do not blame me for being impolite. Impolite? Go ahead and be impolite. What can a former convict like you possibly do to me? Song Yuyao retorted arrogantly. Even if Song Mingyi held her past transgressions over her, what of it? She had been cast out from the Song family, rendered rootless. Song Mingyi, you are not worthy of my regard. Who knows if I can earn the respect of the second Miss Song? Just then, a cold voice interrupted. Song Yuyao turned to see Lu Shenxing maneuvering his wheelchair toward them. His handsome visage was clouded with displeasure, and as he approached, the aura surrounding him became suffocating. Song Yuyao felt a chill run down her spine. Mr. Lu, what brings you here? As her words fell, Lu Yimo dashed to Lu Shenxing's side, exclaiming, Daddy. This woman not only insulted me but also bullied Mommy. Lu Shenxing's brows furrowed, his expression darkening as he turned to Song Mingyi. Song Mingyi, what is going on? As Mrs. Lu, how can you allow your child to be mistreated? Song Mingyi immediately lowered her head, filled with guilt. It is my fault. I was too slow to act. With that, she approached Song Yuyao and delivered a resounding slap to her face. Song Yuyao clutched her stinging cheek, her eyes wide with disbelief. Song Mingyi, how dare you strike me? Having already struck you, how can you question my audacity? Is one slap insufficient? The icy tone of Song Mingyi sent Song Yuyao instinctively retreating a few steps. Wait for me. Song Yuyao spat, leaving like a stray dog. Daddy, you were amazing. You protected Mommy. Lu Yimo clapped his hands joyfully. Just like the knight in storybooks who vanquishes the villains. Song Mingyi, gazing at Lu Yimo's adorable demeanor, could not help but ruffle his hair. Momo is quite handsome as well. Lu Yimo beamed even brighter. Not only had Mommy taken him on a delightful ride, but she had also praised him. Lu Shenxing regarded his son's fawning smile with disdain. Hurry and choose what you wish to purchase, you must return to school tomorrow. Understood. Lu Yimo led Song Mingyi to shop, though rather than toys, they sought an array of clothing, jewelry, and bags, as if intent on clearing the entire mall. Song Mingyi felt a cold sweat break out on her forehead. Momo, I do not require so many things, we need not buy so much. Mommy, you cannot refuse. This is my gift for you, and besides, Daddy has yet to voice any objections, we cannot let him think little of us. Upon finishing his statement, Lu Yimo continued his shopping spree. Suddenly, in that moment, Lu Yimo had an epiphany. He must study diligently to usurp his father's position as CEO. So that when he bought gifts for mommy in the future, he would no longer need daddy to foot the bill. Chapter 70, Who is that man? Upon hearing the sound of the car, the servants attending nearby hurried out to greet. Aunt Zhang stepped forward with a beaming smile, saying, "You must be the young mistress. You are truly beautiful. I am the housekeeper of Shanghai residence, you may call me Aunt Zhang." Song Mingyi nodded slightly and replied, "Aunt Zhang, you must be tired. Please allow me to take care of the young master." Upon hearing this, Lu Yimo instinctively tightened his grip around Song Mingyi, his eyes filled with resistance. He did not want anyone to take her away from him. Aunt Zhang observed this with surprise. For it was the first time she had seen Lu Yimo so close to a woman. Previously, when Lin Weiyan had not gone abroad, she would often visit Shanghai residence to bond with Lu Yimo, but he had always shown utter rejection. To her astonishment, this new bride, brought in to bring fortune, was held in such regard by Lu Yimo. Noticing Aunt Zhang's astonishment, Song Mingyi said, "I will take Yimo back to his room to rest." In the room, Song Mingyi, as usual, recounted a story to Lu Yimo, the tale of the seven-colored flower. Lu Yimo, with wide eyes, declared, "If I had a seven-colored flower, I would make 3 wishes. What would those wishes be? The first wish, I hope my mother is with me every day. The second wish, I hope my mother is with me today. The third wish, I hope my mother is with me every tomorrow." Song Mingyi was taken aback. She had never considered that someone could have all their wishes related to her. Holding Song Mingyi's hand earnestly, Lu Yimo asked, "Mom, can my wishes come true?" Faced with Lu Yimo's hopeful gaze, Song Mingyi longed to nod, but alas, she could not. She gently stroked Lu Yimo's head, saying, "Yimo, since I have accepted you as my child, you will always hold that place in my heart." Though disappointed, Lu Yimo said nothing. He nestled obediently in Song Mingyi's embrace. The words of the woman echoing in his ears, "Your mother has had a baby." No matter how unwilling Lu Yimo was to accept it, he understood what it meant. There was someone who had been his mother's most beloved child before he ever met her. Suddenly, Lu Yimo felt an overwhelming jealousy. Why could that person be born of his mother, her most cherished child, while he had to come from another woman's womb? After Lu Yimo fell asleep, Song Mingyi tucked him in before leaving the children's room. Upon returning to the bedroom, she found Lu Shenxing already there. He had washed up. Clad in a black silk robe, seated in a wheelchair. The robe was loosely fastened, exposing his muscular chest, exuding a potent masculine aura. Lu Shenxing was undeniably an exceptionally outstanding man. "Come here, and tend to my wounds," he commanded. Seeing the medical kit beside her, Song Mingyi retrieved disinfectant, cotton swabs, and ointment. She carefully removed Lu Shenxing's robe, revealing his broad, sculpted back. If a mere silhouette could captivate both genders, then Lu Shenxing's back was undoubtedly a breathtaking sight. However, the condition of his back was alarming. The wound, already corroded by sulfuric acid, was pockmarked and now scabbed over, appearing even more grotesque. While this was not the most horrific injury Song Mingyi had ever treated, it was the one that made her heart race the most. With the gentlest of movements, she tended to Lu Shenxing's wounds, bandaging them before helping him into his robe. "Let me assist you to bed," she offered. Lu Shenxing did not refuse. He draped his arm over her shoulder, regarding her with a cold gaze. He had to admit, Song Mingyi was extraordinarily beautiful. Her beauty was not the delicate, fragile type, but rather vibrant and generous, akin to a blooming peony, captivating at first glance. As Song Mingyi sensed Lu Shenxing's gaze upon her, she turned to meet his eyes. Their gazes locked, and something seemed to blossom between them. Song Mingyi's heart raced, the sound of her heartbeat echoing in her ears. Suddenly, Lu Shenxing broke the silence. "Who is that man?" "What?" "The man who fathered your child." Song Mingyi glanced at Lu Shenxing, not surprised he would ask. Previously, when she had faced Song Yuyao in the mall, she had sensed Lu Shenxing's presence. Moreover, he must have investigated her. Although the circumstances surrounding her childbirth in prison were shrouded in secrecy, they were not entirely confidential, and it would be no challenge for Lu Shenxing to uncover the truth. "I don't know," she replied. Lu Shenxing frowned. "You don't know? Are you trying to protect that man?" His tone was laced with displeasure. Protect? Song Mingyi found the term peculiar. She was not so naive as to defend a man who had tarnished her reputation. No. Lu Shenxing awaited her further explanation. Yet Song Mingyi had no intention of divulging more. An inexplicable anger surged within him, though he could not pinpoint its cause. He simply felt enraged. Sever ties with that man. Remember, you are Mrs. Lu. Unable to restrain herself, Song Mingyi questioned, what if I were to reclaim my child? Would you accept him? Lu Shenxing's brow furrowed. Song Mingyi, do you comprehend what you are saying? I understand, never mind. She began but fell silent. Men were inherently possessive beings, almost incapable of fully accepting children not of their own lineage. Moreover, she would never allow the only child she had in this world to live a life of dependency. The struggles she endured in the bleak confines of prison were all for the sake of reclaiming her child and living with dignity. Besides, she and Lu Shenxing could never be. Lu Shenxing, I have been married for 40 days. According to our agreement, the time for divorce would be upon reaching 50 days. Lu Shenxing's brow knitted slightly. What are you trying to say? I mean, since we are destined to part eventually, why not do so now? I am grateful for your care during this period, Mr. Lu. Lu Shenxing's expression darkened, a mixture of shock and disbelief flashing in his eyes. You wish to divorce me? It is not a matter of my desire, rather, it is the early fulfillment of our previous agreement. On the very first night after you awakened, you warned me against harboring unrealistic hopes, did you not? Song Mingyi glanced at Lu Shenxing, noting his sullen demeanor, which left her feeling somewhat perplexed. Wasn't it Lu Shenxing who had constantly warned her against such fantasies? Why did he seem displeased? Suddenly, Song Mingyi recalled the classic phrase often uttered by domineering tycoons, you do not dictate when the game ends. Song Mingyi felt she understood. She had broken the rules. Thus, she hastily added, I was being unreasonable, please disregard what I just said. Lu Shenxing's brow eased slightly, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, Song Mingyi interjected. Now it's your turn to propose a divorce, rest assured, I will agree. Chapter 71, Freedom at last. Lu Shenxing's expression turned particularly grim, and an icy aura enveloped him, causing the room's temperature to plummet as if it had entered the heart of winter. Song Mingyi couldn't help but shiver, rubbing her arms to ward off the goosebumps, and asked in confusion, what happened? Had she said something amiss? She racked her brain, convinced that her previous response had been impeccable, entirely considerate of Lu Shenxing's pride as a domineering figure. Thus, she ventured, Mr. Lu, you need not worry. Should my mother or grandfather inquire, I shall take full responsibility. Explaining that the decision to divorce was mine alone, born from my humble origins and deep-seated insecurities, which rendered me unworthy to stand by your side. To prevent being a burden, I reluctantly chose to part ways. You have indeed considered everything, Lu Shenxing replied, his tone laced with scorn. At last, Song Mingyi realized that Lu Shenxing was displeased. Pondering the reason for his discontent without arriving at clarity, she cautiously stated, this is the least I can do. There's no need for gratitude, Mr. Lu. Lu Shenxing regarded her coldly, then after a moment, declared, then do as you wish. With a sigh of relief, Song Mingyi said, I shall take a shower now. Noticing his silence, she turned and made her way to the bathroom. Just as she was about to step inside, Lu Shenxing's chilling voice echoed, you will stay in the guest room tonight. She acknowledged his command and promptly retreated to the guest room. As the sound of the door closing resonated, Lu Shenxing's countenance darkened considerably. The fact that Song Mingyi had left just like that astounded him. While he recognized her actions were unexpected, if she thought he would relent, she was gravely mistaken. After showering, Song Mingyi called Xiao Wu. Is the house ready? It's prepared. We'll handle the transfer tomorrow, Xiao Wu replied. Boss, when do you plan to move in? Tomorrow at the earliest. Or within the next couple of days at the latest. Xiao Wu expressed surprise, so soon? Are you sure you can part with him? What do you mean? Song Mingyi retorted. Lu Shenxing is undeniably handsome, yet you think I should simply enjoy his company before leaving? That would be a pity. I ought to experience the sweetness of it at least. Listening to Xiao Wu's lament, she could no longer contain her irritation. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I am the sort to take advantage of others? Absolutely not. My boss is noble and upright. I merely believe that if you could rouse him from his stupor, perhaps a physical connection would extend his life, providing you with an outlet when you seek solace. Do you hear the wolfishness in your words? I am merely considering the best for you, boss. If you don't mind. Why not savor the tender moments now before the separation? That way, we won't lose out. Song Mingyi quipped, I see you have too much idle time. How about we find a place to practice? Xiao Wu's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly responded, Boss, it's getting late. You should rest early. Early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. With that, he promptly hung up. Song Mingyi snorted in disdain, putting her phone away and walking to the floor-to-ceiling window. The night breeze rushed in, tousling her hair and bringing an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Finally, freedom was within reach. The following day, as Song Mingyi descended the stairs, Aunt Zhang had already prepared breakfast. Lu Shenxing was already at the table. Seeing Song Mingyi, Aunt Zhang hurried over, Young madam, do you prefer a Chinese breakfast or a Western one? Chinese, please, as long as there's congee. Of course, Aunt Zhang replied, quickly presenting a modest yet nutritionally balanced meal. Just as she was about to place it before Song Mingyi, Lu Shenxing's cold voice interrupted. Take her to the floral hall to eat. Aunt Zhang hesitated, Young master, isn't that inappropriate? Young madam should eat here. Lu Shenxing lifted his gaze, his eyes icy. What? Am I not to be obeyed? Song Mingyi stood, interjecting, just serve it in the floral hall. Aunt Zhang complied promptly. Observing Lu Shenxing's frigid demeanor, Song Mingyi said, Mr. Lu, if my presence displeases you, perhaps I should move out and stay at a hotel for a few days. When you have time, let me know. And we can finalize everything. Lu Shenxing's expression darkened further, his gaze sharp as a blade. Song Mingyi's heart raced, ready to speak, but he had already diverted his attention. Do as you please. He set down his chopsticks and wheeled away. Confused, Song Mingyi pondered what had transpired with him. She discreetly asked Aunt Zhang, has someone upset Mr. Lu? Not at all. No one dares provoke the young master here. Then it must be something at the company. Do men truly keep their feelings hidden? Just then, Lu Yimo ambled in, rubbing his eyes, and upon seeing Song Mingyi, approached with a bright smile, Good morning, mommy. Song Mingyi's heart melted at his adorable demeanor. Despite Lu Shenxing's difficult nature, his son was undeniably charming. Good morning, Yimo. Would you like breakfast? Yes, I'll have breakfast with mommy. At that moment, the servants brought in Lu Yimo's breakfast. He tugged at Song Mingyi's sleeve, I'll wait for mommy's breakfast before we eat together. Aunt Zhang promptly fetched Song Mingyi's meal from the floral hall. Lu Yimo's brow furrowed, why is mommy's breakfast in the floral hall? Since I can remember, we've always eaten breakfast in the dining room. Aunt Zhang hesitated. Song Mingyi explained, the scenery in the floral hall is beautiful. I thought I'd enjoy my meal while admiring it. However, upon seeing you, I changed my mind. I'd much prefer to have breakfast with you than take in the views. Lu Yimo beamed, his eyes sparkling with delight. In the conference room of Lu Corporation, Lu Shenxing sat at the head of the table, perusing documents. The pressure surrounding him was palpable, creating an atmosphere so tense that everyone instinctively held their breath, fearful that even the slightest noise might disturb him. The planning department manager, who had submitted the documents, bowed his head low, wishing he could vanish. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Lu Shenxing slammed the files onto the table, his voice as frigid as ice. Is this the proposal submitted by the planning department? Manager Chen. Tell me honestly, did you create this proposal with your mind absent? I will redo it immediately, the manager stammered. If it isn't improved this time. Pack your things and leave. Lu Shenxing, do not employ incompetence. Everyone trembled in response, and once Lu Shenxing departed, they collapsed into their chairs, as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. That was terrifying. I thought we might not make it out alive this time. The manager wiped the cold sweat from his brow and asked, Secretary Yin, tell us the truth, what has gotten into the president? He is as furious as a storm. Chapter 72, preferring a touch of green on one's head. Yan Jing shook his head. It shouldn't be a family matter. The young mistress is gentle and considerate. Definitely lacking the audacity to provoke President Lu. Then that is peculiar, Chen manager muttered. Why does President Lu seem as irritable as if his wife were about to flee? At that moment, he sensed an eerie silence in the office, a prickling sensation creeping up his back. Gradually turning his head, he beheld the wheelchair and Lu Shenxing at the entrance. Chen manager wished fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow him whole, but alas, such a crevice was elusive. He forced a smile. Haha, President Lu, I was referring to myself, it's my wife who wishes to escape. Haha. Lu Shenxing's expression remained impassive. Since you're so unoccupied, then please organize the planning department's documents from these past years. I expect to see them on my desk by tomorrow morning. Additionally, I hope to witness the caliber of Manager Chen. Is that understood? Why, yes, understood, Chen manager replied, his resolve faltering. Even if he had reservations, he dared not voice them. Lu Shenxing maneuvered his wheelchair out of the conference room, phone in hand. The others in the room scattered like startled birds. Yan Jing, armed with the neatly compiled meeting minutes, followed Lu Shenxing back to the president's office. Yuan Chuan, growing increasingly bored, remarked upon Lu Shenxing's prolonged absence. Boss Lu, we've been in this meeting forever. At this rate, I might as well give birth myself. Lu Shenxing's expression turned frigid. Secretary Yan, arrange a flight to M country for young Master Yi, and book him an artificial womb. If he is so eager to experience fatherhood, let him have a taste. Whoa, Yuan Chuan exclaimed in shock. Boss, I was just joking. Please don't take me seriously. Lu Shenxing replied coolly. Secretary Yan, why are you still dawdling? Must I personally make the call for something so trivial? Yan Jing acquiesced and made the call, casting Yuan Chuan a look of pity as he departed. Faced with the gravity of Lu Shenxing's seriousness, Yuan Chuan fell to his knees. Boss Lu, I was wrong. I spoke without thinking. You're working hard while I babble nonsense, please forgive me. Yuan Chuan wailed, I'm the only heir of the Yi family. If I undergo a transformation, wouldn't the family line be severed? Not at all, Lu Shenxing replied with a hint of disdain. Having a womb merely ensures that whatever emerges from you is indeed your lineage. Isn't this a generous gift? Yuan Chuan shook his head vehemently. No, no. I would rather wear a green hat than give birth myself. My parents are broad-minded, they wouldn't mind raising someone else's child. Lu Shenxing scoffed. If they wish to leap, allow them the chance. Everyone deserves an opportunity to realize their aspirations. Hearing the icy tone in Lu Shenxing's voice, Yuan Chuan felt a pang of sympathy for those restless souls. What a foolish choice to forsake a good life in pursuit of self-destruction. After concluding their business, Yuan Chuan sidled up to Yan Jing, whispering, what's really going on? Why does Boss Lu seem ready to run off with his wife? Yan Jing diplomatically responded. The individual who made that remark in the conference room will be working overtime tonight. Yuan Chuan paused, quickly grasping the situation. Could it be that Boss Lu has developed feelings for his new bride? Just as Lu Shenxing was about to retort to Yuan Chuan's absurdity, his phone on the desk illuminated with a message from Song Mingyi. Mr. Lu, I have found a place and moved out. Momo will stay with me for now. I will return him in a few days. Lu Shenxing's mood, already sour, darkened further upon reading her message. Yuan Chuan, catching sight of the notification, gasped. What does this mean? She's moving out? Is she playing hard to get? Boss Lu, don't fall for it. Lu Shenxing tossed his phone onto the desk, a storm brewing in his eyes. You're overthinking it. I've said before that the only woman I intend to marry is Wei Yan. How could I be swayed by the poor theatrics of a new bride? Yuan Chuan recoiled, wishing he had the courage to speak up, with such unusual behavior. Claiming there's nothing amiss is hard to believe. At the Shanghai residence, Song Mingyi was busy packing belongings for Lu Yimo. The wardrobe was filled with items from the Song family, and as she prepared to part ways with Lu Shenxing, she refrained from touching anything that belonged to him. Despite the Lu family's indifference. However, things were different for Momo. He was a child of the Lu family. And even if he would be with her for a few days, he remained the young master of the Lu household. It was only right for her to pack a few essentials for him. Aunt Zhang, observing with concern, urged, young mistress, I understand the eldest master's demeanor this morning was less than pleasant, but couples often argue and reconcile. You shouldn't leave with the young master. Aunt Zhang. You misunderstand, Song Mingyi replied, choosing not to elaborate on her relationship with Lu Shenxing. She simply smiled reassuringly, don't worry, I will take good care of Momo. If Mr. Lu makes a call, I will return him promptly. Lu Yimo chimed in, Aunt Zhang, please don't fuss. After I leave with mommy, I will take care of myself. If you miss me, you can come visit, I will find time to see you too. Aunt Zhang protested. Is this about who sees who? The eldest master will surely be furious if he finds out. Let him be angry. My dad walks around with a long face. As if the whole world owes him $500. There's no need to care, Lu Yimo declared, squeezing his small hand into Song Mingyi's palm, Mommy. Let us go. All right. Before Aunt Zhang could intervene, Song Mingyi led Lu Yimo out. As they exited the Shanghai residence, Mu Xiaowan arrived in a striking red convertible, pulling up at the entrance of Villa No. 1. Upon seeing Song Mingyi, she whistled and called out, Hey, gorgeous, over here. Surprised, Song Mingyi walked over with Lu Yimo in tow. What brings you here today? Isn't it me, or someone else? Do you have a dog outside? Mu Xiaowan replied, her expression fierce, ready to confront Song Mingyi if necessary. Chapter 73, she wanted to take Lu Yimo away. How could that be? Seeing such a stunning beauty as Wan Wan. How could any other beauty catch my eye? Song Mingyi exclaimed. Godmother, Lu Yimo seized the opportunity to greet Mu Xiaowan. Mu Xiaowan was taken aback, uttering a classic curse. Godmother? Song Xiaoyi, where did you get this little rascal? I haven't heard about it. I didn't know the second treasure had been found. Understanding Mu Xiaowan's confusion, Song Mingyi explained, this is Lu Yimo. Oh, the illustrious little prince of the Lu family. Mu Xiaowan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Song Mingyi. Impressive, sister. You managed to bring out the little prince, how admirable. Lu Yimo, puzzled, asked, Godmother. Do I really bring honor to my mother when we go out? Of course, Mu Xiaowan exaggerated. You are the future heir of the Lu family. Even a stray dog on the street would want to associate with you. Lu Yimo frowned. But my father is the one in charge at home. I'm just living off his grace. Seeing the despondent look on Lu Yimo's small face, Mu Xiaowan felt an urge to squeal in delight. It's all right. When your father is no longer around, you will have the final say. Just remember to take your mother and godmother along when you fly away. That's a long time away, Lu Yimo pondered, stroking his chin. That would make my mother suffer for many years. I can't wait. Unable to resist teasing Lu Yimo, Mu Xiaowan suggested, if you can't wait, why not usurp the throne? Lu Yimo nodded earnestly. That's exactly what I'm thinking, godmother. When we return, I will bribe Uncle Yen. Song Mingyi couldn't hold back any longer. Alright, enough teasing Yimo, he might take it seriously. Mu Xiaowan chuckled. As if it's that easy to take seriously, my godson is quite intelligent. Lu Yimo beamed at Song Mingyi, but internally he was formulating plans. The matter of usurpation should be approached sooner rather than later. His father was getting old and deserved to enjoy life at home. Unbeknownst to Song Mingyi, Lu Yimo's intentions were far from innocent. She and Mu Xiaowan took Lu Yimo to a nearby park for a barbecue. The weather was pleasantly mild, with a gentle breeze, making it a delightful autumn day, and many parents had brought their children to play. Thanks to Mu Xiaowan's foresight, they secured the best spot. As Song Mingyi busied herself with starting the fire, she noticed Lu Yimo circling around her, so she gently patted his little head. Go play with the other kids. No. Lu Yimo refused, his face contorting into a pitiful expression. Mommy, don't you want to be with me? Of course I do. I want that too, Song Mingyi replied. Lu Yimo whispered, I just don't want to be apart from you. Turning her head, Song Mingyi caught sight of the anxiety etched on Lu Yimo's face. Suddenly, it dawned on her, he understood. He was aware that she and Lu Shenxing were separating. To everyone else, he was the shining little prince of the Lu family. But she knew that life for him there was not easy. She understood that the boy adored her and desperately wanted to keep her close. Yet, whether it was their absurd marriage or her very being, she would not remain in the Lu family for long. Separation. Even though such a small child might not comprehend the weight of the word, his sorrow was no less profound than anyone else's. In that instant, Song Mingyi felt a wave of sadness wash over her. A thought blossomed wildly in her mind like a weed. When the time came to leave, she wanted to take Lu Yimo with her. At that moment, she even mapped out an escape route, contemplating how she would navigate life with Lu Yimo while evading Lu Yanwang's pursuit. What are you thinking? The fire was dying down. Song Mingyi suddenly snapped back to reality. I was contemplating something utterly unorthodox. After spending most of the day playing with Lu Yimo, they returned to Mu Xiaowan's apartment. Initially, Song Mingyi had declined, but Xiao Wu had prepared a villa for her in Taoyuan residence. As soon as she voiced her refusal, Mu Xiaowan grew anxious, hands on her hips, pointing at her head. You dare to refuse me? Try being polite, and see if I don't scratch you to death. Defeated, Song Mingyi relented. Alright, I'll stay with you. That's more like it. Why be courteous with your own sister? Besides, do you think I invited you for you? No. I wanted to invite my godson to live with me. Mu Xiaowan turned to Lu Yimo. Yimo, would you like to sleep with your godmother tonight? No. Lu Yimo shook his head vigorously, turning to cling tightly to Song Mingyi. I want to stay with mommy. Lu Yimo held on so tightly. It was as if no one could separate him from Song Mingyi. Mu Xiaowan stomped her foot. Ungrateful little thing. Your godmother has been so good to you. Then, with a wistful tone, she added, seeing how close Yimo is, I want to have a child too. Song Mingyi earnestly advised. I think you should take a moment to think this through. If you're really unable to calm down, just consider your younger brother, who is almost the same age as Yimo. Mu Xiaowan's expression turned sour. You really know how to dampen spirits, don't you? Such a true sister. Well, you don't need to thank me for helping you find your calm. It's what sisters are for. Mu Xiaowan huffed, clearly displeased. But her expression soon morphed into one of melancholy. She pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window, and the night breeze rushed in, carrying her voice away. Mingyi. Is it true that girls are inherently inferior to boys? Do girls inherently deserve less love? Are girls destined to be lesser beings simply for being born female? Recently, foreign scientists made a groundbreaking discovery: only daughters can inherit mitochondrial DNA from their maternal lineage. In other words, if a woman only gives birth to sons, her mitochondrial DNA lineage will come to an end. Ah? In other words, not being able to bear daughters is a woman's true end. Congratulations, Mu Xiaowan. You still have a chance to pass on your mitochondria and continue your DNA. Mu Xiaowan was stunned for a long while before she finally laughed. Song Xiaoyi. I'm genuinely happy to have you as a friend. Do you know that your words have finally eased the burdens I've carried for years? Having grown up in a family that favored boys, with a mother who regarded not having a son as her original sin, Mu Xiaowan often felt suffocated. Many times, she contemplated whether she deserved to live at all. Sometimes she comforted herself, thinking that although her mother didn't love her, at least she didn't force her to call her Zhao Di or Pan Di. But today, when she heard Song Mingyi's words, she suddenly felt a weight lift from her heart. Lu Yimo listened intently to the conversation between Song Mingyi and Mu Xiaowan, growing increasingly anxious. Did mommy dislike him for being a boy, which prompted her to prepare for separation from daddy and leave the Lu family? Suddenly, Lu Yimo felt a surge of anger towards Lu Shenxing. If only Lu Shenxing were capable enough to allow mommy to have a sister, she wouldn't have to abandon him. Chapter 74, Lu Shenxing, when will you step down? Seeing Song Mingyi and Mu Xiaowan engrossed in their conversation, Lu Yimo took his phone watch into the restroom and called Lu Shenxing. After a few rings, the call connected. Lu Yimo spoke directly. Lu Shenxing. When will you step down and hand over the CEO position to me? Lu Shenxing was in a meeting at the time. His phone was connected to the screen. As soon as the call connected, Lu Yimo's voice echoed through the office. Yu Wangchuan, who was drinking water, spat it out, while the finance minister, who was reporting on last quarter's financial situation, quickly fell silent, wishing he could shrink into his shell like a tortoise to shield himself from Lu's impending wrath. Yanjing quickly removed Lu Shenxing's phone and handed it to him, his eyes filled with sympathy for the family's president. Indeed, Lu Shenxing's predicament was quite dire. Not only was he besieged by external troubles, but his own son was also contemplating his abdication. Lu Shenxing took the phone. His handsome face calm as he exited the conference room. When he spoke, his expression was fierce. "You'd better explain what nonsense you're spouting." "Nonsense? What I speak is the truth. Uncle Xia previously mentioned that your injuries are grave, and you can only have one son in this lifetime. This means that all the money you earn now is for me. Whether you give it early or late, it will eventually be given. So it's better to hand it over sooner." Lu Shenxing narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone growing dangerously low. "Do you wish to take my position?" "Why? If you want me to abdicate, there must be a reason." He was not fooled by Lu Yimo's youth. He could discern that Lu Shenxing was probing for answers. Lu Shenxing suspected that today's call had been influenced by someone else. Lu Yimo was not foolish enough to mention his mother's name, especially since today's matter had nothing to do with her. Thus, Lu Yimo said, "I read a domineering CEO novel today, where the foolish father of the male lead believed his son to be the most desirable catch, and thus, he offered the female lead 5 million. I must say, that was quite stingy. I learned from this experience that I must become the leader, only then will no one dare to pressure me. And certainly no one would dare to throw checks at the people I like. After all, 5 million is a rather demeaning amount." Lu Shenxing's temple throbbed. His handsome face contorted in displeasure. "Who told you to read such nonsense?" Lu Yimo recoiled at the yell but, thinking of his mother who had reluctantly moved out of the Lu family, he found a surge of courage. "Father, do you intend to abdicate or not? And if I refuse, what will you do? Then don't blame me for revolting." This little one, though small in stature, was quite audacious. Lu Shenxing couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. "Very well, starting tomorrow, after school, you will come to the company to learn. You will leave only when I do. If you can seize my position, then it's yours." Upon imagining his father, who woke up before the rooster and went to bed later than a dog, Lu Yimo immediately retreated. "Forget it, it's not worth being that busy. I wouldn't even have time to be with Mom." Thus, Lu Yimo adopted a bewildered tone. "Dad? Why am I calling you right now? I see, it was another sleepwalking episode. You continue making money, I'll return to sleep." Lu Shenxing watched as the call was abruptly ended, chuckling in irritation. This little rascal was becoming increasingly audacious. Someday, he would have to teach this child a lesson. Meanwhile, Song Mingyi had been working tirelessly for 2 nights in a row. Every evening after finishing her shift at the Lu design department, she was dragged to the C headquarters by Ren Suhai, laboring over design sketches until the early hours. Song Mingyi truly did not wish to be this busy. After all, what could be more delightful than sleep at such late hours? However, there was no alternative. If she did not draw, Ren Suhai would cling to her leg and weep. "What, are you dissatisfied with me as your general manager? Is it because I am too incompetent, which has prevented C's market share from surpassing the Lu design department?" He would even threaten to commit suicide in atonement. What could Song Mingyi do? She could only labor over the designs, for she could not allow Ren Suhai, such a diligent subordinate, to truly resort to such extremes. After enduring 2 days and nights, Song Mingyi felt her spirits waning. Just then, she received a call from Mrs. Lu, inviting her to a family dinner at the Lu family estate. Although she had already reached an agreement with Lu Shenxing regarding their divorce, they were not officially separated yet, thus, she felt obligated to fulfill her duties as a daughter-in-law. Song Mingyi had no choice but to muster her energy and don a facade of cheerfulness as she returned to the Lu household. Upon her arrival, she was met with countless gazes. Each person greeted her, yet few chose to engage in conversation. Ultimately, in their eyes, she, the bride brought in to bring good fortune, did not merit equal dialogue with them. That was fine, she thought. This way, it would be less troublesome. However, Lu Yimo was displeased. As a staunch supporter of his mother, seeing Song Mingyi overlooked felt akin to a dagger in his heart. Lu Yimo immediately exploded. "Mom, wait right there. I'm going to confront them for looking down on you." Song Mingyi quickly grasped Lu Yimo's arm. "What do you intend to confront them for? They ignored you and made you uncomfortable." Lu Yimo fumed, his expression akin to a pufferfish about to burst. "What does it matter? It won't be the last time. Song Mingyi dismissed, unfazed. Lu Yimo paused. What do you mean it won't be the last time? Are you going to leave me and Dad? As he spoke, his voice quivered, and his large eyes turned red, on the verge of tears. Of course not. Song Mingyi panicked. She realized that spending too much time with people, especially with such a small child, could lead to emotional attachments. Seeing his eyes glisten made her heart ache. Song Mingyi dared not mention her impending separation from Lu Shenxing. Instead saying, I mean, after more interactions, they will come to know my character and will naturally become closer to me. Lu Yimo sighed in relief, his adorable face lighting up with joy. Oh, I see. I'm so glad it's not that you're leaving. He nestled into Song Mingyi's embrace, wrapping his small arms around her waist. Mom, if one day you really decide to leave Dad, then take me with you. I can endure hardships, I can earn money. And I have a little treasure chest. Just don't leave me alone in the Lu family. Song Mingyi felt a pang in her heart at Lu Yimo's words, contemplating what methods she could employ to persuade Lu Shenxing to relinquish their son to her. Suddenly, an undeniable, intense gaze fell upon her. Song Mingyi looked up and saw Lu Shenxing maneuvering his wheelchair into the room. Chapter 75, Mother is a little pitiful. Song Mingyi felt a shiver run down her spine. This was their first encounter since she had proposed divorce that fateful night. She was somewhat apprehensive that Lu Shenxing might confront her. Deep down, she understood that, regardless of how she might argue, bringing up the subject of divorce would undoubtedly tarnish Lu Shenxing's image. Men, especially those with a domineering temperament, often have fragile egos. Being divorced by a bride meant to bring him good fortune would certainly irk him. Before long, Song Mingyi realized that she was overthinking the situation. She had no opportunity to speak with Lu Shenxing at all. Although he had suffered injuries and had been declared incapacitated by Dr. Xia, this did not affect his intellect. As the president of the Lu Group and the current head of the Lu family, he wielded significant power and was adored by countless admirers, who soon surrounded him. Song Mingyi let out a long sigh. At that moment, Lu Yimo was also called away by the elder, leaving her to find a secluded corner to sit down. She had exhausted herself over the past few days, and now, as she finally relaxed, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Father, you are being unreasonable. Lu Shenxing had just dismissed his relatives when an angry voice pierced through the air behind him. He turned to see Lu Yimo with his hands on his hips, glaring at him. Recalling Lu Yimo's audacity during their recent phone call, he narrowed his eyes and asked, What is it? Do you wish for me to step down? No. Lu Yimo quickly shook his head, realizing he had misjudged. He did not want to toil away like his father, working tirelessly every day without even having time to spend with his mother. Sensing the unusual tension, Lu Yimo continued, What I mean is, you, as a grown man, cannot keep bringing up my sleepwalking incidents. That is utterly unethical. Sleepwalking? Lu Shenxing scoffed. You are my son, how could I not know you have such a habit? That is because you were in a coma and, of course, were unaware. The mere mention of his son's coma softened Lu Shenxing's heart, even if just a little. He ruffled Lu Yimo's hair and said, All right, go play. Just as Lu Yimo was about to leave, he suddenly recalled his purpose for coming. Father. I haven't finished what I wanted to say. Speak. I want to say you are utterly disappointing. Can't you see how badly Mother has been treated? What's wrong with Song Mingyi? Lu Yimo was exasperated. Have you not noticed? Mother has been shunned. They dare to treat her that way simply because you, as her husband, have been neglectful. Father, this is your fault. Lu Shenxing raised an eyebrow. He had long been aware of his son's deep concern for Song Mingyi. He had never shown such regard even for his biological mother, Lin Weiyan. However, he believed Song Mingyi was indifferent to it all, intent only on leaving. At that moment, Lu Yimo spoke again, Father, you don't know. For the past few days, I've been staying at a friend's house with Mother. She works all day, returns home to clean, terrified of being judged, and after finally finishing, she quietly weeps because of you, the unfaithful husband. Lu Shenxing was taken aback. You mean Song Mingyi has cried? How could that be? Please don't tell Mother that I revealed her tears to you. Mothers care about their dignity. She might deny it, Lu Yimo sighed, his little face filled with sorrow. Mother is truly pitiful, neglected by her parents, unloved by her husband. And now cast out of the Lu family, with nowhere to go. It is truly heart-wrenching. Lu Shenxing felt as though he were being portrayed as a villain through his son's words. I did not force her to leave. It was Song Mingyi who insisted on moving out. Enough of this, I must go keep mother company. I hope my presence will ignite new hope in her heart. Lu Yimo declared, turning away with a suppressed smile, wishing that his father would seize the opportunity to bring mother back home. Lu Yimo sighed, feeling the weight of his young shoulders. First, he was born without a mother, then faced the threat of losing his father. Just as he finally had his mother back, his father regained his health, and the two began to quarrel again. What could he do? He could only tug and pull them together. Lu Shenxing initially intended to dismiss his son's words. Others may not know, but he was well aware that his son was quite clever, particularly in his overt favoritism towards Song Mingyi. Yet, when he saw Song Mingyi sitting alone on the sofa, her head bowed in despondency, memories of her past flashed through his mind. At 10, her mother passed away. Less than a month later, her father remarried, bringing in a stepmother and stepsisters who were either older or younger than her. Although her life had been rife with struggles, she had endured, only to have her fiancé taken from her and, at 18, to have endured a traumatic experience that led to her imprisonment for the sake of Song Qingwei. Eventually, the Song family accepted a dowry of 300 million, and she entered the Lu family clad in old garments. Suddenly, Lu Shenxing recalled the night he had awakened and told Song Mingyi he wanted a divorce. What had she said? She had insisted on not divorcing, stating that if it were to happen, it would take 3 months. Although he was perplexed by her abrupt change of heart, it was undeniable that after leaving Shanghai residence, she had indeed moved into a friend's modest apartment. Lu Shenxing had always taken the title of King of Lu lightly. In his position, it was rare to possess a compassionate heart, as he was known for his iron will. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a twinge of empathy for Song Mingyi. He took out his phone and called Yanjing. What project is Song Hongshan currently involved in? Yanjing was unsure why Lu Shenxing had suddenly brought up the Song family but quickly replied, the Song family is heavily investing in the development of the Western District, conservatively estimated at over 10 billion. Many are eager to purchase properties there, as the market is promising. We should also consider developing the Xishan area. The Xishan plot is adjacent to the project the Song family is developing, yet it boasts a more advantageous location. Are we constructing a high-end community or a villa district? Neither, Lu Shenxing said calmly. Let us build a martyr cemetery. Those who sacrificed their lives for their country deserve a resting place of honor. A martyr cemetery? Yanjing was taken aback. Are you certain? Is there a problem? No problem at all. I will get the project proposal started immediately. After hanging up, Lu Shenxing exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. Regardless of the lack of affection between him and Song Mingyi, she remained his legal wife, and it was not for anyone to mistreat her. Chapter 76, Lu Shenxing, had he gone mad? At 6 o'clock in the evening, Old Master Lu made his way to the dining hall, supported by the butler. The Lu family members hurriedly returned to their seats, and in the blink of an eye, several tables were filled. This was Song Mingyi's first time attending such a grand gathering of the Lu family. Upon noticing the absence of her place at the main table, she intended to take a seat at a side table. She was acutely aware that sitting at a side table would surely invite ridicule from others. However, she was indifferent. She could leave the Lu family at any moment, and their opinions of her mattered little. As soon as she sat down, an irritable voice interrupted her thoughts. Song Mingyi, what are you doing hiding here? Come with me. Lu Shenxing grasped her wrist, pulling her away from the side table. Surprised, she responded, Lu Shenxing, be quiet. I don't want to hear your nonsense, he retorted with a cold tone, laced with palpable dissatisfaction. When had she spoken nonsense? Nonetheless, she did not insist on being released from his hold. Before long, she found herself at the main table with him. The main table was already occupied. Save for Old Master Lu, Madame Lu, the members of the second branch, and the esteemed elders of the Lu family. The only vacant seat belonged to Lu Shenxing, leaving no options remaining. Stopping beside Lu Jingfan, Lu Shenxing coldly instructed, move to another seat. Lu Jingfan protested angrily, why should I move? Because I, Lu Shenxing, command you to do so, he replied flatly, his tone leaving no room for refusal. You. Lu Jingfan erupted, slamming his hand on the table. You think I will just move? His indignation propelled him to vacate the seat with such speed that second Madame Yang Chenhua scarcely had time to voice her objection before he took a seat at the adjacent table. Just as Yang Chenhua prepared to retaliate, old Master Lu interjected, "All right, now that everyone is here, let us prepare to eat." The servants swiftly brought forth new dishes. As Song Mingyi picked up her chopsticks, a piece of cod appeared on her plate. The home-cooked braised cod is quite delicious. Do try it. Thank you, she replied. Originally, Song Mingyi thought that Lu Shenxing's act of serving her a piece of cod was sufficient to display his consideration, yet she underestimated him. He continued to serve her various dishes, occasionally inquiring about her preferences. His unusual attentiveness sent shivers down her spine. What could possibly motivate Lu Shenxing to exhibit such thoughtfulness? Noticing her gaze upon him, Lu Shenxing raised an eyebrow slightly. Is it not to your liking? No, it's quite delightful, she assured him, serving him a bowl of shark fin soup. Have some soup, it's nourishing. Madame Gu observed the scene with great satisfaction, while Yang Chenhua found it increasingly irksome. Unable to restrain herself from scoffing, it seems this new bride is quite adept at her game. How long has it been? And she's already so affectionate with my lofty nephew? Truly, people only hear the laughter of the newlyweds, oblivious to the weeping of the old. How pitiful it is for a certain foolish girl who, in the throes of love, abandoned everything to give birth and leave the country. It has been years. And she remains alone. It is truly a sad thought. Madame Lu, pleased to witness the blossoming relationship between Lu Shenxing and Song Mingyi, could no longer tolerate Yang Chuanhua's provocations. Sister-in-law, let us be clear. My Shenxing and Mingyi are a legitimate couple. What nonsense of new brides and old flames are you spouting? Furthermore, do refrain from using the term new bride. We wouldn't want father to think you harbor any discontent towards the granddaughter-in-law he selected. Old Master Lu's gaze turned towards them, stating coolly, it seems today's meal has been rather mediocre, which is why the second daughter-in-law refuses to eat. Yang Chenhua, fully aware of old Master Lu's displeasure, quickly interjected. I dare not. With old Master Lu backing Song Mingyi, regardless of what others thought, all present wore smiles of flattery when addressing her. An hour later, as dinner concluded, old Master Lu departed, followed by Lu Shenxing, who took his leave with Song Mingyi. As she pushed his wheelchair, she remarked, "Thank you." For what? He inquired. For speaking up for me earlier, and for standing by me, she replied. Hearing her words, Lu Shenxing's expression softened slightly, but just as he was about to respond, she continued, however, it really wasn't necessary. A few words from second aunt don't bother me much, and since we are to divorce, there is no need for you to take a stand on my behalf. Lu Shenxing's handsome face darkened. Song Mingyi, are you serious? Of course, she affirmed, her seriousness evident. She understood well that the conflict between the first and second branches of the Lu family could no longer be contained and would inevitably lead to an explosion. However, as the soon-to-be ex-Mrs. Lu, she refused to be the catalyst for such turmoil. It's trivial for me to endure a little grievance. I cannot let the Lu family be at odds because of me, soon to be a former wife. Lu Shenxing, listening to her disingenuous words, wore a grim expression as he maneuvered his wheelchair away. Wait. Song Mingyi intended to caution him to proceed carefully, for a fall could be disastrous given his frail state. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Fine then. Anger seemed to make him move swiftly. Although she remained puzzled as to why her honest words had provoked his ire, it was of little consequence now. Just as she prepared to find Mo, she was abruptly confronted by a familiar figure, Lu Jingfan. Sister-in-law, why are you left here alone? Didn't my brother wait for you to return to Kingswewan together? Song Mingyi replied candidly, I just upset Lu Shenxing, and he left early. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingfan erupted in laughter. Sister-in-law, I know you wish to redeem your dignity and want everyone to think you are cherished, but I am no fool, such trivial tricks won't deceive anyone. Even if my cousin had gone mad, he wouldn't be angered by a woman like you. Song Mingyi, so, Lu Shenxing was acting mad just now? Lu Jingfan leaned closer to her, his face, already somewhat greasy, appeared even more so as he smiled. Sister-in-law, I told you before. There is more than one man in the Lu family. You may not have seen it before, but after all that has transpired, you should now recognize who the man you can rely on truly is. As he spoke, he attempted to touch Song Mingyi's face. Despite her past, her beauty was undeniable, fair skin, tender as cream, and those eyes, enchanting, bright, and pure. Lu Jingfan envisioned how splendid those eyes and that face would appear adorned with love. And he could only imagine the pleasures a man would derive from possessing her. With such thoughts igniting a fervor within him, he could no longer restrain his hands. Chapter 77, When was she going to jump off the building? Song Mingyi did not evade. She merely raised her eyes to gaze quietly at Lu Jingfan and said softly, Mr. Lu, you have arrived. Lu Jingfan abruptly withdrew his hand, retreating as if startled, his hands flailing like a windmill. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I only saw a leaf fall onto my sister-in-law's head. After speaking at length, Lu Jingfan realized he was conversing with thin air. Lu Shenxing had not come at all. Grinding his teeth, Lu Jingfan exclaimed, Song Mingyi, you are deceiving me. Do you truly think that merely uttering Lu Shenxing's name will instill fear in me? I tell you, I fancy you, and even if Lu Shenxing were standing before me, I would dare to proclaim it. Is that so? Lu Shenxing's cold voice emerged, as if imbued with the chill of ice. Shall I prompt you to repeat that? Lu Shenxing. Lu Jingfan was taken aback by Lu Shenxing's unexpected return. He stared at Lu Shenxing, who was seated in a wheelchair, as if he had seen a ghost. Eventually, unable to bear the weight of his own anxiety, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Brother. I merely had a bit too much to drink tonight, I was just being foolish. Please, let me go. Song Mingyi could not help but click her tongue in disbelief. She reasonably suspected that Lu Shenxing had been tolerating the foolishness of the second house all these years, possibly because Lu Jingfan knelt down so swiftly. Seeing Song Mingyi standing nonchalantly to the side, Lu Jingfan sprang up, pointing at her and loudly declaring, Brother, this woman is tempting me. She seeks to ruin our brotherly bond. Song Mingyi. When it comes to being fickle, Lu Jingfan takes the cake. Lu Shenxing's gaze drifted lazily over to him. Did I instruct you to rise? Lu Jingfan immediately knelt once more, his knees together, hands properly placed on his thighs. Appearing more obedient than a little rabbit, Lu Shenxing turned to Song Mingyi. Let us go. Brother, what about me? Can I leave as well? Did I say that? Lu Shenxing replied impatiently. Kneel until dawn. Please, brother, that's not worth it for a woman. Besides, if I kneel until dawn, my legs will surely be ruined. Your legs can be ruined now. Lu Jingfan replied, I believe I can kneel here in place of my cousin to witness tomorrow morning's sunrise. Lu Shenxing chose to ignore him, taking Song Mingyi by the wrist and departing. At that moment, Yang Chunhua approached, seeing her son on his knees, and immediately rushed over. Son, what has happened? Why are you kneeling here? For what reason? It is certainly because of my cousin. He saw me teasing Song Mingyi and commanded me to kneel here. Yang Chunhua scolded angrily, is it merely teasing Song Mingyi? What merit is there in making you kneel for that? I shall confront him and see if he is willing to forsake our brotherly bond for a woman. Upon hearing his mother's words, Lu Jingfan scoffed. Mother, don't jest. Do you really think I have a brotherly bond with Lu Shenxing? Not even the ants on the ground would believe that. You child, you speak so recklessly every day. Yang Chunhua paused. So you intend to kneel here? Indeed. My brother commanded me to kneel, and I must do so properly. To kneel for even a second less would be a sign of disrespect towards him. I must show grandfather my sincerity, mustn't I? Yang Chunhua suddenly understood, patting Lu Jingfan's shoulder. My son is resourceful. You shall endure tonight. And tomorrow morning I will assist you in staging a grand performance. In King's Wuan, as Lu Shenxing entered the foyer, he released Song Mingyi's wrist and instructed Aunt Qian, who approached, prepare a guest room for Song Mingyi. A guest room? Aunt Qian inquired hastily. Young master, young madam, has there been a quarrel? Newlywed couples bickering is normal. Why would one sleep in the guest room? Lu Shenxing frowned. Is my word no longer effective? It is effective, it is effective. However, our guest room currently lacks a bed and blankets. It will take some time to arrange. I will call Madam right away. As Aunt Qian spoke, she reached for the phone to call Mrs. Lu. Lu Shenxing relented, never mind. If this reaches Mother, I will be the one to endure her incessant nagging. With a stern expression, Lu Shenxing ascended the stairs. Aunt Qian wore a triumphant smile, seeing Song Mingyi still in the living room, and hurriedly urged her upstairs. Young madam, you must go upstairs quickly. The young master's health is poor and requires his wife's care. Thus, Song Mingyi was pushed and pulled into the room. The door closed heavily behind her. Turning around, she found Lu Shenxing standing right behind her. She immediately forced a shy smile. I can only trouble Mr. Lu tonight. Hearing Song Mingyi's polite words, Lu Shenxing's expression grew colder as he stated bluntly, you need not trouble yourself, you may leave now. Song Mingyi briskly opened the door. Just then, Aunt Qian stumbled in. Aunt Qian, looking embarrassed, said, Young madam, I just noticed the door was dirty and was going to wipe it. Yes, wipe the door. Song Mingyi. Could this excuse be any more perfunctory or feigned? Taking a deep breath, Song Mingyi replied, You can take your time wiping it. I will retire for the night. Closing the door, Song Mingyi turned to Lu Shenxing and said, Well then, Mr. Lu, I shall trouble you for another night. Lu Shenxing smirked coldly, You think you can simply declare it a disturbance, Song Mingyi? Do you believe you possess that qualification? So, does the king of hell, Lu, intend for her to leave? That might not be the case. Song Mingyi made an okay gesture. In that case, I shall not trouble Mr. Lu any longer. If she couldn't exit through the door, she could always escape through the window. After all, for her, leaving through the window was no different than walking on flat ground. With a light step, Song Mingyi made her way to the balcony and pushed open the glass window. Lu Shenxing had initially intended for Song Mingyi to soften her stance. He acknowledged that he was quite perturbed by her mention of divorce and her departure from the Lu family. He had wished for her to plead with him. However, before he could hear those words, he saw her at the balcony, pushing open the glass window as if preparing to jump. Before his mind could process the situation, Lu Shenxing propelled his wheelchair forward, even standing up from it to grasp Song Mingyi. But it was only a matter of seconds. In those fleeting moments, he pulled Song Mingyi back from the window, but due to the weakness in his legs, he fell to the ground. The impact was painful, especially on his back. The scab tore open, crimson blood oozing forth, accompanied by a sharp and damp pain. Yet, Lu Shenxing paid no heed. With a face full of fury, he glared at the Song Mingyi pinned beneath him and shouted angrily, Song Mingyi, what are you doing? I merely spoke a few words to you. Was it necessary to jump off the building? Song Mingyi blinked her bewildered eyes. No. That's not it. When had she ever prepared to jump? Chapter 78, Only Song Mingyi alone. Lu Shenxing reflected on Song Mingyi's life experiences, feeling a surge of anger dissipate slightly. Realizing he might have been excessively stern earlier, causing her fear, his tone softened, You should stay here tonight. Song Mingyi was reluctant to remain, responding delicately, I don't wish to impose on you. It's no imposition. Lu Shenxing replied, propping himself up with his arm and leaning to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Song Mingyi stood up instinctively, intending to leave. After taking a couple of steps, she suddenly remembered Lu Shenxing was still on the ground. She turned back to assist him. Lu Shenxing allowed Song Mingyi to help him, turning his gaze toward her. Be careful. Song Mingyi cautioned him gently, her eyelids lowered, long lashes casting shadows over her dark almond-shaped eyes. Her delicate features exuded an air of innocence. Thump. That was the sound of Lu Shenxing's heart racing uncontrollably. He quickly averted his gaze, suppressing that fleeting loss of control. Song Mingyi remained oblivious to his unusual reaction as she helped him sit on the edge of the bed. It was then she noticed the bloodstains on his shirt, vivid and glaring. Furrowing her brow, she exclaimed, Your back wound has reopened. I'll call a doctor. As she reached for her phone to contact Dr. Xia, her wrist was suddenly grasped. Don't call a doctor, Lu Shenxing insisted. You handle it. Lu Shenxing considered Song Mingyi somewhat naïve. With members of the Lu family present, and her being a newlywed, every action of hers would surely be scrutinized. If word got out that a doctor was summoned tonight, it would lead to unwarranted gossip about her. After all, she was the only one present in the room. Understanding his reasoning, Song Mingyi proceeded, aware that Lu Shenxing's frail condition attracted predatory eyes within the Lu household. Any sign of weakness would likely invite unwanted attention, leaving Lu Shenxing exhausted from the ensuing scrutiny. She carefully removed Lu Shenxing's shirt, exposing his back. The thick scabs from the corrosive acid had torn open multiple times, rendering his back a ghastly sight, the wounds resembling gaping mouths, bleeding profusely like scattered pearls. Song Mingyi's brow furrowed deeply as she warned, "Mr. Lu, you must remain still. If the wound tears again, it could become problematic. If it doesn't heal properly, it may lead to infection. And who knows what consequences that might bring for your health." Lu Shenxing grimaced slightly from the pain, responding with a grunt, "You should be grateful to me. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have injured yourself far worse jumping from the second floor." Song Mingyi retorted silently, having stated that she had no intention of jumping. She merely sought to change her sleeping arrangements. However, realizing that no amount of explanation would sway Lu Shenxing, she lowered her head in acquiescence. After a moment, she inquired, "What about Lu Jingfan? If he kneels in the courtyard all night, Grandpa will surely be displeased when he finds out." Lu Shenxing's expression remained impassive. "Grandpa will never see Lu Jingfan kneeling there." When Song Mingyi looked up, she noticed a fleeting glimmer of menace in Lu Shenxing's eyes. Choosing not to press further, she focused on tending to his wounds. Exhausted from recent endeavors, Song Mingyi had been collapsing into sleep almost immediately. Lu Shenxing, who had expected the night to foster intimacy, found his plans thwarted. He had hoped to leave some marks on her, perhaps inciting misunderstandings with Madame Lu the next day, but instead, he found himself scowling. Had he misheard, or was Song Mingyi truly snoring? Lu Shenxing's handsome face darkened, nearly wishing to shake her awake. Was she truly prioritizing sleep over him? The sound of her snores echoed, providing the most profound response. Lu Shenxing, frustrated, perhaps due to the depth of her slumber. Lu Shenxing too succumbed to drowsiness, drifting into dreams. Lu Jingfan jolted awake, his body swaying to one side. Having knelt for most of the night, his knees throbbed painfully, as if countless steel needles were stabbing him, a torturous ache. The chill of the night air, now that October approached, seeped through his coat, causing him to shiver. The thought of Lu Shenxing and Song Mingyi sleeping soundly only fueled his anger. Unable to resist, Lu Jingfan checked the time on his phone, 3 a.m. With 2 hours left until Grandpa typically rose, it meant in just 2 hours, Grandpa would discover him kneeling here, learning of Lu Shenxing's usual bullying toward his cousin. Grandpa despised familial discord above all. Imagining Lu Shenxing facing Grandpa's wrath, Lu Jingfan felt a surge of excitement. This time, he would ensure that Lu Shenxing suffered, even if he did not perish. The final 2 hours crawled by as Lu Jingfan counted each minute. Finally, the main door swung open, and a servant emerged to commence cleaning. Lu Jingfan's heart raced, but he quickly slapped himself twice to bolster his resolve. The sting left his cheeks burning, and the taste of iron filled his mouth. He relished the pain, believing that appearing sufficiently disheveled would incite Grandpa's ire even more. With everything in place, he awaited Grandpa's arrival. However, Lu Jingfan's anticipation turned to impatience as the servant finished tidying up, yet Grandpa still did not appear. Unable to contain himself, Lu Jingfan summoned the servant. "Where is Grandpa? Why hasn't he come out yet?" The servant looked surprised. "Second young master, don't you know? The old master stayed overnight at Yushi Manor after the family banquet last night." Yushi Manor? Who was he kneeling for all this time, then? Just then, the sound of wheels rolling across the floor reached his ears. Lu Shenxing spoke, "It seems my second brother has realized his mistakes after kneeling here all night. Help him up and let him rest." Lu Jingfan turned, his red-rimmed eyes glaring at Lu Shenxing. "You know everything, don't you? This was all deliberate, wasn't it?" Lu Shenxing's thin lips curved slightly, his tone a rare gentleness. "Jingfan, you're overthinking things. Why would I deliberately make you kneel here? It's just that seeing your foolishness irritated me, so I gave you a small lesson." Lu Jingfan couldn't contain himself any longer, his eyes bloodshot. "I'm going to fight you." However, he had been kneeling for too long, and his legs were already numb. With a thud, he fell to the ground, prostrating himself. Lu Shenxing, Jingfan has truly grown. Since you know you were wrong, then get up. There's no need for such a grand gesture between brothers. Lu Shenxing. You're mocking me. I'm going to kill you. Lu Jingfan's eyes were so red they almost dripped blood, filled with hatred. Lu Shenxing leaned down, grasped Lu Jingfan's chin, and raised it sharply. Looking at the hatred in his eyes, he suddenly smiled. You want to kill me? Very well, remember to hold on to that. He moved closer to Lu Jingfan, his voice laced with killing intent. Otherwise, how will I take your life? Lu Jingfan froze, his face terribly pale, his body trembling with fear. Lu Shenxing's words evoked the deepest fear in Lu Jingfan's heart, the fear of Lu Shenxing. Having already knelt for an entire night, he was so agitated that he fainted. Lu Shenxing clicked his tongue. To dare covet his things with such little courage was simply laughable. Jingfan. Jingfan. Yang Chuanhua's anxious voice came over, accompanied by the chaotic sound of high heels on the ground. Lu Shenxing flicked his wrist, throwing Lu Jingfan to the ground. He turned his head to see Yang Chuanhua rushing over. He said calmly, "Second aunt has arrived. Take Jingfan back to get him checked out. His body is too weak, he fainted after just a few words. If you hadn't deliberately tormented my son and made him kneel, would he have fainted?" Yang Chuanhua roared. Lu Shenxing's gaze swept over her indifferently. It seems that cousin's illness is contagious. Look, even second aunt isn't speaking normally. Lu Shenxing's voice was very soft, even smiling. But to Yang Chuanhua's ears, it was no different from the devil's whisper. She shuddered, and the anger in her heart vanished in an instant. Yang Chuanhua quickly said, "No. I'm fine. I was just too agitated to see Jingfan faint. I didn't mean it. Of course, I'm willing to believe second aunt. Second aunt, don't just stand there. Hurry and take cousin back." Yang Chuanhua agreed and immediately went to help her son. Lu Jingfan was also 1.8 meters tall and weighed over 75 kilograms. Yang Chuanhua, having lived a pampered life for so many years, no longer had the strength. She almost fell to the ground with the effort. Even so, Yang Chuanhua didn't dare ask for help. She gritted her teeth and stubbornly supported Lu Jingfan, staggering away. Yanjin couldn't help but say, "President Lu, you've provoked them so much. Second madam and second young master might go crazy." Lu Shenxing didn't speak. He took out a handkerchief and coughed twice. When he removed the handkerchief, it was stained crimson. Yanjing exclaimed, "President Lu." Lu Shenxing frowned. "What are you shouting about?" Yanjing immediately swallowed the words that had reached his lips. He glanced around warily, and when he saw that no one was paying attention to them, he said in a low, trembling voice, "President Lu, I'll call Lao Xia right away and have him come see you." "No need." Lu Shenxing put the handkerchief in his pocket, back to the company. "President Lu." Lu Shenxing's gaze swept over him, and Yanjing could only shut his mouth, his heart full of worry. However, he didn't dare show it. Lu Shenxing's health was of utmost importance. Not only him, but no one could bear the responsibility if something happened to his body. Yanjing gritted his teeth and said, "I'll have the dark department find Ji Huang as soon as possible. Even if he's at the ends of the earth. I'll drag him out." The corners of Lu Shenxing's lips turned up slightly, his expression gentle. Yanjing pushed Lu Shenxing away. They didn't notice that in the shadows of the trees, a servant was staring in shock at the spot where Lu Shenxing had been standing. The eldest young master. He coughed up blood. Second residence's courtyard. Lu Jingfan had already woken up. Yang Chuanhua was directing the servants to apply medicine to Lu Jingfan's knees. After kneeling for an entire night, his knees were severely swollen. Slap. Lu Jingfan slapped the servant across the face, his expression twisted. And he shouted angrily, "Are you trying to kill me with pain?" When Yang Chuanhua saw her son in pain, she also went up and slapped the servant. "Useless thing. You can't even apply medicine properly. Get out of here." The servant ran out crying in grievance. Lu Jingfan was still not appeased. He reached out to knock over the lamp on the side, but he accidentally cut his hand. Lu Jingfan screamed in pain again. "Jingfan, be careful. Look. You've hurt yourself again." Yang Chuanhua was heartbroken to see her son injured. Lu Jingfan shouted with red eyes, "Mom, I want Lu Shenxing to pay with his life. He humiliated me so much. I must make him pay for his blood debt. Okay. Mom will help you. We almost took Lu Shenxing's life before. And we can do it again. Yang Chunhua agreed readily, but she felt unsure in her heart. Last time, she was able to successfully plot against Lu Shenxing because someone helped her, and it was also unexpected. Now that Lu Shenxing had returned from the brink of death, he was extremely vigilant. It would be difficult to strike again. What made Yang Chunhua even more upset was that it would be difficult to wait for another opportunity. During this time, Lu Shenxing had been cleaning up their people like a madman, and their informants were about to be wiped out. Just then, a servant from the main residence came. After Yang Chunhua saw the servant off, she was trembling with excitement. Great, this is really great. It seems that even the heavens are helping us. Lu Shenxing actually coughed up blood. Jing Fan, call your benefactor quickly. The time we've been waiting for is almost here. Lu Jingfan stopped screaming and immediately dialed a phone number. What is it? Hearing the other party's voice, Lu Jingfan involuntarily became respectful and fawning. Benefactor, good news. Lu Shenxing coughed up blood again. It seems that he won't live much longer. That is indeed good news. I want to congratulate you in advance, second young master. Lu Jingfan asked foolishly, congratulate me on what? Of course, congratulate you on taking over the Lu Corporation and the Lu family. Song Mingyi received a call from Ren Suhai. Mingyi, C is holding a winter new product launch tonight. Are you coming? Song Mingyi, no. I'll leave this small matter to you. Ren Suhai sighed quietly, I knew it. C is nothing in your heart anymore. Who knows when we'll be abandoned? Song Mingyi's scalp tingled at the resentful voice. Fine, I'll go, okay? Chapter 80, Congratulations. You are going to be a mother. Ren Suhai's voice suddenly transformed into one of jubilant excitement. If he were to have a tail, it would surely be wagging like a whirlwind. Shall I arrange a car to pick you up? No need, I can drive over myself. Just as Mu Xiaowan hung up Ren Suhai's call, her phone rang again. Upon answering, Mu Xiaowan's exuberant voice resonated in her ear. Song Xiaoyi. You will never guess whose invitation I received. Song Mingyi replied with a blank expression, the invitation for the Sihong winter clothing launch. You are incredible, simply incredible. Mu Xiaowan shrieked, not only did I get the invite, but General Manager Ren also gifted me the latest season's gown. Those envious onlookers won't know how to handle it. They might even try to bring me down, accusing me of relying on my benefactor to ascend. It should be noted that Mu Xiaowan is an aspiring figure in the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, her career has been lackluster, often leaving her without any engagements for months. To the point where Mu Xiaowan herself nearly forgets she is in the entertainment sphere. Song Mingyi inquired, so, you rejected the gown Ren Suhai offered you? How could I? Even if they drench me in disdain, I would never decline. Who knows, once I become famous, Sihong might recognize my loyalty to their brand and appoint me as a brand ambassador or something similar? Song Mingyi chuckled softly. Is being a brand ambassador all you aspire to? Of course not. My ultimate goal is to become Sihong's global spokesperson. Alright, I hereby declare you the global spokesperson. And the only one at that. Mu Xiaowan laughed uncontrollably, you truly are my sister, always believing in me. Now hurry up and come out. My car is parked at the entrance of the Lu family estate. An hour and a half later, Mu Xiaowan's Ferrari halted in front of the auditorium. Song Mingyi opened the car door and stepped out, linking arms with Mu Xiaowan as they approached the venue. Wow. Is that Lu Tianhao? And there's Chen Tianwang. That Xiao celebrity, and the top socialite Wang family heiress, and the mayor's daughter. Oh my, so many dignitaries. I suddenly feel like an ugly duckling among a flock of swans. At that moment, a voice filled with mockery came from behind, your self-awareness is commendable. You are indeed the ugly duckling amongst the swans, but you are not alone, Song Mingyi is with you. Turning around, Song Mingyi saw Song Yuyao linking arms with Su Shixiu. Today, Song Yuyao appeared quite flamboyant, radiating a dazzling aura, yet when compared to Song Mingyi, she seemed somewhat gaudy, with her once beautiful features now appearing more commonplace. Annoyance flickered in Song Yuyao's eyes, yet her smile remained intact. Sister, I merely spoke the truth. You wouldn't be upset, right? You can't be that petty as an elder sister. Mu Xiaowan could no longer contain herself. She rolled up her sleeves. Ah, my temper can't tolerate such a wretch. Song Mingyi grasped Mu Xiaowan's arm. In contrast to Mu Xiaowan's agitation, Song Mingyi smiled. How could I be upset? Even if you spoke 10 or 8 truths, I would remain unruffled. Still the gracious sister, Song Yuyao remarked. Song Mingyi replied, graciousness is not the issue, I simply want you to relax today. In a few months, you'll be a mother, and such leisurely outings will be scarce. Song Mingyi. Song Yuyao's pretty face contorted with anger as she raised her hand to strike Song Mingyi. Song Mingyi caught Song Yuyao's wrist. What are you doing? Are you unwilling to accept Su Shishou's child? If so, that poor child might never even return home. Su Shishou furrowed his brow. Mingyi, your attempts at sowing discord are pointless, they cannot sever the bond between Yuyao and me. That's the best outcome. Song Mingyi flicked her wrist, releasing Song Yuyao and sending her back into Su Shishou's embrace. You two enjoy your stroll, we shall head inside. Mu Xiaowan asked Song Mingyi. What did you mean by that? Is Song Yuyao pregnant? Not pregnant, if she were, could she wear such high heels? The one who is pregnant is Qing Ningxuang. With Su Shishou's child. Mu Xiaowan's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. What? Su Shishou has a mistress? I would never have guessed such a thing from this nobleman. Song Mingyi's smile took on a sardonic edge as she replied, if one could easily discern who is virtuous or wicked, the world would not be filled with so many tragic figures. You are right, I suddenly feel fortunate for you, your engagement with Su Shishou has been annulled. Otherwise, living with such a despicable man would be too distressing for a lifetime. You truly are my sister, thinking just as I do. As Song Mingyi spoke, her phone suddenly rang. Checking the screen, she saw it was a call from Lu Shenxing. Instinctively, she silenced it. Mu Xiaowan caught a glimpse of the name on the screen and was somewhat surprised. A call from the king of Hell Lu, why don't you answer? With my sister by my side, why bother answering a man's call? Mu Xiaowan gave Song Mingyi a thumbs up. You are a warrior for daring to treat the king of Hell Lu this way. Song Mingyi raised her chin slightly, it's all right. Yet inside, she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Su Shishou, look at your sister, she dislikes me so much that she does not hesitate to poke at my wounds. Though Song Mingyi's words were harsh, they held a grain of truth. Yuyao, you must prepare yourself. The child in Ningxuang's womb is the first grandson of the Su family. And neither I nor my parents will abandon it. Of course, if you are unwilling, we will not force you. I am willing, I am willing. Song Yuyao immediately declared. Her eyes turning red as she continued, Su Shishou, when I say I am willing, I am actually lying to you. It is not that I lack the capacity for forgiveness, but no woman can bear to accept that her beloved has a child with another woman. Yet I love you. I want to be with you, to marry you. Therefore, no matter how painful or difficult it is, I will accept. I beg you, love me as you did before. Song Yuyao looked at Su Shishou with a pitiful expression. Su Shishou felt his resolve weaken. He embraced Song Yuyao and said, you are my fiancée. Since I promised you a lifetime, I will not waver. Song Yuyao held Su Shishou tightly, with your assurance, I feel much more at ease. Su Shishou fondled Song Yuyao's hair, chuckling softly, you truly are a silly girl. Suddenly, a soft voice chimed in, Su Shishou. Turning her head, Song Yuyao saw Qing Ningxuang. Dressed in a white dress, approaching with a pitiful expression and sparkling eyes. Take it easy, slow down. Su Shishou quickly released Song Yuyao and moved towards Qing Ningxuang. Gently supporting her, be careful, watch out for the child in your womb. You should know better than to be reckless at this stage. Chapter 81, You may leave apologies. Qing Ningxuang playfully stuck out her tongue and added, you can't blame me, it's mainly because the child in my belly wants to meet his father. As a mother, what can I do? I can only bring this little rascal to see you. Su Shishou tapped her nose and responded. If the child knew he had to bear the weight of having you as a mother at such a young age, he would surely cry to express his grievances. Qing Ningxuang shrugged her shoulders innocently, well, that's his fate. After all, his mother truly wishes to see his father. Su Shishou found Qing Ningxuang's words amusing. And his scholarly demeanor softened with a smile. She then asked, Xiao Yuan, would you like to feel the baby in my belly? I think I can feel it moving. Really? Song Xiao Yuan exclaimed with delight, is it true? Let me feel. Show you on. Song Yuyao couldn't help but cry out, her voice tinged with emotion. Upon turning, Song Shouyuan saw Song Yuyao's pale face, her eyes filled with disbelief and sorrow. Yuyao, Song Shouyuan said apologetically, I didn't mean to overlook you. Qing Mingshuang nodded vigorously, Miss Song, you must believe Shouyuan, he certainly didn't intentionally ignore you, he just couldn't resist looking at me and the baby. Song Yuyao was convinced she saw a gleam of provocation in Qing Mingshuang's eyes, her smirk seemingly daring Song Yuyao to become angry. Indeed. Song Yuyao felt a surge of frustration and stormed toward Qing Mingshuang. Qing Mingshuang instinctively shrank into Song Shouyuan's embrace, and he subconsciously held her protectively. As Song Yuyao's hand was about to strike, she regained her composure. Recalling her mother's earlier admonitions, she forced a smile and said, Mingshuang, you're here? Why didn't you call sooner? I could have had Shouyuan come to pick you up, it's too dangerous for you to travel alone. What if something happens to the baby? Wouldn't that break everyone's hearts? Qing Mingshuang was taken aback, surprised at the sudden display of intelligence from the pampered Song Erjiao. Hearing her words, Song Shouyuan felt a renewed sense of guilt and took hold of Song Yuyao's hand, saying, Yuyao, you are truly wonderful. Thank you for your understanding. Song Yuyao replied, what are you saying? You are my fiancé, if I don't support you, who will? How about this, you stay with Mingshuang to enjoy the show. And I'll just find a seat to sit. That won't do. I promise to accompany you to the show tonight. As for Mingshuang, I will make other arrangements for her. Song Yuyao glanced at Qing Mingshuang, noticing her not-so-pleasant expression, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What a fool. Thinking she could outshine her. Meanwhile, Song Mingyi and Mu Xiaowan went backstage and saw several medical staff hurriedly carrying a stretcher out. Song Mingyi caught one of the staff members and asked, what happened? A model is experiencing abdominal pain and has been sent to the hospital, the staff member replied. Song Mingyi frowned, and Mu Xiaowan expressed her concern, with one less model suddenly, won't the new product launch be a disaster? That won't happen. C will arrange a substitute model, Song Mingyi reassured her, just as Ren Suhai's voice echoed from the dressing room. Can't come? Don't tell me you're sorry. My launch is about to begin, and if you can't make it, what are we supposed to do? Fine, just wait. Ren Suhai stormed out, filled with anger, causing everyone who crossed his path to instinctively step aside. When they saw Song Mingyi approaching Ren Suhai instead of fleeing, they couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude. Eager to witness another young woman, unaware of her limits, being scolded to tears by him. Manager Ren, is there a problem with the model? Song Mingyi inquired. Ren Suhai was about to call out her name when he suddenly realized, yes, the substitute model can't make it. Do you have any recommendations? Indeed, I do. Song Mingyi pushed Mu Xiaowan forward, saying, let her go. Mu Xiaowan was caught off guard, utterly bewildered, me? Song Xiaoyi, are you joking? I'm not joking. You fit C's design style perfectly. Before Ren Suhai could respond, a mocking voice interjected, an 88th tier nobody can wear C's designs on the runway? If this launch features models of such caliber, I foresee C plummeting from grace. If that's the case, I won't be staying. The speaker was the lead model. Wen Yunqi, who, despite not being a professional model, was a top-tier celebrity with formidable skills, leaving her competitors in the dust. It was said in the industry. When Yunqi appears, who can compete? Even though replacing models was common practice, Wen Yunqi typically wouldn't have spoken out. Yet, she felt compelled to when it came to Mu Xiaowan, who had debuted around the same time and shared a similar type of stardom. Given that Mu Xiaowan was slightly more attractive, her early career had far surpassed Wen Yunqi's. 3 years prior, they had both entered the same production. But Mu Xiaowan played the lead while Wen Yunqi was merely an uncredited background character. However, Mu Xiaowan's refusal to compromise her integrity led to her exit from the project. While Wen Yunqi's willingness to play the game earned her the lead role, propelling her to fame. Even though Wen Yunqi had now reached heights she once could only dream of, seeing Mu Xiaowan still stirred resentment within her. As it reminded her of the dignity Mu Xiaowan displayed when she walked away from the producer. That was something Wen Yunqi would never possess. Thus, every time she saw Mu Xiaowan, her frustration intensified. Manager Ren, now it's your turn to choose, Wen Yunqi declared, fully expecting Ren Suhai would not select Mu Xiaowan. Of course, Mu Xiaowan thought the same. Manager Ren, my friend was just joking. I choose Miss Mu Xiaowan. You choose Mu Xiaowan? Manager Ren, are you certain? Let me remind you, if you choose her, I won't be staying for this launch. Yes, I understand. Ren Suhai raised his hand and said, Miss Yun. You may leave. Chapter 82, Her family's ancestral grave is burning what? You actually want me to leave? Wen Yunqi was incredulous. You must be mistaken. And I certainly did not mishear you. Ren Suhai replied, You are not mistaken, nor did I misspeak, I am indeed asking you to leave. Then I shall go. Wen Yunqi's expression shifted, and she immediately turned to exit. Wait a moment. Song Mingyi interjected. Wen Yunqi crossed her arms, radiating arrogance. Are you begging for mercy now? If so, let Mu Xiaowan kneel and apologize to me. Of course, you must kneel too. Mu Xiaowan, worried, grasped Song Mingyi's hand, her expression filled with indignation. Wen Yunqi. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Do not involve my friends. Wen Yunqi scoffed, You just acknowledged her as your friend, so she must kneel. Ren Suhai shook his head, regarding Wen Yunqi with the disdain reserved for a clown. Perceiving Ren Suhai's gaze, Wen Yunqi felt a wave of displeasure. General Manager Ren. If you wish to retain me, you must apologize. Otherwise, I may agree, but my millions of fans will not. Ren Suhai was at a loss for words. Incredulous that she would threaten him with her fans. Song Mingyi smiled and said, Miss Wen, my point is that you are still wearing the new collection from C. If you are resigning, you must at least remove the clothing. Wen Yunqi's smile faltered instantly. After 3 years of fame and being adored by millions, she had grown accustomed to her arrogance. Now, she was being challenged by what she regarded as insignificant figures. Unable to endure the humiliation, she stormed into the changing room, changed her attire, and tossed the garments onto Song Mingyi. Just wait. I will not let this matter rest. With her entourage, Wen Yunqi left in a fury, prompting the other models to disperse quickly. Ren Suhai remarked, We are now short 2 models, Miss Song. Song Mingyi responded, It's fine to have 2 fewer models. We can have Mu Xiaowan wear 2 outfits, one for the opening and one for the finale. There's ample time to change styles. Mu Xiaowan quickly caught Song Mingyi's eye, signaling her, and then apologetically said to Ren Suhai, I am sorry, General Manager Ren. Song Xiaoyi is unaware of the rules, please do not take her to heart. Mu Xiaowan was concerned that Ren Suhai might be displeased. It was understood that such international top-tier brands were proud. Even a casual runway model must be at the pinnacle of the industry, at least as prominent as Wen Yunqi. She was fortunate enough to perform as a substitute. A rare opportunity indeed. However, her sister's suggestion for her to open and close the show might lead Ren Suhai to think that Song Mingyi disrespected their brand, resulting in various restrictions against her. Consider Song Yuyao, who offended C and still could not enter the venue. This was despite her dual resources from the Song and Su families. Song Mingyi, while being Mrs. Lu, understood the difficulties faced by her friend as a bride of good fortune. Ren Suhai, smiling, said, Miss Mu, do not be anxious. I believe Miss Song has great foresight. Her suggestion is excellent and invaluable. This new product launch will be opened and closed by you. Mu Xiaowan? She doubted her hearing, otherwise. How could such fantastical words reach her ears? Ren Suhai's assistant approached, saying, Miss Mu, please come with me, we must hurry to get your makeup done. Mu Xiaowan waved at Ren Suhai and followed the assistant. Only when she sat in front of the makeup mirror, listening to the makeup artist's compliments, did she finally comprehend the miracle that had unfolded. No, it was a golden opportunity that had fallen upon her. Suddenly, her phone rang. In a daze, she answered it. Her agent's furious voice came through, Mu Xiaowan. What on earth are you doing? Even if you seek death, you do not need to provoke Wen Yunqi. Regardless of what you are doing now, come over immediately and apologize to Teacher Wen. Mu Xiaowan replied, I am currently getting my makeup done. I do not care what you are doing. Do you not understand my words? You must come now, as I need you to be a model for C's new collection. Mu Xiaowan, are you deaf? What did you say? You are participating in C's new product launch? Upon hearing her affirmative response, the agent became ecstatic. Great, great. Wait for me, I will be there in no time. Listening to her agent's jubilant exuberance, Mu Xiaowan finally felt a sense of reality. She had awaited this opportunity. Ren Suhai watched Song Mingyi, who had been sighing repeatedly. Song Mingyi, overwhelmed by his sighs, said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Your sighs are becoming unbearable." Ren Suhai replied, "I do have something to express, but I worry whether my words will hold any weight. I fear that my efforts will be in vain." Even a fool could comprehend Song Mingyi's frustration as she retorted, "Fine, fine, just speak your mind, I assure you. I will comply." "Then allow me to be direct," Ren Suhai said with a smile. "You should resign from the Lu design department. Insi has been absent for too long. Hurry back and shine like the star you are." Song Mingyi replied, "That is truly unfeasible, propose something else." Ren Suhai sighed deeply. "I knew it, everything related to C, including myself, is inconsequential to you. You do not care about us at all. It is pitiful that we regard you as our faith and reliance." As Song Mingyi listened, a strange discomfort settled within her. Feeling as if she were akin to a heartless lover. Returning to her position was impossible, but she could offer 3 designs over the next month. She resolved to notify her old colleagues to prepare for potential abandonment, feeling sympathy for them, unaware of the sudden unemployment they might face. Song Mingyi thought, if memory serves. C is thriving, why does it sound as if they are on the brink of collapse? However, witnessing Ren Suhai's woeful demeanor, she acquiesced, 4 designs. "Ah. My passionate heart is destined to be forsaken," she lamented. 8 designs, does that suffice? And 2 additional haute couture pieces. Very well, I agree. I knew it. Being with you promises a bright future. After this new product launch, I will inform my colleagues to work diligently, good days lie ahead. Song Mingyi chuckled lightly. Men. At the venue, Song Yuyao linked arms with Su Shixiu as they entered the inner area, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she glanced at Qingning Xuan. Seated in a pitiful manner alongside some nameless small celebrities and socialites in the back row. Did she truly believe that merely gaining a few pounds would elevate her status? Absurd. As Song Yuyao elegantly settled into her seat, preparing to flaunt her number card, she suddenly realized there was no number card at her seat. Chapter 83, The Perils of Male Intelligence. At each unveiling of new products, a numbered card was prepared at the guest seats. The purpose being to facilitate the recording of their purchasing intentions. Song Yuyao promptly summoned a staff member. The staff member inquired, "Are you Miss Song Yuyao?" "Yes, I am." "Is there an issue?" "Indeed, our general manager has instructed that you and the other 2 young ladies are prohibited from acquiring any items. For everyone's benefit. We did not prepare a numbered card for you, we hope you can understand." Although the staff member's voice was soft, many guests nearby heard and turned their attention towards Song Yuyao. Her expression stiffened, and she felt a surge of indignation. She had entered alongside Su Shixiu, believing that past grievances were behind her, yet here she was confronted again. Suppressing her anger, she intended to let the staff member leave when Qingning Xiang's voice rang out. Qingning Xiang, visibly surprised, remarked, "I never expected my sister would be deemed ineligible to purchase these works. How about this, if you like something, I can raise the card for you." The staff member, expressionless, replied, "Miss Qing, allow me to remind you. The general manager stated that no one is permitted to sell or gift C's works to Miss Song Air, otherwise, we will assume your dissatisfaction with C." "Thank you for the reminder," Qingning Xiang said apologetically, glancing at Song Yuyao. "Sister, I'm sorry, but I can't assist you. Don't be upset. Merely being able to observe is quite nice." "Enough." Song Yuyao could not contain her irritation, snapping back. Qingning Xiang looked startled. "I meant well. I didn't intend to upset you." "Shixiu, please explain this to her." Su Shixiu, concerned, gently supported Qingning Xiang, saying, "All right, I understand, you meant no harm. No one misunderstands you. Let me help you back to your seat." Song Yuyao's eyes widened in disbelief as Su Shixiu attended to Qingning Xiang. Despite the silence around them, she felt like a complete fool, unable to bear it any longer, and turned to leave the venue. As she rounded a corner, she spotted a familiar figure, Song Mingyi. To her dismay, the individual conversing animatedly with Song Mingyi was Ren Suhai. How intriguing. No wonder Ren Suhai had persistently targeted her. It was all orchestrated by Song Mingyi. Song Yuyao recalled the time she had pleaded with Song Mingyi for help after being blacklisted by C. Only to be met with indifference. The truth was, it was Song Mingyi who had instigated this. At that moment, Song Mingyi and Ren Suhai turned to leave. Without hesitation, Song Yuyao pursued them, determined to expose Song Mingyi's facade. However, before she could approach, an assistant blocked her path. "Miss Song I'm sorry. But this area is restricted. You cannot enter. Do you know who I am?" "Of course, the young lady who has been blacklisted by C. You and the other two young ladies are the first." "You." Song Yuyao nearly exploded, quickly regaining her composure. "I'm here to find Song Mingyi, I saw her enter." "Even so, you cannot enter. We are all daughters of the Song family. Why can she enter while I cannot? That's not how it works. Even on the same land, different crops can grow." The assistant, loyal to Ren Suhai, was acutely aware of Song Mingyi's standing. You look down on me." The assistant kept his head down, allowing Song Yuyao to berate him, but entry was out of the question. Frustrated and powerless, she reluctantly retreated. Returning to the venue, she realized that leaving in such a disheartened manner was no different from conceding Su Shixiu to Qingming Xiong. Ever since her mother's incident and her subsequent exile, the marriage proposal from the Su family was her only opportunity for advancement. Even if mocked, she could not afford to exit. To her dismay, no one paid her any mind. All eyes were on a man. Lu Shenxing had arrived. Wherever he went, bodyguards cleared the way. And the once lofty dignitaries around her wore expressions of sycophancy, uttering words of flattery. What does it mean to be above thousands? In that moment, Lu Shenxing provided the perfect illustration. Song Yuyao yearned to approach him, wishing to showcase her own brilliance to the crowd. Just then, she felt a firm grip on her wrist. Turning, she found Su Shixiu. "You've seen Lu Shenxing's grandeur, haven't you? Yuyao, when you meet Mingyi, be sure to foster a good relationship. After all, she is your sister. If you manage to please her, the Su family's fortunes will flourish once you marry in. Then, acquiring CS items will be an effortless endeavor for you." Song Yuyao was almost enraged. "You want me to curry favor with Song Mingyi? What do you mean by curry favor? She is your sister. How can a mere disagreement turn into enmity?" Seeing Su Shixiu's irritation, she quickly added, "I didn't mean it like that, I just don't know how to proceed." "It's all right, I will help you." With that, Song Yuyao felt compelled to acquiesce. Recognizing in Su Shixiu's eyes that refusal was no longer an option. At that moment, a wave of intense anger surged within her. Song Mingyi was merely a convict. What right did she have to demand her subservience? As the press conference was about to commence, Song Mingyi emerged from backstage, only to find Lu Shenxing occupying her seat. "What are you doing here? How did you know this was my seat?" Lu Shenxing glanced at her, his tone commanding. "Because I wanted to know." His demeanor was reminiscent of a divine decree, exuding an air of arrogance. "Very well," Song Mingyi conceded, refraining from further inquiry. She took her seat beside him, which had originally belonged to Mu Shaowan. As soon as Song Mingyi settled, the event officially commenced. The lights dimmed, music played, and Mu Shaowan appeared in a stunning white gown, akin to a fairy emerging from a wintry realm, igniting the audience's enthusiasm. The reporters behind her gasped in astonishment, fervently capturing the moment. Song Mingyi felt a smile tugging at her lips. She recognized that this opportunity heralded the dawn of Mu Shaowan's success. Just as Song Mingyi was caught up in the excitement, a voice interrupted her thoughts. "Why haven't you answered my calls?" Turning, she met Lu Shenxing's furrowed brow. "That was an accident, You weren't intentionally ignoring me," Lu Shenxing interjected, cutting her off. "If you think to dismiss me with such excuses, I could easily make your life difficult." Song Mingyi swallowed the remainder of her sentence, feeling awkward. It is indeed a perilous thing when men are too clever. They tend to monopolize the conversation. Chapter 84, Feed Me. Lu Shenxing's gaze swept over. "I am awaiting your explanation." This indeed called for an explanation. Song Mingyi candidly replied. "I accidentally hung up earlier. I intended to call back." But I happened upon General Manager Ren in a fit of rage due to issues with the models at the new product launch. I hurried to assist Xiaowan in seizing this opportunity, and only after I finished did I see you. So, you are implying that my appearance caused a delay? And that you called me? Lu Shenxing furrowed his brow. Moreover, are you suggesting that forgetting to call me for Mu Xiaowan indicates that, in your heart, a friend holds more significance than I do? Nonsense. Song Mingyi nearly retorted with those words. Who was Lu Shenxing? Merely her temporary husband. And Mu Xiaowan? She was her dear sister. One could vanish at any moment, while the other was a lifelong companion. Who was of greater importance? That was hardly a question worth asking. Yet, such sentiments were ones Song Mingyi would never voice. People these days disliked hearing the truth, especially those domineering figures. Of course not. I merely believe Mr. Lu is magnanimous enough not to be upset over such trivial matters. Lu Shenxing scoffed, do not presume I am unaware of your attempts to sweeten me with flattery. How could that be? Song Mingyi peeled an orange, have a bite, it's quite sweet. Lu Shenxing raised his chin, feed me. Song Mingyi paused. Suddenly suspecting that Lu Shenxing might be suffering from a severe illness, perhaps something affecting his mind, otherwise, why would he behave so unusually? Despite her internal monologue, she still brought the orange to his lips. Noticing his furrowed brow, she quickly added, the pith of the orange is beneficial for the body, alleviating phlegm and cough. It's worth 100 yuan per pound. Lu Shenxing chuckled, am I someone who lacks 100 yuan? As Song Mingyi attempted to retrieve the orange to separate the pith, Lu Shenxing opened his mouth and consumed it. Song Mingyi dutifully served him fruit, snacks, and water, occasionally lifting signs at his behest. The more she lifted, the happier she became. It was not that she was materialistic, rather, Lu Shenxing was exceedingly generous. Besides, what designer would not revel in the success of their creations? Even though she had already gained fame, it still brought her joy. Observing Song Mingyi's delight, Lu Shenxing could not help but comment, look at you, so easily pleased by a few garments. Song Mingyi replied, the recipient of gifts is always happier. What recipient of gifts? Do you think these clothes are for other women? Well, yes. Song Mingyi was momentarily taken aback. Lu Shenxing's expression darkened, Song Mingyi. Your mind is a treasure, why do you not use it? Song Mingyi was at a loss for words. How had their conversation turned to insults? Suddenly, she realized, Mr. Lu, are you implying that these clothes are intended for me? I appreciate it, but I must decline. Why must you decline? Is there a woman who does not adore clothing? We are in the process of a divorce, we might finalize it tomorrow or the day after. It would be inappropriate for me to accept such a precious gift from you. Song Mingyi spoke earnestly, genuinely considering Lu Shenxing's feelings. You are quite thoughtful. Lu Shenxing's cold laugh revealed his displeasure. Song Mingyi sensed that if she expressed gratitude, it would make him even more upset, so she swallowed her words. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Shenxing summoned Yan Jing and exited the scene. Song Yueying, ever vigilant to Lu Shenxing's movements, felt a twinge in her heart as he departed. She leaned toward Su Shixiu and whispered, Brother Shixiu, I need to use the restroom. Su Shixiu did not bother to glance at Song Yueying, responding nonchalantly. Song Yueying felt a wave of distress, when her reputation was at its peak. Su Shixiu had never treated her this way. Following Lu Shenxing out of the venue, she witnessed him surrounded by bodyguards entering the VIP lounge. The ever-arrogant Ren Suhai, even amid the highly anticipated product launch, had lost focus, dutifully attending to Lu Shenxing. Although Lu Shenxing's mobility was impaired, confined to a wheelchair, his aura remained captivating. In her life, Lu Shenxing was the most striking man Song Yueying had ever encountered. Even Su Shixiu, renowned as a noble scion, paled in comparison to him. Such a man, so exceptional, even reduced to a disability, stirred her heart. Song Yueying pondered Song Mingyi's current glory. A mere criminal. Someone they deemed too filthy to even glance at, now basked in the limelight simply for being Lu Shenxing's bride of fortune. Yet, Song Mingyi was utterly unworthy. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she summoned her courage and made her way toward the VIP lounge where Lu Shenxing was. She intended to show Song Mingyi that, should she so desire, everything could be taken from her. As soon as Lu Shenxing left, Song Mingyi felt the air clear. Her focus sharpening as she observed the show, meticulously noting the merits and flaws of each garment, along with the guests' feedback. This information was crucial for the design's direction post-launch. After the event, a lavish banquet awaited. Song Mingyi resolutely declined Ren Suhai's invitation and ventured to the dining area alone. Ren Suhai had spared no expense that evening, enlisting culinary masters from both Eastern and Western traditions, crafting a veritable feast. As she savored the delicacies, a shadow loomed over her. Looking up, she was unsurprised to find Su Shuxiu before her. "You are blocking my light and affecting my appetite," she stated flatly. "I apologize, Mingyi, it was unintentional. However, I believe you wouldn't mind, would you?" Though phrased as a question, Su Shuxiu's tone was assertive. He was convinced that Song Mingyi would not refuse him. Unwilling to indulge him, she replied directly, "How do you know I wouldn't mind? Are you a parasite inside my stomach? If you nod in agreement, I must regrettably inform you that you are mistaken, I do mind. Very much so. Please step aside." Su Shuxiu's expression faltered. He had not anticipated such a blunt response from her. After all, he believed Song Mingyi could never deny him. Song Mingyi was well aware of Su Shuxiu's intentions. Some people, despite their handsome facade, possessed egos larger than their shortcomings, assuming that one could indefinitely harbor affection for a man who had once cast her aside. Su Shuxiu smiled softly, his expression gentle as water. "Mingyi, I know you are somewhat upset. Girls are always adorable when they pout and throw a tantrum." Song Mingyi was exasperated. "Get to the point. What do you want? The Su family requires financing. I hope you can persuade Lu Shenxing to invest 80 billion in our company." Chapter 85, Song Yuyao is thrown into the swimming pool. Song Mingyi withdrew a stack of money from her handbag and placed it into Su Shuxiu's hand. "Here, take this." Su Shuxiu gazed in bewilderment at the bills in his palm. "Mingyi, what do you mean by this?" "Perhaps you should visit a hospital for a checkup," she retorted. "It's quite pitiful to be so young and yet so ill. How dare you speak such words in front of me, especially with that 80 billion in mind? Truly, you are oblivious." Su Shuxiu's expression stiffened. Even he, dim-witted as he might be, comprehended that Song Mingyi was chastising him. Furrowing his brow in displeasure, he responded, "Song Mingyi, what is this attitude? Your actions are quite irksome." The warning in his voice urged her to cease her provocations. "Ah," she replied nonchalantly, "then I suggest you step aside. Your anger should not interfere with my meal." Seeing that Su Shuxiu remained unmoved, she changed to another sofa, comfortably indulging in her food. Su Shuxiu's countenance darkened. Disbelief etched across his features. He could tolerate being humiliated, but not in front of Song Mingyi, who in his eyes would forever be the pitiful girl who once knelt before him, pleading for him to honor their engagement and take her home. Just as Su Shuxiu was about to force an apology from Song Mingyi, Qing Ningxiang rushed over. "Shuxiu, you must hurry. Song Yuyao has had an incident. She was thrown into the swimming pool." "What? Who has offended Song Yuyao?" Su Shuxiu abandoned Song Mingyi, hastily following Qing Ningxiang. By the swimming pool in the banquet hall, a crowd had gathered. The event was already filled with numerous guests and reporters, who were snapping photos and murmuring amongst themselves. "Isn't that the second daughter of the Song family? Who tossed her into the water? I recognize that it was a bodyguard next to Mr. Lu." "Mr. Lu? Isn't he her brother-in-law? How could he be so disrespectful?" "Respect? That depends on what the second daughter did to provoke him." Their laughter was laced with scorn. Su Shuxiu pushed through the throng, reaching the poolside to find Song Yuyao struggling in the water, her attire disheveled. The gown she wore, already of a delicate design, clung to her form, accentuating her curves. Worse still, the gown's long train tripped her repeatedly, causing her to fall back into the pool in utter disarray. "Don't be afraid, sister. Shuxiu will come to save you soon," Qing Ningxiang shouted, trying to reassure her. Upon spotting Su Shuxiu, Song Yuyao cried out, "Shuxiu, you're here. Please save me." Realizing he had no choice but to intervene, Su Shuxiu steeled himself and plunged into the water, prompting the reporters to frantically capture the moment, documenting their predicament. Su Shuxiu's face twitched as he ordered the reporters to delete the photos. Ren Suhai, upon hearing the commotion, hurried over. arranging a lounge for them and providing dry clothing. Once Song Mingyi had changed out of her drenched gown, she finally regained her composure, tears streaming down her face. Su Shixiu, unable to contain his irritation, exclaimed, "Enough with the crying. Didn't you say you were headed to the restroom? How did you end up being thrown into the pool by Lu Shenxing?" I don't know." Song Mingyi stammered, too embarrassed to admit that she had attempted to enter Lu Shenxing's VIP lounge. When he had dismissed her without a glance, she had seized the opportunity to allure him. Believing her beauty could not be resisted. Yet, he had merely tossed her aside and summoned a bodyguard to wake her up, resulting in her being discarded into the pool. Recalling the mocking gazes of the onlookers, Song Mingyi wished for a hole to swallow her whole. "This is the most humiliating moment of my life. It's all because of my sister," she sobbed. "You know her standing has changed, she harbors resentment toward us. With Mr. Lu backing her. She let us off easily. She had me thrown into the pool just to humiliate me." If Song Mingyi had offered any other excuse, Su Shixiu might have doubted her, but this reason struck a chord. After all, he too could not fathom the notion that Song Mingyi no longer cared for him. As Su Shixiu's expression softened, the murmurs of the guests weighed heavily on his mind. "They claim you were attempting to seduce Lu Shenxing. Perhaps crises truly awaken one's potential." Suddenly, Song Mingyi appeared remarkably astute. "Shixiu, have you forgotten? Lu Shenxing is not capable. I have always been devoted to you. And even if I wished to pursue someone, it would never be a man lacking in ability. That would only invite trouble, not admiration." Su Shixiu found himself convinced. As a man, he understood that if he were incapable, no matter how beautiful a woman tried to entice him, he would remain indifferent. It would be akin to pouring salt into his wounds. Seizing the moment, Song Mingyi clutched Su Shixiu's sleeve, pleading, "Shixiu, I know I've made mistakes recently. But do you believe me? My love for you is genuine." Her pitiful demeanor melted Su Shixiu's heart. He turned to embrace her, his voice softening, "Silly girl. I certainly understand your feelings." As Song Mingyi sobbed in his embrace, relief washed over her. She was grateful to have soothed Su Shixiu. On the way back, Song Mingyi shared a car with Lu Shenxing. Sitting in the back seat, she occasionally glanced at him. "Speak plainly if you have something to say." Lu Shenxing prompted. "I have nothing to say," she replied. Lu Shenxing chuckled coldly. "Should I fetch a mirror for you to see your sneaky demeanor?" Song Mingyi responded, "I was merely curious." Raising an eyebrow in a teasing tone, she inquired, "Mr. Lu, did Song Mingyi truly attempt to seduce you? What was your impression? She does have some charm, did you not feel even a hint of attraction?" Suddenly, the black Bugatti Veyron screeched to a halt. The door swung open. And Song Mingyi stumbled out. Before she could regain her footing, the car sped away, leaving only exhaust fumes behind. Song Mingyi huffed in frustration. Is it really worth such anger over a few curious inquiries? Chapter 86, Am I too concerned about Song Mingyi? Inside the Bugatti Veyron, Yanjing cautiously observed Lu Shenxing through the rearview mirror. "It's getting late. Would it not be too dangerous to leave the young mistress alone?" Lu Shenxing raised an eyebrow. "You seem quite concerned about her." Yanjing immediately fell silent. Lu Shenxing let out a dismissive hum and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Song Mingyi took out her phone to order a ride. The distance from the gym to Shanghai residence was quite considerable, yet just as she attempted to open the app, her phone powered down due to a depleted battery. Left with no choice, she stood by the roadside to hail a taxi. Today was particularly unfortunate, several taxis passed. All occupied. Just as she contemplated finding a nearby hotel for the night, a flamboyant red Ferrari came to a halt before her. The window rolled down, revealing a handsome young man with a charming demeanor. "Lu Shenxing, Sister E, why are you standing here?" "Oh, I'm waiting for a ride." Lu Shenxing's eyes lit up. "Then hop in. Where do you want to go?" "I'll take you." "No need to trouble yourself, my friend will be here shortly." "At this hour? That friend of yours seems rather unreliable. You can't just stand here, it's not safe for such a beautiful lady like you. Stop talking nonsense." A voice reprimanded from the back seat, followed by the window rolling down to reveal a kindly old man. "Granddaughter-in-law, don't pay attention to this rascal's nonsense." Song Mingyi was taken aback upon recognizing the old man. "Sir, what are you doing in the car?" "I came to see some old friends," he replied. "Granddaughter-in-law. Don't linger outside, get in the car. You can trust me, this rascal wouldn't dare act up with me around." Lu Shenxing rolled his eyes and retorted. "As if I could do anything to sistery with her martial prowess." The old man was infuriated. "Just shut up. You troublesome grandson." Lu Shenxing quipped back. "What grandson isn't troublesome? It's not my fault I have a grandfather like you." Upon receiving a glare from the old man, Lu Shenxing quickly exited the vehicle and opened the door for Song Mingyi. "Sister E, just grant me the favor of letting me take you home. Otherwise, when I return, my grandfather will surely flay me alive for not being able to win your favor." With such a request, Song Mingyi felt unable to refuse any longer. Unbeknownst to her, the black Bugatti Veyron had quietly approached and parked not far away. Yan Jing, noticing Song Mingyi getting into the Lu family's car, couldn't help but ask, "President Lu, should I go after the young mistress? She would surely be delighted to know you came to pick her up." "Hold on." Lu Shenxing called out to Yan Jing. Suddenly pondering, am I too concerned about Song Mingyi? The answer was yes. She was merely a bride meant to bring joy, not someone deserving of his attention. Yet, lately, he found himself frequently preoccupied with her. When did this begin? Lu Shenxing struggled to recall. Perhaps it was during that family gathering when she stood in front of him, shielding him. The ambitions of the second branch were never concealed, just as Aunt Yang Chuanhua's sharp tongue never spared anyone. His mother was gentle, and his younger sister was still a child. As a man, he felt it inappropriate to speak up against Yang Chuanhua's slander. In truth, Lu Shenxing was indifferent to Yang Chuanhua. To him, she was merely a failure, unworthy of his attention. Yet, on that seemingly ordinary day, Song Mingyi stepped forward, silencing the domineering aunt with her strong words. Perhaps even earlier than that. When Lu Yimo's continual challenges to his father's patience due to this woman piqued his curiosity about her charm, what magic did she possess that made his son so attentive? Thus, his interest in her deepened. As he reflected on this, Lu Shenxing smiled faintly, suppressing all emotions within him. "Let us go." Yan Jing nodded and turned the steering wheel, quietly guiding the car back into the obscurity of the night. Inside the car, "Granddaughter-in-law." "Grandfather," Song Mingyi began, "since you are aware of my identity, you must know I am already married." "Granddaughter-in-law. Indeed, you are married, so it seems inappropriate to call you that." The old man sighed heavily. "My poor grandson has suffered, he was weak from a young age, and now he finally meets a suitable girl, yet you are married. What a misfortune." "Grandfather." Lu Shenxing echoed, his tone filled with mock sorrow, "I'm fine." Song Mingyi thought that had their seating arrangement been different, they might have embraced and wept in each other's arms. "Perhaps I should exit the car to give you two space for a heartfelt reunion?" "Truly, my granddaughter-in-law is considerate," the old man praised. "I realize your marriage with Yenqing may not come to fruition, but our bond must not be severed. I have decided to adopt you as my goddaughter." "Goddaughter?" Song Mingyi was astonished, and Lu Shenxing was equally taken aback. Lu Shenxing exclaimed, "Grandfather, if you recognize Sister E as your goddaughter, wouldn't she become my aunt? Does that mean I must call her auntie?" "Precisely. Auntie, and aunt is also a mother. Henceforth, if you misbehave, Mingyi has every right to discipline you." The old man looked at Song Mingyi with eager anticipation. "Dear daughter, you won't refuse me, will you?" Song Mingyi was at a loss for words. She hadn't even had a chance to respond, and already she was being labeled as a dear daughter. Clearly with no intention of allowing her a chance to decline. Lu Shenxing protested loudly, "No. I disagree. If Sister E becomes my aunt, I will have to behave myself." Yet no one paid heed to his protests. The old man eagerly looked at Song Mingyi, "Dear daughter, when shall we hold a recognition ceremony? We must invite the press." "I disagree. I disagree." The old man pretended not to hear, "Dear daughter, if you become my daughter, not only will it be justifiable for you to discipline Lu Shenxing, but also, should the Song family ever bother you, you can have them thrown out. My family has been lacking daughters for generations. Since Lu Shenxing is so useless, it seems I must find a caring little daughter to bring home. Please, do not refuse me. The old man clutched his chest, feigning distress, as if he might faint at any moment. Amid Lu Shenxing's lamentations, the scene took on a rather tragic atmosphere. Chapter 87, The Divorce Agreement. Housekeeper Lu, ever the dramatist, urged, Miss, please agree swiftly. If you refuse, what will happen if the old master suffers a mishap? Old Master Lu's breathing grew increasingly labored, as if he might succumb at any moment. One cannot help but acknowledge that his acting prowess eclipsed that of many popular stars. Song Mingyi felt a wave of exasperation. Lu Shenxing wept more heart-wrenchingly, Sister E, please don't agree. It would be so easy for you to enter the Lu family. Just hurry and get divorced. Once you part ways with Lu Shenxing, I will marry you. Lu Shenxing blushed shyly. As long as you promise not to hit me too hard in the future, the Lu family will be yours. Song Mingyi's lips twitched. She had reasonable doubts about Lu Shenxing's mental state, suspecting he might be a severe case of the Godsmore syndrome. Miss Song. Sister E. It is said that 3 women create a spectacle, and if Song Mingyi were to comment, she would assert that men, like fine wine, surpass their predecessors. Just look at the Lu family's trio. Stop. Song Mingyi inhaled deeply, I agree. The wailing ceased abruptly. Lu Shenxing was overjoyed. I knew Sister E adored my face. Rest assured, I will take good care of it. Old Master Lu sighed. Actually, becoming a granddaughter-in-law in the future is not out of the question. Song Mingyi's lips twitched once more as she decisively declared, Godfather, then turned to Lu Shenxing, call me aunt. At this, Old Master Lu dropped the pretense and beamed with delight, while housekeeper Lu shared in his joy, leaving Lu Shenxing sobbing like a child weighing 200 pounds. Mingyi, where do you think we should hold the recognition banquet? How about at Ipingyuan? All right, let Godfather arrange everything. Good. My Mingyi is so obedient and sensible. Unlike that wretched boy. Old Master Lu shot a disdainful glance at the still sobbing Lu Shenxing, then smiled brightly. I'll present you with a grand gift at the recognition banquet. Song Mingyi agreed but did not take it to heart. Upon returning to Shanghai residence, Lu Yimo was waiting for her at the door, visibly weary and clearly having waited a long time. Mama. Upon hearing Song Mingyi's voice, Lu Yimo perked up and rushed towards her without hesitation. You're back. Was work tiring today? Did anyone bully you? If so, you must tell me. I will help you deal with them. Song Mingyi chuckled, ruffling Lu Yimo's hair. Thank you, Yimo, but no one bullied me, and my work isn't tiring. Oh. Lu Yimo's little face was full of disappointment. I can't stand up for Mama anymore, nor can I let others know that I'm your support. Song Mingyi felt a warmth spread through her, tousling the little one's fluffy head. Who said that? Just thinking about you waiting for me at home makes me incredibly happy. Allowing me to work even harder. Yimo, you are simply amazing. Lu Yimo gazed at Song Mingyi with sparkling eyes, his adorableness off the charts. The next day, as soon as Song Mingyi arrived at the office, she received a call from the president's office asking her to come by. As she stepped out of her office, her colleagues began to gossip. Can someone tell me what exactly is Song Mingyi's background? She keeps entering the president's office, her connections must be extraordinary. I heard a rumor that our president got married. It was old Master Lu who arranged for him to marry a bride to appease the spirits. After that, Song Mingyi, a former inmate, landed in our design department. They say she was personally arranged by Madame Lu. Do you think there's a connection? Do you think she will? What will she do? A cold voice interrupted. It was Jing Wanru. Jing Wanru's icy gaze swept over the design department, her expression frigid as she reprimanded. You two can only gossip. Will that help you produce better designs? The colleagues promptly fell silent, pretending to be busy. Jing Wanru, still simmering with anger, summoned Lu Tian into her office. Sit. Jing Wanru poured Lu Tian a glass of water. Is it acceptable to drink water? Thank you, manager, Lu Tian said, trembling with gratitude. We've been colleagues for so many years, there's no need to be so formal. Lu Tian smiled, flattering Jing Wanru. Jing Wanru, who usually relished flattery, now appeared impatient. All right, enough with the compliments. Lu Tian, you've been a senior designer in our department for quite some time. Are you willing to let Song Mingyi, who just joined, overshadow you? She has a criminal background. If that happens, not only you, but I, and the entire design department will be the laughingstock. Lu Tian replied remorsefully, it's my ineptitude, I cannot compete with Song Mingyi. I will accept any punishment the manager deems necessary. Jing Wanru, exasperated, said, Lu Tian. I called you here today because I believe you are intelligent. If you continue this way, I can only express my disappointment in your performance. Manager. I lack the talent that Song Mingyi possesses, there's nothing I can do about it, Lu Tian admitted helplessly. In the beginning, when Song Mingyi's work surpassed Miao Yu's, she could console herself that it was mere coincidence, but as time passed, Song Mingyi's exceptional works kept appearing, each one breathtaking. What was even more alarming was that Lu Tian sensed that Song Mingyi had not exerted her full efforts, she was still holding back. Talent alone could not account for everything. In the field of design, over the years, many prodigies have emerged, yet only a select few, like Yin became masters of their craft. Jing Wanru's voice turned persuasive, Lu Tian, as long as you are willing to listen to me. The Lu design department will be yours in the future. Once I rise in rank, this position will also be yours. Lu Tian had to admit she was deeply tempted. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian inquired, Manager, what do you want me to do? Song Mingyi arrived at the president's office, only to find Yanjing waiting for her. Yanjing invited her into the lounge. Madam Yang, please take a seat. He offered her fruits and snacks. Assistant Yan, please speak plainly, your manner is making me anxious. Since Madam Yang is straightforward, I will be too. This is the document that President Lu left for you. Yanjing pushed a file towards Song Mingyi. Upon seeing the bold letters on the top, she froze, divorce agreement. It had been several days since she and Lu Shenxing had agreed to part ways. And he had remained silent all this time, leaving Song Mingyi feeling somewhat anxious. Just as she pondered how to urge Lu Shenxing to provide her with the divorce agreement, the document was delivered to her hands. Noticing Song Mingyi's silence, Yanjing assumed she was heartbroken and offered comfort, Madam Yang, I understand this is quite cruel for you. But what you need to do now is remain calm. President Lu said that as long as you are willing to sign, he will agree to any conditions you request. Chapter 88, Mrs. Lu's fury. Song Mingyi's eyes instantly sparkled, is it true that any condition can be agreed upon? Yanjing observed Song Mingyi's eager demeanor and felt a sense of relief. After all, it was far better for her to take the compensation amicably than to weep and plead for a divorce. Of course, Yanjing replied. Mr. Lu is a magnanimous person and would never treat you unfairly. That's wonderful. Song Mingyi exclaimed, her eyes gleaming. I want custody of Lu Yimo. Have Lu Shenxing transfer his guardianship to me. Yanjing was taken aback, nearly swallowing his tongue. Madam, please, do not jest. Jest? Song Mingyi frowned. Every word I utter is sincere, how can it be a jest? If you can persuade Lu Shenxing, I will sign the divorce papers immediately. Yanjing replied, Mr. Lu would never consent to that. Perhaps you should reconsider other conditions. Mr. Lu is very generous financially. Generous financially? Song Mingyi understood that this was a reminder to seize the opportunity for monetary gain. However, those things held no value for her. No need. Before Yanjing could speak, Song Mingyi had already signed the divorce agreement. Yanjing was astonished by her decisiveness. Madam, please think it over. Without responding, Song Mingyi pushed the signed document towards Yanjing. If Mr. Lu has no objections, I wish to spend a few more days with Yimo before moving out of Shanghai residence. If it's inconvenient, then Yimo can stay with me for a few days. Also, I hope that even after the divorce, I can still see Yimo from time to time. After stating her conditions, Song Mingyi left. And Yanjing took the divorce agreement to Lu Shenxing. What conditions did she propose? Lu Shenxing inquired. Yanjing recounted Song Mingyi's words without withholding any details. Lu Shenxing scoffed, clever indeed, utilizing Yimo as a bargaining chip. Alas, it is of no use. Yanjing suggested, let the young master stay with madam for a month. Lu Shenxing furrowed his brow. Yanjing, are you out of your mind? Allowing Lu Yimo to be alone with Song Mingyi is akin to sending a lamb to a tiger's den. Yanjing replied, Madam has only this one request. After a moment of silence, Lu Shenxing spoke, tell her she may stay at Shanghai for 1 week. Yanjing complied, Mr. Lu. Should we postpone the international meeting scheduled for 10 minutes from now? No need, Lu Shenxing replied, taking his phone as Yanjing assisted him in leaving. Shortly after his departure, the office door opened once more, revealing a small figure entering. The assistant followed behind. Young master, do you want me to inform Mr. Lu of your arrival? No, I'm not here to see Dad today. Oh? Then you are. I'm here to find Mom. Lu Yimo's words trailed off as he remembered that his mother preferred to keep their relationship with his father private. In other words, his father had yet to fully win his mother's heart. How foolish. Lu Yimo felt a wave of disdain. I'm here for a date. So don't worry about me. A date? The assistant's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Is there a problem? And no. The assistant hesitated, saying, it's just that this is the CEO's office, and having outsiders here might not be appropriate. She's not an outsider, Lu Yimo replied, slightly annoyed. Mom is not an outsider. You need not worry about this, I will explain to Dad. Now, please prepare everything on this list. Lu Yimo handed the assistant a list. Upon seeing it, the assistant was taken aback. Snacks, fruits, flowers, meals, gifts, everything was included, far beyond what any adult man would prepare for a date. Have everything ready by 11:30. Is that a problem? No, no. The assistant waved her hands as she exited. As the assistant closed the door, she couldn't help but glance back at Lu Yimo, who was now taking out his homework from a small backpack. The assistant froze. All right. She admitted that she had forgotten one crucial detail, Lu Yimo was only 5 years old. Lu Yimo continued to work on his homework until past 11 o'clock. At that time, the assistant entered to set up a beautifully romantic little dining table. Lu Yimo had also changed into a dapper little suit. Recalling that his mother wore a blue dress to work that morning. Once everything was prepared, Lu Yimo called Song Mingyi. All right, Mom will come over after work at noon. Just wait a moment. Hearing Song Mingyi's agreement brought Lu Yimo immense joy as he paced around the office. Suddenly, he noticed a document on the desk. Approaching. He read the words divorce agreement. Upon opening it, he discovered that his mother had already signed. Lu Yimo's eyes instantly reddened. It must be that Dad forced Mom. He surely used some underhanded means to pressure her. Just then, the office door was knocked upon, and Song Mingyi entered. Yimo. Lu Yimo hurriedly tucked the divorce agreement away, wiping the corners of his eyes. Mom, you're here. Yes. Song Mingyi noticed the redness around Lu Yimo's eyes and was taken aback. Yimo, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? No one bullied me. Lu Yimo couldn't help but embrace Song Mingyi. Although someone had indeed bullied his mother, she was the first to concern herself with his feelings. There was truly no one in the world better than his mother. I just had a nightmare. I dreamed that you left me, and I also dreamt that someone bullied you. I got anxious and cried. Song Mingyi chuckled softly, her heart melting at the sight of such a precious child. Silly Yimo, no one can bully your mother. I will protect you from now on, Lu Yimo vowed. Good. Song Mingyi ruffled Lu Yimo's hair while pondering the possibility of taking him away. The international meeting continued into the afternoon, and upon returning to his office, Lu Shenxing was preparing to handle some work when he received a call from Mrs. Lu. Lu Shenxing, you return to me at once. Mom. I have to work overtime today and may not be able to come back. If you have something to discuss, why not say it over the phone? Discuss over the phone? If everything could be said over the phone, what need is there to meet? Wait until I'm dead. And you can just say it over the phone. Mom, who has made you so angry? Is it second Dad returning to the old residence again? It has nothing to do with Yang Chunhua. Lu Shenxing, stop deflecting the topic. In any case, if you still recognize me as your mother, you will come back immediately. I will be waiting for you at Shanghai. With that, she hung up the phone. Lu Shenxing frowned. Yanjing cautiously inquired, Mr. Lu, regarding the upcoming group meeting. Change it to a video conference and hold it at 8 this evening. Understood. Prepare the car, returning to Shanghai. An hour later. Lu Shenxing's car arrived at Shanghai. As he maneuvered his wheelchair into the foyer, a teacup suddenly flew through the air towards him. Lu Shenxing, you've succeeded now. Daring to leave for a divorce without a word. Chapter 89, The Temporary Impossibility of Divorce. Lu Shenxing tilted his head, and a teacup flew past, grazing his cheek and leaving a red mark. His expression immediately darkened, a chill settling in his demeanor. Mother, who has been speaking nonsense in front of you? Is it Song Mingyi? His tone was icy as he spoke. He recalled how Song Mingyi had previously refused to divorce, only to suddenly propose it without any conditions. Initially, he believed she was willingly stepping away, only to discover she was employing such tactics. What does this have to do with Mingyi? It was Mo who witnessed it in your office. If it weren't for my clever grandson, I would have only learned of my daughter-in-law's disappearance after the fact. Mrs. Lu began to weep bitterly. My poor daughter-in-law, while everyone wished for your departure during your unconsciousness, she married in hopes of bringing you back to life. Now that you are revived, you wish to abandon her like Chinshimi. She lamented, you might as well throw me out too. So you can do as you please in peace. Please, send me away as well, I want to be with mother and grandmother. Lu Yimo burst into the room, clinging to Mrs. Lu, wailing loudly enough to nearly bring down the roof. Lu Shenxing, unable to endure any longer, shouted, Lu Yimo, be quiet. Who are you telling to be quiet? Mrs. Lu slapped her son's arm. You think you are above your own mother now? Mother, I am merely reprimanding Mo. On what grounds do you reprimand Mo? What authority do you have? If it weren't for my clever grandson, you would have disregarded your own life. You are forcing us both to perish. Mother, that was not my intention. I have no feelings for Song Mingyi, you know I wish to marry Lin Weiyan. Who is Mo's biological mother? It is best for Mo to have his birth mother caring for him as he grows. I do not want any birth mother. No, my mother is my birth mother, I merely crawled out from that woman named Lin's womb. Lu Yimo protested vehemently. Lu Yimo. Lu Shenxing's voice turned sharp, laced with warning. When have I taught you to be so disrespectful? How could you speak of your mother in such a manner? Startled, Lu Yimo shrank back. Before he could respond, Mrs. Lu erupted, what are you shouting about? Do you not regard me as your mother? What Mo said was not wrong. Yes. Lin Weiyan gave birth to Mo, but what else has she done besides pressuring you into marriage and spending money? When you fell ill, where was she? Do not say she was unaware. The second family sought to undermine your foundation, making sure everyone knew you were on your last legs. Lu Shenxing furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Mrs. Lu's tears flowed freely as she choked on her words. Lu Shenxing, do you know? Before Mingyi married into our family, Mo and I were nearly driven to despair. I was alone, with no husband and a son on the brink of death, and no one took me seriously. But Mo is different. As the legitimate heir of the Lu family, he has been a target for everyone. In just 2 short months, he faced countless brushes with death. If not for his resilience, and if we had not finally welcomed Mingyi back to revive you, when you breathed your last, it would have been the end of us both. This was not the first time Lu Shenxing had heard of these matters. After regaining consciousness, he had investigated what had transpired during his coma. Nevertheless, the narrative his mother shared, laden with emotion, struck a different chord. A wave of guilt washed over him. Mother. I am sorry, I failed to take care of you and Mo. Mrs. Lu shook her head. Do not blame yourself. They plotted with intent. And how could you have escaped? But Mingyi is your lucky star, she is your lifeline. You cannot divorce her. I implore you, for my sake as your mother. For Mo's sake, please. Lu Shenxing looked into his mother's teary eyes, his heart softening. I will consider this matter carefully. Good. Take your time and also strive to get along with Mingyi. One day, you will recognize her merits, and you will not wish for her to leave. Lu Shenxing offered a faint smile, though he did not take her words to heart. At that moment, he had not foreseen how swiftly the situation would unfold. After work, Song Mingyi returned to Shanghai. She cherished the brief week she had to bond with Lu Yimo. However, she was utterly unprepared for the sight of Lu Shenxing. "What are you doing here?" she asked, surprised. Lu Shenxing glanced at her coolly. "Why? Shouldn't I be here?" Song Mingyi quickly waved her hands. "No, no. That's not what I meant. Please, sit down for dinner." She took a seat beside Lu Shenxing, prompting Zhang Ma to serve the meal. Noticing the empty seat across from her, Song Mingyi inquired, "Where is Momo? Can we not eat if he is not here?" "Not at all." She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. Stealing a glance at Lu Shenxing, she was caught in the act. "What are you looking at?" he asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Do I have something on my face, or are you attempting to communicate through telepathy?" Song Mingyi quickly averted her gaze, focusing on her meal while internally critiquing Lu Shenxing's explosive demeanor. Suddenly, her phone chimed. Picking it up, she saw a message from Lu Yimo. "Mom, keep going." "Keep going?" she mused, momentarily puzzled. As she began to reply, Lu Shenxing's voice cut through the air. "Using your phone while eating? What happened to your manners?" On instinct, she set her phone down, feeling pressured as if back in school under the watchful eyes of her teachers. Lu Shenxing grunted softly and resumed his meal. After they finished dining, Lu Shenxing retreated upstairs to his study for a meeting. As Song Mingyi prepared to call Zhang Ma for an update, she suddenly noticed a document tossed into the trash. Retrieving it, she pieced it together, discovering it was the divorce agreement she had previously signed. Her brow furrowed in concern. Lu Shenxing returned late that night, around 11 o'clock. Upon entering his room, he found the lights still on. Song Mingyi sat on the sofa, the divorce agreement laid out on the coffee table before her. Seeing Lu Shenxing, she anxiously inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Upon hearing her words, Lu Shenxing was struck by a realization. Song Mingyi genuinely wished to divorce him. As he maneuvered his wheelchair closer, he replied calmly, "As you can see, it is temporarily impossible for us to divorce." Chapter 90, Song Mingyi, "You've been quite the player." Song Mingyi paused, realizing instantly, it was Momo. He must have told Madame Lu about their impending divorce. "Song Mingyi, let's make a deal. We'll go through with the divorce proceedings, but postpone the official announcement for a year. This will provide ample time for me to ensure a secure environment for my mother and Momo." "A year? That's a long time," Song Mingyi blurted out. During her previous treatment of Lu Shenxing's back wound, she had surreptitiously added medication to aid his recovery. However, the toxins within Lu Shenxing's body were too potent. Her brief intervention could only offer minimal relief, rendering a year an excruciatingly long duration for him. "What's the matter? Do you have a paramour, eager to divorce and elope with them? Is it Lu Yanqing? Or perhaps Su Shixiao?" Lu Shenxing's tone was frigid, his expression betraying a coldness he himself didn't recognize. "Neither," Song Mingyi responded immediately. "I'm concerned that such a prolonged period will lead to misunderstandings with your beloved. Rest assured, she is invariably magnanimous and understanding." "Oh," Song Mingyi replied, a strange sense of unease settling in her heart. She promptly shook off these peculiar thoughts. "I can't agree to this. It's not an attempt to manipulate you or extract anything, but rather, deceiving Momo in this way will cause him immense distress when he discovers the truth. Allow me to handle this. I'll speak with Momo." Lu Shenxing scrutinized Song Mingyi for a long moment before averting his gaze. "Very well, have it your way." Song Mingyi breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll assist you to the bathroom for your ablutions." "There's no need for you to trouble yourself," Lu Shenxing stated, maneuvering his wheelchair toward the bathroom. Song Mingyi didn't insist, proceeding directly to bed. Exhausted from recent events, she drifted off to sleep almost immediately. When Lu Shenxing emerged from the bathroom, Song Mingyi was already snoring softly, fast asleep. He used his arms to pull himself onto the bed, gazing at Song Mingyi's serene slumber with a sudden surge of vexation. How utterly carefree, he mused. He declines her help, and she truly relinquishes all concern. If Song Mingyi intended to employ this tactic to convince him of her indifference, Lu Shenxing conceded that he was beginning to believe it. The following day, Song Mingyi detected an icy gaze upon her. She jolted awake, her body tensing. She sat up abruptly, but sensing something amiss, she quickly retracted her hand. "Lu. Mr. Lu, good morning." Morning, Lu Shenxing replied curtly. Song Mingyi. Were you about to strike me just now? No, Song Mingyi hastily denied. I was merely stretching, doing some exercises. Mr. Lu, why are you awake so early? It's not early, your little boyfriend is already waiting for you downstairs. WH. What? Song Mingyi nearly choked on her own saliva. Little boyfriend? Where would I get a little boyfriend? One who dares to come to the Lu residence, at that. Doesn't he value his life? Where you got a little boyfriend is a question for you to answer. Song Mingyi, I never imagined you were not only capable of such things, but so brazen about it. Don't think she didn't detect the sarcasm in Lu Shenxing's tone. I'll go downstairs immediately. Song Mingyi ground her teeth. If she had actually cheated and enjoyed a young lover, so be it, but she hadn't reaped any such benefits, and she wouldn't tolerate such baseless accusations. Song Mingyi changed her clothes and stormed downstairs. There, she saw Lu Shenxing seated in the living room. Lu Shenxing and Lu Yimo were sitting at opposite ends of the sofa. Lu Shenxing was saying, "Hey, kid, address me properly. Call me stepdad. Once your Auntie E marries me, you'll be my stepson, and I'll be your stepdad. Say it once and let me hear it. If you say it nicely, I'll give you a big red envelope." Lu Yimo bristled like a cornered animal. Stepdad? Dream on. My mom would never marry you. She has my dad, she would never find me a stepdad. Lu Shenxing teased him, adult matters aren't so absolute. Besides, I'm so handsome, having me as a stepdad is like your ancestors smiling down on you. A stroke of great fortune. So, you better be a good boy and try to please me. Heh. Lu Yimo scoffed. Hey, you little brat. Lu Shenxing couldn't resist trying to grab Lu Yimo, but Lu Yimo quickly pinned him to the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lu Shenxing held. Lu Shenxing turned to Song Mingyi with a sneer. This is the man you've set your sights on? The mocking tone clearly conveyed the words weakling. He's not the man I've set my sights on. Song Mingyi took a deep breath and walked into the living room. When Lu Shenxing saw Song Mingyi, he immediately burst into tears. Auntie E, you're finally here. I was almost beaten to death by this brat. Auntie E, come with me. This stepson of yours is so violent, who knows how he'll abuse you in private. It's safer to stay with me. I'm gentle, cute, and sweet. With an extremely low danger level. The veins on Song Mingyi's forehead throbbed. Shut up. Okay, Lu Shenxing said, looking aggrieved. Song Mingyi took a deep breath and beckoned to Lu Yimo. Mo, come here. Mom, Lu Yimo released Lu Shenxing and ran to Song Mingyi. His eyes were red. And his chubby face was full of sadness. He's talking nonsense, I'm just teaching him a lesson. I know. Mo is the best boy and wouldn't hit people without a reason. Lu Yimo didn't expect Song Mingyi to believe him. He couldn't hold back his tears any longer and burst into tears, throwing himself into Song Mingyi's arms and hugging her tightly, calling out Mom over and over again. Even if Song Mingyi's heart was made of iron, it would have softened now. Auntie E, what are you hugging him for? I'm the one who got beaten. I'm the one who's being bullied. If you're going to hug someone, you should hug me. Shut your mouth. Song Mingyi glared at him. What did you call me? I. Under Song Mingyi's gaze, Lu Shenxing hesitated for a long time before reluctantly saying, Aunt. As soon as Lu Shenxing said this, everyone present was shocked. Lu Yimo also looked up. Mom, I think I heard this useless brother call you aunt. Lu Shenxing shouted, Hey, kid, watch your mouth. What do you mean useless brother? I'm not useless at all. I was just letting you win, don't think you can actually beat me. I'll beat you flat. Song Mingyi said. You want to hit my son? Lu Shenxing could only swallow his anger. I wouldn't dare. Mom, Lu Yimo tugged on Song Mingyi's sleeve and asked insistently. Why does this brother call you aunt? Song Mingyi explained, because his grandfather wants to adopt me as his daughter, so I become his aunt. Nephews can't marry their aunts. And they can't be my stepdad, right? Lu Yimo asked, very concerned about this matter. Chapter 91, Is Mr. Lu jealous? Upon seeing Song Mingyi nod, Lu Yimo's heart soared with joy. He had faith that his mother would not seek a stepfather for him. Lu Shenxing, exposed, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. You little brat, do you lack common sense? Even if there were a man to marry my aunt, he would not be your stepfather. You are already my aunt's son, with your father gone, you become a stranger. Dream on about a stepfather. Lu Yimo felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Mom, he called out Song Mingyi's name, and tears streamed down his face. Despite his constant calling, he understood he was merely born from her womb and was, in truth, her biological child. He realized that if his mother truly divorced his father, it would be exceedingly difficult to see her again. Seeing Lu Yimo cry pierced Song Mingyi's heart like acid, causing her profound pain. Don't cry, I'm here, she comforted him, embracing him. However, upon noticing Lu Shenxing watching from the sidelines, her expression darkened. Come here and apologize. What did I say wrong? Lu Shenxing retorted, displeased. Seeing Song Mingyi narrow her eyes at him, reminiscent of the time she nearly struck him, he immediately approached. Cousin, I'm sorry. I just spoke thoughtlessly. Don't take it to heart. We're all men here, we shouldn't act like girls. Lu Yimo lifted his tear-streaked face, furrowing his small brow. Cousin. That's not right. My mother is amazing and certainly not like that. If you describe her that way, it will upset her. When did I ever say that about my sister? I mean, my aunt? You're setting me up. Lu Shenxing thought of reprimanding Lu Yimo but was met with Song Mingyi's piercing gaze. Do you have something against women? No. Actually, today Grandpa asked me to deliver some money to you. He said his daughter must not appear shabby at the recognition banquet. After saying this, he swiftly left behind a bank card and dashed away. Song Mingyi was taken aback. Did she really appear that financially strained? Why did everyone insist on giving her bank cards? Mo, you wait here for a moment. Lu Yimo had many things he wished to discuss with Song Mingyi. But upon seeing Lu Shenxing, he reluctantly departed. Song Mingyi, feeling a pang of sympathy, called after Lu Yimo, in a moment, I'll take you out to play. Lu Yimo's face instantly brightened, and he left in high spirits. Once he was gone, the atmosphere in the living room turned oppressive. Under Lu Shenxing's gaze, Song Mingyi felt particularly uneasy and awkwardly said, if Mr. Lu has no further matters, I shall take my leave. She began to slip away. Stop. Lu Shenxing called out. Are you not going to explain today's events? What events? When did you become the goddaughter of old Master Lu? Just after the last press conference. When you kicked me out of the car. I mean, why would old Master Lu recognize you as his goddaughter? I saved him when he collapsed by the roadside. He probably did it out of gratitude. Why didn't you tell me? Song Mingyi looked at Lu Shenxing, perplexed. Why should I tell you? Although they could not openly discuss their impending divorce, she understood they were still meant to acquire the divorce certificate. This unspoken sentiment lingered in the air. And while Song Mingyi refrained from voicing it, Lu Shenxing grasped it fully. Logically, Song Mingyi's thoughts were sound. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lu Shenxing felt an unusual displeasure. Grinding his teeth, he said, Song Mingyi, have you forgotten? As long as we haven't obtained the divorce certificate, I am still your husband. Yes, I remember. Then let us go now. This way, Lu Shenxing wouldn't have to think too much, she thought. Song Mingyi felt quite considerate, truly. However, Lu Shenxing was anything but pleased, his face dark as coal. You're very good. His voice emerged as if squeezed through gritted teeth. Even someone as emotionally unaware as Song Mingyi could not mistake Lu Shenxing's feelings for reluctance to part. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, Mr. Lu. Are you angry? You're not jealous, are you? There's no need for that, even if we are parting, Lu Shenxing is merely my nephew. You think too much. Lu Shenxing inhaled deeply, commanding, Song Mingyi, I hope you remember that you are now the young madam of the Lu family, your every action reflects on the family. And you must inform me of anything that occurs. Understood. Song Mingyi replied, is it all right now? May I leave? Lu Shenxing waved his hand. And she departed with such urgency that it was impossible for him to pretend he hadn't noticed. Taking another deep breath, Lu Shenxing pulled out his phone and called Yanjing. Investigate Song Mingyi's prior rescue of old Master Lu, leave no stone unturned. When Song Mingyi exited the living room, Lu Yimo was waiting for her in the courtyard. Mom, did Dad give you a hard time? Lu Yimo clenched his fists, resembling a tiny warrior, ready to fight for his mother at a moment's notice. No. Song Mingyi hesitated, crouching before Lu Yimo, speaking earnestly, "Mo. I know you wish to protect me, but I want you to understand that your father loves you dearly, he will protect you and will never harm you." Will Mom hurt me? I want. But you must learn to question my words. After all, I am not your biological mother. No. Mother. I will never doubt your words, for you are my mother. As Lu Yimo spoke, his clear, innocent eyes gazed at her. Even if Song Mingyi's heart were made of stone, it would soften. Moreover, she truly cherished this child. Mo, Mom, are you really my mom? In the end, Song Mingyi couldn't harden her heart. Yes. Lu Yimo smiled brightly, radiating cuteness and joy. Just as Song Mingyi was about to say something, Xiaomin arrived. Madam. The father-in-law has arrived and is causing a ruckus in the front hall, demanding to see you. Song Hongshan is here? Song Mingyi frowned, unsure of his intentions. However, avoiding him was not an option. She turned to Lu Yimo. Mo, wait for me. I need to handle a little trouble. Do you need my help, Mom? No need. As Song Mingyi followed Xiaomin to the front hall, she found Song Hongshan pacing like an ant on a hot pan. Upon seeing her, he rushed over, grasping her hand. Mingyi, I finally found you. You haven't visited your father for so long, I've missed you terribly. Song Mingyi pulled her hand away, responding coolly. Mr. Song, have you forgotten? You severed our father-daughter relationship and even removed me from the household register. Chapter 92, The Abandoned Wife. Song Hongshan awkwardly stated. We are still father and daughter, the bond of blood cannot be severed. Mr. Song, please speak plainly, there is no need for such roundabout tactics. Then I shall speak directly. Mingyi, you must save your father. Save the Song family. Song Mingyi furrowed her brow. What is wrong with the Song family? Ever since receiving the betrothal gifts from the Lu family, the Song family has been thriving. With a sorrowful expression, Song Hongshan lamented. The Lu family has transformed the land on the western mountain into a martyr cemetery. Song Mingyi paused, realizing the implications. The land adjacent to the Song family was ideally situated, promising great prosperity once developed. However, with the Lu family's donation of that land for a martyr cemetery, the upscale community that the Song family was constructing had suddenly lost its allure, becoming a ghost town. A peculiar thought flickered in her mind. She wanted to convince herself that this was merely Lu Shenxing's personal decision, unrelated to her, yet she could not help but feel a connection. How considerate of the Lu family to establish this martyr cemetery. I shall sleep soundly at night, free from the fear of unsavory disturbances. Congratulations, Mr. Song. Your property has gained another selling point, it is bound to sell well. Song Hongshan's face twitched in disbelief, he had not anticipated such a response from Song Mingyi. Mingyi. Please do not jest. A cemetery is still a cemetery, who would want to buy a house nearby? True. If it weren't for you and Lu Shenxing donating that land to provide a home for the martyrs, it would have been a noble act indeed. Song Mingyi. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? I am merely advising Mr. Song to perform a good deed. Even if you are unwilling. There is no need to be angry, if this gets out, people might think you harbor ill will towards the martyrs. Song Mingyi. Song Hongshan was infuriated. Must you be so heartless? You are the daughter of the Song family, how can you benefit from the family's downfall? Mr. Song is mistaken. The Song family's prosperity holds no advantage for me. If the family were to collapse, I might even find it entertaining. Song Hongshan raised his hand to slap her. Swiftly, she seized his wrist. Mr. Song, it is unseemly to strike others at will. If I were to bear a scar on my face and accuse you of intentional harm, not only would you face consequences, but the Song family would be further jeopardized. After saying this, she released him. Song Hongshan staggered backward, finally steadying himself while pointing at her. Song Mingyi. You are outrageous. Even if you forget I am your father, have you no regard for your mother? Are you not afraid I might disturb her ashes, denying her peace even in death? Song Mingyi scoffed, given your actions, my mother would indeed find no peace from above. As for disturbing her ashes, it seems Mr. Song has been quite busy lately, entirely oblivious to the fact that the cemetery has changed ownership. The current owner is me. Rather than contemplating disturbing my mother's ashes, perhaps you should ponder where you will be laid to rest. The Song family lacked the resources to secure a private cemetery like the Lu family. Thus, Song Hongshan had expended considerable sums to purchase a plot in the auspicious Lingshan cemetery, claiming it would safeguard the Song family's legacy for generations. She had long sought to acquire the Lingshan cemetery upon her release, unwilling to be threatened by Song Hongshan over her mother's resting place. Just when she thought she would have to devise another plan, Lu Shenxing presented her with the contract. She understood that Lu Shenxing was expressing gratitude for her past rescue of Momo. Even though her act of saving Momo stemmed from sympathy for the two unfortunate children, she could not persist in her refusal. Song Hongshan's demeanor shifted. I have already purchased the cemetery. Even if you claim ownership, what does it matter? Can you really break the contract? Indeed, I can. Song Mingyi. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Song Mingyi directly addressed him, when will you realize that I am no longer the Song Mingyi who can be easily manipulated? A shock coursed through Song Hongshan, causing him to collapse onto the sofa. Song Mingyi smiled once more, Mr. Song, do be careful. Should you suffer any bumps or bruises, I would have to cover your medical expenses. Song Mingyi, do not be so arrogant. I can send you into the Lu family just as easily as I can pull you out. At that point, you will be an abandoned wife. And I shall see whom you can turn to. Observing the fury etched on Song Hongshan's face, Song Mingyi remained silent. He believed she was afraid. Song Mingyi, you still have a chance to reconsider. I finally understand why the once thriving Song family has declined since my mother's death. It is because the helm is in your hands, foolish, selfish, greedy, and obstinate. Such a man will never comprehend that the present Song Mingyi no longer requires anyone's support. Song Mingyi, please see Mr. Song out. Song Mingyi commanded. Xiaomin promptly approached. Mr. Song, please. Even if I have wronged you in the past, I am still your father. Why must you treat me this way? Song Hongshan protested, but was ushered away by Xiaomin seated on the sofa. Song Mingyi's expression turned pensive. Though she had severed ties with Song Hongshan, he remained her father. Mother. A small hand brushed her cheek, do not cry. Song Mingyi came back to her senses, realizing she had indeed shed tears upon seeing the glistening hand of Lu Yimo. With an apologetic smile, she replied, Momo. I am sorry for exposing you to such distressing scenes. As long as mother is here, everything is perfect. Lu Yimo embraced Song Mingyi. Mother, I will always protect you. All right. Song Mingyi's heart softened immensely as she held Lu Yimo for a moment, suddenly suggesting, Momo, let us go out and play. Mother, we can go another day. Lu Yimo, ever considerate, did not wish to impose upon Song Mingyi. Silly child, it would be foolish of me to alter my plans for someone inconsequential. Momo. Let us go. Song Mingyi lifted Lu Yimo and strode outside. Lu Yimo instinctively wrapped his arms around her neck, feeling a warmth different from that of his father, yet equally comforting. How wonderful it was to have his mother back. Lu Yimo's laughter rang out, bright and clear. Aunt Zhang remarked. I have never seen the young master this happy. Is he truly so joyful with Song Mingyi? Lu Shenxing maneuvered his wheelchair into view. Young master. Aunt Zhang lowered her head immediately. Lu Shenxing replied, you have yet to answer my question. Aunt Zhang affirmed, yes, the young master is very happy. Lu Shenxing withdrew his gaze, saying nothing further as he departed. Chapter 93, Protecting Lu Yimo Yanjing. This concludes today's itinerary. If President Lu has no further inquiries, I shall return to my duties. Wait a moment. Lu Shenxing called out to Yanjing, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. A wave of anxiety washed over Yanjing. The last time Lu Shenxing had deliberated so intensely was when he assumed control of the Lu group, only to be schemed against by the second branch. Whatever the matter at hand, it must be significant. Rumors had circulated about banks facing liquidity issues, indicating some loans needed to be recovered promptly. Yanjing paused, momentarily perplexed by Lu Shenxing's interest in such trivialities. Suddenly, a realization struck him. prompting him to bow slightly and respond, "You are correct, President Lu. We must pay close attention to poorly performing enterprises, otherwise the loss of such considerable funds would be detrimental." Lu Shenxing nodded in satisfaction. "Proceed with your tasks." Yan Jing hurriedly departed. Yet a question lingered in his mind: had Lu Shenxing truly remained indifferent to Song Mingyi? If so, why would he concern himself with these insignificant matters? Meanwhile, Song Mingyi took Lu Yimo to an amusement park. She treated him to balloons, glowing bunny ears, cotton candy, and accompanied him on the carousel, the Ferris wheel, the pirate ship, and bumper cars. They captured numerous photographs, each showcasing Lu Yimo's radiant smile. Eventually, they arrived at the shooting range. As Song Mingyi approached the shooting area with Lu Yimo, they encountered one of Lu Yimo's classmates. The secret of Lu Yimo being the young prince of the Lu family was well guarded in his kindergarten. No one was aware of his formidable background, perceiving him merely as a child from a modest single-parent family, leading to some ostracism. The boy they met, a chubby fellow, was the ringleader of this exclusion. Upon recognizing Lu Yimo, the chubby boy sneered, "Lu Yimo, what are you doing here? How does a child like you, unwanted by your mother, even have the right to be present?" Lu Yimo clenched his fists, fury etched on his face. "Who says my mother doesn't want me? She has returned." Returned? Did she bring a stepfather along? If she did, you'd better ingratiate yourself with him, otherwise, he might throw you out and you'd end up a beggar on the streets. You're talking nonsense. Zhang Xiaofeng, if you insult my mother again, I won't hold back. Hold back? Show me what holding back looks like. Zhang Xiaofeng advanced to shove Lu Yimo. Just then, Song Mingyi returned from buying drinks, immediately shielding Lu Yimo behind her and furrowing her brows at the round-faced bully. "Whose child are you? To bully my Yimo like this? What's it to you if I bully Lu Yimo? His own mother doesn't want him. If I don't pick on him, who should I pick on?" Zhang Xiaofeng retorted arrogantly. Song Mingyi could no longer tolerate it. "Who says Yimo has no mother? I am his mother. Yimo. Call me Mom." Lu Yimo's eyes sparkled as he shouted, "Mom." "Good boy." Song Mingyi pinched Lu Yimo's cheek. Zhang Xiaofeng scoffed, "That's fake. You must have hired Lu Yimo to pretend." "Lu Yimo, you're so cunning. Using such tricks, I'll tell our classmates tomorrow and let them laugh at you." "You." Lu Yimo's face flushed with anger as he glared at Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng wore a smug expression. As Song Mingyi attempted to intervene, she said, "Let Yimo deal with his rumors. After all, they're merely the ramblings of a defeated foe, much like a dog barking." "You're the dog barking. Your whole family is barking." Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly realized, when have I ever been your defeated foe? Immediately, Song Mingyi shot a glance at Zhang Xiaofeng. "You enjoy shooting, don't you? How about a contest?" With that, she picked up a toy gun and fired, bursting a balloon with a resounding pop. Zhang Xiaofeng burst into laughter. "The balloons are so numerous on the board that even with your eyes closed, you could hit them. How dare you challenge me with such poor skills? Dare you? Whoever is afraid is a coward." Their method of competition was straightforward, using toy guns to shoot balloons, alternating turns until all the balloons were popped, with the player who popped the most winning the round. Zhang Xiaofeng soon regretted his challenge. He competed against Song Mingyi 10 times and lost every single match. When it was Song Mingyi's turn to shoot first, Zhang Xiaofeng didn't even get a chance. "Kid, I told you that you are the defeated foe," Song Mingyi taunted. Zhang Xiaofeng's expression darkened, and he quickly shouted, "You're bullying me. You, a grown-up, are competing against a child in shooting. Winning like this is dishonorable. What would you consider honorable? Blindfold yourself and shoot." Zhang Xiaofeng believed he had devised a brilliant strategy and proclaimed, "Yes, blindfold yourself. If you can win, I'll apologize to Lu Yimo, otherwise, I'll continue leading the charge against him." "Fine." Song Mingyi readily agreed. She blindfolded herself with a black cloth. "Will you shoot first, or shall I?" "I will." Zhang Xiaofeng performed poorly, hitting 10 balloons before missing. Initially disheartened, he quickly regained confidence upon seeing Song Mingyi blindfolded. "This time you'll lose, and your son will have to bark like a dog." Without uttering a word, Song Mingyi casually raised her hand, swiftly popping every balloon on the board. Lu Yimo clapped beside her, Mom is amazing. However, Zhang Xiaofeng's earlier bravado quickly faded into despair. This round was just as disastrous as the last, he lost miserably again. Apologize. Song Mingyi set down the gun, removed her blindfold, and firmly demanded. I refuse. Zhang Xiaofeng protested, I want to apologize. You, an adult, are bullying me, a child. If you do not apologize, I will inform your classmates that you, Zhang Xiaofeng, are a fickle and dishonest person. At this, Zhang Xiaofeng burst into tears, Mom. I'm being bullied. Who dares to bully my son? A flamboyantly dressed, plump woman stormed over, exuding fury. It was your son who insulted mine. He promised to apologize but went back on his word. Song Mingyi replied. And what if I don't count? What are you going to do about it? Your Lu Yimo is just an unwanted child. She added, making a face. Despite her youth, the child was utterly insufferable. The plump woman expressed no remorse for her child's behavior, instead wholeheartedly endorsing it. Son, you should scold that unwanted little wildling. Suddenly, a cup of cola splashed over the woman, eliciting a high-pitched shriek. You dare to pour water on me? Have you lost your mind? The woman glared with fury, as if she wanted to pounce on Song Mingyi. Song Mingyi tossed the empty cup aside, coolly stating, with a mouth so foul, it ought to be thoroughly washed. No need to thank me. Chapter 94, Reduced to a beggar. The stout woman erupted in fury, exclaiming, You wretched creature, I shall not let this go. With a furious roar, she charged forward, only to be swiftly kicked out. She fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. The little boy, terrified, screamed, Daddy. Come quickly. They are going to kill Mommy and me. Before long, a burly man adorned with a heavy gold chain and tattoos on his arms rushed over, his voice booming. Who dares to bully my son and wife? The little boy pointed at Song Mingyi and Lu Yimo, crying, It's them. This motherless little brat brought a woman to bully me first, then she turned on my mother and kicked her. The tattooed man, grinning menacingly, turned in the direction indicated by his son. Upon seeing Song Mingyi, his eyes sparkled with astonishment, and his anger dissipated. You are the one who bullied my wife and son? He questioned. I kicked him, but she deserved it, Song Mingyi retorted. The tattooed man smirked, Oh. A feisty little girl, are we? Well, considering your youth and that this is your first offense, if you plead for mercy nicely, I might let you off. As he spoke, he reached out to touch Song Mingyi's hand. In response, she lifted her leg and kicked him. He fell to the ground with a thud, sliding back several feet before crashing against a pillar. Honey! The stout woman cried out, rushing to his side, Are you all right? Where does it hurt? The tattooed man opened his mouth and spat out blood. The stout woman, horrified, was left in shock, while Zhang Xiaofeng began to wail, My daddy is dead. Lu Yimo. Your mother has killed my daddy. The commotion soon attracted the attention of security. What is going on? Who is causing a disturbance in the amusement park? It's me. Xiao Sen, the security captain exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock upon recognizing the man. Manager Zhang, what happened? The tattooed man struggled to speak, This little wretch hit me. I'm bleeding. I will ensure she pays dearly for this. Furious, the security guard demanded, What? Who dares to lay a hand on my brother Zhang and injure him like this? Mommy, Lu Yimo nestled closer to Song Mingyi. She comforted him, Don't be afraid. Mommy is here. I'm not scared, I just want to let Mommy know that I am here too. I can protect her. Seeing the earnest expression on Lu Yimo's face, Song Mingyi couldn't help but smile and gently replied, All right. After the security captain helped the tattooed man to sit, he turned to Song Mingyi with a fierce demeanor, So. You are the one who hurt my brother Zhang? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance, hurry and kneel to beg for forgiveness. Or you will be the one to suffer. Zhang Xiaofeng glared at Lu Yimo with venomous hatred, Lu Yimo, your mother has hurt my father, she is finished. She will never find work in Haicheng again and will be reduced to a beggar, and you too will be nothing but a little beggar. The stout woman chimed in. Well said. Let us see who dares to help you. Helping you means going against my husband and the Lu group. Both Song Mingyi and Lu Yimo were taken aback. The Lu group? With a cold smile, the stout woman replied, Indeed, my husband is the general manager of the Lu group. Now, are you scared? Her chin was raised defiantly. It was no wonder she felt so triumphant, the mere mention of the Lu group carried significant weight. To put it plainly, if a child from a family could secure a position at the Lu group, even as a mere clerk, it would be a source of pride among friends and relatives. Achieving the position of general manager would be nothing short of a monumental success. Having worked at the Lu group for some time, Song Mingyi felt puzzled. Is this person truly the general manager? Lu Yimo shook his head, I don't remember. Despite his youth, he recognized the senior executives at the Lu group and could not recall this individual. Are you afraid now? If you are, hurry and kneel down to beg for mercy. If you slap yourself a few times to please me, perhaps I will let you and this little bastard off. Song Mingyi narrowed her eyes, what? Did you not wash your mouth out properly? Do you need another round? The stout woman instinctively took a couple of steps back, infuriated to realize that she had been intimidated by Song Mingyi. How dare you? She shouted to her husband, look at her. The tattooed man, equally enraged, declared. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Just wait, I'm calling for backup. He swiftly made the call, glaring at Song Mingyi with hostility. Once I bring my people here, it won't matter if you kneel and call me grandpa. The lead security guard shook his head, lamenting, you are so young. Yet you speak and act so impulsively. What a predicament you have created for yourself. In their minds, they believed Song Mingyi was as good as finished. Lu Yimo tugged at Song Mingyi's sleeve, whispering, Mommy, don't be afraid, I've already called Daddy. No need, Song Mingyi quickly waved her hand. This little matter I can handle myself. Indeed, this was trivial for her. She had faced tougher situations before, and more importantly, she did not want to appear overly reliant on Lu Shenxing for support. Then I'll tell Daddy not to come, I'll call my cousin. Yes. Cousin refers to Lu Shenxing. Compared to her stepfather, Lu Yimo believed that keeping his cousin's identity secure was more prudent. As he spoke, he activated his phone watch, Daddy. Don't come, I've called someone else to rescue us. Song Mingyi was taken aback by Lu Yimo's swift actions, incredulously asking, Mo, did you call? Yes. I dialed an emergency number, once it rings, it will connect. Song Mingyi. Well, could she blame her adorable Mo? Of course not. She could only lament her failure to articulate clearly. Seeing Song Mingyi silent, Lu Yimo grew anxious, Mommy, did I do something wrong? No. Mo did very well. I was just contemplating how to handle this situation. Clearly, this family was unwilling to relent. Were she in their shoes? Not even double the number of opponents could have kept her there. However, she was currently with Lu Yimo, and she did not want him to be harmed. Not even a little. Just as she pondered whether to call Lu Shenxing or Xiao Wu, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Lu Shenxing. Steeling herself, Song Mingyi answered, Hello, Mr. Lu. You've gotten into trouble with Mo outside? Yes, there was a minor conflict. At that moment, Song Mingyi felt as though she had returned to elementary school, being interrogated by her teacher for misbehavior. Chapter 95, Fear and Anticipation. Lu Shenxing promptly hung up the phone. Lu Yimo inquired, Mom, what did Dad say? Song Mingyi replied, he told us to wait. Alright, since Dad insists on coming, we shall wait. Lu Yimo expressed a hint of displeasure. The plump woman, having witnessed Song Mingyi whispering to Lu Yimo, could no longer contain her frustration and shouted, You little wretch. What are you still doing here? Kneel down. Do you need me to arrange for someone to teach you how to do that? As the woman's words fell, she signaled to the leading security guard. Immediately, 2 guards approached, evidently intending to use force against Song Mingyi. Unmoved, Song Mingyi swiftly incapacitated the guards. The lead guard scoffed. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so tough, then I shall have a go. He gestured for his remaining subordinates to charge forward. Song Mingyi furrowed her brow, feeling exasperated. The arrogance of those who wield a modicum of power without understanding their own limitations was particularly irksome. They were consistently foolish and conceited. As she lifted Lu Yimo, preparing to take action, a sudden influx of individuals surrounded them, leaving everyone astonished. Confused glances were exchanged as the unexpected bodyguards emerged. Before long, Yanjing entered the scene. The tattooed man's eyes lit up upon seeing Yan Jing, and he hurried over, exclaiming, "Secretary Yan, what brings you here? I feel so embarrassed that such a trivial matter has drawn your attention." Though he feigned embarrassment, his face was flush with excitement. His demeanor akin to a dog wagging its tail in glee. The plump woman, brimming with pride, declared, "Did you see? Secretary Yan has arrived, now you must be afraid." It was then that Song Mingyi gleaned the tattooed man's background. He was a distant relative of the second wife's, Yang Chunhua. Although the second family had been ousted from the Lu group after their failed coup, their connections were still intricate, and there were bound to be stragglers. Yet, this tattooed man was not the general manager of the Lu group, he merely managed a nondescript subsidiary, so insignificant that it had been virtually forgotten. No one anticipated that the manager of such a minor company would dare to misuse the Lu family's reputation to bully Song Mingyi and Lu Yimo. Song Mingyi felt utterly speechless. She sincerely remarked, "It is indeed time to be afraid. However, that person is not me." Unfortunately. The plump woman failed to comprehend her words and laughed triumphantly, saying, "Now you're scared? Too late. You dared to offend me, this time I will make you pay dearly." Her eyes gleamed with derision, as if she could almost envision Song Mingyi's downfall. Meanwhile, the tattooed man was elated, nearly beside himself with joy. He had not anticipated that not only Secretary Yan had come but also Lu Shenxing. Though he claimed to be the general manager of the Lu group and had some connection to the second family. This was his first opportunity to see Lu Shenxing up close. His mind raced with the thought that Lu Shenxing had come personally to support him. He smiled broadly and said, "Mr. Lu, I truly appreciate your presence today, such a trivial matter should not have troubled you. This troublesome woman and that little wretch can be dealt with easily, there is no need for you to intervene personally." At last, Lu Shenxing turned his gaze toward the tattooed man, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "I never expected you to possess a modicum of mercy." The irony of his statement was lost on the tattooed man, who was too intoxicated with joy to notice. Waving his hand, he grinned, "I'm flattered, Mr. Lu. You are my role model." A series of sycophantic praises followed. Yan Jing regarded the tattooed man with an expression akin to observing a grand farce. Lu Shenxing ignored him and maneuvered his wheelchair toward Song Mingyi. The tattooed man, surprised, interjected, "Mr. Lu, she is merely a thoughtless woman without any brains. I can handle her with a few words, there's no need for you to get involved." Believing Lu Shenxing had come to his aid, the tattooed man smiled obsequiously. Yan Jing, unable to contain himself, muttered a curse, "Fool." The tattooed man retorted, "Secretary Yan, what did I do wrong to deserve such a scolding?" Before he could finish, he heard Lu Shenxing command, "Are you not coming over? Do you expect me to invite you?" The tattooed man then witnessed the little wretch obediently approach Lu Shenxing. Bowing his head, "Dad. Dad?" A wave of disbelief washed over him. He needed confirmation from Yan Jing's eyes, only to find sympathy reflected back at him. Then, the tattooed man saw Song Mingyi approach, addressing Lu Shenxing as Mr. Lu. Secretary Yan courteously greeted, "Young master, young madam." Realization dawned upon him, the little wretch he had so contemptuously referred to as Lu Shenxing's son, the young prince of the Lu family. The young woman he had eyed with inappropriate intentions was Lu Shenxing's wife. In that moment, terror seized him, he collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way. And soon a puddle of yellow liquid pooled beneath him, filling the air with a foul stench. The tattooed man was utterly terrified. Even the plump woman, oblivious to her own limitations, recognized the gravity of the situation and also fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaofeng, though young, sensed something was amiss with his parents' reactions. But he could not fully comprehend the unfolding drama. Lu Yimo approached Zhang Xiaofeng earnestly, saying, "Zhang Xiaofeng, did you see? I am not a wretch. I have a father and a mother." "Why yes, I see," he stammered. "Now apologize, my mother defeated you earlier, and you promised to apologize but went back on your word." "I formally demand an apology." The tattooed man, unable to hold back any longer, lunged at his son, gripping his neck and shouting, "Apologize. You must apologize. How can you speak so casually?" He continued, forcing a smile toward Lu Shenxing. "Mr. Lu, I will make my son apologize immediately. Apologize, quickly." Zhang Xiaofeng had never been treated this way by his father and burst into tears. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you." Nor should I have bullied you with my classmates. I was wrong. I hear your apology, but I do not forgive you, Lu Yimo stated gravely. He would not pardon Zhang Xiaofeng. Forgiving an abuser simply because they cried was an act of folly. Moreover, Zhang Xiaofeng's parents had just threatened his mother. With that thought, Lu Yimo felt even less inclined to forgive him. After he finished speaking, he returned to Lu Shenxing, his small face serious. Father. This is the first and last time. Chapter 96, The Turbulent Heartbeat. My mother, I can protect myself. The tender eyes of the little one clearly conveyed this sentiment. Lu Shenxing coldly regarded the small figure before him, his imposing presence emanating without restraint. Lu Yimo's face turned pale. His frail body swaying as if on the brink of collapse, yet his expression grew more resolute as he enunciated, "This is the last time." After a moment, Lu Shenxing suddenly smiled, "Indeed, you are my son." The aura surrounding Lu Shenxing was forged through years of high status, a pressure that would have long overwhelmed an adult. Yet, Lu Yimo held firm, defiantly lifting his small head without flinching for even a moment. With a huff, Lu Yimo declared, "I excel because I am my mother's son." As he spoke, a shadow crossed his youthful features. Deep down, he understood that he was not born of his mother. In the next instant, however, Lu Yimo rallied his spirits. It was of little consequence, he had been too small at birth to choose his mother. Now, however, he was growing up. And surely he would be able to determine who his mother was in the future. Lu Shenxing disregarded Lu Yimo, turning his attention to Song Mingyi, who was feigning indifference nearby. "What are you still dawdling for? Come here." "Oh." Song Mingyi approached, steeling herself to call him Mr. Lu. "Let us go." Lu Shenxing's face remained stern, his tone heavy, as he maneuvered his wheelchair to turn. Song Mingyi took Lu Yimo's hand and followed behind. Seeing Song Mingyi silent, Lu Yimo assumed she was frightened and softly reassured her, "Mom, don't be scared. Dad wouldn't dare to do anything to you. I will be in charge of the Lu family from now on." Song Mingyi wished to clarify that she was not afraid, but rather feeling guilty. It was akin to the sensation of being called to school after a fight, although she hadn't had to do so since her mother passed away. It wasn't that she had never erred, but rather that she had no parents left to be called. People often said that having a stepmother meant having a stepfather. And the same logic applied to her family. On their way back, Lu Yimo intended to sit beside her but was taken to another vehicle by Yan Zheng. Inside the Bugatti Veyron, Song Mingyi sat beside Lu Shenxing, who was engrossed in paperwork, the only sound in the car being the scratching of pen against paper. Eventually, Song Mingyi broke the silence. "Mr. Lu, I was wrong today." "Oh? In what way were you mistaken?" Lu Shenxing's tone was low, yet it brimmed with pressure. Song Mingyi replied softly, "I was wrong to bring Yimo along for mischief." Lu Yimo was the young prince of the Lu family, perhaps even Lu Shenxing's only child. His status precious. The small ruffians they encountered today were inconsequential, yet the world held its uncertainties. She could not bear the weight of those uncertainties, nor could Lu Shenxing. "Do you believe this is your fault?" Lu Shenxing's brow furrowed, his tone growing heavier. Song Mingyi found herself at a loss. What else could it be? She reflected, wondering if her demeanor was insincere, leading Lu Shenxing to misinterpret her lack of genuine contrition. With a face full of regret, she implored, "Mr. Lu." Silence, Lu Shenxing interrupted, observing the confusion in her eyes, unable to restrain himself. "Fool." As he spoke, he playfully flicked her forehead. Song Mingyi covered her head, utterly bewildered. It was one thing to criticize her, but why resort to personal attacks? What was the point of being rude? Lu Shenxing remarked, still refusing to acknowledge her foolishness. "If you had taken a bodyguard with you today, this incident would never have transpired. The Lu family's bodyguards were elite. Even 100 such ruffians would not be able to approach. I concede that I was reckless in this regard." She had grown accustomed to her freedom. Yet the conflict arose because that child had insulted Yimo, calling him a wild child without a mother. This was no trivial matter, it was bullying from his peers. Song Mingyi's voice grew somber. Bullying, just hearing the term made her feel as if she were bleeding. She had experienced it herself after losing her mother. And now Lu Yimo, whose status was infinitely more precious, was enduring it as well. Lu Shenxing was taken aback by the weight of her words. Yet he could discern the truth in her expression. He suddenly leaned towards her, his voice laced with both gratitude and apology. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I have been negligent towards Yimo. It will not happen again. Song Mingyi was momentarily speechless. She had not anticipated Lu Shenxing would lower himself to apologize or acknowledge his oversight. In that instant, she realized her earlier misjudgment. Lu Shenxing, despite his lofty status and inherent pride, was also a father, one who genuinely cherished his child and was willing to yield for him. Oh, very well. For reasons unknown, Song Mingyi felt her heartbeat become erratic. Lu Shenxing smiled briefly, raising his gaze to meet hers. My previous proposal still stands. I hope you will consider it carefully. After a pause, he added, Song Mingyi, I will not treat you unfairly. When Lu Shenxing claimed he would not treat her unjustly, Song Mingyi believed him. Though many spoke of Lu Shenxing's ruthless methods, and she had once shared that sentiment, spending time with him revealed that, no matter how severe his tactics, he never mistreated those close to him. Yet, her tumultuous heartbeat returned to its prior state. Trusting a man was an act of folly, one that often extracted a great price. Song Mingyi had been foolish before and was unwilling to repeat that mistake. Very well. I will consider it carefully. Song Mingyi smiled in agreement, then added, I would like Mr. Lu to understand that even if our marriage ends, Yimo will always remain my child. As long as he wishes to be. She paused, reflecting, I believe my two little treasures would love Yimo. It had been over a month since her release from prison. Since learning of her second child's disappearance, she had dispatched countless individuals in search of them, yet they remained elusive, as if they had never existed. The thought of her 2-week-old second child going missing made her heart feel as though it were being plunged into boiling oil. She was determined to find her lost child, no matter the cost. Lu Shenxing waited a moment before inquiring, What are you thinking? Nothing. She recalled Lu Shenxing's fury upon learning of her past relationships and children. She wished to avoid that topic. Lu Shenxing regarded her smiling face, his brow slightly furrowing, yet he ultimately chose not to press further. Where do you intend to go? Chapter 97, Lu Yimo, you are unworthy of my mother. 20 minutes later, the Bugatti Veyron came to a gentle halt. As she alighted from the vehicle, Lu Yimo emerged from another car. Mom! He exclaimed, rushing into her embrace, visibly agitated. How are you? Did Dad hurt you? Did he mistreat you? Lu Yimo cast a wary glance at Lu Shenxing, his expression suggesting that he viewed Lu Shenxing as a potential abuser. His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of passers-by, their gazes laden with meaning as they turned to observe Lu Shenxing. The veins in Lu Shenxing's temple throbbed in response. It was clear, this was a matter of debt collection. However, the crowd was too large. And the moment to deal with this little brat was not right, so he simply rolled up the window and ordered, Let's go. Seeing Lu Shenxing leaving, Lu Yimo's spirits lifted. His father, who was competing for his mother's affection, had finally departed. You, Song Mingyi said, playfully patting Lu Yimo's little head, such a rascal. Lu Yimo made a couple of playful sounds, tilting his adorable face upward to ask, Mom, where are we going? To have noodles, at a very delicious place, alright? Okay. Lu Yimo obediently agreed, slipping his tiny hand into Song Mingyi's palm. The noodle shop she chose was modest, not particularly well located, yet it exuded a warm and clean ambience. At this early hour, the shop was not crowded. Upon noticing Song Mingyi, the proprietress greeted her with a smile. Xiaoyi, here for noodles? Is this your son? Yes. Lu Yimo beamed, sweetly addressing her, Hello, Grandma. The proprietress was delighted. What a good child. Xiaoyi, just wait until he grows up. You'll be in for a treat. Indeed, we'll be relying on our little MOMO's fortune in the future. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the proprietress inquired. Same as before? Yes, 1 large beef noodle and 1 small. Coming right up. The proprietress swiftly brought a plate of crispy meat. My husband heard you brought your son for noodles and insisted I send this over. It's freshly made, you must try it. Thank you, Auntie. Don't mention it. The proprietress quickly returned to her duties. Song Mingyi handed Lu Yimo a pair of chopsticks. Try this, it's really delicious. Lu Yimo tentatively picked up a piece of crispy meat. After a cautious bite, he quickly devoured it, exclaiming, So good. Does Mommy often come here to eat? Yes. Ever since I was in school, I've come here every week for beef noodles and crispy meat. What she didn't mention was that, back then, as a young girl, it was the highlight of her week. Sadly, despite being the daughter of the Song family, after her mother's passing, the warmth she experienced came solely from outsiders. Before long, the beef noodles arrived, one large and one small. Lu Yimo gazed at his small bowl unhappily, asserting, "Mom, I'll soon be able to eat a big bowl, grow tall, and protect you." "All right." Song Mingyi looked at Lu Yimo, her eyes filled with affection. "I'm waiting for Momo to protect me, eat up." Lu Yimo took a large mouthful of noodles, and his eyes sparkled with delight. "Mom, it's so delicious." "Then eat more." Lu Yimo nodded, and soon his bowl was nearly empty, save for the broth. Alarmed, Song Mingyi gently massaged his back to aid digestion. "Mo. You can't eat so much in the future, you might get indigestion, understand? But I want to eat more, so I can grow faster, Mommy. I want to protect you soon." "I know." Song Mingyi smiled, "You might not realize how happy it makes me to hear you say that. However, because you need to grow up and protect me, you mustn't harm yourself, just like the principle of not pulling up seedlings to help them grow." Lu Yimo nodded. "Mom, I understand. I want to do that again." Mo, you're so good." Song Mingyi cherished this child immensely. Lu Yimo beamed with joy. Even though Song Mingyi never hesitated to praise him, he still felt a thrill each time he heard her words. Before long, however, his smile faded. "No. I'm not good. Mommy, I'm not a good child, please don't like me anymore." As he spoke, his eyes reddened, threatening to spill tears. Mo. Why do you say that?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Yimo confessed, "Because I know Mommy wants to divorce Daddy. I know you're unhappy in the Lu family. But I love you, and I can't bear to let you go, so I selfishly brought the divorce agreement to Grandma." "I'm sorry, Mommy, you can hit me." Lu Yimo shut his eyes, his small body trembling uncontrollably. Seeing his pitiful appearance, even the greatest anger would dissipate within Song Mingyi. Let alone the fact that she had never truly blamed him. "Silly child, how could I bear to hit you? Besides, you haven't done anything wrong." "Really?" Song Mingyi genuinely believed Lu Yimo was innocent. He was merely a 5-year-old boy who loved her and wished to keep her as his mother. He should not be reproached by anyone. "Mommy, you should divorce Dad. I will help you with Grandma." Lu Yimo held Song Mingyi's hand, his bright, dark eyes locking onto hers. "Mommy, I hope you're happy." Unable to contain herself any longer, Song Mingyi embraced Lu Yimo tightly. "Thank you." She was profoundly grateful to Lu Yimo for loving her with such a sincere heart. When Lu Shenxing returned home after finishing his work, he found the master bedroom bustling with activity. Lu Yimo was diligently packing a suitcase. Song Mingyi stood nearby, attempting to dissuade him. Mo. You don't need to take all this." "I do." Lu Yimo was resolute. "Mom, don't worry, I'll have Dad deduct the costs from my allowance. Just consider this a gift from me to you, alright?" Lu Yimo gazed at Song Mingyi with pleading eyes. "Mommy, you wouldn't refuse my gift, would you?" His expression was utterly pitiful. With no heart to refuse, Song Mingyi relented, "Then thank you, Mo. Lu Yimo's face lit up with joy as he energetically continued to move items, as if he wished to clear the entire room. Lu Shenxing furrowed his brow. "What are you two doing?" Surprised to see Lu Shenxing, Song Mingyi had anticipated his return, as Yanjing had mentioned he wouldn't be back tonight. Before she could speak, Lu Yimo declared, "I'm helping Mommy pack. I've made up my mind, I want you and Mommy to get a divorce." Lu Yimo closed the already packed suitcase, placing his hands on his hips. "I've thought it through, my mom is so wonderful. A person like Dad, who lacks taste, is unworthy of her. I can't bear to see my mother suffer such indignities, so I've decided to take her place and divorce you." Chapter 98, Successfully Capturing His Attention. Lu Shenxing squinted his eyes and coldly remarked, "It is all my fault, I have been too indulgent with you. Which has led you to be so audacious." Lu Yimo, frightened, instinctively shrank back but persisted, "You are threatening me again, this indicates a tendency towards violence. My mother is truly unfortunate to be with you." Father, you should proactively divorce my mother, otherwise, do not blame me for seeking Uncle Wang Chuan to recommend a lawyer. Lu Shenxing let out a cold laugh and, like picking up a small chick, yanked him closer. Now, say that again. Lu Yimo gazed at his father's stormy expression. Fell silent for a moment, and then burst into tears. Mom, please help me. Dad wants to hit me. Song Mingyi hurried over and embraced Lu Yimo. Casting an annoyed glance at Lu Shenxing, Mr. Lu, Yimo is still just a child, how can you treat him so harshly? Lu Shenxing retorted. Did you not hear the outrageous things this boy has said? I did. Do you believe his words are acceptable? They are not. Song Mingyi, ever gracious, looked at Lu Yimo earnestly. Yimo, listen to your mother, you must not speak like that anymore. You are still a child. And being so direct will only bring you trouble. Is it truly that speaking so boldly will lead to misfortune? It is evident he should not utter such words. A child, daring to meddle in his marriage? Is that not an invitation for punishment? Lu Yimo replied, Mom, I understand. I won't speak like that again. Mother. I have arranged for a house in Taiyingziyuan. This is my gift for you on your birthday. May I give it to you? No, it is your gift. How can you give it to me? However, if you wish, I will move in there first. I wish, of course. Lu Yimo exclaimed. Can I live with you from now on? Certainly. Lu Yimo instantly brightened, then I will have someone prepare my belongings. With excitement, Lu Yimo went off to make arrangements. Song Mingyi said, I shall also tidy up my things, and she left as well. Lu Shenxing was left alone in the room. Staring at the luggage strewn on the floor and the emptiness around him, a mix of anger and amusement swelling within him. Very well. Song Mingyi has successfully captured my attention. The following morning, early at the main residence, someone came to invite them for breakfast. Song Mingyi was taken aback. According to Lu family customs, breakfast was only served on the 1st and 15th of each month or during significant family events. She glanced at Lu Shenxing, who said, We shall go there immediately. Pushing Lu Shenxing along, she, along with Mrs. Lu and Lu Yimo, made their way to the main residence. As they stepped into the courtyard, they heard cries. I am Lu Shenxing's second aunt. Even if there have been some oversights on my part, he would not resort to violence against my family, would he? If he merely punished my nephew, that would be one thing, but he has imprisoned him and sought severe repercussions. This could ruin my nephew's family. How shall I return to my family after this? Song Mingyi recognized this was about the incident at the amusement park yesterday. She had learned that Yang Chuanhua's connection to the other party was distant. And her outburst today was likely not just for their sake but to gain the sympathy of old Master Lu. Suddenly, her hand was grasped. Lu Shenxing whispered. Do not worry. Song Mingyi was taken aback. She had not expected Lu Shenxing to be concerned about her fears. It had been a long time since anyone had shown her such consideration, and the feeling was refreshingly novel. Yes, I will explain everything to Grandpa. Yimo. Before she could finish, Lu Yimo dashed into the living room. Lu Yimo shouted, Second aunt is lying. She is protecting the bad guys. Yang Chunhua frowned as she saw Lu Yimo burst forth, Yimo, what nonsense are you spouting? How am I protecting bad people? Sister-in-law, Shenxing. Who taught Yimo to disrespect his elders? Song Mingyi retorted, Second aunt has quite a way with words, accusing Yimo of disrespect without even caring to understand what he said. Yang Chunhua, having suffered humiliation the last time she was on Song Mingyi's side, now felt old grievances bubble to the surface. Are you mocking me, Song Mingyi? No wonder you come from a humble background, you are so ill-mannered and unaware of propriety. Second aunt. If you have come to the old residence today merely to slander me before Grandpa, then I shall endure it. Song Mingyi, you. Yang Chunhua, furious, lunged to slap her. Mrs. Lu intervened, Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Since when did our Lu family allow juniors to be silenced? Enough. I am still alive, do not disregard my presence. Old Master Lu struck the ground with his cane, his voice laced with fury. Everyone hastily bowed their heads, murmuring apologies. Old Master Lu snorted, then turned to Lu Yimo. His face breaking into a smile, Yimo, come here. Great-grandfather. Lu Yimo obediently embraced Old Master Lu, I missed you so much. Did you miss me? Old Master Lu gazed at Lu Yimo's cherubic face, feeling his heart melt. Of course, I missed our Yimo. Then, would great-grandfather like to hear me speak? Of course. Yesterday, my mother took me to the amusement park. We played many rides, and she bought me cotton candy, which was so sweet. I thought of bringing some back for great-grandfather. As Lu Yimo spoke, he produced a tiny piece of cotton candy, a miniature version sold at the amusement park. Our Yimo is truly wonderful. Old Master Lu beamed with delight. At his age and status, he had seen everything, yet what brought him happiness was the thoughtfulness behind a simple gesture. This cotton candy was a sweet offering that touched Old Master Lu's heart. Yang Chunhua scoffed quietly, sister-in-law truly knows how to raise a child, at such a young age. He is already a little sycophant. You. Mrs. Lu glared at Yang Chunhua, furious. Second aunt, what did you say? Song Mingyi raised her voice deliberately. Did you call Yimo a sycophant? How could you say that about him? She feigned sorrow. Yimo just wants to show filial piety to his great-grandfather. Old Master Lu overheard and immediately darkened his expression. If you cannot speak properly, then be quiet. Yang Chunhua dared not utter another word. Lu Yimo continued, is great-grandfather upset? I know, just like yesterday, when my mother took me to play, I was very happy. Then I ran into a classmate who called me a child without a mother. A little wildling, and I felt very sad. Chapter 99, MO's complaint. What? Your classmate actually dared to insult you like that. Grandfather Lu was furious. Lu Yimo replied. Great-grandfather, please don't be angry. I'm not upset anymore because mother has already taught them a lesson. However, I must admit that mother was also at fault in this matter. When she saw so many security guards summoned and none of them left, she was too focused on protecting me and disregarded her own safety. With a sigh, Lu Yimo's small face was filled with trepidation. Great-grandfather, you don't know. If it weren't for mother's agility yesterday, we might not have returned safely to see you. He then turned to Yang Chunhua, saying, Second grandmother. I must thank your nephew for bringing such inexperienced people. Otherwise, mother and I might not have made it back. However, he should be more cautious. He is not the general manager of the Lu Group, but merely the manager of a subsidiary. When out in public, it is better to clarify this to avoid misunderstandings. Don't you think so, great-grandfather? As he spoke, he presented a radiant smile. Grandfather Lu gently patted Lu Yimo's head and said with a smile, Yes. You are absolutely right. My little Momo has grown up and is quite sensible. Come, let us go eat with great-grandfather. You all come too. This was directed towards Song Mingyi and a few others, completely disregarding Yang Chunhua. Thick-skinned as she was, Yang Chunhua followed, only to be stopped by the butler. Second madam. The old master requests that you wait here, the butler said. Yang Chunhua had no choice but to wait, listening to the laughter and joy emanating from the dining room. Her heart feeling as though it were being cut with knives, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. After about an hour, the butler finally informed her that Grandfather Lu wished to see her. With stiff legs, Yang Chunhua entered the flower hall and saw Grandfather Lu sitting in a chair sipping tea. Father, kneel. Grandfather Lu barked. Yang Chunhua, startled, immediately knelt down, forcing a smile. Father, why are you suddenly so angry? Do you not know why I am angry? Grandfather Lu's expression was particularly grim. Didn't you say Mingyi summoned Shenxing to beat up your nephew? And what happened? Your nephew, in turn, called people to attack Momo. If Mingyi hadn't protected Momo yesterday, I shudder to think what would have happened to my great-grandson. Yang Chunhua replied, Father. You can't just take Momo's word for it and convict me. Perhaps it was my sister-in-law who conspired with Shenxing. Preposterous. Grandfather Lu shouted. Are you implying that I am senile? I wouldn't dare. Father, how could I? This is all a misunderstanding. Seeing Yang Chunhua still trying to argue, Grandfather Lu could no longer contain his anger and hurled a photograph at her. Then take a good look and see if this is a misunderstanding. Yang Chunhua picked up the photograph and examined it, revealing various images of Zhang Xiaofeng bullying Lu Yimo, including photos from the previous day's confrontation at the amusement park. Her expression changed as she quickly said, Father, I truly didn't know it was like this. I was deceived. She had always held a considerable grudge against the first branch of the family. Upon hearing that her nephew had been bullied by Lu Shenxing and even detained by the police, she became enraged and rushed to the old residence demanding an explanation. Yang Chunhua deeply regretted her impulsiveness. Had she known, she wouldn't have intervened. You weren't deceived, rather. You thought you had a handle on Shenxing and rushed to complain. Grandfather Lu retorted. If I hadn't thrown these photographs in your face, you would have had countless excuses ready. How could that be? Yang Chunhua quickly denied. Second daughter-in-law, I don't care how you perceive things. I will tell you this, you married into the Lu family and are a member of the Lu household. You must prioritize the family above all else. If you cannot grasp this simple principle, then perhaps you should divorce and return to the Yang family. Yang Chunhua's face paled. Father, please don't say that. I have always remembered that I am a Lu family member. This incident was my fault, I was negligent, but I was also very angry. Please consider my years of loyalty to the Lu family and my son, Jingfan, and forgive me this once. Hearing Yang Chunhua mention Lu Jingfan, Grandfather Lu's expression softened slightly. Now return and live well. If there's essay next time, don't blame me for expelling the second branch from the Lu family. Yang Chunhua sighed in relief, repeatedly thanking him as she left the main residence. The moment she stepped outside, her humble smile vanished, replaced by a face full of malice. Casting a glance at the numerous servants in the main residence, she took out her phone and made a call. When will we take action? I can hardly wait. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaowan was unwell and hospitalized. Worried, Song Mingyi went to visit her. Unexpectedly, while walking down the corridor, she encountered Song Yuyao and Su Shixiu. Song Yuyao clutched Su Shixiu's hand, pleading desperately, Shixiu, it wasn't me. I truly didn't do it. I don't even know how Qing Ningxuang lost her baby. Still lying. I saw it on the surveillance footage, you pushed Ningxuang down the stairs. No. I only had a brief altercation with Qing Ningxuang. But it was a gentle push. She fell on purpose and is framing me. Please believe me. Enough. Su Shixiu said impatiently, his face cold. Song Yuyao. You've gone too far. Ningxuang has been harmed so severely, and you still refuse to admit it. I am truly disappointed. A narrow-minded and malicious woman like you is unworthy of being my wife. Once we return home, I will discuss with my parents about reconsidering our engagement. No. Shixiu. We've been together for so many years, you can't do this. Song Yuyao pleaded, but Su Shixiu remained unmoved. Su Shixiu coldly commanded, keep an eye on her. She is not to set foot in the ward again. After saying this, Su Shixiu returned to the ward. Song Yuyao immediately tried to follow. But the bodyguard at the door stopped her. Let me in. I want to see Shixiu. The bodyguard expressionlessly replied, young master said not to let you in, Miss Song. You know his temperament, please do not make things difficult for us. Ask him again. Shixiu wouldn't be so cruel to me. However, no matter how much Song Yuyao pleaded, the bodyguard refused to let her in. Her shoulders sagged, feeling utterly dejected and powerless. Yet, when she turned around, she saw Song Mingyi standing nearby. Song Mingyi. Song Yuyao rushed towards her, her face filled with resentment. It's you. This is all your scheme. You're trying to ruin my engagement with Shixiu, aren't you? Chapter 100, How much do you think you're worth? Song Mingyi scoffed. Did I instigate you to harass Qing Ningxuang? Song Yuyao was rendered speechless. Indeed, she had sought trouble with Qing Ningxuang out of her own pique. Since the scandal of Xin Yumei's infidelity had become the talk of the town, her marriage to the Su family was already precarious. To make matters worse, problems had arisen in the Song family's construction project in Xishan. Not only was Lu Shi donating the land to build a martyr cemetery, but the banks had also begun demanding repayment of debts, leaving Song Hongshan overwhelmed, and the vast Song corporation teetering on the brink of collapse. Madame Su, who was already dissatisfied with her, disregarded her even more, openly bringing Qing Ningxuang back to the Su family. Su Shixiu also surrounded Qing Ningxuang all day long. Song Yuyao, who had been pampered since childhood, couldn't bear it and directly confronted Qing Ningxuang, resulting in Qing Ningxuang falling down the stairs and miscarrying. Song Yuyao quickly regained her composure and retorted, even if you didn't instigate it, Jing Ningxuang's appearance is still related to you. Don't think I don't know. You're colluding with her to snatch Shi Xiugu away from me. You black-hearted, rotten-lunged harlot. I'm going to fight you. Song Yuyao, as if possessed, flailed her hands and lunged at Song Mingyi, her sharp nails glinting menacingly, aimed directly at Song Mingyi's face. Malice gleamed in Song Yuyao's eyes. If she could disfigure Song Mingyi's face, turning her into an ugly hag, she would be despised by Lu Shenxing, and Shi Xiugu would no longer be bewitched by her. Just then, Song Yuyao's abdomen was brutally kicked, sending her staggering backward uncontrollably, crashing to the ground with a thud. Song Yuyao shrieked in pain, cursing, Song Mingyi. How dare you hit me? Slap. Song Mingyi delivered a resounding slap, stating calmly, is it confirmed now? I not only dare, but I actually hit you. You. Song Mingyi. You harlot. Ah. Song Mingyi seized Song Yuyao by the collar, forcefully shoving her against the wall. She closed in on her. Observing the panic in Song Yuyao's eyes, and suddenly smiled, Song Yuyao, why can't you learn to be smart? Didn't I tell you? Behave yourself. Unruly girls are not liked. Look, you just wouldn't listen, and now you can't even hold on to your fiancé. Good sister, would you like to guess, if Su Shixiu really breaks off the engagement? Would Song Hongshan, to say the tottering Song family, send you, his daughter, out for a political marriage? I brought in 300 million for a spirit marriage. If you were matched for a ghost marriage, it should be worth even more, right? Looking at the cold glint in Song Mingyi's eyes, Song Yuyao suddenly felt a chill run through her entire body, her heart filled with boundless fear. She said, stop trying to scare me. I am my father's most beloved daughter, he would never match me for a ghost marriage. Moreover, Shi Xiugu and I have been engaged for 5 years. Our feelings are deep, he would never break off the engagement with me. Song Yuyao shouted loudly, but under Song Mingyi's indifferent smile, her tone became increasingly weak. Let go. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Song Yuyao vehemently pushed Song Mingyi away, staggering towards the exit. As she turned the corner, Song Yuyao subconsciously glanced back and saw Song Mingyi watching her. She was smiling, but the smile was too cold. Song Yuyao instinctively shuddered. She regretted it now. Deeply regretted it. After the last kidnapping, she knew that Song Mingyi was a lunatic, yet she still recklessly provoked her. Song Yuyao ran out of the hospital in one breath. Inside the ward, Mu Xiaowan was chatting animatedly with the middle-aged woman, their conversation lively. Seeing Song Mingyi walk in, she waved eagerly, over here, sit here. When Mu Xiaowan saw the middle-aged woman staring at Song Mingyi, she raised her eyebrows triumphantly. How about it? My sister is beautiful, right? Not bad, not bad. In that case, once her troubles are resolved, you give me a call. And I guarantee to introduce her to a good one. It's a deal. After the middle-aged woman left, Song Mingyi asked, what do you mean? Introduce me to a good one? I mean a boyfriend. Aren't you and Lu Shenxing getting divorced? You'll definitely want to find a handsome young man while you're still young and beautiful. Song Mingyi, isn't that a bit too hasty? Not hasty at all. You have to think about good prospects in advance, otherwise, wouldn't you be caught off guard? Song Mingyi rolled her eyes, I really appreciate it. You're not even resting peacefully in the hospital. She poked Mu Xiaowan's leg, what happened? How did it turn into a pig's trotter in the blink of an eye? Nothing much. I just accidentally got injured on a variety show. Really an accident? Song Mingyi inquired, from what I understand, the script you received this time is quite good. Although it's just a supporting role, the character is likable. Now that you're injured, I'm afraid you won't be able to make it to the filming next week, right? The smile on Mu Xiaowan's face vanished, and her expression instantly crumbled. She gave a wry smile, as expected, nothing can be hidden from you. You guessed right. My injury this time was no accident. Wen Yunqi hired someone to do it. She wants to ruin my opportunity. So what are you planning to do? I can only focus on healing for now. Mu Xiaowan wiped her face, after I recover, I'll look for other opportunities. I believe my talent will shine eventually. Mu Xiaowan cheered herself up, but she felt dejected inside. She knew very well that this opportunity was rare and hard to come by. Once missed, it would be difficult to find such a good opportunity again. You see, this obscure actress, who had been in the industry for so many years, was able to land a likable supporting role in a major production because of her popularity as a model. But as time passed, this popularity would soon fade. The entertainment industry is constantly evolving. Who would remember Mu Xiaowan by then? What Mu Xiaowan didn't say was that if she didn't seize this opportunity, her father would no longer indulge her. In the eyes of her father, who favored sons over daughters, a girl's greatest purpose was to marry and form alliances. He had tolerated her dabbling in the entertainment industry these past few years because he thought that if she made a name for herself, she could marry better. So you want to make it to the filming next week and participate in the production as normal? Of course, I want to. Mu Xiaowan quickly added, but don't interfere. Mingyi. You're already having a hard time as it is. Don't go begging anyone for my sake. You think I'm going to beg Lu Shenxing to ask the production team to delay filming? Yes. There's no need for such trouble. If you recover quickly, you can directly participate in the filming. But the doctor said my foot is severely injured and I need to rest for at least a month before I can walk. Xiaowan, do you trust me?